Chapter 1 I Want a Divorce. Mr. Dudley, Madam has been submerged for too long, resulting in severe brain hypoxia, coupled with a head injury from striking against their salting hemorrhage may render her unable to awaken again. Theman beside the hospital bed, striking la handsome yetisi in demeanor, sat in his wheelchair, gripping therm rests tightly, his thin lips pressed together like an ice edge, he gazed at unconscious woman who had been in a coma for 3 days if she didn't awaken soon. One ching ching, if you wake up, I will agree to divorce ya, his deep voice was sheavy with suppressed emotion. Buna sooner these words left the lips 10th woman 9th bead suddenly opened her eyes, thema meant their gaze shifted and mythis, the confusion in her eyes vanished, and chaliped pour dimean excitement. Si Jue, you relive? Shed a stink lie remember a dim pushing her out off the explosive ridden cavine he last moments before the explosion, while himself had not escaped, how cold thisp? As soon as he spoke, a powerful shoves her crashing against the firm majesty bed, pooling thivini left from her hand and causing blood to splatter. One ching ching, how dare you deceive? Lysige's face contorted with fury, emanating gashificating chilasha questioned the doctor bistais wadiokalanable tokup? The doctor was momentarily taken aback how could she have suddenly awoken? Elexamine madam first. Get out, Lysige barked, and the doctor, trembling, hastily retreated. Hunded the button sofa shirt, a shadow wolf bluma clouding ishan semi fetchers. One ching ching, you vitroligan at great lengths for a divorce. Divorce, si Jue, what area saying? When kinking Siaswad in disbelief as looked around the familiar surroundings of the hospital, divorce, thelivingly Si Jue kudet bethought had been reborn? Now, pretending to becklalis, Theman leaned in, gripping Herchen, compelling her to me this gaze. Within yascoldiously an unmistakable depth of sorrow when dexhaustion. One ching ching, even if I what he mean wished to divorce, how could you ever harm you, highs your ounson? A sudden resounding buzz over to Quinn Kinking's mind, and devivi recollection surged forth, she hadn't deed returneto thought fatafol de irago the dation do you had fallen itoth water. In her past life, she had loathly cipher sacrificing her virtue at against healin familia support, ultimately leading to her unplanned pregnancy and forced marriage to him. After their wedding, and under her sister Lin Shuxia's instigation, she had wreaked havoc, turning Gablin Deato or twa biological children, utterly opposingly Si Jue at every turn. Her pursuit of divorce had been relentless, yet, only upon her demise did she comprehend the taigweza la cunning plotter castrated Bilin Shusha. Recalling Si Jue's earlier misinterpretation of her words, when Kinking hastily clarified, no, it's not like a thought, I will never harm you, when is a wimful into water, I jumped in to save him but. Save him, Lysige scoffed, violence glintinged in his eyes, you claims thought you were castrate of everything to throw him into the lake. You saw ya jump head to save him, yet wouldn't ya bring him back up? Under Thekalath's gaze, when Kinking felt their blood run cold. In her previous extents, upon discovering Yuya's fault she had immediately jumped in water, but tit felt off Simeonuus dragging her down mercilessly, even crashing her head against Rick. Then she had lost consciousness. These incident that thoroughly drained Lysige's patience toward sure henceforth, ha believed her not, no matter what she said. Si Jue, believe. Enough. Lysige was suddenly closed the distance between him, his stunning yet frosty visage mirinches fromers, everything jubbed on ice just to force mine to a divorce? It's not, in this lifetime I will not divorce, even if it costs my life. She owed hum far to make she simply could not agree to divorce. Buna sooner at shooterider words than Lysige will lean closer, nearly pressing his facey against theirs, no divorce? Lysige slaughter sudden lifiled the room, thought his mirthholden geof cruel madness, he's as narrowing slightly at the hint of obliteration. Very well I went to see how long Okanki up this garade, with that, he wheeled himself out off the room. When Kinking shut her eyes, tears is streaming down her cheeks, yet when she appealed theme again, her gaze had sharpened, no imbued with resolution. Suddenly, the door to Thord burst open. When Kinking Burle had to meet Arene in her fierce determination before she expected Elocdias with a parafrown, brightens. You, her voice imbued with surprise, held an undercurrent of guilt. Seeing the perfect lie sculpted figure before her heart shut to red in toe pieces. This washerson Thichil she had neglected in her past life, yet ho had called for Aru till his last breath. I before she could finish her sentence, she heard you soft eternist voice declare, Yuan medadisud gatative or I can help ya. Chapter 2 Does it hurt, when Ching Ching felt as if struck by lightning. Did you not wish to leave us? I grant your wish, after all, I no longer desire to see you. Yu's eyes, starkly black and white, brimmed with indifference and disdain. In the past, it was mommy who erred. I shall amend my ways, could you possibly grant me another chance? Reflecting on her past transgressions, when Ching Ching's heart ached fiercely, wishing she could slap herself twice, this is her child, how could she bear such a thought? Yu scoffed, her delicate face, a perfect replica of Lysige's, radiating skepticism. I do not believe you. I will ensure that daddy divorces you, otherwise, both I and my sister shall be in peril. You, rest assured, mommy would never harm you or Cici. Upon finishing her plea, Wen Qingqing reached out to embrace Yu. However, the child recoiled as if startled, casting a wary glance in her direction before dashing out. As Wen Qingqing pursued her, she found the hallway devoid of her daughter. As she searched, a cacophony of whispers reached her ears. Is this not the white-eyed wolf raised by the Lin family? To marry into high society, she shamelessly climbed into Li Siju's bed, coercing him and Lin Xuxia to annul their engagement and wed her instead. Now that she has achieved her desires by marrying young Master Li, she dares to tread two boats simultaneously. She even pushed her own son into the water. Truly malicious, how can such a repulsive woman exist in this world? Wen Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes ablaze with rage, her nails digging painfully into her palms, suppressing the overwhelming hatred within. In her past life, after she had nearly drowned, Lin Xuxia had incited rumors behind her back, defaming her as someone who had seduced Li Siju and stolen her sister's fiancé. She had even made her believe that these machinations were orchestrated by Li Siju himself, leading her to harbor an all-consuming hatred towards him, resulting in her relentless opposition to him thereafter. Lin Xuxia, the suffering you inflicted upon me in my previous life, I shall return tenfold in this one. Wen Qingqing tempered her hatred, glancing at the time. It seems that person has also arrived. Not long after Wen Qingqing returned to her hospital room, Lin Xuxia rushed in, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Qingqing, why are you being so foolish? Even if you wish to divorce, you cannot resort to such methods. What a splendid performance of sisterly affection! Had she not experienced death once, she might have almost believed it. Wen Qingqing coolly pushed Lin Xuxia away, gazing at her innocently. Sister, what are you talking about? What divorce? At the instant of being pushed away, Lin Xuxia's eyes flickered with surprise, though she quickly regained composure. This foolish girl, who had always been close to her, could not possibly have meant to push her away. Were you not always yearning to divorce Li Siju? Do not fret, I shall assist you with this matter. And how do you intend to assist? Shall you help me become a widow next time? Lin Xuxia's head shot up in disbelief, her body prickling with alarm. How can you say such a thing? I am doing this for your own good. Indeed, it is for my benefit. Kidnapping my child to force my compliance, rendering my existence a living hell, that is for my good, pushing me into the depths of despair, to truly experience the flames of hell, that is for my good. The agony of flesh being seared, the scorching oil adhering to my bones, feeling them crack, witnessing my once fair hands become charred and blackened in utter despair, this is a memory I shall never forget. Noticing Wen Qingqing's silence, Lin Xuxia glanced around the room, her voice tinged with unease. Where is Yu? After steadying her emotions, Wen Qingqing replied nonchalantly, I do not know, I just woke up not long ago. Seeing Wen Qingqing still exude disdain towards the children, Lin Xuxia inwardly rebelled, advising, though I understand that the child is a part of you, Li Siju will undoubtedly not grant you custody. You must prepare for the inevitable separation, do you understand? Do not remain by Li Siju's side for the sake of the child, he will make your life a living hell. Wen Qingqing chuckled coldly. A living hell, is that not all thanks to you? Qingqing, why do you gaze at me like that? Lin Xuxia was taken aback by Wen Qingqing's expression, she had never seen such hatred in Wen Qingqing's eyes, as if she wished to devour her whole. Wen Qingqing lowered her gaze, striving to calm herself. I apologize, sister, I merely recalled certain matters. When I was drowning before, I felt someone pulling me from beneath the water. Sister, do you know what that was about? Lin Xuxia's expression shifted, a flicker of unease crossing her features, but her tone transformed as she spoke. You say someone pulled you? Could it be that Li Siju wanted? Wen Qingqing stared at her in shock. Lin Xuxia suddenly grasped Wen Qingqing's shoulders, her demeanor turning serious. Qingqing, you must not show weakness from now on. It is either him or you. Henceforth, you will heed the arrangements made by me and Brother Ziyu, do you understand? We will protect you. As she spoke, a glimmer of malice flashed in Lin Xuxia's eyes as she produced her phone and handed it to Wen Qingqing. Perhaps you should call Brother Ziyu to let him know you are safe. Ever since he learned of your drowning, he has been deeply concerned about you, constantly asking if you have awoken. I am almost envious. Indeed, Su Ziyu is concerned about when I might perish, plotting alongside Lin Xuxia to seize my and Li Siju's fortune. Wen Qingqing concealed her hatred, accepting the phone. Chapter 3 of The Madness of the Paranoid Husband. Ziyu, it's me, I've woken up. Qingqing, you finally awakened, I was so worried about you, you must promise me not to do anything reckless again, understand? With a smile that was more enigmatic than sincere, when Xingqing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuxia, adding with a hint of mischief, I understand, but Ziyu, you shouldn't concern yourself so much. My sister might become jealous. Lin Shuxia was momentarily taken aback. Xingqing, what are you saying? Huh, didn't my sister just mention it? Ziyu is her boyfriend, I should maintain my distance from him. When Xingqing replied innocently. Lin Shuxia, I was merely joking, he regards you as a sister, so it is only natural for him to care. I know, and since you both care for me, I should be more understanding. She was well aware of Lin Shuxia's visit today, thus she deliberately spoke in a leisurely manner, calmly brushing off Su Ziyu. As anticipated, the voice on the other end became increasingly impatient. Seeing this, Lin Shuxia urged, Ziyu, don't you have something you need Xingqing to assist you with? Ah, Ziyu is so capable. Does he really need my help? When Xingqing's tone remained as tender and innocent as ever. On the other end of the line, Su Ziyu choked momentarily, nearly slamming down the phone. After a deep breath, he feigned difficulty as he spoke, Xingqing, I know you've endured a lot recently, and your health is quite frail, you shouldn't have to take on this task, but, indeed. I feel so weak right now, it seems I truly cannot be of assistance. As soon as these words left her lips, there was a pause on the other end through the phone, when Xingqing could almost envision the frustration etched on Su Ziyu's face. She stifled a laugh, deliberately displaying an expression of regret. Lin Shuxia was nearly fainting from anger, this little imp was not playing by the rules. Xingqing, please help Ziyu, Li Siju has been persistently undermining him. You know the reason behind this, it's because of you, this has nothing to do with Xingqing, stop saying that, it's simply Li Siju seeking personal revenge, a petty act. Lin Shuxia fell silent, yet her expression conveyed to Wen Xingqing. It's all your fault, why aren't you helping? The two of them, in their self-satisfied duet, were oblivious to the unmistakable cold smirk gracing Wen Xingqing's lips. Ziyu, sister, please stop. I will help you, just tell me what you need me to do. I trust you won't put me in danger, right? Lin Shuxia, of course, just sneak in and steal a project proposal. It is quite simple, wait until Li Siju is absent, then take it and send it to us. Alright, I understand, I will manage to obtain it, sister, don't worry. Xingqing, as long as we work together, we can certainly defeat Li Siju, and you will be able to leave him. When Xingqing nodded vigorously. Outside the hospital room, the returning Li Siju wore an expression of profound displeasure. His hands, resting on the wheelchair, were clenched into fists, glaring intensely at the closed door. When Xingqing, so you are still unwilling to divorce for that man? Behind him, the butler cautiously inquired, young master, do you wish to enter? Notify the hospital to prepare the discharge procedures. The man suppressed his seething rage, turning his wheelchair to leave. But, madam has not yet recovered, do not make me repeat myself. Chapter 4. What use is good looks? The lame man that afternoon, when Xingqing was taken back to the Li family villa due to the severe lack of oxygen and a head injury, she required ample sleep for recovery, leaving her in a daze for most of the time. Upon awakening from yet another slumber, she sat up drenched in sweat, haunted by the dream of Li Siju's death before her eyes, along with visions of her two children. When Xingqing, disregarding everything, stumbled out of the bedroom, only to collide with the cold, unyielding surface of a man's wheelchair. Trying to escape again? The man's voice, laced with suppressed anger, loomed above her. No, I'm just scared. In the next moment, upon seeing the cup of coffee that Li Siju held, she rushed forward and knocked it from his hand, exclaiming, don't drink that. The coffee, laced with poison, spilled onto the blanket draped over Li Siju's legs, creating a chaotic scene. Li Siju seized her chin with a firm grip, his gaze chillingly fierce. When Xingqing, are you seeking death? When Xingqing felt as though her chin would shatter under his grasp, just as she was about to explain, she was suddenly flung aside. Instinctively, she reached out with her right hand to brace herself, only to have shards of porcelain embed themselves in her palm, an excruciating pain washing over her. Li Siju glanced at her injured hand, his eyes darkening. What is this? Is one act of self-harm insufficient? Do you plan to resort to a series of them? He mocked coldly, do you think this will make me spare you? When Xingqing lowered her gaze in silence, acutely aware that Li Siju was teetering on the brink of fury. Years ago, he had suffered a grievous car accident, which rendered him unable to walk, confined to a wheelchair ever since. Since then, his temperament had become volatile, unpredictable, and at times, even ruthlessly cruel. Why the silence? Are you feeling guilty? When Xingqing recognized her own fault, finding no justification to offer. All right, during the days of your misfortune, Su Ziyu has not visited you, have you felt disappointed? I have nothing to do with him. I don't need him to visit me. When Xingqing immediately refuted. In her previous life, to provoke Li Si Jue into divorcing her. She had feigned an obsession with Su Jue, but in truth, they shared no relationship whatsoever. Not in the past, nor would there ever be in the future. To her surprise, Li Si Jue suddenly chuckled, his tone dripping with derision. Indeed, he is your sister's fiancé. Even if you wished for a connection, it is impossible. Perhaps after my downfall, he will surpass me in wealth, and you could divorce me to marry him. I have said it, I will never divorce. She met Li Si Jue's gaze, her defiance unwavering, yet today's determination was distinctly different from before. Li Si Jue paused, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Wen Qingqing's final declaration, it felt as though his heart had been seized by an unseen hand, only to be released in an instant. Do you think I would believe you? Whether you believe it or not, this is how I truly feel. With that, Wen Qingqing glanced at Li Si Jue with a pained expression, softening her tone, your pants are dirty. You should change. At the mention of his soiled trousers, a surge of wrath erupted in the depths of the man's eyes. His long fingers grasped the back of Wen Qingqing's neck, pulling her toward him with force. Wen Qingqing. Do you truly despise me for being a cripple? No, that's not it, I do not despise you. Is that so? In the next moment, Li Si Jue's face broke into a chilling, sinister smile. Prove it to me. The overwhelming, domineering aura nearly left Wen Qingqing breathless. Instinctively, she attempted to push him away, but he held her firmly in place. Li Si Jue bit her lip, drawing blood, then leaned down to suck away the droplet, his movements gentle and meticulous, as though savoring a delicacy. Wen Qingqing felt a shiver run through her body, trembling uncontrollably just as she was at a loss. Li Si Jue released her lips. He lifted his hand to caress her mouth, pressing his fingertip against her wound before trailing it to her cheek, his tone deceptively tender, laced with seduction. Are you afraid of me? Wen Qingqing's body quivered involuntarily. This version of Li Si Jue was deranged and ruthless, instilling a primal fear within her, yet this time, she refused to evade. With a sudden, bold movement, she grasped Li Si Jue's collar, pulling him closer, and initiated a kiss. Chapter 5. You actually want to poison me? Li Si Jue stood frozen in place, a mixture of shock and suspicion washing over him. Soon, he forcefully pushed Wen Qingqing aside, a storm cloud gathering on his face. Wen Qingqing. Truly, it is remarkable how much you are willing to sacrifice for Su Jue. Wen Qingqing remained dazed. Su Jue, what does he have to do with this? I love my husband, it's only natural. The term husband struck Li Si Jue like a heavy hammer, reverberating through his heart. From the time of their marriage until now, Wen Qingqing had never uttered those words to him, yet now, in her quest to aid Su Jue, she was willing to say and do anything. Contemplating this, Li Si Jue's expression darkened as he turned his wheelchair and departed. Wen Qingqing, bewildered, could only stare after him. The next time Wen Qingqing saw Li Si Jue, it was evening. The family of four gathered around the dinner table, concerned that her sudden display of affection might push the two children further away. She refrained from being overly enthusiastic and did not serve them any food. Nevertheless, the children occasionally glanced her way, especially the little one, Yu. His eyes held a mix of curiosity, confusion, and a hint of caution. Observing his demeanor, Wen Qingqing recalled a moment from her previous life when Yu had fallen ill and yearned for her embrace. She had callously pushed him away, watching as he sat on the floor, eyes red and brimming with tears, asking her pitifully, Mummy, why don't you like me? Is it because I'm not good enough? Remembering this, her heart twisted painfully. At that time, her dislike for him stemmed solely from his striking resemblance to Li Si Jue, forgetting that he was also her child, so young and innocent. Mummy, what happened to your hand? She suddenly spoke, her mouth full of food, her round eyes fixated on Wen Qingqing's bandaged hand. I accidentally hurt it. It's nothing serious, Wen Qingqing replied with a smile. Be careful, Mummy, she cautioned. All right, thank you, she. Meanwhile, Yu hung his head, continuously pushing rice around his plate, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Indeed, Mummy favored Shi over him. No, it was clear that her affection for Shi was not genuine. Perhaps he was her next target. He had to protect Shi and ensure that she and Daddy divorced, preventing her from harming Shi. Li Si Jue remained silent, occasionally casting a warning glance at Wen Qingqing, signaling her to refrain from any tricks. After dinner, Wen Qingqing retired to her room to rest, knowing she needed to heal before attending to other matters. Although the children were merely 4 years old, they still had daily classes, etiquette lessons, enlightenment sessions, foreign language classes, and so on. Leaving little time at home, their interactions were limited for now. She needed to first understand the children's preferences. At 11 that night, in Li Si Jue's study. Sir, Madam has replaced all the coffee beans in the jar, the butler reported. Has the test result come in? Yes, the results are in. The coffee beans indeed contain toxic substances. The butler handed the report to Li Si Jue. Upon reading it, a shadow fell across his face. These toxic substances will not cause harm in the short term, but prolonged consumption could lead to cardiac paralysis and a heightened risk of sudden death.
This woman actually intended to poison him? Ha, very well.
Sir, you need to have a medical examination promptly. Have the private doctor come to the house for an examination.
I will arrange that immediately.
Chapter 6. An untidy appearance in front of guests. An hour later, the private physician arrived at the villa. After drawing blood from Si Jue and storing it appropriately, he proceeded with some additional examinations.
Since I'm here, let me take a look at your leg injury. No need, there is nothing to check, it's the same as before. Si Jue's expression instantly tightened, an undercurrent of hostility emanating from him.
The private doctor sighed. Si Jue, your current state is detrimental to your recovery.
Recovery? What kind of recovery can I possibly achieve?
One must believe in miracles.
Si Jue scoffed. You, a doctor, speak to me of miracles?
We doctors have great faith in miracles.
Treatment requires cooperation between the physician and the patient. Noticing Si Jue's silence, he shifted the conversation. Oh, by the way, didn't your wife sustain an injury as well? Would you like me to check on her too?
Si Jue raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his gaze. You seem rather concerned about her. I'm merely considering her well-being as your wife, wanting to ensure there are no lingering effects. It was crucial to clarify. Everyone knew Wenqingqing was a thorn in Si Jue's heart, one that could neither be removed nor ignored. Si Jue did not respond. Instead, he instructed the butler to summon Wenqingqing.
Madam, the sir requests your presence in the living room. The butler knocked on the door, and a sleepy voice emerged from within.
Approximately 2 minutes later, Wenqingqing slowly made her way to the living room, rubbing her eyes with her right hand, evidently unaccustomed to the brightness, clad in a nightgown.
What did you call me for?
Her voice still carried remnants of drowsiness. However, upon seeing the man beside Si Jue, she froze, instantly alert. Not only was Si Jue present, but also a young man, alongside the butler. Ah, she exclaimed softly, quickly covering her chest with one hand and her face with the other. I'll go change. She dashed away in haste. Si Jue's expression darkened. The private doctor appeared awkward, while the butler had already turned away.
Si Jue, your wife seems to have become somewhat endearing, he chuckled lightly.
Si Jue had not anticipated that Wenqingqing would emerge in a nightgown, her eyes still clouded with sleep. Typically, when she saw him, she was dressed modestly. Long skirts or trousers were her usual night attire. Moreover, judging by her appearance, she had evidently enjoyed a sound sleep. 5 minutes later, Wenqingqing reappeared before Si Jue, now appropriately attired. Her cheeks bore a slight flush, revealing her embarrassment.
Amass.li, I would like to examine you to assess your recovery. Oh, all right.
Wenqingqing recognized him. He was Si Jue's private physician, Jilin. Why had he come today? Was he here to tend to Si Jue's leg injury? Wenqingqing cooperatively allowed Jilin to examine her, and blood was drawn for testing as well.
How did you injure your hand?
I accidentally cut it on a piece of porcelain, Wenqingqing explained succinctly. Your wound is rather deep.
Stitches would be advisable. All right, I appreciate your help. I'm merely doing my duty as a doctor.
Jilin proceeded to stitch Wenqingqing's wound. Since only 3 stitches were required, anesthesia was unnecessary. Wenqingqing gritted her teeth against the pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her other hand gripping the sofa cushion tightly, her lips paling. Yet, the area previously bitten by Si Jue began to ooze blood again, slowly staining her lower lip crimson. Throughout the procedure, Si Jue remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Wenqingqing. Her unusual demeanor today heightened his vigilance. After advising Wenqingqing on some precautions, Jilin took his leave.
Si Jue escorted him out. Si Jue, it seems your wife is not as fragile as you claim.
Jilin found Wenqingqing rather charming. Her state is of no concern to you.
TSK, are you burning bridges or feeling jealous?
Jilin appeared unfazed, as though he were accustomed to Si Jue's temperament.
Safe travels, I want to see you out.
Jilin left with a cheerful demeanor. He was well aware of Si Jue's possessiveness. He believed that caring for someone could be beneficial for Si Jue's healing process. Upon returning home, Si Jue discovered that Wenqingqing had already retreated to the bedroom. He stared thoughtfully at the door. When he opened it, only a bedside lamp illuminated the room. Upon noticing him, Wenqingqing immediately sat up in bed, having changed back into her nightgown. Is there something else? She asked, puzzled, as they typically slept in separate rooms. Li Si Jue merely regarded her with darkened eyes. She was wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown, and as she rose, one strap slipped down her shoulder, revealing glimpses of skin. The warm yellow light cast a gentle glow on her complexion, rendering her appearance exceptionally soft, yet imbued with an inexplicable allure. "Come here." His voice was slightly hoarse. Li Si Jue stood at the edge of the bed, and when Qingqing crawled over, kneeling before him, he reached out, his palm pressing against the nape of her neck, suddenly exerting force, pressing her head down onto his lap. She attempted to lift her gaze but found herself unable to do so due to the pressure on her neck, her eyes forced to meet the fury in his. He forbade anyone from touching his leg, yet in this moment, he held her against it, assuming a position of humiliation. "What is wrong with you?" she managed to ask, struggling, though unable to escape his grip. She could sense his rage and the suppressed tumult within him, as she was nearly nose to nose with him. "When Qingqing, are you planning to seduce my private doctor?" His voice was slow, yet it felt like a poisoned blade slicing through her flesh. "I did not," she protested, desperately attempting to break free from his powerful hold, yet remaining restrained. "You're dressed like this, and you claim you did not?" "I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know you had guests." When Qingqing's voice was muffled, laced with anger, but more so with helplessness. Li Si Jue scoffed, "So you dress like this to see me?" He finally released her, allowing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. The struggle had left her cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead and nose. "Yes." When Qingqing replied, her breathing quickening, the strap that had fallen still unrepaired. Li Si Jue's expression hardened, seemingly unaffected by her words, an undercurrent of mockery in his demeanor. The dim light cast shadows on his face, making it difficult to discern his emotions. "Kiss me." When Qingqing was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "What, are you unwilling?" he taunted, his gaze half-lidded, his hand resting on the armrest of his wheelchair. There was a button on the armrest. With a mere press, the wheelchair would aid him in turning. Just as his finger hovered over the button, when Qingqing seized his hand, leaning forward and supporting herself on his shoulder, pressing her lips against his. The actions unfolded in an instant. By the time Li Si Jue registered what was happening, he felt the softness of her lips against his eyes widened in shock, a mix of astonishment, anger, reluctance, and desire swirling within them. When Qingqing kissed him with her eyes closed, leaning her weight against him instinctively, Li Si Jue closed his eyes as well, savoring the sweetness and the faint metallic tang of blood. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, shoving Wen Qingqing away. She fell onto the bed with a startled gasp. When she sat up, all she could see was Li Si Jue's retreating figure as he maneuvered his wheelchair away from her room. She lifted her hand to touch her lips, as if still lingering with the warmth and sensation he had left behind. He had clearly responded just moments ago. Why had he suddenly pushed her away? His initial anger stemmed from her appearing too provocative in front of another man, which indicated that he still cared for her. Perhaps there was still a chance to mend their relationship. The stinging pain in her palm compelled her to step out and reapply the bandage. As she passed Li Si Jue's bathroom, she could faintly hear the sound of running water. Chapter 7. Why do you dislike me so much? 3 days later, when Qingqing's injuries on her head and hands had begun to heal somewhat, her life over the past few days had been exceedingly simple, revolving around eating, sleeping, and being scrutinized by Li Si Jue. She was aware that her behavior had been somewhat unusual, but she could not afford to dwell on it. She needed to instigate change. The events of years past required thorough investigation. She understood that her cohabitation with Li Si Jue had been orchestrated by Lin Shuxia, yet she yearned to uncover the precise machinations behind it. The sudden accident that befell her parents also seemed shrouded in mystery, and following the incident, the majority of people opted to distance themselves from her. Only the Lin family had stepped forward to adopt her during this pivotal moment, and in retrospect, she felt as though they were ensnared within a vast conspiracy. Today, Li Si Jue had social engagements and would not return home promptly. When Qingqing seized this opportunity to cultivate her relationship with the two children, whenever Li Si Jue was at home, she found it challenging to approach them, and the children rarely acknowledged her presence. Particularly, Li Yuyu regarded her with palpable hostility. When Qingqing entered the children's room, carrying 2 glasses of milk, the twins were nestled in a shared room, each on their small beds. Given that they were a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, Li Si Jue had decided to allow them to share a room until they turned 6. "Cici, Yuyu, it's time for your milk," she called. Upon her entrance, both children paused, their faces registering surprise. Subsequently, Cici reached for the milk, but Yuyu swiftly snatched it away, regarding Wen Qingqing with suspicion. "Did you poison the milk?" The accusation caused Wen Qingqing's complexion to pale instantly, a dull ache forming in her chest. Taking a deep breath, she replied earnestly, "If you suspect it is poisoned, you may have the butler test it." Mere apologies and feelings of guilt were futile. She needed to demonstrate through her actions that she would no longer harm them. Yuyu, however, responded with a cold laugh. Just because it's not poison this time doesn't mean it won't be in the future. This could be part of your scheme. His trust in Wen Qingqing had been irrevocably shattered. Previously, he had harbored a flicker of hope, believing that if he behaved well enough, his mother would come to love him and treat him kindly. Thus, when she suggested taking him out for fun, he had accompanied her despite his reservations. He had not anticipated that she could be so cruel. Yu, the incident that led you to fall into the lake was not my doing. I was misled at that moment, and by the time I turned back to find you, you had already fallen in. I jumped in immediately to save you. She recognized that both Cici and Yu were exceptionally intelligent. Despite their tender age, they possessed an understanding far beyond that of their peers, especially Yu, whose maturity and perceptiveness surpassed typical expectations. Seeing Yu's disbelief, she pressed on, "What did that wicked person do? What did he say to you?" The mere mention of the incident caused Yu to involuntarily tremble, a flicker of fear breaking through the ice in his eyes. His small hands clutched the chair tightly, as though he were reliving the sensation of drowning. I'm sorry, Mommy shouldn't have made you recall that moment." Upon witnessing Yu's distress, Wen Qingqing rushed to embrace him, but he forcefully pushed her away. "I don't need your false kindness," he replied coldly, his eyes reddening, yet he stubbornly gritted his teeth to suppress his tears. "You said you would save me, so why didn't you? The bad person said that you didn't want me anymore, that I should drown. Why do you hate me so much?" The final question erupted from him in a roar, his eyes fully brimming with tears, his body leaning forward, fists clenched, staring intently at Wen Qingqing. In the glimmer of tears within Yu's gaze, Wen Qingqing saw her own suffering reflected back at her. As large droplets cascaded from his eyes, she inhaled deeply, struggling to contain her own tears, her nose aching and her eyes reddened. "Yu, it was Mommy's fault in the past. You did nothing wrong." Mommy acknowledges her mistakes and will change to it's alright. If you don't believe me now, I will prove myself. She offered Yu a gentle smile. "The milk is not poisoned, and I will not poison you," she reiterated, speaking each word slowly. She stood up, but having crouched for too long, her legs felt numb, and her vision darkened momentarily, causing her to stagger. Cici rushed forward to steady her. "Mommy, are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, Cici," she replied softly, smiling as she ruffled Cici's hair. Meanwhile, Yu subtly retreated from the small step he had taken forward in a moment of urgency, biting his lip and pretending as if nothing had happened. "Cici, come here, stay away from her," he instructed, pulling his sister closer. Wen Qingqing gazed at the two, her lips still adorned with a faint, tender smile. "I'll step out for a moment. If you still believe the milk might be poisoned, feel free to pour it out. Good night, my dears." As she exited the children's room, the moment the door closed behind her, her smile faltered, unable to be maintained. She leaned against the doorframe, gripping the wall with her left hand and pressing her right hand to her chest, feeling a wave of breathlessness wash over her. Thoughts of Yu's words flooded her mind. Who was the person who had held him and thrown him into the lake? Why did they claim it was under her orders? And when she leapt into the lake, she had clearly been restrained, her head forced against the rocks. Otherwise, she would not have failed to rescue Yu and almost perished herself, who wished to see them both dead. No, if that were the case, how had Yu been saved? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, prompting her to seek out the household staff for answers. Yet, as she raised her gaze, she collided with a pair of icy, fury-laden eyes. "You've returned," she met Li Siju's gaze unflinchingly. "What have you done?" Li Siju maneuvered his wheelchair closer to her. Despite her standing height being greater than his seated position, the aura of oppression emanating from him was palpable. "I've done nothing, I merely brought the children some milk." She held his gaze, her demeanor composed and unwavering. Li Siju scoffed lightly. "Remember what I said, if anything happens to the children, you know the consequences." "Yes." When Qingqing maneuvered past Li Siju, her steps faltered as she contemplated that rather than questioning the servants about that day's drowning incident, it would be more prudent to ask Li Siju directly. "By the way, have they apprehended the person who threw Yu into the lake?" Li Siju turned his wheelchair to face her directly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Chapter 8, Daddy, will you divorce Mommy? Yes, I fear you may not uncover the truth. If my intuition serves me correctly, you have yet to find this person. Her gaze upon Li Siju was unexpectedly sharp and resolute. The puppeteer behind all this will undoubtedly prevent you from discovering the truth. Even if you manage to find them, the testimony would likely be detrimental to me. Before Li Siju could respond, she continued, "On the day I jumped into the lake to save Yu, someone clutched my leg, refusing to let go. I struggled desperately, and in the process, my head struck a rock. Are you saying this to absolve yourself?"
Li Siju's expression turned icy.
Not at all. I merely wish to remind you not to overlook the fact that someone intends to harm you due to your bias against me. If I truly wished to harm you, I would not have gone to such lengths, nearly sacrificing my own life. With that, when Xingqing turned to leave, her back straight, her slender figure radiating a stubborn defiance. She was acutely aware that this matter was inextricably linked to Lin Shuxia, for she had brought Yu out that day, and it was also Lin Shuxia's suggestion. Perhaps Lin Shuxia initially aimed to sow discord between mother and child, and upon witnessing her leap into the water, decided to eliminate her entirely, yet inadvertently granted her a chance at rebirth. Li Siju watched Wen Xingqing's retreating silhouette for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. He realized that since awakening from near drowning, the differences in Wen Xingqing were impossible to ignore, particularly in her interactions with him. Previously, her gaze was always filled with disdain and resistance, often shying away from his presence, yet just moments ago, her eyes were candid, clear, and serene.
Daddy?
Yu and Cici, who were in the room, had naturally overheard their conversation. Yu gently opened the door and saw Li Siju standing motionless at the entrance. Li Siju turned his wheelchair to face Yu and then entered the room. He noticed the milk on the table.
Is this the milk she sent for you?
Yes, but my brother won't let me drink it, fearing that mommy might have poisoned it, Cici said in her babyish voice. Yu remained silent, merely watching Li Siju. If you don't wish to drink it, then dispose of it, he said, recalling the poison in the coffee beans, unable to trust Wen Xingqing.
After Yu poured out the milk, Cici pouted slightly and said, "Does this mean I can't eat anything mommy gives me in the future?" Li Siju remained silent for a moment, not immediately answering
this question, but after examining his own body, he had also ensured the children's health. Finding nothing amiss, his own condition seemed stable, likely due to the minuscule dosage he had received. At the very least, it was clear that Wen Xingqing had not harmed the children, but caution was always prudent. From now on, you may consume food that everyone shares. However, if it is something given solely to you, refrain from eating it. Until there was evidence proving Wen Xingqing's innocence, exercising caution was never a mistake, especially considering the vulnerability of children. Cici bit her lip, a hint of sadness in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she looked up at Li Siju with her round, glistening eyes and said, "Daddy, mommy isn't really that bad." Seeing Cici in this light, Li Siju suddenly pondered why, if Wen Xingqing were to exploit the children, she wouldn't choose the more obedient Cici, given their closer relationship. The doctor had indeed mentioned that Wen Xingqing bore numerous bruises, likely a result of being restrained. Did that mean she had not been lying? Alright, it is getting late, you both need to sleep. Cici and Yu climbed into their little beds, both gazing at Li Siju. Daddy, it's story time. Li Siju revealed a rare gentle smile, picking up a storybook and narrating it in a low, soothing voice. The two children gradually succumbed to drowsiness as they listened. As Li Siju tucked Yu in, he heard her softly murmur, "Daddy, mommy doesn't hate me, does she?" A jolt of pain surged through his heart as he noticed the tears at the corners of Yu's eyes. The following day, when Xingqing's injuries had nearly healed, and she resolved to return to her childhood home, however, she could no longer freely enter or exit the Li family villa. Any departure required Li Siju's approval. She couldn't help but scoff at her predicament, the imprisoned life of Wen Xingqing, the wife of the Li family. "I wish to visit my childhood home. You may send someone to accompany me," she stated to Li Siju. Faced with her candid request, Li Siju found himself unable to refuse. He couldn't justify keeping Wen Xingqing confined indefinitely, so he acquiesced. Accompanied by a driver and a servant, when Xingqing arrived at her former residence, she gazed at the grand house, reminiscing about her deceased parents and the blissful, innocent times of her youth, all of which had vanished following the tragedy that befell her family, plunging her into a life of dependence. Originally, the house should have been lost, yet inexplicably, it remained intact, untouched by anyone entering the study. Everything appeared as it had before her departure. Staring at the familiar items, she was struck by the dust that indicated how long it had been since someone had entered. "Madam, would you like us to clean this up?" the servant inquired. "No need. I will sort out the items I wish to take with me. You may assist me in moving them to the car," she replied. Soon, she had gathered the belongings she wished to take. After loading them into the car, they returned to the villa, where the items were then placed in Wen Xingqing's room. "You may all return to your tasks, I can handle this myself." "Thank you," she said. The driver and servant exchanged bewildered glances. Wen Xingqing had always treated them with disdainful coldness, and they had tolerated it solely because she was Mrs. Li, and now, she was thanking them? After a brief exchange of glances, they exited the bedroom, their minds rife with speculation. The driver later reported the entire incident to Li Siju. "She simply took a few items and returned?" "Yes, sir." "What were they?" "Books and such. Madam merely organized some things in the study." Li Si Jue furrowed his brow, finding Wen Qingqing's actions peculiar. Why would she return from her old house with these items? As far as he knew, after the incident involving her parents, she had vanished for a year before being taken in by the Lin family, seldom returning to her old home. This behavior seemed exceedingly atypical. In the old residence, when Qingqing looked at several boxes filled with books and notes, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Thankfully, they were all intact. Most of these books were on traditional Chinese medicine and culinary recipes. By chance, she had studied traditional medicine under a master in her youth, even treating others with his guidance. Initially, she had intended to pursue a degree in traditional medicine at university, but under Lin Xuxiao's persuasion, she chose fashion design instead. Later, upon hearing that opening a restaurant was lucrative, Lin Xuxiao lured her into a partnership, leading her to learn cooking. However, after an incident where her dish caused a customer distress, resulting in financial losses for the restaurant, she relinquished her involvement, leaving Lin Xuxiao to manage it entirely. The restaurant had since flourished. In retrospect, her lack of vigilance around Lin Xuxiao had led to repeated betrayals. Taking a deep breath, she organized the books and notes meticulously. Her gaze fell upon the calendar on the table, pausing at the date of April 17th, the 70th birthday of the Lin family's patriarch. A cold smile crept onto her lips. Lin Xuxiao, on that day, I shall declare war upon you. Everything you have taken from me, I shall reclaim. Chapter 9. Unintentionally provoking him. 7 days later, the grand birthday celebration for the venerable Lin patriarch was approaching. Early in the day, Lin Xuxiao called Wen Qingqing. Qingqing, is Li Si Jue coming with you? Yes, our entire family will be attending. Great, make sure to dress beautifully. I will, sister, see you soon. After hanging up, Wen Qingqing changed into the exquisite qipao she had chosen earlier. This particular qipao was a bespoke piece that Li Si Jue had specially purchased for her, and she had yet to wear it. The garment was a delicate shade of blue, with the hem intricately embroidered with a blue demon flower, which gradually faded into a soft gradient of blue as it ascended. It appeared as though this blue demon flower was blooming in a tranquil lake, its colors softly rippling outward like countless smaller blossoms. It resembled a painting, and Wen Qingqing embodied the beauty within it, exuding an elegant charm with a hint of allure. When she stood before Li Si Jue, even after 5 years of familiarity, he was still taken aback by her beauty. Wow, mommy, you look stunning, exclaimed Cici, rushing over to Wen Qingqing and circling around her. Daddy, please take a picture of me and mommy together. She struck a pose, full of delight. Initially, Yu found her appearance appealing, but upon witnessing Cici's antics, she frowned in displeasure, though she remained silent. Li Si Jue took out his phone and captured a photo of Cici and Wen Qingqing. As Wen Qingqing approached, she naturally rested her hand on his shoulder and softly said, Ju, please send me the photo, thank you. Afterward, as she raised her hand, her fingertips fleetingly brushed against the nape of his neck, sending a momentary shiver through him, but it was gone before he could fully register it. He turned to look, only to find Wen Qingqing seemingly oblivious, as she had already picked up her bag and smiled at them, saying, Let's go, we're off. On the way, Li Si Jue's gaze would occasionally drift towards Wen Qingqing, who sat quietly in her seat, speaking little unless engaged by Cici, to whom she would respond with a smile. Today, aside from being astounded, Li Si Jue felt a sense of astonishment as well. In the past, whenever they visited the Lin family, Wen Qingqing would dress casually, often without makeup, but today she wore the haute couture qipao he had bought for her and adorned herself with an exquisite makeup look. Was this for Su Ziyu? The thought darkened Li Si Jue's expression, causing him to avert his gaze from Wen Qingqing. The Lin family had reserved an entire 5-star hotel to host the celebration for the elderly patriarch, showcasing their financial prowess and ambition. The guests arriving to celebrate were all elites from various fields. From a distance, Wen Qingqing spotted Lin Xuxia and Su Ziyu welcoming guests at the entrance. She walked over slowly, maintaining her position beside Li Si Jue's wheelchair, unhurried. Li Si Jue and his assistant exchanged glances, for in previous encounters, Wen Qingqing would have dashed over to greet Lin Xuxia without a second thought. Sister, we've arrived, she said with a graceful smile, her expression flawless as she meticulously scrutinized Lin Xuxia and Su Ziyu's faces, as if preparing for a duel. Lin Xuxia's astonishment was evident as she beheld Wen Qingqing, who had captivated Su Ziyu's attention. Instinctively, she turned to look at him, realizing that he was, indeed, entranced by Wen Qingqing's beauty. Quickly, she approached and said with a bright smile, Qingqing, you look absolutely stunning today. Really, I must thank sister for persistently urging me to dress up. I thought if I were too lackluster, you might be upset. It seems you are quite satisfied, so I am relieved. You really don't have to be so obedient. Mr. Li, Su Ziyu greeted, extending a hand toward Li Si Jue. Li Si Jue nodded curtly, his demeanor cool and detached. Lin Xuxia bent down to address the two children. Cici, you look like a little princess and prince today, so lovely, come here, let auntie give you a hug. She reached out, only for the children to take 2 steps back, refusing her embrace.
With onlookers nearby, the moment felt awkward. Are Cici and Yu still shy?
Lin Xuxia remarked, redirecting her attention toward Wen Qingqing. Her words inadvertently painted the children as unsophisticated and impolite.
They are not shy.
It's just that they seem to dislike the fragrance you're wearing today. Li Siju and Yu exchanged bewildered glances, as typically, when Qingqing would cast a disdainful glance their way and coldly retort, "Ignore them." Yu was quick to react, gently covering his nose as he sneezed.
"I'm sorry, I really don't like the scent."
Achu, he sneezed again. Lin Xuxia's expression soured, as the gazes of those around her shifted, seemingly criticizing her choice of perfume, which was ill-suited for such a gathering filled with children.
"Sister, let us go inside now. We'll see you shortly."
The 4 of them, along with their assistant, made their way into the hall. Inside, many guests had already gathered, and their entrance naturally drew countless eyes. Although Li Siju sat in a wheelchair, his presence remained commanding, accentuated by his strikingly handsome features, which evoked admiration as well as a twinge of sympathy. Meanwhile, Wen Qingqing was undeniably the center of attention, her every smile and frown captivating those around her. The chipa was slit just above her knees, revealing her long legs with each graceful movement, while her high heels seemed to pound on the hearts of the attendees, capturing their rapt attention and making it difficult to look away. Someone approached to greet Li Siju.
Amr.li, it's been a while.
Mr. Lu, a pleasure, Li Siju replied, with Wen Qingqing standing beside him, exuding elegance in her smile. Mr. and Amrs.li truly are a match made in heaven, inspiring envy and all, he remarked with a smile, before shifting the conversation. However, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but at first, I almost mistook Mrs. Li for someone else. She seems somewhat different from the last time I saw her.
Wen Qingqing recognized the man, Lu Qihong, who often covertly opposed Li Siju and had been quite scornful regarding his injury. He was also aware of the discord between Wen Qingqing and Li Siju. "What do you find different about me that led you to believe I was someone else?"
Wen Qingqing inquired, her hand gracefully resting on the back of the wheelchair, her posture suggesting a closeness that belied any notion of discord between them.
"Mainly, Mrs.
Li looks radiant today, simply enchanting." Li Siju's expression turned icy, his sharp gaze piercing through Lu Qihong. Chapter 10. Surrendering under his beauty. Wen Qingqing chuckled nonchalantly, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your kind words. In the past, I was always reluctant to make a Jew jealous, so I tried to keep a low profile. However, in a gathering such as this, I must present myself properly.
Otherwise, those unaware might think he mistreats me."
With a deft turn of phrase, she not only diffused the situation but also conveyed the strength of her relationship with Li Siju.
Aside from herself, everyone else was taken aback.
"A Jew, let us take our seats. It appears the guests have mostly arrived," Wen Qingqing said, bending slightly toward Li Siju before positioning herself behind his wheelchair.
"Mr. Lu, we shall proceed ahead."
She pushed the wheelchair toward the main table. Li Siju remained stiff throughout, unable to decipher Wen Qingqing's intentions. He could only gesture to his assistant to pay closer attention.
"Grandfather, we've come to celebrate your birthday.
Wishing you longevity that rivals the southern mountains and fortune as vast as the eastern seas," Wen Qingqing greeted the elderly patriarch seated at the head of the table. Thank you, please sit down," he replied warmly.
"Qingqing, Siju has arrived."
"I apologize for being so preoccupied today, please make yourselves at home," said the elder Yang. "Uncle, auntie, please attend to your affairs, we can manage on our own," Wen Qingqing addressed the young elders, grateful she had not referred to them as mom and dad in this lifetime, or she would surely have felt nauseous.
"Wen Qingqing, what are you up to?"
Once they were seated and the surrounding crowd had dissipated, Li Siju asked coldly.
What do you mean, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something first?"
Her composed demeanor left Li Siju at a loss for words, yet he felt an unsettling discomfort. The numerous gazes directed toward Wen Qingqing only heightened his unease. He suddenly regretted purchasing that Qipao. Lin Xuxia and Su Ziyu, having welcomed the guests, settled down as the gathering reached its full capacity. After the opening remarks, the feast commenced. The main table, quite large, accommodated several members of the Lin family. Although it was a birthday banquet hosted by the Lin family, the spotlight fell squarely on Li Siju and Wen Qingqing.
"Qingqing, you certainly don't look like a mother of two. What is your secret to maintaining such youthfulness?" someone remarked enviously.
"If you had nothing to worry about like her, you could easily remain youthful too, provided you have a husband who earns well," came a somewhat sardonic retort.
"Cousin, your words are rather envious."
"Qingqing is naturally beautiful," Lin Xuxia defended her. Shusha, once you marry, you two will surely maintain your beauty. Mr. Su is quite the breadwinner, allowing you to enjoy the life of a wealthy lady, Wen Qingqing added. Lin Shusha shook her head with a smile. That one do, I must strive alongside him, it would be too burdensome for him alone. Wen Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. Was she subtly implying that she was lazy and lacked empathy for Li Siju? She promptly placed a piece of fish into Li Siju's bowl. Aju, you work so hard for a better life for me and the children, I promise I won't be lazy anymore. Who could resist such a charming and playful display? The men present thought to themselves, we too desire a wife who knows how to be endearing. How delightful. Li Siju's response was to consume the piece of fish she had offered. Wen Qingqing let out a quiet sigh of relief. Cici and Yu, whatever you wish to eat, just tell mommy, and I will get it for you. Yu's expression morphed into one of disbelief, wondering how bizarre this was. Mommy, if you are being kidnapped, just blink. However, some were either straightforward or intentionally provocative, questioning Wen Qingqing. Qingqing, are you no longer at odds with Mr. Li? You used to be quite fierce with him. Upon saying this, they wore expressions of eager anticipation. Wen Qingqing feigned surprise. Was I really that fierce with him before? A chorus of nods surrounded her. That is impossible, just based on his looks, I could never be fierce with him, seeing him calms my anger. How could I bear to scold someone so handsome? Wen Qingqing, you've changed. Men, what good is it to be merely good-looking? It's capability that counts, a portly middle-aged man interjected. Isn't it wonderful to be both capable and handsome? Wen Qingqing gazed adoringly at Li Siju. Surely no one doubts my Aju's capabilities? No one dared to respond to that. Li Siju's prowess was evident. Even before his injury, he was a remarkable figure. After his legs were injured, he demonstrated resilience, rescuing the Li family from dire straits and rapidly expanding their influence, leading others to regard him with a mix of awe and trepidation. Lin Shusha and Su Zhenning exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why Wen Qingqing was so fervently defending her husband today, praising him with every word. In a bit, I have something to discuss with you, Lin Shusha messaged Wen Qingqing. Okay, came the reply. As the meal neared its conclusion, guests began mingling, some toasting while others seized the opportunity to network and discuss collaborations. The children commenced their own play. Many approached Li Siju to exchange pleasantries, as he had become quite the sought-after figure recently. Everyone desired to collaborate with him. Under normal circumstances, it was challenging to secure a meeting with Li Siju, but now that the opportunity had finally arisen, they could not afford to let it slip by. Wen Qingqing seized this moment to seek out Lin Shusha. Upon spotting her, Lin Shusha eagerly inquired, Qingqing, have you fallen for Li Siju? What are you talking about, sister? She replied, feigning innocence. You've been defending Li Siju throughout the event, appearing to share a close relationship with him. What is going on? Have you been enchanted by him? Lin Shusha had been agitated since earlier and now launched a barrage of questions at Wen Qingqing. Sister, you are being quite fierce, Wen Qingqing pouted, feeling wronged. Lin Shusha paused, recognizing her impatience, and quickly softened her tone. I'm just concerned for you. I worry you might be misled by him, and then, sister, I'm merely trying to gain his trust. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to execute our plan, wouldn't you agree? Really? Have I ever deceived you? She wore an expression of even greater grievance as she spoke. After contemplating, Lin Shusha conceded that indeed, Wen Qingqing had never lied to her. Yet, why did she feel that Wen Qingqing seemed a bit off today? I apologize, sister, she said, handing a drink to Wen Qingqing. I know you can't drink alcohol right now, so here's a beverage. I'm so sorry, I didn't catch it. It's alright, Da, I'll have someone clean it up. Please don't move, Da, I'll prepare another cup for you, just wait a moment. Chapter 11. My hands feel a bit weak, but I promise I will hold it steady, Qingqing replied. Cheers, sister will always stand by your side. Lin Shusha's words sent a chill down Wen Qingqing's spine, raising the hairs on the back of her neck. In her previous life, it was after consuming a drink that she had lost her clarity, feeling as though she were intoxicated. Her body became limp and her movements hindered. Lin Shusha had exploited this. Lowering her gaze, she took a sip of the drink, concealing the murderous intent in her eyes. I shall go entertain the guests now. If you need anything, seek me out. If you cannot find me, ask Brother Ziyu. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body. Recently, she had been organizing her medical texts and notes, meticulously concocting this small pill specifically for today's drink. Now, she needed to find the two children. Yu was playing at the banquet with Cici, where there were many children, creating a lively atmosphere. The pair, both strikingly beautiful and lively, attracted numerous playmates. What are you little limpers playing at? I'm talking to. The boy burst into laughter, pointing at Yu. Your father is a big limper, that makes you a little limper too. Ha, a family of limpers, how amusing. Don't you dare speak of my daddy, or I will not hold back. Isn't your father a limper's child is just a little limper, right? He boasted arrogantly, completely unfazed by their warnings, and provocatively continued, what are you going to do about it? Fight me? Yu stood a head taller than him, yet at just 4 years old, he was no match for a 10-year-old boy. However, in a sudden twist, Yu seized a plate of condiments from a nearby table. Caught off guard, the spicy condiment stung his eyes, prompting him to cry out, but the spectacle did not end there. As he squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed them furiously, Yu dashed forward, knocking him to the ground and landing a punch on him. I warned you, I would not hold back. Witnesses were left dumbfounded by the rapid turn of events. It unfolded so swiftly that the adults were slow to react. By the time they decided to intervene, Yu had already stood up from the boy, taking Cece's hand, ready to leave. Son, what happened? My goodness, call an ambulance. A beautiful woman rushed over, kneeling to assist the boy while anxiously wiping the condiments from his eyes. Who bullied my son? Stop them, don't let them escape, she. Immediately, several adults moved to block Yu and Cece's path, preventing their departure. The woman rinsed the boy's eyes, and he was finally able to open them, albeit still in pain. Mom, he hit me. He hit me, he cried, pointing at Yu, his eyes red and teary. The woman, infuriated by her son's plight, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu and scolding, where did this little wild dog come from? Let me teach you a lesson. The woman raised her hand, poised to strike Yu. Just as Yu was about to retaliate, a hand suddenly seized the woman's wrist. What do you think you're doing? The woman stumbled back several steps, nearly losing her balance in her high heels, only to be steadied by someone behind her. So you are the mother of these two little wild dogs. That explains it. The woman continued to hurl insults, her words particularly grating. Those present were individuals of stature, and while their private lives might differ, such gatherings demanded a degree of decorum. The woman's incessant use of wild dogs was indeed off-putting. Wild dogs? When Xingxing echoed, glancing at Yu and Cece, who both wore displeased expressions. Yu met her gaze, and she realized she. Nevertheless, she reached out, gently stroking Yu's head, offering a soothing smile as if to say, don't be afraid, Mama is here. Madam, if you are likening children to animals based on their character, I must say the animals may not be the appropriate comparison. Perhaps poultry would be more fitting. Your son resembles a sickly chicken, unpleasantly unattractive and utterly lifeless. A ripple of laughter erupted among the onlookers. The moment the words left her lips, it became increasingly apparent that the boy did indeed resemble a sickly, plump chicken. What nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear your mouth apart. The woman lunged forward, intent on grabbing Wen Xingxing by the hair. To her surprise, Wen Xingxing did not evade and allowed the woman to grasp her hair. Yu and Cece, initially stunned, quickly regained their senses. Cece rushed forward, wrapping her arms around the woman's legs, seemingly ready to bite. In a flash, no one knew when a high heel had materialized in Wen Xingxing's hand, which she swung fiercely at the woman's face, striking her down with a single blow. Chapter 12. The scene of the violent embrace. Cece. With remarkable swiftness, Wen Xingxing rushed to pull the girl, who had been knocked to the ground by the beautiful woman, into her arms. The beautiful woman lay on the ground in a most undignified manner, with a red mark on her face and a streak of blood, which was painful to behold, covering her face. She struggled to rise and shouted at Wen Xingxing, how dare you strike me? You finished. Everyone witnessed it. She struck first, I was merely defending myself. Wen Xingxing slipped her high heels back on, tidied her disheveled hair and cheapao, then took the hands of the two children. Let us depart. Yu wore a bewildered expression throughout the ordeal. Was this truly his mother? Cece, on the other hand, gazed at her with admiration. Don't you dare leave, stand right there. The beautiful woman, seemingly unwilling to relent, arrogantly attempted to pursue them, only to be intercepted by bystanders. Mrs. Li, let it go. Do you intend to provoke the Li family? What? Are you not aware that those are the wife and children of Li Si Jue? The beautiful woman's face instantly paled, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at the person who had tried to dissuade her. What did you say? Li Si Jue? Indeed, those are Li Si Jue's wife and children. I assumed you were aware. Her legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath her. Which Li Si Jue, she stammered, still clinging to the hope of wriggling out of the situation. Which Li Si Jue could it be but the one from the Li family, the one who was injured in that car accident? You should head to the hospital to check on them. They are all quite injured. This incident isn't our fault, is it? It was his son who initiated the aggression, wasn't it? You must testify for me. She frantically grasped at those around her. Yet the bystanders hurriedly distanced themselves, eager to spectate but unwilling to become embroiled in the matter. Offending anyone was unwise, especially Si Jue, that would be courting disaster. The beautiful woman was in disarray, utterly at a loss for what to do. Mommy, aren't you going to avenge me? Are you just going to let them go? The boy appeared quite dissatisfied. How did you get into a conflict with them? Everyone else was playing with them, and no one would play with me, so I yelled at him, his father. What's so bad about a cripple? His mouth was firmly covered once more. Silence. She desperately endeavored to calm herself, refraining from calling her husband, knowing he had been trying various means to connect with Si Jue recently. If Si Jue were to overlook this incident, she could choose to remain silent, hoping it would not affect her husband. As when Qingqing led the two children away, she encountered the approaching Si Jue. Daddy! Cici released when Qingqing's hand and dashed toward Si Jue. Daddy, just now, brother and mommy were fighting. Mommy is so fierce. Brother and mommy were fighting? Si Jue's gaze fell upon Wen Qingqing, noticing her disheveled hair and several red scratches on her arm. His eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the marks. No, it was a scuffle with someone else, Yu interjected, releasing Wen Qingqing's hand. Wen Qingqing felt a pang of disappointment but resolved to mend her relationship with the children gradually. What was the reason? Si Jue inquired, his tone growing more frigid. Just as Cici was about to respond, Wen Qingqing preempted her. The children exchanged glances and chose not to elaborate, having no desire to utter the term cripple again. I'll leave the children in your care for now, I must tidy myself in the restroom, she said, turning away. Si Jue watched her retreating figure, lost in thought, before instructing his assistant to ascertain the details of the incident. Daddy, you must avenge mommy. Cici tugged at Si Jue's sleeve. That bad person grabbed mommy's hair. She lost so much of it, it must have hurt. Yu spoke up. This matter stemmed from me, I will seek revenge. He did not wish to owe her any favors. Si Jue reached out to ruffle Yu's hair, fully aware of his son's yearning for his mother's affection, yet stubbornly pushing her away. When Qingqing entered the restroom and was mortified at her reflection, her hair was in utter disarray. Had she truly faced the onlookers like this, even appearing before Si Jue in such a state? Oh, the embarrassment. She hastily tidied herself up. Once presentable, she exited the restroom, contemplating checking on Lin Shuxia, only to encounter Su Ziyu, who was searching for Lin Shuxia. As she observed him, a sense of surrealism washed over Wen Qingqing. She regarded him as the amiable older brother next door, while he sought to ensnare her like a fish in a pond. How ludicrous. Qingqing, have you seen Shuxia? I cannot locate her anywhere. Su Ziyu appeared anxious. I've called but she isn't answering. Lin Shuxia had intentionally silenced her phone to avoid giving Wen Qingqing an excuse to find her, inadvertently causing her own predicament. Is she not here? I haven't seen her, let us search together, Wen Qingqing offered, accompanying Su Ziyu in pursuit of Lin Shuxia, guiding him toward places where she might be found. Truth be told, she had no idea where Lin Shuxia was, likely in a secluded area with fewer people. This area is quite empty. Shuxia should not be here, right? Su Ziyu mused, puzzled. Have you not already searched the populated areas? This retort left Su Ziyu without a counter-argument. I will check over there, Wen Qingqing said, wandering around a corner alone. Moments later, she emerged with her hand over her mouth, hurrying back. Ziyu, let us search elsewhere, there is no one here. Her expression clearly indicated something was amiss. What's wrong, is someone over there? This behavior puzzled Su Ziyu. Qingqing, if there's no one, why are you so anxious? He sensed something was off. I'm not anxious, not at all, let us go elsewhere, truly no one is here. The more she what unfolded before him made Su Ziyu freeze in his tracks. Lin Shuxia was passionately kissing a man, her eyes closed, arms wrapped around his neck, her body slightly arched back, seemingly lost in ecstasy. The kiss appeared to be quite fervent, accompanied by audible sounds. At that moment, when Qingqing suddenly shouted, Sister, sister. Chapter 13. Keeping a record of the villains. The two individuals were suddenly jolted awake. When Lin Shuxia beheld them, her gaze was still somewhat dazed. However, upon recognizing them, her entire being trembled, her eyes regaining a semblance of clarity, revealing her palpable panic. In stark contrast, the man beside her exuded calmness, casually draping an arm around her shoulder, a smile gracing his lips, even savoring the moment by licking his lips as if relishing the aftermath. Su Jue was instantly consumed by rage, rushing forward to deliver a punch to the man's face, which elicited a startled scream from Lin Xuxia, when Qingqing swiftly pulled Lin Xuxia aside, urging, "Sister, we must leave at once." Clearly shaken, this departure only fueled Su Jue's anger further, igniting a physical altercation between the two men. Yet, the man was no pushover. After initially being struck by Su Jue, when the brawl truly commenced, it appeared Su Jue was no match for him. "Su Jue, as long as Xiaxia is not married to you, I still have a chance. Xiaxia must have feelings for me, otherwise, why would she have kissed me?" This statement provoked Su Jue once more, who attempted to strike again but was pushed aside by the man. "I have no time to engage in a brawl with you here. Just wait and see, I will undoubtedly win Xiaxia over." With that, he departed furious. Su Jue pounded his fists against the wall, his mind plagued by the image of Lin Xuxia kissing another man, along with the man's taunting. Meanwhile, Lin Xuxia, being dragged away by Wen Qingqing, remained in a state of confusion. "Sister, have some water first." "Qingqing, what just happened? How could I need to find Ziyu," she stammered, her words tumbling out chaotically. "Calm down, both of you. This must be a misunderstanding, you only need to clarify things with Ziyu," Wen Qingqing reassured her. Yes, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding," Lin Xuxia echoed, her mind still foggy. Wen Qingqing couldn't help but smile slightly. A misunderstanding, if merely leaning on someone could be attributed to feeling unwell, a kiss, coupled with a look of intoxication, could hardly be explained as anything but consent. The man was, after all, a suitor of Lin Xuxia, who was accustomed to keeping backups and relished being pursued. Who would have thought this day would come into play? "I must go find him," Lin Xuxia declared. "If you go to him now, in his fury, he will certainly not heed your explanations, and then everyone will know." Wen Qingqing's words successfully deterred Lin Xuxia's impulsive desire. Regarding misunderstandings, Wen Qingqing understood that the longer they lingered, the deeper they became, and evidence became increasingly elusive. "Please help take care of my sister, she seems to have had too much to drink. I must return now." Wen Qingqing summoned Lin's family members to attend to Lin Xuxia, saying, "Sister, I will leave first, you should rest well at home and not dwell on this." She departed to find Si Jue and the children, discovering them waiting at the door. "Were you waiting for me?" Wen Qingqing inquired with a smile. "No," Si Jue replied coldly. However, Cici promptly contradicted him. "Mommy, we were waiting for you, we waited for 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. As she spoke, she extended her little pinky, and by the time she reached 8, her fingers seemed to have a mind of their own. "Wow, thank you, Cici, and Yuyo and Aju." Si Jue's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, but upon realizing his expression, he quickly suppressed it. Once in the car, the adults fell into a silence while the two children chattered away. "Brother, what was the name of that chubby, pestering chicken who bullied us today?" Cici asked. Wen Qingqing stifled a laugh but refrained from interjecting. "I don't know, I'll find out next time and let you know." Then, she noticed Cici pulling out a small notebook and an adorable pen from her bag, eagerly writing down, "Chubby, but..." "Brother, how do you write the one in pestering chicken?" Yuyo pondered before replying, "I don't know either, just use pinyin instead." Ultimately, the notebook read, "Frowny-faced chubby Wen chicken, bullied me and brother." Wen Qingqing recognized this as Cici's little grudge book, where she recorded those who had wronged her and Yuyo, sometimes even noting, "Brother was mean to Cici. Must ignore him for 30 minutes. Upon returning home, everyone prepared for a bath. Cici turned to Wen Qingqing, asking, "Mommy, can you help me take a bath?" "Of course." Wen Qingqing replied, playfully pinching Cici's cheek, utterly enamored. "Does Yuyo need mommy's help with his bath?" Yuyo, "I am a boy." He said this with utmost seriousness, resembling a miniature adult. Wen Qingqing exchanged glances with Si Jue, but he quickly averted his gaze, his ears betraying a slight blush, though his expression remained cold. She chose not to say anything further and took Cici to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yuyo approached Si Jue's wheelchair, his small hands nervously clutching the armrest as he whispered, "Daddy, I'm a bit worried about Cici." Si Jue furrowed his brow, pausing before responding. "How did you feel when your mother helped you today?" he inquired of Yuyo. Yuyo was caught off guard, recalling a recent incident, and instinctively pressed his lips together. "I didn't feel anything," he muttered, avoiding Si Jue's gaze. "Go ask Zhang Madik." Si Jue watched the little figure run with contemplation. He had grasped the events of the evening. Was Wen Qingqing's intervention merely a protective instinct for the children, or did she harbor ulterior motives? After the incidents involving Yuyo's near drowning and the poisoning of his coffee, he was wary of placing his trust in Wen Qingqing too readily. "Sir, Li Bin has called me several times, but I did not answer," his assistant informed him. Li Bin was the husband of the woman who had just bullied the two children. "Should he call again tomorrow, inform him that I am busy." "Understood. Have someone gather. I'll have them take care of it right away." Originally, Li Bin had been vying for a collaboration with Li Si Jue, with a contract signing imminent in a few days. However, as long as the contract wasn't signed, the partnership remained unestablished. Countless individuals were eager to partner with Li Si Jue. He certainly did not lack for collaborators. Chapter 14. Daddy, let mommy bathe you in the bathroom. Wen Qingqing and Zhang Ma are giving Cici a bath. "Mommy, you look so handsome today, I'm utterly amazed." Cici deliberately made an astonished expression, her round eyes wide open, mouth agape, and she blinked twice, looking particularly adorable. "Is it really that exaggerated?" While speaking to Cici, she gently scrubbed her back. Cici nodded vigorously. Yes, my brother and I are all set to fight that nasty chicken's mother." "Do you think you can win against her?" "Of course, we are very strong. I have great strength." "If you don't believe me, I can show you." Before Wen Qingqing could react, Cici tightened her little fists and pounded them onto the water's surface, splashing water everywhere and drenching both Wen Qingqing and Zhang Ma. "Ah, you little rascal!" "Now mommy and Zhang Ma are all wet. Then let us all bathe together, but you mustn't steal my little yellow duck," she said, hugging the duck tightly. "That's not fair, I have to steal it." Wen Qingqing reached out to tickle her, causing Cici to giggle and dodge around the tub. Zhang Ma had remained mostly silent, her nerves taut, fearing that Wen Qingqing might do something that could endanger Cici, but now the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. How has Madame changed so much? She seems to have become much gentler, her face adorned with more smiles. "All done, the little duck is coming out." Wen Qingqing wrapped Cici in a towel, drying her hair and body, before dressing. "My brother and I inherited our looks from daddy and mommy. If we misbehave, that's inherited too. You little rascal, so that's where the focus lies." She playfully tapped Cici's nose. "Now let us dry your hair, and then you can go play." Cici's hair was soft and long, drying quickly. Wen Qingqing dried it to about 80% before allowing her to go play. Daddy, I'm done bathing." Cici joyfully ran to the study, climbing onto Li Si Jue's lap from the wheelchair, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly asking, "Daddy, do I smell nice?" Very fragrant." Looking at Cici reminded him of Wen Qingqing. Although the two children were fraternal twins, Cici resembled Wen Qingqing more, while Yu was more like him. "Daddy, mommy's bath was so comfortable, you should let mommy bathe you too." Li Si Jue coughed lightly. "Daddy is a grown-up and can bathe himself." Cici tilted her head, her little finger scratching her head as if suddenly enlightened. "Daddy, is it because you're a boy that you're shy?" Before Li Si Jue could ponder how to respond to this question, Cici asked again, "But isn't mommy your wife? Why is she still shy?" Help! Just then, someone knocked on the study door. Wen Qingqing opened it and stood outside. "Cici, it's almost time for bed. Don't disturb daddy while he is working." "Mommy, we were talking about how mommy helps daddy bathe, and daddy said he is shy." "I didn't say that." "You're remaking things up." Wen Qingqing picked Cici up from Li Si Jue's lap, her fingers brushing against his shoulder and waist, causing his body to tense momentarily. Additionally, Wen Qingqing's gaze flickered toward him, carrying a hint of flirtation. Was it his imagination? How could she possibly be flirting with him? She was only thinking of how to distance herself from him. "Let us go to bed and say goodnight to daddy." "Good night, daddy." "Good night." Wen Qingqing returned Cici to her room and read a story to both children. Yu didn't say much, but didn't ask her to leave either, which was quite a significant improvement for her. As she exited the children's room, she happened to see Li Si Jue coming out of the study, knowing it was his habit to leave the study when he planned to bathe and rest. Sure enough, his assistant had already prepared everything for him. He was a man of great pride. Even with his legs impaired, he would not allow his assistant to help him bathe. As she approached, the assistant looked somewhat puzzled and heard her call from outside the bathroom, "Hey Ju, do you need a scrubbing service?" Then came a loud bang. Wen Qingqing and the assistant immediately felt concerned and rushed in. They found Li Si Jue sitting steadily in the bathtub, with a bar of soap lying quietly on the floor. Due to the height of the bathtub, Wen Qingqing could only see his strong chest and the upper half of his abs. Who would have thought that despite his leg impairment, Li Si Jue had such a well-proportioned upper body? She had never considered looking at Li Si Jue's physique before. "Get out!" Li Si Jue said coldly. When Xingqing quickly met his gaze, catching a glimpse of his irritation, and she and the assistant hurriedly retreated. In the future, make sure to prepare body wash for him, soap isn't safe, when Xingqing instructed the assistant.
Understood, madam.
But there was body wash in the bathroom.
Then keep watch, and call me if anything comes up.
He had been guarding the door every time Li Si Jue bathed, but such a situation hadn't occurred in a long time. Could it be that her earlier comment had provoked the master? Madam, for the first time, showed concern for the masteress bathing. Had she finally recognized his appeal, after returning to her room, when Xingqing took out the menu to select the dishes she planned to prepare for dinner the following night, intending to buy fresh ingredients and showcase her culinary skills for Li Si Jue and the children. After organizing the menu, she then took out her medical books and notes. Currently, based on Western medicine, it was unlikely for Li Si Jue's legs to fully heal. At best, they could only improve. Thus, she needed to delve into acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. During her past studies, her master had treated a case of a leg injury that had caused a limp for years, ultimately restoring the patient's mobility. She planned to study this further and find a time to consult her master about Li Si Jue's current condition. To understand the leg injury better, she would have to bathe Li Si Jue or wash his feet. Chapter 15 Winning over two children with culinary delights. The following day, when Xingqing rose early, bustling about to purchase ingredients and prepare the meal. Madam, what are you doing? I will be cooking dinner. You just need to assist me. Huh? You're going to cook? This revelation startled the chefs. The Li family employed 2 cooks, a head chef and an assistant chef, responsible for all their meals, when Xingqing had never set foot in the kitchen before. Indeed, she offered little explanation, believing that actions would speak louder than words. By 2 in the afternoon, she was hard at work in the kitchen, with the 2 chefs observing her closely, occasionally handing her a plate or peeling garlic and chopping fruit. They were quite skeptical of her culinary skills, suspecting she was merely trying to impress Li Si Jue and the children with a performance. However, when they witnessed her knife skills and cooking techniques firsthand, they were left utterly astonished. I haven't cooked in a long time, my knife skills are a bit rusty, when Xingqing remarked, glancing at her unevenly chopped vegetables with dissatisfaction. The 2 chefs exchanged bewildered glances, thinking, we have reason to suspect you are being overly modest. Madam, are you preparing boiled cabbage? Yes, once again, they were taken aback. Boiled cabbage, while seemingly simple, is a national banquet dish that requires meticulous preparation. The ingredients include old hen, duck, ham, pork ribs, dried scallops, and exceptionally tender cabbage, making the process intricate and delightful. At first glance, it appears to be merely a bowl of clear cabbage water, but upon tasting the broth, one is greeted with an explosion of flavors, devoid of any greasiness. The cabbage itself is crisp and sweet, bursting with freshness. Chefs, please take a taste. When Xingqing smiled. We won't dare, they replied, but upon sampling the broth, their eyes lit up. Madam, this is exquisite. When Xingqing exhaled in relief, this dish was notoriously difficult to master, and any misstep could lead to disaster. As they continued to prepare the other dishes, the chefs no longer underestimated Wen Xingqing. As seasoned cooks, they recognized her skill and surmised she had been trained by a formidable mentor. Finally, it's done, please help me serve it. Thank you, madam, you are too kind. They were eager to engage with her about her culinary techniques. Her fish cutting skills had left them in awe. After serving several dishes, they called everyone to the table. Wow, it smells fantastic. Cici and Yu emerged, their little noses twitching as they eagerly inhaled the aroma. Sir, tonight's dinner is prepared by madam. We assisted her throughout, serving 3 dishes and a soup. Boiled cabbage, steamed base, steamed pork, shrimp and tofu soup, along with a dessert of Yakult bubble honey jelly. Li Si Jue looked at Wen Xingqing in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that she had prepared this meal. Just as Yu was about to pick up her chopsticks, she paused upon learning it was Wen Xingqing who cooked, awkwardly holding her chopsticks mid-air, torn between her desire to eat and her hesitation. However, Cici had already taken a bite of the steamed pork, exclaiming, Mommy, did you really make this? I thought it was prepared by a divine chef. It's so delicious. Yu stared in disbelief. Sister, you need not exaggerate so, is it really that good? Let me try, Wen Xingqing said, sampling the dish herself. Indeed, it was delightful. Her culinary skills had not diminished, a testament to her diligent practice. Aju, please help yourself, don't be shy. It's you who are being too unreserved. Yu sampled the Yakult bubble honey jelly, clearly surprised, and continued to eat several more bites, revealing her genuine enjoyment. Eat your vegetables first. If you fill up on dessert, you won't have room for anything else. When Xingqing advised, feeling a bit embarrassed, he complied and placed the honey jelly aside, focusing on the vegetables. When Xingqing served him and Cici the shrimp and tofu soup, drink the soup first. Li Si Jue took a few bites of the dishes, confirming their delightful flavors. When did you learn to cook? He casually inquired. Back in school, Lin Xuxia mentioned wanting to open a restaurant, so I studied under a chef for a while. She was candid in her response. Having grown accustomed to her mention of Lin Xuxia, he noted a shift in her attitude towards her former rival. And what happened after? One time, I made a dish that upset a customer, and I had to compensate them. Lin Shusha forbade me from continuing, and eventually, the restaurant became hers. She recounted the events nonchalantly, though resentment simmered beneath her calm facade. Lin Shusha had orchestrated her downfall, using a guest she had planted to sabotage her, as she sought to eliminate any competition when the restaurant was flourishing. Fortunately, she had gained valuable culinary skills from the experience. It seems your relationship with Lin Shusha is less than amicable, Li Si Jue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I share that sentiment, she replied, surprising him. She had always staunchly defended Lin Shusha, reacting fiercely whenever Li Si Jue spoke ill of her. Mommy, will you cook again tomorrow? What you made was so delicious, Cici eagerly chimed in, her cheeks stuffed with food, glistening with oil. Of course, as long as you enjoy it, I will cook. When Qingqing assured, the two chefs exchanged uneasy glances, realizing they might soon find themselves out of work. Though Yu remained silent, she continued to eat, resembling a little squirrel, clearly expressing her delight through her actions. That evening, as was her custom, when Qingqing studied recipes and acupuncture techniques, she intended to prepare a medicinal dish for Li Si Jue, preferably one that was beneficial to his health yet subtle enough that he wouldn't suspect she was trying to poison him again. Regarding the coffee incident, she presumed Li Si Jue was aware, hence his wariness towards her. Recognizing her past mistakes, she knew she must take responsibility. The next day, having already ventured out to procure fresh ingredients, she received a call from Lin Shusha, who was in tears and requested her presence. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she agreed to go. She approached Li Si Jue. I want to be cooking dinner at home. Lin Shusha has called for me. Please inform the children. With both children absent, she found it difficult to relay the message herself. What does Lin Shusha want with you? His gaze was nonchalant, as if he was waiting to see if she would speak the truth. During Grandpa's birthday celebration, Lin Shusha was caught kissing a man by Su Ziyu. She probably wants to resolve that issue. Li Si Jue raised an eyebrow, astonished that she had engaged in such a public display with another man, especially in front of her fiancé. Their scandal presents you with an opportunity. What opportunity? She retorted, raising an eyebrow in feigned innocence. A chance to take advantage of the situation. Li Si Jue's eyes glinted with mockery. Him, when Qingqing scoffed, is he more handsome than you? Is he wealthier than you? Is he more accomplished than you? Yet, Li Si Jue's gaze drifted down to his own legs. Regardless of how much he surpassed Su Ziyu in other aspects, he could never compete with him in one crucial regard. His healthy legs. Chapter 16. The Scoundrel and the Vixen. A dog-eat-dog situation. When Qingqing noticed his demeanor and realized he was once again preoccupied with his leg, she approached and stood behind his wheelchair, leaning down to whisper in his ear, do not worry. It will get better, you are 100 times more exceptional than he is. Her warm breath brushed against his ear, a gentle caress akin to feathers, evoking both a tickling sensation and a delightful numbness. Just as he was about to maneuver the wheelchair to create some distance, when Qingqing took the initiative and stepped in front of him, waving her hand, I'll go see what's the matter first. I'll be back before 9. Home, has she begun to consider this place her home? By then, when Qingqing had already departed, oblivious to the reaction of Li Si Jue at that moment. She drove to the Lin residence. Uncle, Auntie. Ah, Qingqing has arrived, please, go check on Xia. She has been isolating herself in her room and hasn't eaten at all, which has left us quite anxious. Alright, I'll go take a look. You need not worry. When Qingqing carried some food into Lin Shusha's room upon entering, she immediately noticed Lin Shusha's eyes were swollen from crying. Qingqing, what should I do? Ziyu is ignoring me. What if Seiyu wants to call off our engagement? You went to find him? He wouldn't answer my calls, so I went to his company. He didn't want to speak with me and told me to go home. I didn't want to make a scene, so I came back. Please help me. When Qingqing sighed, this matter is indeed quite troublesome. Qingqing, you must help me. If Ziyu calls off our engagement, I will end my life. Then go quickly, right now, immediately. Lin Shusha sensed Wen Qingqing's indifference and felt her performance faltering. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have drunk so much. Who knew I would inadvertently drink too much and give that scoundrel an opportunity? Lin Shusha seethed through clenched teeth. Sister, when we witnessed it, you weren't just being forcibly kissed. It seemed you were quite enjoying it. A kiss is a kiss, and you seemed to relish it, leaving Su Ziyu in a rather awkward position. I was drunk at the time. I thought it was Ziyu. Lin Shusha replied irritably. Sister, this incident will surely become a thorn in Su Ziyu's heart. Every time he sees you, he will be reminded of it. What can be done? When Qingqing pondered before suggesting, there truly isn't much that can be done, unless time could reverse itself, or he experiences something similar, then you would be even. Suddenly, Lin Shusha grew excited, gripping Wen Qingqing's shoulders. Qingqing, you're right. As long as he commits a wrong, we will be even, and he cannot vent his anger on me, our engagement can continue.
Sister, I was just speaking casually.
I need to find someone to entice him or devise a plan against him.
Sister, that wouldn't be wise.
It is akin to hurting oneself while trying to harm another.
Then wouldn't that still yield a net gain? Your math is impressive. Ching, who do you think would be best to approach? Just don't let it be me.
However, Ching, I believe you are the only one suitable for this task. Please assist me.
You have got to be kidding.
You are the person I trust the most, only you can put my mind at ease.
If it were someone else, what if they took the opportunity to pursue Ziyu? Rest assured, Su Ziyu does not possess such great allure. Ching, please help me, can you bear to see me like this?
I can bear it quite well. Sister, it's not that I do not wish to help you, but Lin Shusha,
if it remains unresolved, I cannot go on living. Do you want to sit idly by and watch me and Ziyu part ways? Or do you wish for me to separate from Ziyu?
Lin Shusha's tone shifted, her gaze scrutinizing Wen Qingqing.
Sister, how can you say such things? What do you take me for?
Wen Qingqing looked hurt, gazing at Lin Shusha. Since you think this way, I shall distance myself from you both and cease all contact. She turned to leave the Lin residence. Lin Shusha hurriedly grasped her arm. I'm sorry, I was too anxious and spoke out of turn. Our sisterly bond should not be tarnished by a man.
When you were with Li Si Jue, didn't I remain silent? Ha! What else could you have said? Wasn't this your own scheme? Must we revisit that matter? Are you trying to drive me to despair?
In the past, every time Lin Shusha brought up this topic, Wen Qingqing felt guilty, believing she had disrupted the engagement between Li Si Jue and Lin Shusha.
All right, enough of that. Let us focus on finding a solution. Please don't be upset.
Lin Shusha found it strange. Why was Wen Qingqing so easily angered nowadays? It was unsettling. Then please refrain from making such comments in the future, or I truly will not come back.
I understand. It won't happen again.
If Wen Qingqing were to stop visiting the Lin family, it would undoubtedly be the Lin family that suffered.
Are there any women around your brother-in-law or in the company whom you find particularly detestable, yet who might try to pursue him? Yes. Absolutely.
Lin Shusha responded immediately, with certainty. In Su Ziyu's company, numerous temptresses aspired to share his bed. Then this will be straightforward. I have faith in your wisdom to handle this matter effectively, unlike my own clumsiness.
What is this sudden wave of bitterness?
After providing Lin Shusha with a strategy, when Qingqing was invited to stay for dinner, Lin father and Lin mother were delighted to see her and engaged her in pleasant conversation for quite a while. Seeing the rapport between you and Li Si Jue brings us great joy, especially since you are married. We naturally wish for your happiness, but Lin mother trailed off. I understand uncle and auntie are concerned for me. I will take good care of myself, please don't worry. Lin mother, she desperately wanted to express her concerns but found no opportunity to do so, as Wen Qingqing cut her off. Let us eat first, Lin father interjected to alleviate Lin mother's discomfort. Lin mother, undeterred, continued to inquire during dinner. Qingqing, seeing your harmonious interaction with Li Si Jue, I shouldn't meddle, but I can't help but remind you to safeguard your finances. Make sure he doesn't take your money. A woman must have her own financial independence.
Oh. When Qingqing instantly appeared flustered, the entire Lin family turned their anxious gazes towards her. What's wrong? Did Li Si Jue take your money? How much? Can you recover it?
Yet, when Qingqing suddenly burst into laughter, I was just teasing you, my money is perfectly safe, rest assured, it is the result of my parents' hard work, and I will not squander it. However, her smile became unsettling as the conversation progressed. These people are eager to get their hands on the substantial compensation left by her parents, craving a taste of blood. You scared us half to death. Lin mother exclaimed, patting her chest in relief.
Auntie, why were you so frightened?
I was merely worried about you being taken advantage of.
If all that money were taken by Li Si Jue, what would you do? He could throw you out at any moment.
Unfortunately, I have already invested the money in a fixed deposit. Otherwise, I would have entrusted it to uncle and auntie for safekeeping. Lin father and Lin mother felt as though they had just swallowed a mouthful of blood.
How long have you been saving? Lin Shusha inquired. Just a year. That's manageable.
When it matures, you can withdraw it and let mom and dad find you a specialized financial advisor. Investing is far more profitable than the bank's low interest rates.
Is that so?
Fine, when it matures, I'll withdraw the money and hand it over to you. Upon hearing this, Lin father and Lin mother's faces brightened with smiles. This compensation had taken years to be dispersed. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. After dinner, when Xingqing returned home upon arriving, she found Yu sitting on the sofa. As he saw her enter, he stood up, and she thought he was leaving, but instead, he approached her with a serious expression on his small face and said, "Come with me." Chapter 17. What to do about the stubborn little treasure? When Xingqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the authoritative demeanor of Yu. Truly, he was the son of Li Si Jue. She followed Yu into his room, where his expression turned serious. "Leader, please issue your orders." The remark nearly caused Yu to break character, and he quickly pressed his lips together to stifle a laugh. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Be more serious." "Yes, leader." The conversation veered off topic. Yu lightly clenched his fists near his lips and cleared his throat twice before placing his hands behind his back. "Do you still want to divorce Daddy?" When Xingqing bent slightly, resting her hands on her knees as she regarded Yu with a gentle smile. "Do you wish for me to divorce your father?" In response, Yu's little face turned stern. "I'm the one asking you now." When Xingqing could hardly contain her amusement. Yu, in his authoritative pose, was utterly adorable. If she were to affix a couple of mustaches to him, he would resemble a comically endearing old man. "Last time, you said you would help me divorce your father. Do you still stand by that?" Yu's expression stiffened noticeably, and she could see his shoulders twitch slightly, indicating that his small hands were clenched tightly behind his back. He then lifted his chin slightly and declared, "Of course, I stand by it." A hint of stubbornness radiated from him. "But I no longer wish to divorce your father. What should I do?" Yu was momentarily stunned, but quickly retorted, "But you were so eager to divorce Daddy before, why the change of heart? Are you concocting some nefarious plan? You met Lin Shusha today, didn't you?" "Did she teach you something?" A barrage of questions bombarded when Xingqing. She was taken aback, thinking to herself, Yu is truly remarkable. At just 4 years old, he articulates so clearly and possesses such logical reasoning. "Are you upset that I met Lin Shusha today?" "No. I'm not upset at all, and I don't care who you meet." What a little proud one he was when Xingqing crouched down to meet Yu's gaze. "Mommy admits that I haven't been the best in the past. I inadvertently involved you in adult disputes, and I apologize to its not that you were disobedient, nor that you were at fault, rather, it was my oversight. You've always been wonderful. However, I must clarify that the incident of leaving you by the lake was not my doing, and I will find evidence to prove my innocence." During class, did your teacher not say that a child who recognizes their mistakes and seeks to amend them is a good child? Would you grant Mommy a chance to make amends? Yu was momentarily flustered, his little hands fidgeting behind his back, his face a mix of surprise and joy, though he desperately tried to conceal it. "Yu, would you?" When Xingqing gazed intently at him, her demeanor gentle yet tinged with urgency. "But, I don't know. Yu blurted out hurriedly before dashing out the door, leaving when Xingqing astonished. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps she should have taken things slower. If Yu hadn't sought her out today, she wouldn't have felt this urgency. Just as she pondered this, Yu returned. "Mommy, this is my room, you should go out." Though clearly flustered, he maintained a sense of righteousness. "All right, Mommy will step out. Good night, my little treasure." Yu was once again rendered speechless. Little treasure. Since he could remember, no one had ever called him that. He stood there, eyes wide, like a little wooden figure, until Si entered and poked him. Brother, are you practicing some martial arts?" Yu snapped back to reality and pulled Si onto the sofa, asking, "Si, do you think Mommy seems different?" "Yes. Mommy has changed, she's even more beautiful and capable, and her cooking is delicious. Oh, I miss Mommy's cooking." "You're drooling," Yu remarked with disdain, yet still took a tissue to wipe Si's mouth. Si smiled bashfully. "Anyway, Mommy is great now, I like Mommy." But today Mommy went to see Lin Shusha again. Every time she meets Lin Shusha, he fell silent, for those were unpleasant memories. Si frowned, her little mouth pouting as she contemplated. After a moment, she said, "Then let's see if Mommy will change for the worse this time. Not if she does, we won't pay her any mind, okay?" Yu nodded in agreement but still cautioned Si, "Sister, be careful and don't go out with her alone, understand?" "I know. I'm very clever and nothing will happen. No matter where we go, I'll bring you along because you will protect me, right?" Looking at the adorable girl before him, Yu hugged her. "Yes, brother will always protect you, ensuring you remain unharmed. But Si is stronger than you. she proclaimed, waving her little fist. Then when brother can no longer protect you, you can strike back with a punch at the bad guys.
Yay! Let's make a pinky promise. Pinky promise.
Their little hands interlocked in a vow. The following morning, when Xingqing rose early to prepare breakfast for the family, with the two chefs assisting her.
Madam, what has inspired your newfound passion for cooking?
After my last meal, the children seemed to enjoy it, which gave me a sense of accomplishment. Since I have some free time, I thought I'd cook a few more times, but don't worry, I won't put you out of work.
Madam, where's the need for such modesty? Your techniques and knife skills suggest you've received professional training.
I had the fortune of learning from a chef for a brief period. No wonder you appear more skilled than us.
The two chefs, recognized for their culinary prowess, were clearly impressed by Wen Xingqing's skills.
They were curious about which chef had imparted such talent to her. If the apprentice was this good, the master must be even more remarkable. When Xingqing worked efficiently, and under the guidance of the two chefs, she prepared a bowl of small wontons, a bowl of noodles, a bowl of seaweed and meatball soup, a serving of creamy corn muffins, and 4 poached eggs, along with sliced fruits, all in under an hour. The wontons and noodles were served in large bowls for everyone to share. When the two little ones woke up and entered the dining room, they found Wen Xingqing, apron-clad, presenting the dishes.
Good morning, my little treasures. Come and have breakfast, let me know if it suits your taste. I'll go call Daddy.
Sisi, fighting her urge to eat immediately, dashed off to summon Si Jue. When she arrived, he had just gotten up.
Daddy, hurry up, or brother will finish all the delicious food. Then go ahead and eat first. No, I'll wait for you. If Daddy doesn't eat, then neither will I.
Observing Sisi's righteous demeanor, Si Jue dared not delay any longer, quickly getting ready to follow her out. Upon seeing the breakfast spread, Si Jue was once again taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Wen Xingqing.
Sisi, would you like small wontons or noodles? Mommy will serve it to you.
I want both small wontons and noodles, and I want that meatball too, it's so big.
Sisi, you're about to drool on the table. Yu remarked helplessly.
Sisi immediately covered her mouth with her hand, directing her chin and gaze at Wen Xingqing.
Little foodie, eat up, but be careful, it's hot. Did Mommy make all of this today?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing.
Si Jue and the two children were quite appreciative, and the breakfast disappeared in no time, leaving Wen Xingqing with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. While she was cleaning up, Sisi tugged at her sleeve.
Mommy, we're going to Grandma's house tomorrow, will you come with us? Chapter 18. Wen Xingqing's disdain from her mother-in-law. Wen Xingqing found herself momentarily taken aback.
It seemed that Si Jue's family held her in low regard due to her past antics. Every month, Si Jue would take their two children to dine at his parents' residence. Wen Xingqing had accompanied them a few times, but each visit had ended in discord, prompting her to cease attending altogether. Her animosity towards Si Jue had inevitably extended to encompass all those associated with him. In retrospect, Wen Xingqing felt as if she were courting her own demise. Surely, she was now facing the repercussions of her actions. The following afternoon, she donned her attire with purpose and trailed behind as Si Jue and their two children prepared to leave. Si Jue halted, casting a frigid gaze her way, yet he remained silent. Mommy, are you coming with us to Grandma's house? One of the children inquired.
Indeed, Wen Xingqing replied, affectionately ruffling Sisi's hair.
Sisi clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow, Mommy is coming with us, how wonderful!"
What do you think you're doing? Si Jue's tone was unyielding.
You two, get in the car first. As the children settled into the vehicle, they peered through the window at their parents. I haven't seen Grandma and Grandpa in ages, just thought I'd pay them a visit, Wen Xingqing said with a cheerful demeanor, unaffected by Si Jue's frosty attitude.
What are you really up to?
Si Jue's eyes narrowed, exuding a warning. Ever since Wen Xingqing had married him, she had only visited the ancestral home 3 times, each visit marred by unpleasantness that tarnished her reputation in the Li family. I merely wished to join you for a meal, she asserted, flashing Si Jue a bright smile.
Now, let us go. She climbed into the car, undeterred by his gloomy expression.
Si Jue followed suit, noting that Sisi had eagerly leapt into Wen Xingqing's arms, which darkened his countenance further. He harbored concerns that Sisi might encounter misfortune akin to that of Yu.
He could not allow both Sisi and Wen Xingqing to vanish from his sight simultaneously.
You had better behave, he warned coldly, wishing to avoid a confrontation in front of the children. Wen Xingqing's erratic behavior had nearly exhausted his patience. Throughout the journey, only the intermittent chatter between Sisi and Wen Xingqing broke the silence, while Yu and Si Jue remained taciturn.
Upon arriving at the Li family estate, Sisi exclaimed, "Grandpa and Grandma, We've come to see you, we've missed you so much.
She dashed from the car. Little darling Cece has arrived, come here for a hug. You seem to have grown a bit heavier, Grandpa Lee chuckled, his eyes crinkling with joy. You're getting stronger, Grandpa, Cece has gained weight, and you can still lift her.
Hearing this, Grandpa Lee's expression brightened.
Yu, being more mature than Cece, presented his drawing. Grandma, look, this is my drawing of you, Grandpa, and Auntie. Such a wonderful piece of art.
The elderly couple beamed at the sight of their grandchildren.
However, their smiles faded and their expressions soured upon spotting Wen Qingqing emerging from the vehicle, standing beside Li Siju's wheelchair. Mom and Dad, it has been too long since my last visit, Wen Qingqing declared with a smile. Yet, to the ears of the elderly couple, her words translated to, it has been a while since I last troubled you, and today I have returned.
They entered the house together. Dad, I brought some tea leaves for you.
I remember you enjoy Maojian, and I hear this particular variety is exceptional, do give it a try, she offered. Mom, I spotted this beautiful pearl necklace while shopping and thought it would suit your elegance perfectly.
Do try it on.
Wen Qingqing had not only come to visit but had also brought gifts. Grandpa Li, a tea aficionado, recognized the quality of the tea from its packaging. The pearl necklace, with its perfectly round and lustrous pearls, emanated a delicate pink sheen, a rare find indeed. The elderly couple stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances of inquiry with Li Siju, who subtly shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. Grandpa Li remained silent. Wen Qingqing's behavior today was decidedly out of character. However, Grandma Li could not contain her frustration. What is the meaning of this? You suddenly arrive with gifts, are you attempting to curry favor with us? She asked bluntly. Her previous grievances left her with an exceedingly poor impression of her daughter-in-law. Should they divorce, she would undoubtedly be the first to support it. Wen Qingqing nodded, maintaining her smile. Yes, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Today, I have come to win your favor.
Win our favor?
What are you plotting? Are you intending to bully my son or my grandchildren? Wen Qingqing, I warn you, do not attempt any tricks with us. If you cannot behave, we will not hesitate to cast you out. Grandma Li's anger escalated, fueled by memories of Wen Qingqing's previous misdeeds that had brought embarrassment to their family in front of relatives and caused her son and grandchildren distress.
And this necklace?
I refuse to accept it, take it back. She thrust the pearl necklace back into Wen Qingqing's hands. Mom, this gift is for you, it belongs to you now, and there is no reason for me to take it back, Wen Qingqing replied, placing the necklace back into its box and closing the lid.
You refuse to take it back?
Then I shall dispose of it. Grandma Li glared at Wen Qingqing, feeling her pleasant mood soured by the latter's presence. After 2 to 3 years of absence from the ancestral home, Wen Qingqing's sudden appearance was surely ill-intentioned. She seized the gift box and approached the trash can, ready to discard it. Wen Qingqing maintained her smile. Since I have given it to you, it is now your possession, you may handle it as you see fit. Li Siju's gaze fell upon her hands, noting how her right hand gripped her left tightly. It would be a shame to waste what my daughter-in-law has provided. His tone, though not harsh, left no room for rebuttal. He signaled to his assistant, who retrieved the gift box from the trash can. The box had not touched any refuse, remaining pristine, yet he wiped it with his sleeve before placing it on the table. The Grandpa Li took the items and attempted to lead Grandma Li away, who was still intent on speaking. The children are present. Let us not create a scene. This statement effectively silenced Grandma Li. Although she harbored deep dissatisfaction towards Wen Qingqing, her affection for the children prevailed. The 2 children scampered out to play, blissfully unaware of the earlier drama. Wen Qingqing cast a glance at Li Siju, recognizing that he had intervened on her behalf, providing her with a means of escape. Thank you, she whispered to him as she approached. Li Siju was momentarily taken aback before responding in a low voice, do not create trouble for me. I want tea, she assured him, her tone remaining gentle despite the earlier confrontation with Grandma Li. She felt no indignation, understanding that such treatment was what she deserved. I will go check on the children, she said, stepping outside to find them, only to encounter Li Xinyuan, Li Siju's sister, returning from outside. Upon seeing Wen Qingqing, Li Xinyuan recalled how harshly she had treated the children and immediately darkened her expression.
What are you doing here?
Without waiting for a response, she issued an outright dismissal. You are not welcome in my home. Please leave. Chapter 19. Wen Qingqing is cornered by Li Siju in the study and is not allowed to leave. Wen Qingqing met Li Xinyuan's gaze, who towered over her in high heels, requiring her to tilt her head slightly upward.
I came with the Jew and the children. Once we finish this meal, we will take our leave.
She understood that altering their perception of her in a short span of time would be an arduous task, thus she opted for a gradual approach.
How dare you come with them?
Wenqingqing, your audacity surpasses that of city walls.
Li Xinyuan seethed with indignation.
The last time, you nearly caused Yuyu's demise. Anyone with a shred of conscience would never act in such a manner.
Yet, you have the gall to appear here so brazenly. Do you possess no sense of shame?
Of course, I have a sense of shame, which is why I am here today to express my apologies. I have committed some regrettable deeds in the past, but I assure you, I did not orchestrate Yu's fall into the water. I will uncover the truth and provide evidence.
Her composed demeanor bewildered Li Xinyuan.
In the past, their exchanges would conclude within mere sentences, with Wenqingqing often leaving coldly, exuding an air of, "What can you do to me?"
Had she taken the wrong medicine today? Mommy, Auntie, what are you talking about? Auntie, you look very angry. Are you mad at Mommy?
Sisi approached, taking hold of Li Xinyuan's hand with her soft little grip, which immediately softened her mood. Just as she was about to explain to Sisi, the little girl chimed in, "Auntie, please don't be angry at Mommy.
I asked her to come today. If you're upset, you can be mad at me instead."
She tilted her head, pouting in a pitiful manner, rendering anyone unable to remain upset with her.
How could Auntie be angry with Sisi?
Come on, let us go inside, dinner should be ready soon. Li Xinyuan picked up Sisi and walked inside, with Yuyu following behind. He cast a glance at Wenqingqing before entering. Soon, dinner commenced. Throughout the meal, everyone's attention was focused on Wenqingqing, yet she merely concentrated on eating, occasionally serving dishes to the two children. Her tranquility was a stark contrast that left everyone feeling somewhat unsettled. "Nana, the shrimp is delicious," Sisi exclaimed, relishing a shrimp while addressing Leah's mother. "If it's tasty, then eat more," came the reply. "Mommy, I want to eat the shrimp and tofu soup you make.
Can you prepare it tomorrow?" "Of course." Wenqingqing placed the peeled shrimp into Sisi and Yu's bowls, ensuring an equal portion for both. Showing no favoritism, Yuyu stared blankly at the shrimp in his bowl. Mommy peeled shrimp for him. He glanced at Wenqingqing, then back at the shrimp, gingerly picking one up and placing it in his mouth. He ate slowly, and by the time he finished one shrimp, Sisi had already devoured 3. "You can cook now?" Leah's mother asked incredulously. I had some free time these past 2 days, so I made a couple of meals for them." "Can you actually cook?" Leah's mother's tone dripped with skepticism, as if doubting Wenqingqing's culinary skills. "It's delicious, Mommy's cooking is wonderful," Sisi immediately interjected. Li's mother lightly chuckled. "Sisi is just a little foodie who isn't picky. As long as it's not inedible, she'll eat it." "Sisi, Anana, isn't that a bit harsh? The dishes she prepares are indeed quite tasty," Yuyu suddenly spoke up, returning to his meal as if he had merely uttered a casual truth. This revelation left everyone at the table in stunned silence. They were acutely aware of the tension between Yuyu and Wenqingqing. For Yuyu to defend her was unprecedented. "Is that true?" Li Xinyuan asked, sensing that both children seemed to be supporting Wenqingqing today, which struck her as odd, so she directed her question at Li Siju. Li Siju nodded. "Indeed, they are quite good." His affirmation indicated that it was not merely the children's favoritism. Cooking is no easy feat. Beginners often mix incompatible ingredients, which can lead to poisoning. With 2 small children at home, don't take unnecessary risks, Leah's mother cautioned, feeling that Wenqingqing's cooking was merely an attempt to curry favor with the children. "Mom, I will strive to learn," Li Siju replied. Li's mother, Learn what? Is that what I meant?" After dinner, Wenqingqing suggested that Leah's father try the tea leaves. If he liked them, she would bring more next time. Leah's father did not refute her request, fetching the tea leaves to brew. However, Li Xinyuan pulled Li Siju aside. "What's going on with Wenqingqing? Has she changed?" "I'm not certain. She has been somewhat different since the last incident. I feel her demeanor and attitude have shifted. Could it be that she has come to terms with something? Let us observe further. Her antics over the years have been numerous." "Indeed, let us wait and see. Do not trust her easily. I will not forget the trouble she caused in the past." She recalled a particular incident when Wenqingqing had inadvertently caused Li Siju to fall from his wheelchair, nearly exacerbating his leg injury, which, as they re-entered the room, they overheard Leah's father praising the tea while Leah's mother simmered with silent fury. "It's getting late. We should head back. The children need to bathe," Li Siju stated. "Si Jue, I've prepared some dumplings and pickles for you to take home," Leah's mother offered, handing the prepared items to her assistant, deliberately ignoring Wenqingqing. "Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, we're leaving." "We will miss you," Sisi exclaimed, placing her hand over her mouth and blowing a kiss, which elicited laughter from everyone. Upon returning to Leah's residence, Wenqingqing, having been on edge throughout, felt exhausted despite having done little. After a soothing bath,
She compiled a list of dishes to prepare for the next day and settled down to rest. The following evening at dinner, Si Jue was absent due to social obligations. When Qingqing's culinary creations had gained considerable favor with the two little ones, Cici showered her with enthusiastic compliments, while Yu focused on eating, occasionally teasing Cici about being overly dramatic. After ensuring the children had bathed and watched a bit of television, she tucked them into bed around 10 o'clock, when Qingqing noticed that Si Jue had yet to return. Thoughts of the proposal crossed her mind. After deliberation, she decided to seize the opportunity to check on him at his office. The study door was secured with a password lock, of which she was aware. After entering the code, she stepped inside, quickly shutting the door behind her, her heart racing. This proposal was crucial for Su Ziyu, yet, for Si Jue, it was of lesser importance, so he likely wouldn't have locked it away. As expected, when Qingqing found the proposal in the drawer, the act of stealing made her hands tremble with anxiety. She hastily took out her phone and began photographing the proposal, but just as she captured 3 or 4 Si Jue was back. A sense of dread washed over her as she hurriedly placed the proposal back into the drawer. Glancing around frantically, she dashed behind the sofa to hide. With a click, the door swung open. Backlit by the light, Si Jue's striking silhouette emerged from the shadows, his emotions unreadable. At that moment, a barely perceptible furrow appeared on his brow as he instructed him. Yes, sir. The study fell into an eerie silence behind the sofa, when Qingqing's palms were clammy with cold sweat, her breath caught in her throat, fearful that Si Jue might sense something amiss. The wooden floor creaked under the weight of the rolling wheelchair. Each sound felt as if it were compressing when Qingqing's heart, intensifying her anxiety with each inch he approached. Just as it seemed Si Jue would discover her, he abruptly halted. He hadn't noticed her. When Qingqing exhaled in relief, however, before she could fully relax, the next moment, he commanded, "Come out." Chapter 20. She was in excruciating pain, nearly dying. A sharp reprimand startled Qingqing, causing her to shrink behind the sofa, motionless. "Do you need me to drag you out?" The voice had turned frigid to the extreme. Slowly, when Qingqing emerged from behind the sofa, offering a sheepish smile, "It's me." "What are you doing in my study?" Si Jue fixed his gaze on her, akin to a leopard stalking its prey. I was stealing the proposal." Clearly frightened, when Qingqing managed to confess the truth. Si Jue's eyes narrowed, a smirk tugging at one corner of his lips. "How honest of you. Which proposal were you planning to pilfer?" When Qingqing approached the desk, opening the drawer to retrieve the proposal and lay it before him. The moment he recognized the Hua proposal, Si Jue sprang from his wheelchair, lunging at her. "When Qingqing, have you been pretending all these days just for this proposal?" He pinned her against the desk, rendering her immobile. "No," I hiss. Before she could explain, Si Jue's hand swept up, tearing her clothes as buttons scattered to the floor. In the next moment, a chill washed over her as his icy hand landed on her chest. Before her stood Si Jue, resembling a colossal shark leaping from the ocean, ready to swallow her whole. "Let me explain." "It's not what you think." Before she could finish her plea, Si Jue lowered his head and bit down on her neck. The sudden pain elicited a muffled cry from Qingqing, her hands instinctively gripping his shoulders. After the initial agony came a spreading sharpness, alternating between intensity and warmth. Si Jue lifted his head to gaze at her. The brutality in his eyes constricted her heart. She realized he was like a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to unleash devastation. Blood stained his lips, the evidence of her own, his sharp teeth having punctured her skin. He had even drawn her blood. "Do you truly have such fondness for Su Ziyu? Are you willing to do anything for him?" Si Jue grasped her jaw, the pressure threatening to shatter her bone. "I did not steal the proposal to assist Su Ziyu, rather, I intended to bait him. He will either lose this opportunity or pursue the collaboration at any cost. In either case, he will be defeated." When Qingqing struggled to articulate, but she managed to convey her thoughts swiftly, acutely aware that if she hesitated now, she might never have the chance again. Her jaw was nearing numbness, blood continued to flow from her neck, she could feel it trickling down her skin. "Do you think I would believe you?" Si Jue's voice dropped, his lips a mere inch from hers, the metallic tang of blood lingering in the air. "I can prove it to you." Her words came out in a rush, the pain overwhelming, causing her body to tremble. "When Qingqing, I offered you a chance, but you," he leaned closer to her ear, "have left me utterly disappointed. Since you no longer wish to remain among the living, I shall escort you to hell." His tone was disarmingly soft, as if a lover's sweet whisper, yet the words dripped with horror, like the piercing of a demonic scepter plunging into her ears, exuding a chilling aura that froze her blood, plunging her into the abyss. Suddenly, her body was flipped, pressed against the desk. Si Jue, I speak the truth. I stole the proposal to amend its content before handing it to Su Ziyu. Grant me a chance to prove myself."
The one I love is you.
The movements behind her ceased. When Qingqing exhaled a sigh of relief, however, his long, heated fingers grazed her neck, and she heard the mocking tone of Li Si Jue. You truly possess a talent for uttering any words.
When Qingqing surrendered, ceasing her struggles.
After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke, her voice choked. I am speaking the truth. The words were barely a whisper, as if meant for herself, not expecting the furious Li Si Jue to hear. Suddenly, she felt a lightness upon her body. After a long pause, the sound of tissues crinkling reached her ears. Turning her head, she saw Li Si Jue wiping his fingers and discarding the tissue into the trash. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locking, her face flushed crimson, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, blood seeping gently from her neck. Li Si Jue turned his head away, his throat constricting.
Help me over there.
His voice was hoarse. When Qingqing immediately responded, suppressing her trembling legs to assist him into the wheelchair. Only then did she realize that Li Si Jue had just stood up, and he could walk. She had always believed that Li Si Jue was entirely reliant on the wheelchair, yet he had just demonstrated that he could stand and walk. Otherwise, he could not have done those things to her. The office fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere oppressive for Wen Qingqing. Noticing Li Si Jue's gaze upon her, she felt even more embarrassed, as her attire was now disheveled, with little fabric remaining on her upper body. Her face grew hotter. Li Si Jue remained silent, intensifying her anxiousness. However, avoiding the issue would not resolve it. She took a deep breath and met Li Si Jue's gaze, recognizing that evasion would not lead to a solution. What I said earlier was the truth. You may not believe me now, but once the bidding occurs, you will see that I speak honestly.
How can I judge that you are not playing a grand game?
Li Si Jue's emotions had stabilized considerably, and there was no longer blood on his lips.
Indeed, I am orchestrating a grand scheme, but it is not directed at you.
It is aimed at Lin Shuxia and Su Ziyu.
Li Si Jue raised an eyebrow. The reason?
At this moment, their calm demeanor was unimaginable compared to the tumult that had just transpired. A disheveled Wen Qingqing stood before Li Si Jue, yet she felt no sense of subservience. Rather, there was a hint of resolute dignity. The incident with Yu falling into the water was orchestrated by Lin Shuxia.
Li Si Jue's brows furrowed.
Although I have yet to gather evidence, I am determined to find it to prove my innocence.
While I may not have been fond of Yu in the past, I would never wish him harm. A smirk played on Li Si Jue's lips, a semblance of amusement. Aren't you and Lin Shuxia closer than sisters? Why drag her into this as a scapegoat now?
From his tone, when Qingqing recognized that Li Si Jue still harbored doubts. However, it mattered not, she would ultimately prove herself.
Regarding the proposal, if you disapprove, I shall abandon it.
Here are the photos I took earlier, I will delete them now. She deleted the photos in front of Li Si Jue, erasing any trace of her actions.
Do you think deleting the stolen proposal suffices?
She paused, perplexed, as this, I could report you to the authorities. Li Si Jue fixed his unwavering gaze upon Wen Qingqing, scrutinizing even the slightest shift in her expression.
Yet, Wen Qingqing merely laughed. Indeed, I should be reported for perusing your proposal without your permission and taking photographs. She glanced down at her attire. I shall first change into something else.
With that, she turned toward the door, exuding a sense of righteous bravery that elicited a smile from Li Si Jue.
Come back.
He retracted his smile, issuing a sharp command. When Qingqing halted, turning back to him in confusion. Wait here, I will fetch something. Initially surprised, when Qingqing quickly realized he would not allow her to leave dressed as she was, she obediently sat back on the sofa, remaining still. Moments later, Li Si Jue returned, tossing a dress to her. Unsure where to change, she noted the study's limited space, devoid of partitions. Change here, Li Si Jue said, his gaze fixed on her, clearly deliberate, showing no intent to leave. She held the dress, hesitating for a brief moment before nodding, all right. Rising, she began to remove her clothing. With only scant fabric remaining on her upper body, she swiftly discarded it and started to remove her pants. Dressed in denim jeans and a shirt, she caught Li Si Jue's gaze as she removed her pants, noticing his eyes clear yet cold, prompting a derisive thought that he was likely viewing her as mere meat. However, she overlooked the flickering flame igniting in Li Si Jue's eyes.
Why are you still dawdling? Put it on.
Li Si Jue urged as he noticed Wen Qingqing's movements slowing. It's a bit difficult to discern the front from the back of this dress.
There is also an inner lining, making it somewhat troublesome to wear.
In truth, she was being deliberately coy. Li Si Jue instantly regretted choosing such a complicated dress, this infuriating woman, he could only feel his throat tightening. Chapter 21. The first collaboration between Wen Qingqing and Li Si Jue at long last. When Qingqing had donned her dress after tidying her hair,
she gestured towards the injury on her neck. How should I handle this?
Si Jue brought over a medical kit, first disinfecting the wound before applying a simple bandage, as the 2 rows of bite marks were rather ghastly and might provoke inquiries from the children.
Noticing that Wenqingqing remained still, he asked, "Aren't you leaving yet? If possible, could you provide me with the electronic version of the proposal? I wish to make some modifications before sending it to Su Jue. This task can be conducted under your supervision. Should you be unable to monitor me, feel free to confiscate all my communication devices, and I shall remain indoors." She met his gaze with unwavering composure, allowing him to scrutinize her without flinching. "I understand that you may find it difficult. The other part is my suspicion that our past was orchestrated by those 2. At this point, Si Jue's expression finally shifted, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Oh, that is indeed an intriguing notion." From the onset of this situation to the present moment, he had been aware that Wenqingqing believed he was the architect of her misfortune, the one who had shattered her life, thus inciting her hatred. Yet now, she seemed to harbor no doubts regarding him? As I meticulously recalled past events, analyzing them without bias, the likelihood that Lin Xuxia and Su Jue conspired against me becomes significantly greater. I shall uncover the truth. She was resolute in her determination to unveil all the mysteries surrounding her. Who would have thought that a near drowning could clear some of the muddled thoughts from your mind, Si Jue remarked. Though he said little, his words affirmed Wenqingqing's suspicions. When she had first married him, he had explained the situation, yet she had been obstinately convinced of his guilt. "Indeed, I've merely cleared some of the fog. I still await you to jostle my thoughts further, drawing out the remnants." She said this half-jokingly, her face adorned with a charming smile. Si Jue was momentarily taken aback. Such a smile was a rarity on Wenqingqing's face, as pure as if untouched by any impurities. Since her awakening from the near drowning, he had scarcely witnessed her wear a cold expression. Her demeanor had been predominantly gentle, occasionally graced with hints of allure. "Consider the proposal. If you are willing, please let me know. If not, simply disregard my suggestion. I shall take my leave now." Having said all that needed to be said, she felt powerless if he continued to harbor disbelief. If she failed to procure the proposal, the most she would face would be disdain from Lin Xuxia and Su Jue. They would not relinquish the opportunity to ensnare her. As her hand rested on the doorknob of the study, Si Jue's voice called out from behind. "Aren't you curious as to why I can stand?" Wenqingqing turned to face him, responding honestly, "I wish to inquire, but I do not dare." His leg had always been a sensitive topic for him. Si Jue recalled the incident where she had fought with Madame Li, concealing from him the fact that the Li family's son had labeled him a cripple. If she truly wished to provoke him, she could have mentioned it, and it bore little relevance to her. "Very well, you may go." Si Jue offered no further comments. "All right, rest early. Good night." Upon returning to her bedroom, she took a brief shower. The sting from her neck injury persisted, and she resolved to wear a higher collared outfit the following day to conceal it. Lying in bed, her thoughts drifted back to Si Jue's leg. If his leg could regain its function, the probability of healing would increase significantly. She hurriedly rose to peruse her notes, cross-referencing them with an acupoint chart, pondering if she could restore Si Jue's leg to its former state. Surely, he would come to trust her once more. A trust, once lost, is a fragile thing that is difficult to reclaim. Yet the same principle applied to Lin Xuxia and Su Jue. Having witnessed that scene, Su Jue could no longer place his full trust in Lin Xuxia, and should Lin Xuxia conspire against Su Jue, they would both harbor ulterior motives, each with their own agendas. She had initially believed Si Jue would decline her request regarding the proposal. However, the following evening, he summoned her to his office. "The electronic version of the proposal is here. You mentioned intending to modify it. I wish to see your revisions now." Wenqingqing was taken aback for a moment. Before Si Jue could voice any doubts, she readily agreed. "Very well, I shall modify it now." She placed her phone on the table and began her work. The proposal was not extensive, spanning a mere 5 pages, encompassing comprehensive data, their pricing, and the services they could provide. Si Jue sat beside her. As he lowered his gaze to the documents, he occasionally glanced up to catch a glimpse of Wenqingqing's focused profile. As she read, she mentally formulated her ideas. There were not many alterations needed in the proposal, but a single modification could trigger a cascade of changes. "I have some ideas." Wenqingqing promptly created a new document to begin copying and pasting, making the necessary amendments. After nearly half an hour, she completed the revisions and took additional time to review it, ensuring there were no typographical errors or omissions. "Take a look." She pushed the computer toward Si Jue.
Li Si Jue skimmed through it quickly. He was already well acquainted with the proposal and thus knew exactly what alterations Wen Qingqing had made. Upon finishing, he reached a conclusion. Wen Qingqing had raised the cost price while proportionally enhancing the service offerings, such as transportation of goods and after-sales support, even guaranteeing a buyback of unsold items. Li Si Jue gazed at Wen Qingqing with surprise. What, is there something that needs modification? I can adjust it. In truth, she had little experience in crafting proposals, which made her apprehensive about potential issues. You don't seem quite so foolish after all. Wen Qingqing exhaled in relief. This implied his acknowledgement of her efforts. I am not particularly foolish, though I can be quite stubborn at times. She had gained a profound understanding of herself. Often, once she fixed her mind on a particular idea, she would not easily waver, which obscured her vision of many things. Primarily, prior to the turmoil that befell the Wen family, she had lived in a manner akin to a princess, everyone acquiescing to her wishes. She had never faced adversity, and thus her first encounter with hardship, the incident involving her parents, had effectively shattered her entire existence. Li Si Jue averted his gaze, focusing on the proposal, yet his mind conjured the image of a 10-year-old girl, stubbornly insisting on helping him despite knowing the inherent dangers. It was precisely due to her tenacity that he had been saved. I need to make a call to Su Jue now, to inform him that I have secured the proposal. She dialed Su Jue's number and activated the speakerphone. The phone rang for some time before it connected. Hello, Qingqing. Su Jue's voice sounded somewhat fatigued. Brother-in-law, I have obtained the proposal. She cut straight to the point. What, you got it? Is that true? Are you safe? Has Li Si Jue discovered anything? His tone shifted dramatically when Qingqing glanced at Li Si Jue beside her. His demeanor was haughty, a dismissive curve etched on his lips. Chapter 22. She must heal Li Si Jue's leg. No, he hasn't discovered it. I took a considerable risk to obtain it. If he finds out, I'll be doomed, Wen Qingqing remarked, casting a furtive glance at Li Si Jue, observing his expression, which remained unchanged from earlier. Thank you for your efforts, Qingqing. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Did you acquire the physical copy or the electronic version? The electronic version. I can send it to you right away. Alright, please send it to my email. Wen Qingqing silently mouthed to Li Si Jue send it. She had already logged into her email, and all Li Si Jue needed to do was to forward the modified proposal to Su Jue using her account. Li Si Jue began to operate the device. Brother-in-law, I've sent it to you, please take a look. Okay, I'll check it immediately within 5 to 6 seconds. Su Jue's voice grew more animated. I see it. This is the proposal, Qingqing. Thank you so much. I'll definitely treat you to a meal, alright? That's enough for now. I won't keep you any longer. Li Si Jue was returning soon. Sure, goodbye. Su Jue promptly hung up when Qingqing checked the email she had just sent, confirming that everything was in order before exhaling in relief. Mission accomplished. If Su Jue secures this order, they will suffer losses, Li Si Jue stated. To compete with you, he will undoubtedly exert all his efforts to secure it, even if it means incurring some losses. But if he insists on obtaining it, what will you do? This order is crucial for our group. Li Si Jue's heart skipped a beat. Let us discuss it later. He offered no definitive answer, and when Qingqing chose not to press further, she handed her phone to Li Si Jue. I'll leave my phone with you. Li Si Jue fell silent for 2 seconds before declining. There is no need for that, since it was a game of chess, it required 2 players. When Qingqing had already begun formulating her strategy, why shouldn't he? As for whether Wen Qingqing genuinely intended to align with him, the answer would soon reveal itself. After Wen Qingqing exited the study, the assistant entered. President, Li has called multiple times requesting a face-to-face meeting with you. Leave him be. He even waited at the company entrance a few days ago. Let us see how determined he is. After a moment's contemplation, Li Si Jue instructed, have someone create some obstacles for him. The assistant paused briefly, understanding Li Si Jue's implication. Understood, I'll relay the message. Keep an eye on Su Jue's movements. Alright, that will be all. However, the assistant showed no sign of leaving, his eyes lingering on Li Si Jue, hesitating to speak. Yes, there's something else, President. The doctor mentioned that your leg requires massage therapy, which aids in recovery. The moment the assistant broached the subject, Li Si Jue's countenance darkened ominously. When he turned to look at him, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, rendering the assistant frozen in place, too intimidated to meet Li Si Jue's eyes. Get out, the assistant, terrified, contemplated mentioning the benefits of the treatment but thought better of it upon encountering Li Si Jue's piercing gaze. He knew that any further remarks would likely result in his dismissal. Bowing deeply, he exited the study. As he stepped out, a loud crash resonated from within the study, startling him. He glanced back at the room, concerned about what might transpire inside. What is happening? Is everything alright in there? When Qingqing rushed over, worry etched on her face. Everything is fine, you should rest. I'll handle it here. When Qingqing noticed the assistant's pallor was not quite right. Did you anger him? The assistant fell silent, immediately lowering his head. This puzzled Wen Qingqing. The assistant had been with Li Si Jue for many years and understood his temperament well. How could he have provoked him? What's going on? It's my fault. Please go rest. I'll await the president's reprimand. She recognized his reluctance to divulge the details. The assistant clearly did not trust her, fearing she might harm Li Si Jue. Did you mention the leg? The assistant's expression shifted, but he quickly lowered his head again. Please, go rest. I will manage it. Wen Qingqing was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. Come with me. Her tone was serious, not seeking the assistant's opinion. The assistant hesitated. What? You won't heed my words? She darkened her expression, her gaze piercing. Madam, what are your instructions? The assistant stepped aside. Mr's leg is a deep-seated concern for him. His injury is not completely beyond recovery, but he has resigned himself to it. We must help him regain his confidence. The assistant was taken aback, not expecting Wen Qingqing to express this sentiment. In his mind, she had always seemed to wish for Mr's leg to remain incapacitated. He is someone who holds himself to high standards, striving for perfection in all matters. This leg injury has dealt a significant blow to him. Indeed, the president has always been exceptionally ambitious. Now, in this state, the assistant caught himself midway, realizing he had unwittingly echoed Wen Qingqing's sentiments, and promptly fell silent. He was wary of her intentions, concerned she might be probing for information. I know he can stand and walk again, therefore, there is still hope. The assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. This knowledge was a closely guarded secret, known only to those who were particularly close to him. Thus, can you enlighten me as to what transpired earlier? The assistant opened his mouth but then closed it. Wen Qingqing was nearly at her wit's end. She took a deep breath, shooting a glare at the assistant. Fine, very well, no issues here. With that, she stormed off. Upon returning to her room, she felt an overwhelming urge to explode. She rolled on the bed, pounded the mattress, and even jumped up and down for a while before finally venting her frustration. She was angry with herself, which only fueled her rage further. She pulled out medical books, forcing herself to calm down while specifically studying leg injuries. In reality, Li Si Jue suffered not only from a leg injury but also from psychological distress. She needed to explore literature on mental health as well. She immersed herself in her studies until just before 2 a.m, compiling numerous notes before finally succumbing to sleep. She awoke around 10 a.m, glancing at the bite mark on her neck, which had begun to scab and was slightly itchy. What if it left a scar? 2 rows of teeth marks on her neck would look exceedingly odd. She needed to procure some scar removal products. During the day, she refrained from going out, opting to stay home and analyze the recent economic trends and current affairs. She recalled that the stock market was not performing well at this time, but anticipated a significant upturn as the year drew to a close. She planned to start positioning herself financially, investing in the stock market and mutual funds. Money that remains stagnant yields no benefits. Making money work for oneself is the true path to wealth. In the evening, after Li Si Jue returned home for dinner, he retreated to the study. Wen Qingqing returned to her bedroom to continue her research on her forthcoming path to prosperity. Hello, the phone rang. Qingqing, it's me. Su Ziyu's slurred voice came through the receiver. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? I feel terrible. How could Xiaxia misunderstand me like this? I truly haven't done anything. Qingqing. You know my feelings for her better than anyone, right? Wen Qingqing's heart began to race with suspicion. Brother-in-law, what's going on between you two? Is there some misunderstanding? How much have you had to drink? She doesn't believe me. No matter how I explain, she won't accept it. I don't know what to do. She wants to annul our engagement. Is it that serious? Wen Qingqing feigned concern, her tone lacking urgency. Then, the unmistakable sound of retching echoed through the receiver. Are you alright? I can call your sister to come pick you up. She won't come. She has blocked me. Qingqing, can you come over and share a drink with me? I am feeling so low and don't know who else to confide in. Well, that might not be very convenient. Your sister has already scolded me for being too close to you. If I go to see you, she will surely be upset. After a moment of silence, Su Ziyu replied, she is ignoring me now. If you're worried, then forget it. I won't trouble you. A tactic of retreat to advance. Where are you? Send me your location. Chapter 23. A feast delivered to one's door. Su Ziyu sent his location to Wen Qingqing. Wen Qingqing then called Lin Shuxia. Sister, just now, my brother-in-law called me. It seems he's drinking alone. Is everything alright with you too? He was caught being too close with his secretary, Lin Shuxia replied, her tone laced with genuine anger. I saw it with my own eyes. Ah? Isn't that something you orchestrated, sister? Lin Shuxia let out a cold laugh. It hardly requires my orchestration. When Qingqing smirked, fully aware that she held the reins of the situation, she knew Su Ziyu was a notorious womanizer, which was precisely why she urged Lin Shuxia to keep a watchful eye on him. She was certain something would unfold. They had already begun their internal strife. Sister, do you think brother-in-law will get into trouble drinking alone? Shouldn't you go check on him? I have no intention of going. But what if something happens?
After a brief pause, Lin Shuxia said, Xingqing, could you please go check on him? Just call a designated driver for him. It shouldn't require much attention, just get him in the car and send him home, I'm counting on you. Ah. Xingqing, I really don't want to see him. Can you assist me? As long as sister doesn't misunderstand my intentions, I can go.
I won't misunderstand you, I trust you implicitly.
Alright.
After hanging up, when Xingqing was in no rush, she first made her way to Li Siju's study.
I have something to report. Li Siju frowned slightly.
Su Ziyu has been caught too close to his secretary by Lin Shuxia. He's drinking alone, and she asked me to go check on him. I called Lin Shuxia, and she asked me to run an errand to get him a designated driver. Standing before him, when Xingqing could see his expression darken progressively after a while, he finally spoke, you may go. His voice was as frigid as the north wind in the depths of winter.
May I borrow your assistant? It would be helpful to have someone accompany me.
Li Siju raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by her request.
Zhou, come in. The assistant promptly entered. President, how may I assist you?
Accompany madam for a trip and heed her instructions. The assistant appeared puzzled yet maintained composure.
Understood.
Li Siju's willingness pleased Wen Xingqing. Their relationship was evidently progressing positively.
I'll just change into something more suitable. When Xingqing returned to her room and donned long sleeves and trousers, a far cry from nightclub attire.
The assistant drove, with her seated in the back. Upon arriving at the address Su Ziyu had sent, they found themselves outside a well-known nightclub, where patrons were gradually arriving.
Zhou, go inside. I'll wait for you in the car.
The assistant looked puzzled.
You want me to check on Su Ziyu's whereabouts without him knowing?
Yes, be discreet.
I'll head in now.
Despite his myriad questions, the assistant complied and searched for Su Ziyu. He found him seated at a corner table, alone and despondent. During a minute of observation, two women approached him, attempting to engage him in conversation, but he rebuffed them. Returning to report, he said, find a spot to sit and keep an eye on him. If any woman approaches him for a drink, capture it on photo or video. If she attempts to leave with him, document that too. You'll have a tough night. I'll wait in the car for you, and this will count as overtime.
I'll inform you upon my return.
The assistant, bewildered by Wen Xingqing's intentions, settled at a nearby table, cautious as Su Ziyu recognized him. Before long, another woman approached, initially thinking she was merely another potential flirtation. He was surprised when she sat down and gazed at Su Ziyu with concern.
Mr.
Su, why have you consumed so much? She asked, reaching out to touch his face.
What do you want? Leave me alone. Su Ziyu's simmering frustration escalated upon seeing his secretary.
I know you disapprove of me, but I worry when you're drinking alone. Let me join you for a drink. I promise I won't be a bother. I'll submit my resignation on Monday. Su Ziyu was taken aback, feeling an unexpected pang of guilt.
So, Mr.
Su, let me share a drink with you just this once, and then I'll vanish from your life. Su Ziyu acquiesced, and as they drank and conversed, her words resonated deeply within him, exacerbating his melancholy, leading him to drink more than he intended.
I believe you are exceptional, Mr.
Su, Lin Shuxia is unworthy of you. I know this may anger you, but I had to voice it. Enough about her, let us drink. They continued to drink copiously until Su Ziyu could no. The secretary assisted him out of the nightclub and hailed ACAB in the car, when Xingqing recorded the scene on video.
Zhou, thank you for your efforts. Let us follow this vehicle and see where it leads. Understood. The assistant, adept at tailing without raising suspicion, tracked Su Ziyu and his secretary to her residence, which pleased Wen Xingqing immensely. All right, let us head back.
Thank you for your hard work. Upon returning to the Li family villa, Wen Xingqing retreated to her bedroom while the assistant reported to Li Siju.
What, she had no contact with Su Ziyu throughout?
Correct, Madame remained in the car while Su Ziyu was escorted away by his secretary.
Understood. You may rest now.
Both were left with a plethora of questions. Meanwhile, Wen Xingqing lay comfortably on her bed, using an old phone to send a message to an unfamiliar number.
An opportunity has been presented to you. It's up to you to cherish it. Who are you?
I am a living Li Feng, no need for thanks, seize this chance, and you may soon become Mrs.
Su.
The secretary, gazing at the inebriated Su Ziyu, bit her lip and leaned down to remove his clothing. Chapter 24. The scoundrel is caught. Just as Wen Xingqing was about to retire for the night, she received a phone call from Lin Shuxia.
Hello, sister. Where are you? Ha! I'm at home. What about Si Jue? Huh, I have no idea, what's wrong? I'm currently at his house and I haven't seen him. Are you truly at home?
Lin Shusha questioned, her tone laced with skepticism.
You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Wen Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly.
She was well aware that Lin Shusha's visit to Su Ziyu's residence was a ploy to catch her in the act with him. If she had indeed accompanied Su Ziyu home, Lin Shusha would have made a significant fuss about it.
Sister, how could you say that? If you don't believe me, we could do a video call.
She promptly activated the video, revealing her bedroom, leaving Lin Shusha momentarily speechless.
Where could Su Ziyu have gone if he hasn't returned home? Honestly, I have no idea.
I didn't go looking for him, I just messaged him, telling him that Si Jue wouldn't allow me to go out, and then I stopped worrying about it.
Why didn't you tell me this?
Lin Shusha erupted in frustration.
Sister, I called you, but your phone was off.
Wen Qingqing spoke with impeccable confidence, offering Lin Shusha no leverage against her.
Which nightclub is he at? Wen Qingqing relayed the address before ending the call.
With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, she felt a sense of satisfaction. It was evident that Lin Shusha would have a sleepless night. As for how the secretary would deal with Su Ziyu, that was of no concern to her. She only cared about the outcome that night. Wen Qingqing enjoyed a peaceful slumber, though others were not so fortunate. Su Ziyu awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar environment, and upon turning to see the person beside him, he was taken aback.
What are you doing here?
Where is this place? The secretary, roused from her sleep, opened her eyes and, upon seeing Su Ziyu, tears began to stream down her face, startling him further. He also noticed a wound at the corner of her mouth.
Please don't cry just yet. What on earth happened?
Su Ziyu was exceedingly agitated, especially since he was completely unclothed while the secretary wore only a nightgown, clearly indicating that something inappropriate had occurred.
You got drunk last night, and I couldn't just send you home.
It would have been inappropriate to take you to a hotel where others might see us, so I brought you here, and then she broke down into tears again. You were quite aggressive after drinking. I wanted you to lie down by yourself, but you wouldn't let go of me, and I was forced to struggle, and you even hit me. Had he not seen the evident mark on the secretary's face, he might have. What a predicament! Just as Lin Shusha had discovered his closeness with the secretary, he found himself waking up next to her. Damn it, all of this was Wen Qingqing's fault. Had she come to pick him up last night, none of this would have happened. Even if something had occurred, it would have been easier to manage with Wen Qingqing than with the secretary. Moreover, sleeping with Wen Qingqing would undoubtedly be a slap in Si Jue's face, and that would have been most satisfying. Alright, I won't speak of this again. I can act as if this never happened. Su Ziyu, still irritated, stood up to take a shower and put on his clothes. I'll think about it and get back to you later. He didn't forget to warn the secretary, don't do anything rash.
I won tea.
When Wen Qingqing received the photo, she was preparing to go out to buy groceries for dinner. Cici was always pestering her to cook, while Yu, though silent, ate her food with great seriousness. Accompanied by the family's housekeeper, she stepped out of the door. There was a supermarket nearby, so she opted not to drive. However, just a few steps outside, a figure suddenly rushed out, startling both Wen Qingqing and the housekeeper.
Mrs. Li. Upon recognizing the person, Wen Qingqing remained silent, her expression cold and indifferent.
Amass.li, do you remember me? I am Li Bin's wife. We had a misunderstanding before, and things did not end well.
I have come to apologize.
I remember, your son bullied mine, and you even grabbed my hair, causing quite a bit of it to fall out. I'm truly sorry, I came here specifically to apologize.
Please grant me this opportunity.
Amass.li bowed sincerely before Wen Qingqing, her demeanor earnest and urgent.
It has been quite some time since that incident. Is it not a bit late for your apology now?
I have wanted to apologize for a long time, but I never had the chance until now.
Oh, are you blaming me for that? No. It was my own foolishness. Amass.li, I would like to invite you to dinner. Wen Qingqing glanced at the time. What would we eat at this hour? It was just past 9 in the morning. Then, I invite you for coffee. Please allow me this chance to express my apologies.
There is no need for that. Did we not resolve that matter through fighting? From now on, we are simply adversaries, and there is nothing to apologize for.
The housekeeper.
Madam, you're killing the conversation. Mrs. Li's expression shifted dramatically. She had resorted to waiting for Wen Qingqing here, and now it was clear that Wen Qingqing had no intention of forgiving her.
What was she to do?
Amass.li, what must I do for you to forgive me? Just tell me, and I will do my utmost to comply. Wen Qingqing narrowed her eyes and inquired, "Why are you so desperate for my forgiveness?" Noticing Mrs. Li's silence, she continued, "If you have nothing to say, then forget it." With that, she lifted her foot to leave. Amass.li gritted her teeth and grasped Wen Qingqing's arm. Amass.li, Li, and we were just a signature away from finalizing the contract. However, due to my foolishness, I spoiled this opportunity. I implore you, Amass.li, to speak a few kind words on my behalf to Mr. Li. I will surely repay you. Wen Qingqing looked at Amass.li with a face full of regret. "I'm sorry, but I do not involve myself in my husband's work matters, and I cannot assist you. This is not merely a work-related issue, but rather a matter of personal relations. Amar.li is currently seeking new collaboration opportunities, and they are on the verge of signing a contract, indicating that Amar.li was genuinely interested in collaborating with us. Do you truly wish for Mr. Li to suffer losses over our trivial grievances?" Wen Qingqing let out a cold laugh. "I believe that if Mr.Li had sufficient capability, my husband would not abandon the situation over a minor personal feud. It is likely that your company is simply too replaceable." Upon hearing this, Mrs.Li went pale, her mouth opening in disbelief, yet no words escaped. Matters between men should be resolved by men themselves. "Let's not interfere. I need to go buy groceries, so please let me pass." Mrs.Li attempted to stop Wen Qingqing again, but upon meeting her gaze, she hesitated. What if she angered Wen Qingqing, and Li Si Jue blacklisted them entirely? Therefore, she could only watch helplessly as Wen Qingqing walked away. However, this incident soon reached Li Si Jue's ears. At that moment, in the headquarters of Li Corporation, the man's expression was as dark as water, his eyes filled with a chilling. Li Si Jue, known for his unforgiving nature, summoned Li Bin to the headquarters of Li Corporation that very afternoon. In a bid to salvage their project, Li Bin had been lingering around the company for days, hoping for another opportunity to meet with Li Si Jue. Yet, entry into the Li Corporation was not a privilege afforded to just anyone. Today, however, it was Li Si Jue's assistant who personally escorted him inside. Amar.li, please wait a moment. Amar.li is currently attending to some matters, the assistant informed. Of course, no problem, Li Bin replied. After approximately half an hour, Li Si Jue finally made his presence known in the office. Mr. Li, Li Bin hastily rose to his feet. "Please, have a seat." "What brings you here?" Li Si Jue inquired. Li Bin thought to himself that it was an obvious question, yet the stoic expression on Li Si Jue's face rendered him hesitant to respond candidly. "Mr. Li, regarding the collaboration we discussed recently, when might we expect to finalize the contract?" "Oh, you mean the contract signing? There is no rush. I believe some terms require further negotiation," Li Si Jue replied. "Li, please feel free to express any concerns you have. We are willing to accommodate any adjustments within our capacity," Li Bin asserted, having mentally prepared himself beforehand. He was resolute that securing the contract was paramount, even if it meant accepting less favorable terms, for the sake of a long-lasting partnership with Li Si Jue. "The terms are you authorized to make such decisions alone?" Li Si Jue queried. "I will relay your thoughts and provide you with a prompt response," Li Bin assured. "That response must be swift. Several companies have approached me recently with lucrative offers for Li, to grant us this opportunity, we will not disappoint you," Li Bin beseeched. Li Si Jue nodded slightly. "Considering the extensive discussions we've had, I genuinely wish to offer you this chance." Did this signify a thawing of Li Si Jue's stance? "I understand that Mrs.Li approached my wife regarding this matter. Mr. Li, you certainly have chosen a virtuous partner." The mention of his wife caused beads of sweat to form on Li Bin's forehead. "After all, I am, indeed, a disabled individual," Li Si Jue remarked, somewhat unexpectedly. Li Bin's face turned pale with shock. "It is my failure in discipline. I assure you I will correct his." Upon receiving it, Li Bin immediately felt its heat. "I cannot oversee your son's upbringing, that responsibility lies with you. Do take care, it's quite hot," Li Si Jue cautioned. Li Bin intended to place the steaming cup on the desk, but Li Si Jue's words caused him to pause. He was perplexed as to why Li Si Jue would have a secretary bring water in the first place and even remind him not to spill it. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Li," he said, lifting the cup to take a sip. Alas, his hand trembled, and the scalding water spilled onto his leg. The searing liquid made contact, and he winced, unable to utter a sound. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Li Si Jue's mouth. He pressed a button on his phone. "Come in, Amr.Li has spilled hot water, please attend to it." The secretary rushed in to assist. "Are you all right?" Did you burn yourself? I'm fine, just my pants are wet, Li Bin replied through gritted teeth, suppressing the pain as he stood to address Li Si Jue.
Amar.li, thank you for your magnanimity in forgiving us.
I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Very well, please see Mr.Li out, Li Si Jue instructed. Once Li Bin exited the Li Corporation headquarters, he returned home, only to discover his thigh red and inflamed. Indeed, Li Si Jue lived up to his reputation as a man who bore grudges. Fortunately, he was still willing to offer the company a chance. The scalding incident was a small price to pay.
Darling, what happened to you? How did this occur?
Mrs.Li gasped upon noticing her husband's injury. It's nothing, just be more cautious in the future and avoid provoking anyone affiliated with Li Si Jue, he advised.
Is this his doing? Is he even human? Can't we simply choose not to collaborate with him? She retorted.
Silence, what do you think would have transpired had you not stirred this trouble? Li Bin snapped. Mrs.Li, disgruntled, mumbled, he is merely.
Must we refrain from speaking the truth about him?
Li Bin felt a surge of frustration. How had he married someone so oblivious? If you provoke me again, I will file for divorce. At his words, Mrs. Li felt both anger and indignation. It was all Wen Qingqing's fault. Had she not refused to speak favorably of her to Li Si Jue, would she have been subjected to Li Bin's ire? Hatred coursed through her veins, and a sudden thought flickered in her mind. She devised a plan to ensure Li Si Jue would divorce that wretched Wen Qingqing. Chapter 26. Daddy, you mustn't bully Mummy. Li Si Jue returned. The meal consisted of a bowl of fish head tofu soup, the milky white broth exceptionally delicious, perfectly suited to a child's palate. There was also a refreshing cucumber salad, a recent internet sensation, crisp and refreshing with a hint of sweetness from the Sprite, accompanied by the spiciness of small chili peppers.
You two should eat less.
It's a bit spicy, Wen Qingqing cautioned the children. Slurp, slurp, it's spicy but delicious, crunchy and truly delectable, right, brother? Yu nodded, his lips reddened by the heat. He quickly took a sip of the fish soup and a piece of tofu, feeling somewhat relieved. There was also a platter of crispy chicken wings, stir-fried carrots with fresh lilies, and a plate of scallion oil noodles. Shall I serve you a bowl of fish soup to taste?
Wen Qingqing inquired of Li Si Jue.
Seeing the satisfaction on the children's faces as they savored their meal, he nodded in agreement. Wen Qingqing promptly ladled out a bowl, adding a piece of tofu. After taking a sip, he discerned no fishy taste, only the exquisite flavor of the broth, subtly enhanced by a hint of medicinal herbs, barely noticeable, yet harmoniously blended into the soup. After a few sips, he felt warmth spreading through his stomach. Upon seeing him finish, Wen Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, for she had added herbs to the fish soup. Though in small quantity, those with a sensitive palate could still detect it. This particular herb was specifically intended to strengthen the body and was beneficial for children as well. She resolved to prepare more medicinal dishes for Li Si Jue in the future, ensuring they were so well integrated that he would not notice. In the past few days, she had been keenly observing his preferences, something she had never paid attention to before.
Mummy, can you give Cici a bath tonight?
Cici snuggled up to Wen Qingqing after finishing her meal, acting adorably. Of course. After a brief rest, Wen Qingqing, alongside Zhang Ma, assisted Cici with her bath, taking the initiative to involve Zhang Ma, leaving no room for suspicion. As Cici played with the water, splashing it onto Wen Qingqing, she exclaimed, "Little rascal, Mummy will strike back," and splashed water back at Cici, both of them reveling in their playful antics. Zhang Ma, observing this scene, felt a warmth in her heart. In her years at the Li household, she had never witnessed such a tender interaction between Wen Qingqing and the children. Had she truly changed for the better?
Hey, Mummy, what happened to your neck?
Cici, with her keen eyes, noticed the injury on Wen Qingqing's neck, and it was too late for Wen Qingqing to conceal it.
Can I tell you later?
She was mindful of Zhang Ma's presence, thinking there were some matters that should remain unknown to the household staff.
All right.
Cici was a clever child and did not press further. Wen Qingqing led Cici to her room, where Yu was still in the midst of his bath.
Mummy, please tell me what happened. Daddy bit me.
Cici's eyes widened in shock. Daddy bit you? Why would Daddy do that?
Because Mummy made Daddy angry.
That doesn't justify biting Mummy. Daddy is being very unchivalrous. How can he be rough with such an elegant lady?
Pfft,
how could such a young child speak so articulately?
Mummy is an elegant lady?
Yes, indeed, Mummy is an elegant lady, and Daddy is a handsome gentleman. No, wait, Daddy bullied Mummy, so he's not a gentleman right now. I must go scold him. With that, Cici attempted to get off the bed to find Li Si Jue. If you go scold Daddy, what if he gets upset? Are you afraid?
Not afraid.
She waved her tiny fists, her expression earnest, brave Cici, unafraid of difficulties.
Wen Qingqing was amused by Cici's spirited declaration.
When Yu Yu entered, he found the two of them laughing together. Yu Yu, you're all cleaned up, hurry and lie under the covers, Mummy will tell you a story.
What were you two talking about? Yu Yu queried, noticing the laughter.
Before Wen Qingqing could respond, Cici chimed in, it's a secret between us girls, you can't tell brother.
Yu Yu huffed lightly, I don't even want to know.
What a proud little child. After telling them a story to lull them to sleep, Wen Qingqing returned to her own room. She needed to investigate the incident of Yu Yu falling into the water.
Master, I hope I'm not disturbing you this late, are you asleep?
Not yet, what else? I came to seek your assistance right away, I'm an unfilial disciple, I'll visit you soon.
Why so polite, you come to see me, and I might not even have time. Are all men these days so proud, whether adults or children? Let us get to the point. If you're coming to me, it must be something significant. Master, do you know any skilled hackers? I need to view some surveillance footage. Ah, that seems possible, even if I don't know any, I have friends who do. I'll ask around and get back to you tomorrow.
Alright, thank you, Master, sending heart emojis. Enough chit-chat, little girl, practicing your culinary skills is the best way to show me your filial piety.
Understood. I won't let you down.
After hanging up, Wen Qingqing felt assured that good news would come the next day, and thus she slept peacefully the following morning. After breakfast, Cici looked at Si Jue with a serious expression.
Daddy, please come with me. I have something to say to you.
This action astonished the entire family. Si Jue glanced at Yu Yu, who shook his head, indicating he was unaware of the situation. He followed Cici to a secluded area.
With her hands on her hips, Cici confronted Si Jue. Daddy, how could you bite Mummy?
Si Jue was taken aback. What you did is wrong, how can you bully Mummy, this is, what did brother say it was? She scrunched her face, frowned. I remember, brother said this is domestic violence, and that's unacceptable. Daddy, you cannot commit domestic violence.
Si Jue was left feeling quite embarrassed. Cici is right, I won't do it again. The biting incident was unintentional. Daddy promises it won't happen again. Seeing Si Jue's earnest attitude of remorse, Cici nodded in satisfaction.
Then this matter is settled tomorrow, write me a reflection paper. She placed her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, resembling a teacher giving a lecture. Si Jue had never anticipated that his first reflection paper in life would be written for his daughter.
What, Daddy doesn't want to? Of course I do, how many words does Cici require for her assignment? 100 words?
No, 300 words, yes, 300 words.
Alright, 300 words it is.
Si Jue obediently took up a pen and began to write the guarantee on the paper. Upon reading the last sentence, Wen Qingqing's heart sank. If I ever bully Wen Qingqing again without reason, may I face failure in my bidding.
That's right.
Tomorrow is the bidding day. Chapter 27. Si Jue produced the divorce agreement. The following morning, the bidding meeting proceeded as scheduled. Both Si Jue and Su Ziyu were in attendance, alongside several interested companies. Given that this collaboration involved the government sector, the contract was of considerable magnitude. Securing it would undoubtedly represent a significant achievement. All participants had their proposals meticulously prepared. Si Jue cast a glance at Su Ziyu, their eyes meeting momentarily. Su Ziyu raised an eyebrow in a subtly provocative manner, though the gesture was slight, it was nonetheless evident. We have reviewed your proposals, and they are quite impressive. Some prices are slightly elevated, yet the subsequent services are commendable. Others offer lower prices but lack adequate follow-up support. Mr. Su, your pricing still appears a bit steep, would you consider reducing it further? Minister Liao, while our prices are indeed on the higher side, our follow-up services are exceptionally robust, alleviating any concerns you may have. I believe this is a worthwhile investment, I encourage you to give it serious consideration. Su Ziyu felt confident that his offer was enticing. Apart from the higher price, the opposing party bore no risk.
It seems Mr.
Su has great faith in his product.
Naturally. If sales are robust, our demand will be substantial. Will you be able to supply timely? Absolutely, we will ensure we are well prepared in advance.
He felt he was on the verge of victory. Minister Liao then turned his attention to Si Jue. Amar.li, your pricing is commendable, yet there lacks a guarantee for subsequent support. It is precisely because we have constrained our pricing that we are unable to offer additional guarantees.
I hope you can understand our position. If the price were low and there were no risks involved, would that not be an extraordinary advantage? Thank you for attending today's bidding.
We will notify you once we have reached a decision in our meeting. For now, please join us for lunch. After lunch, Si Jue returned to the office. As expected, Si Jue's proposal was selected. How they would communicate moving forward was their own affair. Si Jue chose not to involve himself. Upon returning home, he refrained from mentioning the matter. Wen Qingqing stole a couple of glances at Si Jue, yet discerned no revealing emotions on his face. However, she soon rationalized that since Si Jue had not expressed anger or summoned her for an interrogation, he might have placed his trust in her, or perhaps Si Jue utilized the proposal she had revised. After dinner, Si Jue suddenly regarded Wen Qingqing with a serious expression.
Come with me to the study.
Wen Qingqing's heart raced with trepidation upon entering the study. Si Jue merely looked at her in silence, his gaze impassive. She felt a chill run down her spine. Did you summon me for a specific reason? She asked, steeling herself. Si Jue countered, do you have nothing to say to me?
A test. Wen Qingqing's mind raced. Has the bidding commenced? Did Si Jue stir up any trouble? Si Jue secured the order.
Si Jue's tone remained cold, revealing neither approval nor displeasure.
Is it based on the proposal we revised earlier?
Yes. Wen Qingqing exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no complications, and this served as a validation of her efforts.
How did you know Si Jue would use your proposal?
Si Jue's hands were clasped, she fought to maintain her composure. Lin Xuxia frequently mentions him to me. Given my previous disdain for you, they often refrain from concealing matters from me.
Does this count as betraying them?
A warning bell rang in her mind. It seemed every word Si Jue uttered was a trap, and she needed to ponder her responses carefully. Not at all, you are my husband. We rise and fall together, and it was he who first. Such behavior is inherently vile, I merely turned the tables.
Rise and fall together?
Si Jue echoed her words softly, his tone laced with mockery. A person who is doing everything to divorce me dares to utter such a phrase. Wen Qingqing, one should regard a person differently after 3 days apart. From Si Jue's tone, it was evident he still harbored doubts about her. She had grown accustomed to it. After all, if she were in his position, she too would find it hard to trust such a sudden change. Suddenly, Si Jue retrieved an agreement from the drawer and placed it before Wen Qingqing. She glanced down, her expression shifting dramatically. It was unmistakably a divorce agreement.
Why?
This was entirely unexpected for Wen Qingqing. I find it rather uninteresting suddenly, and you have effectively assisted me in managing Si Jue's compensation.
You may peruse the agreement.
Si Jue's distrust was something she accepted, yet at that moment, she felt a surge of anger and immediately snatched the agreement to examine it. However, his fingers curled slightly, revealing a hint of tension. The contents of the agreement are straightforward. The 2 children will reside with me, and I shall provide you with a house, a car, and 5 million in cash. From henceforth, we shall part ways amicably. His voice was cold, his enunciation deliberate. Wen Qingqing scoffed lightly, slapping the agreement onto the table.
Is this it?
She made no effort to conceal the fury in her eyes, locking her gaze directly with Si Jue's.
Not sufficient?
Si Jue assumed her outrage stemmed from dissatisfaction with the proposed division of assets.
Of course, it's insufficient.
The 2 children will stay with me. I demand 2 houses, 2 cars, and 100 million in cash. Si Jue's expression darkened instantly, a frostiness enveloping his demeanor. When he spoke again, his tone was tinged with brutality. Wen Qingqing, you certainly have the audacity to make such exorbitant demands.
Indeed, I do. If you are unwilling, then do not pursue the divorce.
After all, she had no intention of parting ways. She raised her chin defiantly, appearing less like someone advocating for her rights and more like a petulant child. I have been If I refuse to comply, you shall receive nothing. I advise you to be sensible.
Well, if you refuse, then I shan't divorce you.
Even if you offered it to me, I would not leave. Si Jue fixed his gaze on her, and after a few moments of silence, he spoke. I can acquiesce to your terms, but the children must remain with me. Then this is non-negotiable.
Wen Qingqing responded promptly, without a moment's hesitation. Wen Qingqing, this is your sole opportunity for divorce. The children will be mine, I am willing to concede to other conditions. She feigned deep contemplation over his words, furrowing her brow, glancing at him intermittently before lowering her gaze. Li Si Jue's expression remained unchanged, yet the hand concealed beneath the table had clenched into a fist. Based on his understanding of Wen Qingqing, he believed she would ultimately agree, requiring immense willpower to resist the urge to overturn the table. However, Chapter 28, the little treasure begins to speak sarcastically when Qingqing suddenly burst into laughter, then decisively stated, I refuse. Just as Li Si Jue was taken aback, he witnessed her slowly starting to tear the divorce agreement apart. After she discarded the shredded papers into the trash bin, she leaned forward, resting her hands on the table. Li Si Jue, I do not wish to divorce you, do you understand? I shall repeat myself, I do not wish to divorce you. Without allowing him a moment to respond, she raised her index finger to tilt his chin and swiftly pressed her lips against his before stepping back and standing upright. Good night, darling. With that, she exited the study, leaving Li Si Jue in a daze. He raised a hand to brush his lips, where the faint scent of peach lingered, subtly reminiscent of her warmth. His gaze fell upon the trash bin. Confronted with the torn agreement, he felt no anger, but rather a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. No one understood Wen Qingqing's determination to divorce better than he did, yet when the opportunity presented itself, she chose not to seize it, instead declaring her desire to remain married. Could it be that she was truly beginning to change? Was it possible for him to start believing in her? He tucked these thoughts away, refraining from further contemplation, as he needed to immerse himself in work. Losing the government contract would indeed incur some losses for the corporation, but fortunately, he had prepared in advance. As long as arrangements were made promptly, not only would there be no losses, but there could even be greater. When Qingqing returned to her room, the hacker her master had found for her had sent the surveillance footage she needed. Her master called her. Little disciple, the surveillance footage from the locations you mentioned shows signs. When I return to the country, I'll have to test your culinary skills. If I am not satisfied with your dishes, you will be in trouble. Ah, when will you return to the country? Are you scared? Not at all, I just miss you, master. I will let you know when I return. For now, take care, goodbye. After hanging up, Wen Qingqing immediately reviewed the surveillance footage. It clearly depicted the individual who had lifted Yu and thrown him into the lake, approximately 1.7 meters tall, wearing a black hat. Although some images obscured his face, the footage she required provided a comprehensive view, allowing her to capture a screenshot of his face. As for the other person, he was not easily discernible at first glance. Having concealed himself in the lake for some time, he awaited Wen Qingqing's plunge. After watching the footage repeatedly, she finally noticed a figure, noticeably damp, as evidenced by the wet footprints left in his wake. This individual appeared robust, standing about 1.75 meters tall, with a prominent build, a scar across his nose, and a slight overbite. Upon further magnification, she could see scratch marks on his neck, and Wen Qingqing surmised that during her struggle, she must have inflicted injuries upon him. Without hesitation, she contacted the hacker, willing to pay for information regarding the identities and addresses of these two individuals. If this matter proved to be connected to Lin Shuxia, she could coax information from her. However, unexpectedly, Lin Shuxia came to seek her out, arriving directly at the Li family villa. Madam, Miss Lin has arrived. Recently, Wen Qingqing had been performing commendably in the Li household, and the servants had begun to alter their perceptions of her, albeit still retaining a sense of vigilance. Let her in. When Lin Shuxia walked in, Wen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, for Lin Shuxia appeared significantly haggard. Sister, what has happened to you? You look as though you've aged 5 years. Lin Shuxia, already displeased, became even more so. Qingqing, I am feeling quite miserable. She immediately grasped Wen Qingqing's hand, but Wen Qingqing deliberately reached for something to avoid her touch. What's wrong? It's Su Ziyu. He has been bullying me. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, portraying a picture of deep grievance. Wen Qingqing feigned surprise. He is bullying you, sister, we must report this to the authorities. Reaching for her phone to make a call, Lin Shuxia quickly seized her hand. Qingqing, what are you doing? Didn't you say he was bullying you? She blinked innocently. Not that kind of bullying. Let us discuss this in the bedroom. Sister, Li Si Jue isn't home. We can talk here. He has been distrustful of me lately, and if we go to the bedroom, he will use this against me. I cannot afford to give him any leverage, otherwise, I will never be able to divorce him. Lin Shuxia glanced around, noting that the servants were absent, and decided it was safe to speak here. Last time he got drunk, you didn't go to pick him up, did you?
He hasn't returned home since, and I couldn't reach him by phone later. When I asked him, he claimed he stayed at a friend's house for the night.
Did you verify this with his friend?
I did. His friend corroborated his story, but that as his friend, of course, he would cover for him. My instincts tell me that night was not as simple as it seems.
Sister, do you think you might be overthinking this?
Absolutely not.
He has been very cold towards me lately. Do you think he might be contemplating canceling our engagement?
Lin Shuxia genuinely feared this possibility. Sister, his coldness towards you surely stems from previous events, and your lack of trust in him. If he were treating you well, you should be wary. Perhaps he has a guilty conscience.
Is that truly the case?
She pondered, seeming to find some logic in it, when Qingqing nodded. It is certainly the case.
Your relationship is strong, and he is not a fickle person. How could he stray?
Lin Shuxia felt slightly embarrassed. Were it not for her understanding of Wen Qingqing, she might have thought she was being mocked.
Just then, two small heads popped into view, Cici and Yu.
What are you two up to? Come here, Aunt Shuxia is here. Cici and Yu exchanged glances and slowly approached Wen Qingqing.
Hello, Aunt Shuxia, the two children chimed together.
Hello to you both. It feels like ages since I last saw you. You've grown taller. Cici circled Lin Shuxia, placing a small hand over her mouth and whispering something unintelligible.
What are you looking for? Wen Qingqing inquired. Aunt Shuxia, you didn't bring a gift?
Lin Shuxia was momentarily taken aback. She had never brought anything during her visits to the Li household. Brother, didn't the teacher say that when visiting others, one should bring a gift, otherwise, it would be considered impolite? Cici looked puzzled at Yu.
Shoo, Cici, you mustn't say that to Aunt Shuxia.
She might be upset. Yu pulled Cici close and then turned to Lin Shuxia. Aunt Shuxia, it's alright, you and Mommy are such good friends, you don't need to bring a gift, besides, we have plenty at home.
Why did it feel as though these two children were speaking sarcastically?
Yu approached the refrigerator, opened it, and asked, Aunt Shuxia, do you drink green tea? Chapter 29 The Little One's Divine Assistance. Both Lin Shuxia and Wen Qingqing.
In contrast, Yu appeared utterly composed, clutching a bottle of imported green tea.
I don't want any, Lin Shuxia replied, shaking her head. Auntie Shuxia, you look quite haggard, you should drink more green tea.
My father says it is good for beauty, Yu insisted. When Qingqing chimed in from the side, give it a try, this green tea truly tastes delightful.
Very well, Yu said, approaching her with the green tea. Hey, Mommy, does Auntie Shuxia have wrinkles here? He pointed at the area beneath Lin Shuxia's eyes and inquired. Auntie Shuxia is still very young. How could she have wrinkles? You should take your sister out to play. Lin Shuxia instinctively touched her under eye area, her face betraying a hint of panic. Mommy, it's wrong to lie, you're setting a poor example. Auntie Shuxia has wrinkles 1, 2, 3, there are 7. In an instant, Lin Shuxia exploded, be quiet. She yelled at Yu, who jumped in surprise when Qingqing hurriedly pulled him closer. Sister, what are you doing? He is just a child. Yet, Yu only added fuel to the fire.
Mommy, you don't have even a single wrinkle under your eyes.
He then gleefully declared, Mommy is truly beautiful and young. Yu's words struck Lin Shuxia like a barrage of arrows, igniting her fury toward him. When Qingqing covered his mouth and apologetically said to Lin Shuxia, Sister, please don't mind, he is just a child, speaking without thinking. I'll be leaving now. Lin Shuxia could no longer endure it and stood up to depart.
Sister, don't go. You've just arrived, are you really going to hold this against Yu? Are you blaming me for not educating my child properly?
She lowered her head, a look of grievance on her face.
Lin Shuxia?
She picked up the still unopened green tea and handed it over. Qingqing, you should drink it. I have more at home, you drink it's rare for you to visit, and this imported green tea is hard to come by.
Is she boasting?
Originally, the identity of MRS.Li belonged to her.
Oh, right, I just remembered something. Sister, you know about the incident where Yu and I fell into the water last time?
Yes, I know. What about it? Upon mentioning this, Yu, who had been nestled in Wen Qingqing's arms, stiffened and then moved away to sit beside Cici.
We have been investigating this matter, and we finally have some leads.
Leads?
What is going on? Have you found the people who harmed you?
As when Qingqing discussed the issue, she closely observed Lin Xuxia's expression, noticing the tension on her face. This matter was undoubtedly connected to Lin Xuxia. We have identified what those two individuals look like, and we estimated 1T be long before they are apprehended. Lin Xuxia's face instantly reflected surprise. But didn't you say that this matter was orchestrated by Li Si Jue? After speaking, she seemed to suddenly notice Yu and CC's presence and quickly covered her mouth. Since you know what they look like, they should be caught. This is outrageous. Ha, did I say that? Didn't you tell me you suspected it was him? When Qingqing countered. How could I say such a thing? Li Si Jue is Yu's father. Indeed, a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Once we find the culprits, we will surely uncover the truth. Though her words were resolute, Lin Xuxia felt increasingly uneasy. Qingqing, I just remembered there are matters at the company I need to attend to. I must return now. Ah, aren't you going to stay for a meal? No, I'll come again next time. Lin Xuxia hurriedly left when Qingqing promptly messaged the private investigator she had contacted earlier. Keep an eye on Lin Xuxia. If she goes to find those two individuals, inform me. After sending the message, she looked up to find Yu staring at her with fury in his eyes. Why did you tell others that Daddy did it? He demanded, his voice still young but laced with a chill. When Qingqing merely smiled, remaining silent. What are you laughing at? Why aren't you speaking? At this moment, Yu was very angry, extremely angry. He had almost begun to view Wen Qingqing differently, but then, you believe everything she says. It seems you are not very clever at all. This remark left Yu momentarily speechless. It was the first time she had seen such a defeated expression on his face, his eyes widening slightly in confusion. I didn't believe her. I was seeking your confirmation, he quickly retorted. Oh, I see that you're seeking confirmation, not questioning. Is that it? Then my words must hold at least 50% credibility, right? You say what you want. I will make my own judgment. When Qingqing nodded, Yu is so clever, of course, he will have his own judgment. The ones who harmed you and me will soon be found, and we will know the truth of the matter. Yu glanced at her, remaining silent, likely contemplating the veracity of her words. Weren't you always convinced I was the one responsible? If I were guilty, I wouldn't need to seek out this person. If he is not found, there is no evidence. My relentless pursuit of him is to prove that I am not the one behind this. Then wait until you find him. When Qingqing awaited news from the private investigator. Although she had a certain understanding of Lin Xuxia, she still worried that the situation might take an unexpected turn. She must prove her innocence to eliminate the rift between herself and Yu. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the private investigator informed her that the individuals had been located. When Qingqing instructed him to keep watching them, she needed to find both individuals, as merely locating one would not suffice. The person hidden beneath the lake was crucial. That very evening, when Qingqing approached Li Si Jue to inform him that she had found the individuals. These two are the ones who attacked Yu and me that day. She placed two photographs on the table for Li Si Jue to examine. Li Si Jue appeared somewhat astonished. I have found information on this person, but how did you uncover the other one? He pointed to the second photograph, depicting a burly man standing at 1.75 meters tall. I had someone monitor him. When he passed by, there were wet footprints on the ground, and he appeared flustered. There were scratch marks on his neck, likely from my grasp. When Qingqing maintained a calm demeanor as she answered, presenting her reasoning with clarity. When Lin Xuxia came today, I tricked her and had someone follow her. She indeed went to find this person. She indicated the individual in the photograph, the one who had thrown Yu into the lake. What do you plan to do? I have people watching him. He must not escape. If he does, I'll truly be in a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River won't cleanse my name. However, Li Si Jue merely scoffed. How do I know you aren't colluding with him to frame Lin Xuxia? You can contact the police. I trust they will conduct an investigation. No matter how I may conspire with him, when it comes to his own interests, he will certainly seek to protect himself. Moreover, collusion requires evidence. You can't simply say we are in cahoots. When Qingqing leaned closer to him, their faces drawn near, her breath seemingly landing on his face. If you accuse me of collusion, please provide evidence. Chapter 30. To clear one's name suddenly, the crimson lips drew near, causing Li Si Jue's heart to skip a beat for an instant. He turned his face away, feigning nonchalance as he picked up the photograph for inspection. Have you found both individuals, or just one? His name is Ma Chong. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from a private investigator, informing him that Ma Chong had packed his belongings and was preparing to leave. "I need to make a call," she said, dialing immediately. "He certainly can't travel by train or plane at the moment. He can only take a black car." "Understood. Please let us know the license plate number shortly, we will intercept him." After hanging up, Wen Xingxing turned to Si Jue, "So, what do you think? Are you interested in the interception?" "Alright, let's go see." Si Jue was also investigating this matter himself. Whether or not it was connected to Wen Xingxing, he needed to uncover the truth. If it was not her doing, then someone was lurking in the shadows, aiming to harm his wife and child, a situation he could not abide. With a single phone call, Si Jue summoned a considerable number of people, and they set out in 3 vehicles to intercept Ma Chong. Wen Xingxing sat beside him in one of the cars. "I won't reveal myself at first, you all go interrogate him, and I'll appear at the appropriate moment." Si Jue had no objections. Indeed, Wen Xingxing had become much more astute than before. Previously, he had attempted to reveal Lin Xuxie's true nature to her, but she had been skeptical. If this matter were truly Lin Xuxie's doing, then Wen Xingxing would eventually discern her true character. Knowing the license plate number made it easy to intercept a vehicle, especially with a private investigator following closely. There was no chance of losing track. Meanwhile, Ma Chong sat anxiously in his car, constantly scanning for police presence, fearing interception. "Driver, take the back roads. Turn there up ahead. As long as you know the way." "I do, just follow this route." "Very well." The driver, trusting the passenger, complied, especially since the fare was substantial. After veering onto a side road, Ma Chong felt a slight sense of relief, but upon glancing back, he noticed a vehicle trailing closely behind, causing his heart to race. A tail? Surely not. If it were the police, they would have stopped him directly. It must be a coincidence. When he saw the following vehicle turn down another street, he relaxed again. If he could just endure for a little while longer, the investigation would eventually fade away, especially since neither the child nor the woman was in danger. They would not persist in pursuing the matter. With that thought, his spirits lifted. However, the car suddenly came to a halt. "What is going on?" "There's a car stopped ahead." "Is there an accident?" "I don't know." "Let us wait." At that moment, someone approached, and the driver lowered the window. "Apologies, there's been a minor fender bender ahead, you'll need to wait a moment." "How long?" Ma Chong inquired. One opened the door. "Ma Chong, get out." Startled, Ma Chong immediately tried to escape through the other door, but someone was waiting there and seized him instantly. "Where do you think you're going?" He was effortlessly apprehended. The driver was bewildered. What was happening? "You can call the police." "No, don't call the police." Ma Chong, now terrified, abruptly shouted, "Call the police, help me call the police." The driver was dumbfounded. Should he call the police or not? "It's up to you." Si Jue's men left him with that remark as they took Ma Chong away, shoving him into the back seat of a vehicle, which sped off shortly thereafter. Whether the driver would report it was of no concern to them. They could simply hand Ma Chong over to the authorities if need be. Inside the car, Ma Chong was exceedingly anxious. "Bro, what are you planning to do?" I don't have any money, just look at me, I'm not someone who has wealth, right?" "No money?" They rifled through his bag, revealing a substantial amount of cash. "What do you call this then?" Ma Chang's face turned ashen. I'll give you the money. Just let me go." "Rest assured, we have no interest in your money, we only desire your life." With that, one of them struck Ma Chong on the neck, rendering him unconscious to ensure he wouldn't act out during the journey. Ma Chong was abruptly awakened by a splash of icy water, causing him to shiver involuntarily. As he raised his gaze, he found 2 figures in black suits standing before him, with the one in the center seated in a wheelchair, Si Jue, whom he recognized. "This matter was orchestrated by your wife." "I am merely a hired hand," he stated right away. "Taking money from others while bringing them disaster, yet your professional ethics are lacking. How could you betray your employer?" Si Jue's tone was calm, as if he were engaged in casual conversation with Ma Chong. Ma Chang's eyes flickered before he replied, "I had no choice, if I didn't speak, I would be finished. I did indeed toss the child into the lake, thinking perhaps it was a mere jest from your wife and the child." "If it was my wife who instructed you to do so, what could her purpose be?" "How would I know the thoughts of wealthy people like you? I merely followed her instructions," Ma Chong replied flippantly, attempting to appear nonchalant, though his trembling. "You strike me as an intelligent man. Undertaking such a perilous task without safeguarding some advantageous proof would be quite unwise, wouldn't it?"
Ma Chong grew increasingly flustered. Wasn't it said that Li Si Jue and Wen Qingqing had a poor relationship? Surely, if he stated this, Li Si Jue would believe him. Now he was being asked for proof. Where could he possibly procure that? Ask her yourself. Isn't she currently placing all the blame on me? Trying to make me the scapegoat? After a moment's thought, he added, all the money in my bag was given to me by her. Would I engage in such tasks without funds? It was the high payment that tempted me to take the risk. Moreover, if it wasn't her, then who else could it be? Just as he finished speaking, surely, you have those? Wen Qingqing stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of calmness. Chapter 31. Unmasking Lin Shuxia as the mastermind. Ma Chong insisted stubbornly, there are no transaction records. Just give me cash. Wen Qingqing chuckled in response. Could you kindly specify the exact date and time when I handed you the cash? It must be precise, as we will be conducting an investigation. The expression on Ma Chang's face was a perplexing blend of cold sweat and fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his anxiety was palpable. I don't recall. It was simply you who gave it to me, he asserted vehemently. When Qingqing smiled faintly, it appears you are reluctant to speak the truth. You seem quite fearful of the one who truly provided you with the funds. Isn't it you who was giving me the money? When Qingqing raised her hands in exasperation and turned to Li Si Jue, saying, let's hand him over to the police. If he cannot furnish any evidence, the blame will rest entirely upon him. The police will investigate me and undoubtedly prove my innocence. Very well, we shall turn him over. What do you mean? When Qingqing feigned ignorance, casting a glance at Ma Chong, whose complexion had shifted dramatically. He bowed his head, lost in thought, while his knees incessantly collided with each other, and he rubbed them anxiously with his hands. Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. I will not let those who have harmed you and the child go unpunished. Li Si Jue suddenly gazed at Wen Qingqing with deep emotion. Despite her awareness that he was merely acting, her heart raced uncontrollably. All right, I shall leave it. Li Si Jue shot him a disinterested glance. You needn't say anything. We already know it was you. At this, Ma Chang's fear intensified. I swear I will talk, just let me go, don't send me in. I will truly tell you everything. He deeply regretted provoking Li Si Jue for money. How can I trust that what you say will be genuine? It will be true, I have evidence, I have it on my phone. Very well, then enlighten us. Ma Chong hastily complied. It was this woman who approached me, offering me money in exchange for abandoning the child in the lake. Before doing so, I was to tell the child that his mother instructed me to do it. This was the money she transferred to me. It came from this account, he added, as Li Si Jue instructed someone to take photographs for documentation. Isn't there another person hidden in the lake? We were to split the money. His intention was to prevent your wife, from rescuing the child. In fact, this woman suggested that the best outcome would be to kill her in the water, but my friend, fearing legal repercussions, nearly struck her head against a rock and fled. It appeared this individual had come well prepared. With this evidence, Lin Shuxia would not escape justice. Whether or not you will go to the police station depends on whether the driver has reported it. If he hasn't, you need not go. After saying this, Li Si Jue departed with Wen Qingqing. Are we just leaving him here? It's too late tonight, let him stay here for the night. We will locate the other person tomorrow. At this moment, Li Si Jue appeared considerably more amiable, no longer the cold figure he had been earlier. Upon returning to the Li residence, Wen Qingqing stretched, having realized it was well past 11 at night. Do give it a try. Li Si Jue scooped a small bowlful, and after tasting a bite, he unconsciously took another. How does it taste? Quite good. Observing Li Si Jue enjoying his meal, Wen Qingqing pondered how she had once harbored such disdain for him. After all, he was undeniably handsome. When he wasn't angry, he appeared merely aloof, yet his features were impeccably defined. If only his leg were healed, his physique would surely be impressive. Li Si Jue looked up and met Wen Qingqing's gaze. His discomfort was evident upon realizing she was watching him. Do I have something on my face? No, I was simply admiring your striking features. Since his injury, his appetite had been poor, yet in recent days, as Wen Qingqing began cooking, he noticed his hunger gradually returning, allowing him to eat more than before. Just as he was savoring his meal, a drowsy voice piped up, Daddy, Mommy, what are you eating? Wen Qingqing and Li Si Jue turned to see Sisi, clad in pajamas, her eyes barely open, while her little nose twitched, drawn towards the enticing aroma. The pair burst into laughter. This truly was a little foodie. Sisi, we are having tomato and egg braised noodles. Wen Qingqing promptly scooped Sisi into her arms, noticing the child had come out without her slippers. Upon hearing about the food, Cece's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, you're secretly having a late-night snack. I want some too, it looks so delicious. She began to salivate when Xingqing intended to serve her a small portion for a taste, but Li Si Jue interjected sternly, "It's too late to eat. You should go back to sleep." "But Daddy and Mommy are eating so late," Cece protested, pouting. "We are adults, and you are a child, it's different." Li Si Jue maintained his serious This was Li Si Jue. His good intentions often came across as unkind, and she finally understood why they had struggled to get along in the past. He frequently refrained from explanations. "Cece, dear, you are still small, and your stomach is delicate. Eating so late could upset your tummy. Daddy and Mommy are just very hungry after handling some matters, not secretly eating. I promise you, Mommy will make this for you and your brother tomorrow morning, alright?" "Okay, Mommy is the best." Cece hugged Wen Xingqing's neck and planted a kiss on her cheek before turning to Li Si Jue. "Daddy is not good, Daddy is mean." "Cece mustn't say that. Daddy is also doing this for your benefit. He simply expresses himself inappropriately. You should teach Daddy more in the future." "Alright then, I'll scold Daddy again tomorrow. Good night, Mommy." Chapter 32. When Xingqing trends on social media. She gazed at the noodles, her expression tinged with confusion, alternating her glance between Wen Xingqing and the dish. "What's the matter?" she inquired. "Weren't you eager to eat this last night? Why the sudden disinterest?" "Mommy, I think I dreamed about these noodles last night. They smelled so delightful in the dream, but I couldn't eat them. In my dream, Mommy promised to make them for me this morning, and to my surprise, you really did. You're amazing, Mommy, to know even my dreams." "Ah, is that so? How marvelous." She, do give it a try and see if it's to your liking." Wen Xingqing stifled her laughter. Even Li Si Jue couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. This little girl actually believed it was all a dream. Did she not recall the reprimand she was supposed to give him? Yu, however, appeared utterly baffled. What was happening? Why did the atmosphere feel so peculiar? After breakfast and dropping the two children off at school, when Xingqing and Li Si Jue set off to track down Ma Chong was particularly cooperative, proactively calling to summon his associates, claiming it was dangerous and urging them to flee together. The individual, unsuspecting, packed his belongings and headed to meet Ma Chong. Upon seeing Li Si Jue and Wen Xingqing, he was so startled that he attempted to flee, but he was swiftly encircled. "Ma Chong, you betrayed me," he glared at Ma Chong, his voice laced with fury. If he did not sell out his brother, he would bear the brunt of all the consequences alone, which was beyond his capacity to endure. Once both men were apprehended, the truth of the matter was laid bare. Upon returning, they summoned Yu to the study. "Yu, we have thoroughly investigated the incident of your near drowning," Li Si Jue began, taking the lead to ensure fairness in the discussion. Yu remained silent, merely observing the two adults. "This matter was not instigated by your mommy, but rather by another party. When your mommy jumped in to save you, she was seized by someone, rendering her unable to fight back, and she nearly drowned." Li Si Jue recounted the facts. Though he still harbored doubts about Wen Xingqing's intentions, he felt it necessary to clarify the situation. Upon hearing Li Si Jue's words, Yu turned to Wen Xingqing, biting her lip. "Did you really jump in to save me?" "Yes, as soon as I saw you in trouble, I leapt in without hesitation." I understand now. I misjudged you. I'm sorry." Hearing the little one's apology filled Wen Xingqing's heart with a bittersweet ache. She crouched down to gently pat Yu's head. "It was my fault for causing you to misunderstand. I promise it won't happen again. Shall we put our grievances aside and shake hands to make amends?" Wen Xingqing extended her hand, but Yu hesitated, pondering for quite some time. Yet, Wen Xingqing remained patient, holding her hand out. Finally, Yu placed her small hand in Wen Xingqing's palm, and Wen Xingqing grasped it firmly. Yu is quite the brave little one. Your grip is strong. Embarrassed, Yu smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing slightly. The warmth of Mommy's hand felt incredibly comforting. Her hand was so soft. After reconciling, Li Si Jue instructed, "What do you intend to do?" Li Si Jue inquired. "My plan is to refrain from taking action against Lin Xuxia for the time being, as she is very likely to turn against me and claim that I orchestrated this." She understood Lin Xuxia all too well. In such a situation, Lin Xuxia would undoubtedly deflect blame. "How can I be certain you didn't solicit her assistance?" Li Si Jue's words took Wen Xingqing aback, causing her expression to darken. "If you doubt me, you can question everything I have no intention of providing explanations." Her tone was sharp, clearly indicating her annoyance.
What's this? You become irritable at merely a few inquiries. That is quite a sign of guilt. Li Siju's calm demeanor only when Qingqing felt overwhelmed. Her mind had been working overtime lately, and given her previous concussion, she was unsure if she had fully recovered. Li Siju's provocations were giving her a headache. If that is how you choose to think, there's nothing I can do. When Qingqing retorted, leaving the room. Has the jerk mantra made its appearance? Li Siju hadn't anticipated when Qingqing's reaction and found himself amused. Upon realizing he had laughed again, he suddenly became aware that his frequency of laughter had noticeably increased recently. Once back in her bedroom, when Qingqing seized a throw pillow and began to pummel it vigorously. How dare you not believe me, take that. After a while of venting her frustrations, she finally ceased, having worked up a sweat. Gazing at the pillow, she felt unsatisfied, and a sudden idea struck her. She promptly retrieved her sketchbook and began to draw it. Before long, she had sketched a cartoon version of Li Siju's upper body. Pleased with her creation, she felt it bore a striking resemblance to him. Anyone familiar with Li Siju would undoubtedly recognize the likeness. She then scanned the image into her computer. Once satisfied, she immediately logged onto Taobao to search for custom pillows, sending the image to customer service. Hello, I would like to customize a pillow with this image. Within half an hour, the mock-up was ready, and she found it quite appealing. Let us proceed with this design, but you must not use this image for any other purpose. Understood, no problem. If this image were to circulate and be used for strange merchandise, she would surely face Li Siju's wrath. How many days until shipping? Typically, after all, she wasn't in a rush. Having finalized this matter, she began to contemplate her future plans. The restaurant would remain open, for she had confidence in her culinary skills, and the establishment had originally been her brainchild, only to have her labor seized by Lin Xuxia. She resolved to open a new restaurant in close proximity to Lin Xuxia's establishment. Just as she was mapping out her future, a trending topic unexpectedly erupted. When Qingqing, child killer, a mere 5 words, swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. However, neither Li Siju nor Wen Qingqing were aware of this development. They only discovered the explosive news when they checked the headlines that morning. When Qingqing habitually scrolled through Weibo in the morning, and to her upon clicking the link, the leading article read, "Affluent heiress falls for brother-in-law, desperate for divorce, even goes as far as to harm her own child." This title was irresistibly captivating for any age group, leading to a flurry of discussions in the comments section. Accompanying the article were 2 images, one of Wen Qingqing sitting face-to-face with Su Ziyu, who gazed at her with tenderness, while tears welled in her eyes, portraying a pitiful demeanor. The other image, pixelated, depicted a child lying on a hospital bed, making it impossible to discern whether it was Yu individually. These photos may not have raised suspicion, but together, combined with the article's claims, they painted a narrative that many found believable. Netizens erupted in outrage, condemning Wen Qingqing. What is wrong? Li Siju noticed Wen Qingqing's troubled expression. Chapter 33, Wen Qingqing faces online abuse. Wen Qingqing glanced at Li Siju, uncertain of how to broach the topic. Her lips parted momentarily. Recalling that the 2 children were still present, she said, "Let's discuss this later." Li Siju, observing her demeanor, discerned that the matter was not trivial. Once the children had departed, Wen Qingqing immediately leaned in closer, the warmth and fragrance emanating from her enveloping Li Siju, stirring an instinctive awareness within him that this proximity was perilously intimate. However, her next words snapped him back to attention. "I've trended on social media. I don't know who posted about Yu falling into the water." She promptly extended her phone towards him. After glancing at the screen, Li Siju's countenance darkened to a forbidding shade. The article purportedly stated that after marrying Li Siju, Wen Qingqing had an unhappy relationship and had long desired divorce, but Li Siju refused. Consequently, she allegedly became deranged enough to attempt to murder her own son, hiring someone to drown him in a lake, driven by her infatuation with her brother-in-law, wishing to marry him instead. As he fixated on the words, a simmering rage began to manifest in his eyes, particularly at the phrase "infatuated with her brother-in-law," which ignited a furious fire within him, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped the phone tightly. He lifted his gaze to Wen Qingqing, who felt a chill run through her. Instantly recognizing the source of Li Siju's wrath, she hurriedly interjected, "I do not have feelings for Su Ziyu, I swear." Understanding that this matter weighed heavily on his mind, she knew she must repeatedly reassure him to quell his suspicious heart. Li Siju again lowered his gaze to read. The comments below were utterly appalling. Frowny face, "This woman is utterly ruthless, not even sparing her own son? Why hasn't she divorced yet? Is Li Siju just a lapdog that ends up with nothing? Someone should teach this woman a lesson. Send her to me, and I'll make sure she behaves." The comments overwhelmingly condemned Wen Qingqing while deriding Li Siju as well. May Wen Qingqing rot in prison. The article was published at 1 o'clock in the morning and had rapidly garnered widespread attention. Many media personnel scrambled to write announcements in the dead of night to capitalize on this trending topic. Numerous photographs of Li Si Jue and Wen Qingqing also circulated, with many people critiquing their appearances. So this is Wen Qingqing. She looks so demure, who would have thought she is so promiscuous? Li Si Jue is incredibly handsome. What good is being handsome when he is in a wheelchair? He is definitely incapable, you'll have to take the initiative. How disgusting, get lost, you vermin. Yet, some rational netizens raised questions. Is it really possible, if Wen Qingqing had actually done this, would Li Si Jue not divorce her? Surely, no man would tolerate such behavior. Does no one care about the children, are they alive or? In any case, the entire day was consumed by public scrutiny, with many adopting a. Li Si Jue met her gaze, his expression icy, which only deepened Wen Qingqing's sense of guilt. He had now become the target of universal ridicule online. Netizens not only mocked him for being cuckolded but also ridiculed his. I need to think, it's been quite a while. After staring at the photo for some time, she recalled, it was about a year after my parents' accident. I returned home, and relatives were giving me trouble. Lin Shuxia and Su Ziyu helped me. This appears to be a CAF. Lin Shuxia assisted us in purchasing coffee. Li Si Jue's expression softened slightly. Do not check your phone for now, I will handle this matter. How will you handle it? She asked anxiously, aware of the complexity of the situation. Don't we have witnesses? As long as we prove you had nothing to do with this, the netizens will believe the other claims are also false. It's all false. Wen Qingqing exclaimed immediately. Li Si Jue merely scoffed softly, a hint of derision crossing his features. However, he remained silent, his demeanor left Wen Qingqing feeling uncertain. Please let me know if there is anything you need me to do. Li Si Jue appeared quite indifferent, his eyes conveying that she could take her leave. Wen Qingqing had no choice but to exit for the time being. She pondered who could have released this information. Lin Shuxia, unlikely, she was the orchestrator of this affair, so exposing it would be detrimental to her. Who else could it be? The individuals privy to this matter were scarce. Meanwhile, Li Si Jue had already begun making calls. Find out who published this article and contact a major media outlet. Await my instructions. Understood, President. There is no need to control the comments or suppress the trending topic. Let it remain visible. President, 1T this affect our company? Have the company compile a detailed report on the data following the fallout from this event. We'll discuss it in tomorrow morning's meeting. Alright, I'll take care of it. As for Wen Qingqing, she could no longer restrain herself and sought out the hacker. She implored the hacker to assist in identifying the author of the article, and if possible, to trace the source of the information that reached this individual. Such sensitive information typically passes through several hands. She needed to uncover the origin to address the issue. While awaiting the hacker's response, she refrained from checking Weibo for comments, opting to turn off her phone instead, knowing that countless unfamiliar numbers would attempt to reach her. Shutting it off seemed the wisest course of action. Little did she realize the magnitude of the incident. Its impact spread widely. Sisi and Yuyo were affected at school, where a teacher had secretly photographed them and posted it online, igniting another wave of public frenzy. Could these two children not be Li Si Jue's? Perhaps he should undergo a paternity test. Are you blind? Can't you tell the girl from the boy? They are clearly cut from the same mold as Li Si Jue. Some individuals even juxtaposed photos of Li Si Jue and Yuyo, pointing out that Yuyo was merely a miniature version of Li Si Jue, and the children's good looks naturally endeared them to many. One can fabricate rumors with a mere mouth, but it takes legs to refute them. How can you accuse someone of attempting to murder their own child based on an article and two photos? At least provide some substantial evidence. Li Si Jue and Wen Qingqing Haven T issued a statement. What does that imply? Are they seeking public relations assistance? Due to this incident, Sisi and Yuyo became popular at school, facing inquiries from other children. Li Qingqing, did your mother really throw you into the lake? Did she truly intend to drown you? A classmate, having heard adults discussing the matter at home, cornered Yuyo at school. Li Qingqing was Yuyo's given name. This boy often clashed with Yuyo, routinely antagonizing her. Yuyo shot him a cold glance. Of course not. But everyone is saying so. Your mother doesn't love you. She must want to drown you. Before Yuyo could respond, a figure suddenly emerged, delivering a punch to the boy's face. How dare you speak ill of my brother? Chapter 34. I dare to touch me and see? Sisi's punch left everyone stunned. None of the onlookers anticipated that she would resort to violence. In the minds of most, she was a being akin to a delicate fairy, yet here she was, delivering a blow that felled the boy to the ground. The boy, sprawled on the floor, looked up at Cece in disbelief. "You are a naughty child." Cece confronted him, hands on her hips, her face flushed with indignation. Yu remained silent, her expression composed. The boy was 2 years their senior, already 6 years old in this school. The children attending classes were either of the same age or were sent by their parents to learn the language, resulting in a diverse age range within the classroom. As the boy picked himself up, he charged at her, seeking revenge. Yu quickly intervened, pulling Cece aside, and then she engaged in a scuffle with the 6-year-old boy. Cece, of course, was not one to back down. "How dare you bully my brother," she exclaimed through gritted teeth, her cheeks puffed in defiance, and her strikes grew fiercer until the boy was reduced to tears, wailing pitifully. The teacher rushed over, swiftly separating the two parties. "Can someone explain to me what transpired?" "Teacher, here's what happened." A more articulate student recounted the events to the teacher. The other students had no objections, suggesting that the account was largely accurate. Cece was eager to argue back, aware that this teacher had always held a dislike for her and her brother, but she was unafraid. However, Yu pulled her aside and, meeting the teacher's gaze, spoke coldly. "Teacher, you might as well call our parents over, as you won't be able to resolve this matter." Was this how a child should speak to a teacher? The teacher's anger surged. "Do I need you to instruct me on how to handle things?" "I am merely suggesting," Yu replied, stepping back to create distance as the teacher's finger hovered perilously close to her nose. The teacher huffed. "You two, go stand over there and reflect on your actions." Yu met the teacher's gaze for a moment, her expression causing a jolt of concern in the teacher's heart, but she dismissed it, thinking, what is there to fear from a mere child? Besides, I haven't done anything wrong. She proceeded to contact the boy's parents. Before long, they arrived, furious upon seeing their son's bruised lip, and immediately sought out the two children. "Who hit my son?" "I did." Yu stepped forward to claim responsibility. Cece attempted to speak but was silenced by a gentle pinch from Yu. "How candid you are." The boy's mother fumed, her son being her pride and joy, never having laid a hand on anyone, yet today he was assaulted by others. How could she accept this? "Teacher, what do we do about this? My son cannot suffer in vain." The boy's mother turned to the teacher. "I will have them apologize to Lele," the teacher suggested. She scoffed. "Apologize? What good is an apology? Will it erase my son's pain or make his bruise disappear?" "Then what do you propose, Lele's mother?" "Quite simple, let Lele retaliate." The teacher hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it?" "It is acceptable for them to hit my son, but not for my son to retaliate?" "Very well, let the children resolve this themselves." "That is more like it. I won't even lay a finger on them, which is quite gracious of me." She turned to her son. "Go and hit back. Strike him just as he struck you." The boy, already seething with anger, knew it was Cece who had hit him, but he considered retaliating against Yu as well. He glared at Yu, poised to strike but hesitated. "What's the matter?" "Mom, I'm afraid he will fight back." "Be brave." She addressed the teacher. "You tell him not to resist. If Lele is to retaliate, then this matter will be settled, or else I shall not hold back." The teacher asserted to Yu, "You heard them, it is indeed wrong to hit, and now that he wishes to retaliate, it is only reasonable. Do not act out, understood?" Yu coldly countered. "On what grounds? Just because he has a foul mouth doesn't mean I cannot teach him a lesson." "You child." The teacher was infuriated, and the boy's mother was equally enraged. "Teacher, you heard it. It's not that I am unwilling to resolve this matter amicably. It's just that this child is in dire need of a lesson. If his parents do not teach him, then I shall take it upon myself." As she attempted to grab Yu warned, "Dare to touch me and see what happens. Try me. What can you do?" Facing a teacher and the boy's mother, Yu and Cece felt outnumbered, and the other children looked on with concern, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, another teacher arrived just in time. "Lele's mother, please wait until their parents arrive before discussing this matter. Move aside. I intend to teach this unruly child a lesson today." Initially reluctant to intervene, the teacher was provoked by Yu's attitude and felt compelled to temper her spirit. This teacher stood between Cece and Yu and the boy's mother. "As an adult, your involvement alters the nature of the situation. What began as mere children's play could escalate if you engage with them." She urged them to reconsider. "Did you not hear me tell you to step aside? Do you believe I won't make it impossible for you to remain at this school?" No sooner had she uttered this threat than a clear, mocking voice rang out. "Whose voice is so bold? Who do you think you are to make threats about staying in school?" "Mommy."
Cece exclaimed, rushing to embrace her mother's leg.
Mommy is late, she said, reaching out to stroke Cece's head before stepping beside Yu, pulling him behind her.
Although Yu hesitated initially, she ultimately remained where she was.
Thank you, Teacher Zhou, for calling me, she expressed her gratitude to the teacher who had intervened. It was my duty, Teacher Zhou sighed in relief, glad that Wen Xingqing had arrived in time. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. With a gentle smile, when Xingqing turned to the other teacher, her demeanor shifting abruptly to one of icy severity, her gaze darkening.
Teacher Zhang, why was I not notified immediately when this incident occurred?
Her voice had taken on a distinctly different tone. Teacher Zhang struggled to formulate a coherent response.
Wen Xingqing, do not attempt to divert the topic.
This is about your son hitting mine. I am not concerned with other matters, we must address this first. I have gathered the facts. Your son was hit for his sharp tongue. Is there an issue with that?
Wen Xingqing retorted. This response sent Ding Qingla's mother into a fit of rage.
Your son hits others, and you dare ask if there is a problem? Do you have no shame, a family devoid of manners? Wen Xingqing let out a laugh. This is the first time I have heard that manners are dictated by one's sharp tongue.
Chapter 35. Cece's scathing remarks you.
Mrs.Li, your stance is utterly misguided. How can you condone your child resorting to violence?
Teacher Zhang expressed his disapproval. Do you have a say in this matter?
Wen Xingqing shot back, her gaze icy and piercing, akin to a blade that, while not drawing blood, instilled a palpable sense of dread. In an instant, Teacher Zhang fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. Wen Xingqing, since you believe that striking is justified, allow me to avenge my son by giving your child a taste of his own medicine.
Your son is the one being contemptible.
If he dares to lay a hand on my child, I have no objections, let them settle it between themselves. If you are still aggrieved, shall we not engage in a verbal sparring match?
Mrs.
Ding found herself at a loss for words, fully aware that her son might not stand a chance against Yu, despite being 2 years his senior, yet, at this moment, she could hardly swallow her pride.
Lele, go and give him a good thrashing, avenge yourself. You have my full support, whatever the consequences.
It was crucial to maintain one's dignity. Ding Qingla was evidently taken aback by how the situation had escalated. He had previously playfully tussled with Yu, but his earlier jibes. Teacher Zhou, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, intervened. Dear mothers, I believe it would be best to resolve this matter amicably. It is wrong for children to strike one another, yet it is equally inappropriate for them to hurl insults.
How about we have both parties apologize?
Both families were formidable, and she felt greatly burdened as their teacher. Is an apology sufficient for the damage inflicted upon my son? Look at the state he is in. What do you propose? Your son seems too frightened to rally.
Ding Qingla took a deep breath. Mom, I can handle it.
That's the spirit.
Mrs. Ding's face lit up with delight.
Let us agree, the two children shall fight, and whoever concedes, we will separate them.
How does that sound? Are you certain?
When Xingqing cautioned, she was well aware of Yu's prowess in combat.
Absolutely, I'm certain.
Mrs. Ding felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach but steeled herself.
Very well.
When Xingqing knelt down to Yu, saying, just let loose and fight as you wish. I will take responsibility for whatever happens, but if he concedes, you must stop.
Understood.
Yu's small face was taut, lost in thought. The two children faced each other, with Ding Qingla towering over Yu, his physique slightly more robust. Everyone watched with trepidation, knowing that regardless of the outcome, injuries to either child would be unfortunate.
Mommy, can I hurl insults while we fight? When Xingqing was taken aback, perplexed by the request. Did he not just insult me?
Now he is fighting my brother to avenge that insult, yet we haven't retaliated for the name-calling. I need to respond. Cece stated earnestly. Having begun their education at the tender age of 2, she and Yu, now 4, had amassed considerable knowledge, and her eloquence rivaled that. Incredible, one fighting, the other hurling insults. The two boys had already engaged in a tussle, lacking any semblance of technique, merely grappling and using their strength to strike one another. Despite Ding Qingla's age advantage, he found himself overpowered and pinned to the ground by Yu, who then mounted him.
Ding Qingla, you are a complete buffoon.
Your grades are worse than my brother's, and you can't even best him in a fight, you oversized piece of garbage. Your stupidity must be inherited from your father or mother. You are undoubtedly their biological child, otherwise, how could you be so foolish and useless? Your mother doesn't care whether you can fight or not, she just lets you hit, which hardly seems motherly. Cece's The adults present were left dumbfounded. Was this the level of discourse one could expect from a child? Her logic was impeccable. Many adults would struggle to articulate such thoughts when Qingqing's mind was in a whirl. Were her children geniuses? Had they inherited Li Sijue's high intelligence? His intellect was beyond question, yet she herself was no fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Silence! Mrs. Ding, enraged, rushed towards Cici, who was quickly shielded by Wen Qingqing. From her sheltered position, Cici continued, "See, when I speak about you, you are ready to resort to violence. The truth is, you are in the wrong. You slandered my mother and brother to Ding Qingla. You are not a good mother." Li Logic Master Cici. "Mom, help, Mom!" Ding Qingla cried out, having been overpowered by Yu. "Stop, cease this at once." Mrs. Ding rushed to intervene, but Wen Qingqing blocked her path. "Mrs. Ding, you were the one who said the fight could only end when someone concedes." "Lele, concede quickly," she urged in desperation. I concede. Upon hearing Ding Qingla, Ding, heartbroken, lifted Ding Qingla, brushing off the dirt only to inadvertently cause him pain, eliciting a yelp from him. "Mrs. Ding, may I inquire if this matter is resolved?" Wen Qingqing asked with a smirk that barely concealed her sarcasm. "You're quite something." She hurriedly took her son and left in a huff. When Qingqing used a wet wipe to clean Yu's face and hands out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone attempting to leave. Rising, she coolly inquired, "Teacher Zhang, where might you be heading?" The called-out teacher paused mid-stride. "Mrs. Li, do you have further instructions?" "You still haven't answered my question," Wen Qingqing replied, her tone unhurried, a smile playing on her lips, though it failed to reach her eyes. Teacher Zhang suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "Because the children, Li Qingqing and Li Qingyan, have not sustained serious injuries." "And had I not arrived in time, what was your plan?" "Perhaps to handle it as we just did," Teacher Zhang replied, steeling herself. "I see. It appears you are quite the exemplary teacher. I shall inform your principal of your commendable performance." As she listened to Wen Qingqing's words, Teacher Zhang couldn't help but perceive the underlying sarcasm in her smile. After all, it was Li Qingyan who initiated the violence. Clearly, such reckless behavior is the result of poor parenting. "Had I summoned you, who knows what you might have done?" Her words were laden with insinuation. "What have I said? Why are you so agitated?" Wen Qingqing feigned innocence. "Spare me your passive-aggressive remarks. You simply wish to lodge a complaint with the principal, don't you? What is so impressive about that? If it comes to it, I can simply leave, but you are no saint either. With behavior like yours, your child will undoubtedly be labeled as the offspring of a scoundrel wherever they go." Wen Qingqing, instead of growing angry, merely smiled, turning to another teacher, namely Teacher Zhou. "Teacher Zhou, did you hear what she just said?" Chapter 36. Wen Qingqing is struck by her mother-in-law. "Listen, did you hear that?" She wondered if Teacher Zhang had lost his mind for uttering such words. "All right, when the time comes, I would appreciate it if you could act as a witness." With that, Wen Qingqing took her two children and departed. Teacher Zhou cast a glance at Teacher Zhang, who was instantly engulfed in a surge of anger, exclaiming, "Did you make that phone call? Is this your attempted flattery? What do you expect the Li family to grant you for such sycophancy? What nonsense are you spouting? Ha, do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. When Qingqing is already struggling to protect herself, you have chosen the wrong person to curry favor with." Teacher Zhou secretly cursed him as a lunatic and walked away. Fortunately, he had already taken the other children away. Otherwise, it would have had a significant impact on them. When Qingqing sat in the car with her two children, at Cici, brimming with excitement, looked at Wen Qingqing and said, "Mummy, Mummy, you protected us again. Mummy is amazing. Cici, where did you learn those words? This little one was simply too loquacious. Is it not correct?" Cici asked, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, you are not mistaken." Cici's face instantly lit up with joy. When Qingqing reflected that these two children were naturally bright, having begun their studies at the tender age of 2, it was not surprising they could articulate such thoughts. And nowadays, there is intense children must also enjoy the happiness of childhood. "We're not tired, learning is delightful, and my brother and I pick things up quickly." After saying this, Cici turned to Yo-Yo, only to notice that Yo-Yo had maintained a solemn expression and had not uttered a word. He kept his head lowered, his hands clasped together, with his right hand gripping his left, evidently exerting force. Normally, a child's knuckles are not visible, but now they were clearly discernible, indicating that he was struggling to suppress something. "Did you get hurt during the fight with Ding Qingla?" she gently inquired. When Qingqing felt a sharp pang in her heart, a dense wave of pain radiating from her chest to her fingertips, rendering them numb and icy. The distance that had briefly closed between her and Yo-Yo was swiftly re-established, as he recoiled like a Upon arriving home, Yo-Yo dashed out of the car and into the house, prompting Wenqingqing to quickly follow with Cici in her arms. Just as they reached the bedroom door, a loud bang resounded as the door was slammed shut, nearly colliding with Cici. Cici was startled as well. "Mummy, what is wrong with brother?" "Brother must be feeling upset," Wenqingqing replied as she set Cici down.
"Mummy, I will go comfort brother, he listens to me." Cici stood at the door, conversing with Yo-Yo for quite some time, but Yo-Yo simply refused to open the door, leaving Cici feeling dejected.
"I'm sorry, Mummy. Why are you apologizing? This is not Cici's fault."
However, Cici shook her head, asserting, "Mummy, it was I who hit Dingqingla. It has nothing to do with brother, he was only trying to protect me."
Wenqingqing was taken aback, having not anticipated this revelation.
She had assumed it was Yo-Yo who had struck. "I understand that Cici acted out of a desire to protect her brother. This matter does not fall upon you, but rather, your brother is upset with Mummy."
She gently patted Cici's head. "Let us allow your brother some time to cool down." Wenqingqing could somewhat surmise the reason behind Yo-Yo's anger.
This child had always been burdened with thoughts, and despite his tender age, he contemplated much. Madam, the old lady, the master, and the young lady have arrived," a servant hurriedly informed Wenqingqing, appearing rather anxious. Before Wenqingqing could respond, she noticed several individuals had already entered. Visibly distressed upon entering, they scanned the surroundings and soon laid eyes on her. The expression of Li's mother instantly turned fierce as she rushed over with great speed, arriving directly in front of Wenqingqing. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and struck Wenqingqing. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, causing Cici to let out a terrified scream. "You wretched creature, how dare you commit such an act? Do you even have the audacity to hide?" Li's mother thundered. Her intention had been to slap Wenqingqing across the face, but Wenqingqing instinctively evaded, resulting in the blow landing on her shoulder, which instantly throbbed with pain and numbness. One can only imagine the agony had it struck her face. Li's mother poised to strike again, only to be restrained by Li Xingyuan. "Mother, Cici is here." Only then did she lower her hand, glaring venomously at Wenqingqing. "Vile woman."
"Grandmother, why are you hitting Mummy?" Cici stepped forward to shield Wenqingqing, yet her small stature was utterly insufficient. "Cici, return to your room. We have matters to discuss with your mummy," Li Xingyuan said gently to Cici. "Are you going to hit Mummy again? Why must you hit Mummy?" Cici refused to leave. "Take the child away," Li's father commanded. Immediately, a servant approached to carry Cici away, but she clung desperately to Wenqingqing's leg. I won't go, do not bully Mummy." Her voice trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. "Cici, please go to your room." "Mummy is fine," Wenqingqing tenderly stroked Cici's hair. "No, I won't go, I won't let anyone bully Mummy." Cici had begun to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks, a sight that filled Li's father, Li's mother, and Li Xingyuan with both sorrow and indignation. At that moment, Yo-Yo also burst out of the room. "Grandpa, Grandma, what are you doing?" Seeing both children standing protectively in front of Wenqingqing only fueled Li's mother's fury further. "Look at you. These two children trust you so much, yet what have you done? This is simply despicable. How could our Li family have such a daughter-in-law as you?" Wenqingqing now understood their arrival, undoubtedly prompted by the news circulating online regarding Yo-Yo's incident. Previously, only Li Xingyuan was aware of Yo-Yo's near drowning. Li's father and Li's mother had been oblivious. "What are you all waiting for? Take the two children away," Li's mother insisted, not wishing to embarrass Wenqingqing in front of the children. "Do not come any closer," Yo-Yo declared coldly, his once innocent eyes now gleaming with defiance. "Grandma, whatever it is, we shall discuss it when Daddy returns." His reaction stunned everyone. No one had anticipated Yo-Yo could exude such an aura. By the time Li's mother regained her composure, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, her complexion paling as she clutched her chest, her brow furrowed. "Mother?" Li Xingyuan immediately rushed to assist her. "How could you treat Grandma this way?" Chapter 37. Everyone is pressuring her to divorce. Upon hearing the news, she rushed over in a state of urgency, only to find both children rallying around Wenqingqing, making her appear as the villain in this scenario, which left her heart heavy with distress. "Mom, why don't we wait for Si Jue to return before discussing this?" Li Xingyuan advised. However, Li mother scoffed disdainfully. "When he returns, he just side with her." At this juncture, there seemed to be no better alternative. The two children were unable to resolve the situation, particularly since Yu exhibited a level of maturity and wisdom that surpassed her peers. Forcing the children away would not be prudent. Si Jue was already en route home and arrived within 10 minutes. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the room. Cici nestled against Wenqingqing, while Yu sat nearby, maintaining a slight distance. Li father, Li mother, and Li Xinyuan occupied the other side of the sofa, all visibly stirred upon his arrival. Daddy has Si Jue, his countenance remained stoic, betraying his displeasure, with a hint of animosity flickering in his eyes. Cici, Yu, we need to discuss some matters, please return to your rooms, he instructed the children. Initially, he thought the children would obediently comply with his request, but Yu interjected, we are your children, and we have the right to know what will happen next. His words rendered the room silent in astonishment. Very well, if you insist on staying, then stay. Si Jue acquiesced. Indeed, as Yu stated, he had the right to know, as this matter directly concerned him. Concealing the truth would only exacerbate the situation, and he was acutely aware of his son's capabilities. Everyone except the housekeeper and assistant in the Li household exited the room. Mom, Dad, are you here because of Yu's near-drowning incident? Si Jue initiated the conversation. How could you not inform us of such a significant event? Si Jue, you indulge her, and while I refrain from admonishing you for that, it ultimately harms you. However, you cannot allow her to endanger my grandchildren. Li mother's agitation resurfaced. The mere thought of Yu nearly perishing tightened her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. Mother, please calm down and take care of yourself, Li Xinyuan urged, attempting to soothe her. Si Jue's expression remained unchanged, his gaze briefly flicking to Wenqingqing, taking in the guilt and remorse that marred her features. His eyes then shifted to Yu, where he noticed the faint scratches marring her cheek, albeit minor. The living room fell into an unnerving silence, with no one daring to speak. Si Jue, what exactly transpired? Please explain clearly, Li father commanded, his voice deep and authoritative. The situation has been thoroughly investigated. It bears no relation to Wenqingqing. Someone has set her up, intending to extort her, he articulated, his tone calm and steady, compelling an instinctive trust in his words. However, Li mother had already lost faith in Wenqingqing and felt disillusioned by Si Jue's unwavering support for her. You ungrateful son, I knew you would defend her. What sort of enchantment has she cast upon you to elicit such blind loyalty? Time and again, Li mother lamented, her heart aching. She had firmly concluded that Wenqingqing was responsible, and no amount of reasoning from Si Jue would penetrate her resolute belief. Mother, this is the truth. We have already handed over the relevant parties to the police. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the authorities. If I truly sought to protect her, I would not have involved the police, he countered, recalling that he had refrained from notifying the police when Yu first encountered danger, assuming Wenqingqing was culpable. Li mother remained momentarily stunned, slowly processing his words. Is it truly not her doing? Indeed, it was not her. A matter of this magnitude would not escape my attention, he affirmed. Li father interjected, do we have any evidence? The assistant retrieved a laptop and played a previously recorded video for the Li family. In the video, a cohort of Ma Chong detailed the events beneath the lake involving Wenqingqing. I was concealed beneath the water. When Wenqingqing jumped in, I swiftly seized her, preventing her from rescuing anyone. She struggled fiercely, and in my panic, I struck her head against a rock, causing her to bleed and lose consciousness. Terrified, I fled. Hearing this confession, the Li family turned their gaze towards Wenqingqing, whose face remained etched with guilt. Although I did not commit this act, it stemmed from my presence. I still bear responsibility. I am deeply sorry. This was her first utterance upon the arrival of Li mother and the others, devoid of any self-justification. Li Xinyuan understood the severity of Wenqingqing's injuries at the time. The doctor had deemed it challenging for her to awaken, and she might even become a vegetable. She had harbored doubts about Wenqingqing's culpability, given the high stakes involved, yet she reconsidered that perhaps Wenqingqing had indeed lost control of the situation. Very well, if she did not perpetrate this act, she could not possibly be so heartless as to harm her own child. We shall consider this matter closed. Li mother inhaled deeply, attempting to quell her fury, though she struggled with the pent-up frustration of having no outlet for her anger. But what of the past? Has she not committed numerous transgressions before? Moreover, she herself has acknowledged that this incident arose from her actions, and Yu nearly drowned. What if they're SA next time? What if both children are endangered next time? Who can guarantee their safety? Each accusation struck at Wenqingqing's heart. Her hands instinctively clutched the edge of her trousers, the force of her grip causing her nails to bend and her knuckles to pale, revealing the veins beneath her skin. Visions of her previous life, culminating in her demise, resurfaced in her mind. Cici and Yu had indeed suffered due to her missteps, especially Yu, who had endured unbearable torment, no matter how she pleaded or repented, she could not save either child, and she herself had been tormented by Lin Shusha to a state of being neither human nor ghost. The knife in Lin Shusha's hand methodically carved into her face, each slice a torment. Wen Qingqing, do you not think yourself beautiful? You look even better now. Wen Qingqing, you bled so much, truly exquisite. Wen Qingqing, your face is gone. I wonder what you will use to contend with me now. Each taunt echoed in her ears like a malevolent specter. Wen Qingqing, mommy, mother, several voices rang out almost in unison. Wen Qingqing snapped back to reality, still disoriented when she saw an apple hurtling toward her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain, yet, it never came. Upon opening her eyes, she found an arm shielding her. Si Jue, are you alright? Li mother asked anxiously, having witnessed the apple strike her son's arm. Mother, it's of no consequence if it struck me. What if it had hit Cici or Yu? He replied, his expression cold, his voice like ice. Li mother paled at his words. In her haste, she had indeed acted impulsively, having called Wen Qingqing several times with no response. Her frustration had prompted her to hurl the apple. She had not anticipated that her son would intervene. At that moment, a red mark blossomed on Li Si Jue's arm, clearly indicating the force of the impact. Enough, your mother did not mean any harm, Li father interjected, wishing to shield his wife from further reproach. Li Si Jue fell silent, his lips pursed. Wen Qingqing, you have brought considerable distress to our family. After careful deliberation, we believe that cohabitating under these strange circumstances would not yield happiness. You and Si Jue should divorce, Li Xinyuan stated. Chapter 38. She kneels to endure punishment. These words caused Wen Qingqing's eyes to widen in shock, but she quickly regained her composure. Rising to her feet, she bowed deeply before them. I apologize for the past. You may impose demands upon me, and I am open to compensation, but I refuse to agree to a divorce. As she uttered her final statement, she met Li Mu's gaze unflinchingly. What right do you have to refuse? We have endured you long enough over the years, and we shall not tolerate you any longer. Li Mu erupted once more. She believed Wen Qingqing to be the bane of the Li family, a calamity sent to ruin them. It is not for you to decide whether you agree or not. We have made our decision regarding this matter. All you need to do is sign, and we shall ensure you are compensated fairly. Li Fu concurred with the divorce, believing it better for all parties involved to part ways and avoid further. He was aware that Wen Qingqing had previously wished for a divorce. I refuse as well. Cici interjected, I do not want Daddy and Mummy to divorce. Yu remained silent. Cici, do you wish for your brother to encounter further misfortune? Brother will not face any more trouble. Mummy will protect us, she has helped us during our recent altercations, Cici asserted confidently. Li Mu was at a loss for words. There were certain matters that were inappropriate for the children to discuss in this context. It was clear that the children should be taken away. She could not comprehend how Li Si Jue could allow them to engage in such discussions. Mom and Dad, you came here to understand the incident concerning Yu's fall into the water, and I have explained everything. As for the divorce, please cease your discussion on that matter. That if you wish to stay for dinner, we can prepare it immediately. If not, you may leave, was Li Si Jue's stance. You truly are. Li Si Jue, you are indeed my wonderful son. Li Mu was infuriated, feeling betrayed by the son who had seemingly forgotten his mother after marrying. Li Fu was exceedingly displeased with Li Si Jue's words. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? We are doing this for your benefit. I am already married, this is my family, and I will handle it. You may express your concern, but do not dictate how we should live our lives. His voice was not loud, yet his attitude was unmistakably firm, and combined with his icy demeanor, it lent a heavy weight to his reproach. You. Li Mu was nearly fainting from Wen Qingqing, witnessing Li Si Jue's staunch defense of her, felt as though a needle were pricking her heart repeatedly, causing her great pain. She deeply regretted her previous actions, but fortunately, fate had granted her a second chance at life. Otherwise, how could she ever hope to make amends for such protection? A stalemate ensued, with neither party willing to compromise. Ultimately, it was Wen Qingqing who stepped forward to speak. Mom and Dad, I will not divorce. I understand your grievances, you may punish me, and I shall accept the consequences. You insist on clinging to the Li family, do you? Li Mu trembled with rage. Now that you see our Si Jue flourishing, you refuse? Wen Qingqing remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Enough, cease the argument. A resolution must be sought. Wen Qingqing, are you certain you do not wish to divorce? He inquired. Yes, I am certain.
Wen Qingqing replied without hesitation. Earlier, you stated you would accept punishment, were you sincere? Indeed, I accept the punishment. Very well, then let the family law be invoked. Li Fu's declaration left even Li Xinyuan momentarily speechless. Dad? She was acutely aware of what the family law entailed. You should have been aware of the family rules. It is not too late to reconsider. Li Fu ignored the others, focusing solely on Wen Qingqing. Every substantial family possesses its own set of regulations and laws. In today's legal society, they are seldom enforced, yet special circumstances may warrant their application. Wen Qingqing was aware of this, yet her expression bore no trace of hesitation. I do not wish to reconsider. I request, Father, that the family law be invoked. Dad, I object. Li Si Jue interjected. This is her own request. You have no right to object. Li Fu's words brooked no argument. I made mistakes in the past and deserve punishment. It is of no consequence. I can endure it. Wen Qingqing offered a reassuring smile to Li Si Jue. However, Li Si Jue's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, silence. Yet Wen Qingqing did not cower. She approached him, grasping his hand. Trust me. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but her grip was firm. Despite her cool touch, he inexplicably felt a warmth emanating from her. The Li family had not invoked their family law in many years. Come, accompany us to the old residence, Li Fu instructed. Dad, must we? Li Xinyuan felt it unnecessary to escalate the situation to this extent. She sensed Li Si Jue's discontent. If they were to punish Wen Qingqing today, he would undoubtedly not let the matter rest now that Yu was unharmed, and it was not Wen Qingqing's fault. Perhaps it was best to let it go. However, Li Fu cast a glance at her, and even in his advanced age, the authority in his gaze was formidable enough to silence her. Li Si Jue and Wen Qingqing followed to the old residence, leaving the two children behind. Initially, Cici and Yu insisted on accompanying them, yet Wen Qingqing, half kneeling on the ground, gently addressed the two. Mummy must accept her punishment for her mistakes. Every action has its consequences, and this is Mummy's responsibility. You must also remember, if you make mistakes, you too must face the consequences. Alright, you two stay at home and wait. Mummy and Daddy will return shortly. She embraced both children before instructing the two nannies to keep them at home. On the way to the old residence, Li Fu, Li Mu, and Li Xinyuan shared one vehicle, while Wen Qingqing and Li Si Jue traveled in another. Throughout the journey, Li Si Jue remained silent, as did Wen Qingqing, though her heart was calm as she gazed out the window. She had long desired to account for her past misdeeds. Now, this invocation of family law represented not punishment but redemption. Upon arriving at the old residence, Li Fu retrieved a rattan rod, well preserved. The rod bore barbs that would pierce the skin upon impact, inflicting far greater pain than an ordinary rattan or od. Li Xinyuan's eyes reflected fear as she beheld the rod. She turned to Wen Qingqing, who appeared more resolute than afraid. I am prepared. Wen Qingqing inhaled deeply and knelt down. Bring forth the salt water. Li Fu's voice was cold and unyielding. The rod must be dipped in salt water before being used, as was the ultimate method of executing family law. Dad, surely, we do not need to use salt water? A couple of swats with the rod would suffice, without the need for salt water. It is she who has requested the family law, thus, it must be executed according to its regulations. Suddenly, Li Si Jue's wheelchair rolled forward, the sound echoing as he reached Wen Qingqing's side. She is my wife. The burden of this family law should fall upon me. His words left Wen Qingqing in a state of shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 39 Pain, excruciating pain. Li Si Jue had remained silent until the saline solution was brought forth. His gaze was icy, the depths of his eyes swirling with darkness. Without casting a glance at Wen Qingqing, he directed his attention solely to Li Father. All of this has arisen because of me. I married her, and I am the one unwilling to divorce. The one deserving of punishment is I. Proceed with the family law. No. Wen Qingqing immediately stood, attempting to push Li Si Jue's wheelchair, only to discover it was locked, rendering her efforts futile. Panic surged within her as she whispered urgently to Li Si Jue, don't be reckless. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, as if she were coaxing him, yet, Li Si Jue coldly shot her a glance. Get away. Wen Qingqing stubbornly remained by his wheelchair, undeterred by his harsh demeanor, which he deliberately adopted to mask his protective instincts towards her. In the past, she had often misinterpreted his intentions due to his nature. He acted for her benefit, yet his attitude made it difficult for others to accept. However, she had come to understand him now, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. You had better decide who will bear this family law. Li Father's brows knitted tightly, his tone still stern. But Li Mother grasped his hand urgently, exclaiming, we absolutely cannot impose family law on Si Jue. He brought this upon himself.
he should face the consequences, Li father snorted disdainfully. Decided, I shall take it.
Li Si Jue spoke again.
No. Who gave you the authority to decide? This punishment is meant for me, you are unworthy.
Wen Qingqing declared fervently, quickly returning to her original position to kneel.
Father, I will take it. Her back was straight, showing no sign of retreat. Li Xinyuan was at a loss as to whom to support. Wen Qingqing, being a girl, could hardly endure such punishment, yet Li Si Jue's condition since the accident had not improved. He too was ill-equipped to withstand the family law, yet none of them anticipated that Wen Qingqing would refuse to allow Li Si Jue to take her place. In the past, she would have reveled in the prospect of Li Si Jue facing such punishment, likely celebrating the decision and even preparing firecrackers. What had changed today? The previous oddity had escalated into something even more perplexing. Li Si Jue regarded Wen Qingqing, whose determination was evident. After spending several years together, he had come to understand her character. Once she made up her mind, she would not waver unless she truly recognized her own faults. Father, I will share the burden with her, a 3-7 split. I will take 7, she will take 3.
He declared, not waiting for Wen Qingqing to respond. It is settled. If there is any disagreement, we shall forego today's punishment and proceed with our divorce.
Although he did not look at Wen Qingqing, it was clear he was addressing her. Wen Qingqing's fists clenched tightly, and she fell silent. In total, there were 20 strikes, meaning Li Si Jue would endure 14 and Wen Qingqing 6. The rattan would inflict grievous wounds, even a single strike would leave one raw and bleeding.
You take over.
Li Xinyuan was momentarily stunned. As she reached for the rattan, Li father averted his gaze. She pondered whether he intended to allow her to take it easy. Although Li father was indeed aging, he was certainly capable of delivering 20 strikes. Casting a glance at the prepared Wen Qingqing and Li Si Jue, Li Xinyuan sighed inwardly. How fortunate it would have been if it were winter, allowing for thicker clothing to soften the blows, but in this sweltering heat, they were dressed too lightly.
I will begin with Si Jue.
As you stated, he is the one who provoked this situation, thus he bears the greatest responsibility. The moment her words fell, Li Xinyuan struck Li Si Jue's back with the rattan. Wen Qingqing watched anxiously, only to witness Li Si Jue not even flinch, leaving her momentarily stunned. Was it truly not painful? Li Xinyuan continued with 5 more strikes, but Li Si Jue remained largely unresponsive, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Even Wen Qingqing turned her gaze towards her.
Come on, dear brother, make some noise, don't make it seem as if I'm going easy on you, I am genuinely exerting myself.
Li Si Jue's back had begun to bleed, the crimson seeping through his white shirt, and Li mother could no longer bear to watch, turning her face away. Finally, the 14 strikes concluded, and Li Xinyuan exhaled in relief, her hands slick with sweat, the rattan having left her palms raw and bloodied.
Wen Qingqing, it's your turn.
It was evident to all that Li Xinyuan had little strength remaining, yet when she delivered the first strike, Wen Qingqing felt a sharp, intense pain that forced a cry from her lips. She had been mistaken. It was not that Li Si Jue felt no pain, rather, he was enduring it in silence. Li Xinyuan felt Li Si Jue's cold gaze upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. This was unjust, she had truly gone easy on him, but the barbs on the rattan were no trifling matter. In an effort to expedite the conclusion of this ordeal, Li Xinyuan swiftly administered the remaining 5 strikes, promptly placing the scalding hot rattan onto a nearby table. Aside from the first strike, which had caught Wen Qingqing unprepared and elicited a yelp, she had remained silent thereafter, her teeth clenched, sweat pouring down her face, her lips turning pale.
Rise! Li father commanded solemnly. Li mother and the assistant rushed to support Li Si Jue, who, already physically impaired, had endured 14 strikes, raising concerns about his ability to withstand the ordeal. On the other side, Wen Qingqing was assisted to her feet by Li Xinyuan, but after kneeling for so long and having been struck, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the world spinning, and she was on the verge of collapsing. However, a pair of strong arms swiftly caught her, and she leaned against a sturdy chest. Even though her vision had not yet cleared, she recognized who had supported her. She wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning her weight against him. As the dark fog slowly dissipated, she discerned the figure before her, head bowed in concern, yet the worry on his face faded into an expression of frostiness, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Wen Qingqing, what is the matter with you? Si Jue is gravely injured, and you still lean against him.
Li mother was heartbroken for her son, and seeing Wen Qingqing resting against him only fueled her ire. She approached, intending to push Wen Qingqing away, but Li Si Jue preempted her, ensuring Wen Qingqing stood firm.
Call Ji Lin and have him bring a female nurse.
Just inform him we have sustained external injuries, Li Si Jue instructed the assistant.
Understood, sir.
Li Si Jue and Wen Qingqing sat in the living room, awaiting assistance. Wen Qingqing winced at the slightest movement, her back ablaze with pain. Any motion sent cold sweat cascading down her forehead, yet she dared not utter a sound. Si Jue had borne far more than she had seen the state of his back, the shirt visibly stained with blood, and she could only imagine the severity of the wounds beneath.
Drink some water.
Li Xinyuan brought forth a glass of water and offered it to her. She was taken aback. She had always known that Li Xinyuan harbored disdain for her, yet today, she appeared to be on their side. Had Li Xinyuan struck her with full force, she might not have been able to stand at all, and she noted that Li Xinyuan had deliberately struck Si Jue first, clearly exerting less force on her.
Thank you.
Her lips, parched and cracked, tore open slightly, a bead of blood oozing forth.
Chapter 40 of This Man is Too Proud, What Does It Matter to Her? Amass.li retorted irritably. If it weren't for marrying Wenqingqing, how could her son endure so much suffering?
Mom, please refrain from speaking further. Li Xinyuan had begun to recognize the changes in Wenqingqing. She pondered that if Wenqingqing truly wished to improve, as the mother of 2 children, it would be better for them to grow up in an environment where both parents were present, provided, of course, that Wenqingqing would cease her mischief.
Si Jue cleared his throat.
This farce ends here. I will state 2 points. First, the family rules of the Li clan are hereby abolished and shall no longer be enforced.
Amar.li furrowed his brow. This has been passed down from our ancestors. How can it simply be dismissed?
He was in disagreement. From now on, the Li family will be under my management. If I say it is abolished, then it is abolished. To put it mildly, it is family law.
To put it bluntly, it is mere brutality. Mr. Li's expression darkened, yet he remained silent.
The second point is regarding my relationship with Wenqingqing. We shall handle it ourselves. If she truly harms the children or crosses my bottom line, I will divorce her without any concern from you. These 2 points offended both Mr. and Mrs. Li. Wenqingqing's hand trembled around the cup. She understood that Si Jue's declarations were made on her behalf. Both Mr. and Amass.li were furious yet aware of Si Jue's temperament. Once he spoke, his words were final and could not be contested. Were it not for their age, they might have chosen to disregard this grown-up entirely and raise a younger version instead. Amass.li cast a hateful glance at Wenqingqing, who bowed her head to sip tea, her ears buzzing painfully, the surrounding sounds ebbing and flowing.
Uncle,
quickly, let Si Jue have a look, Mrs. Li urged him. You all go to the room. Wenqingqing, come to my room, Li Xinyuan instructed. Jilin was still unaware of the unfolding events. You and the nurse come with me, Si Jue said. Upon entering the room, Si Jue removed his shirt, causing the nurse to gasp in shock at the sight of his bloodied back, a truly gruesome sight.
This is executed family law.
You instruct the nurse on how to treat it and send her to tend to Wenqingqing, Si Jue instructed Jilin.
She has also been subjected to family law. What are you all doing?
We'll discuss it later. Jilin hurriedly guided the nurse on how to address such injuries.
Fortunately, it's just superficial.
Yes, my sister did this.
Jilin sighed in relief.
At least it wasn't the old man's doing, or the situation would have been far worse. He cleaned the wound, applied medication, and noted that stitches were unnecessary as the injury was not severe, albeit alarming at first glance. The nurse assessed the situation and, being a capable nurse from school, she took her supplies to Li Xinyuan's room to attend to Wenqingqing. Your condition is somewhat better than his. His back is truly dreadful, the nurse commented to Wenqingqing. However, your delicate skin and flesh must be painful as well. Why is there still family law? The nurse struggled to comprehend such actions.
Li Xinyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, knowing she was the one who had struck.
You should cry out if it hurts, don't hold it in, the nurse insisted, needing to clean the wound thoroughly to prevent infection. I'm fine, Wenqingqing replied, gripping Li Xinyuan's pillow tightly, biting her lip to suppress any sounds, her mouth filled with a metallic sweetness. After applying the medication, the nurse wrapped her arm in gauze. What happened to your arm? The nurse noticed a large bruise.
I bumped into something.
Li Xinyuan's heart sank. She recognized it as a blow from Mrs. Li. The nurse exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xinyuan, who felt utterly humiliated. She thought that had the nurse not seen Si Jue's injuries, they might have assumed they were mistreating Wenqingqing and would have reported them. I'll go check if there are any bruise ointments available, the nurse said as she left for Jilin's area.
Doctor.
Gee, do you have any topical ointment for bruises? Mrs. Li has a significant bruise on her arm. Oh, I didn't bring any, since it was just a superficial injury, I thought it wasn't necessary, Jilin replied.
Is it serious? Not too serious. If it heals on its own, it should take about a week.
I'll send someone to get the medicine shortly, Si Jue said.
All right. Once Jilin and the nurse finished their tasks, they departed.
Given the tense atmosphere at the Li household, it was clear they wouldn't be staying for dinner. Mom, Dad, we'll be heading back now, Si Jue announced as he took Wen Qingqing away from the Li residence. In the car, Wen Qingqing hunched her back, unable to stop herself from leaning against the seat, fearing contact with her injuries. In contrast, Si Jue seemed unscathed. Had it not been for his pale lips, one would scarcely suspect him of any harm. The car remained silent, and Wen Qingqing understood that if she did not speak, Si Jue would remain reticent as well. The situation online is escalating, shouldn't we intervene? She finally broke the silence.
I have already made arrangements.
Well, that left little for further discussion.
I had someone investigate, and this incident is related to Mrs.
Li Bin's wife, she continued. Si Jue frowned, his expression darkening. Seeing his demeanor, Wen Qingqing's heart raced. What did this mean?
You seem to know quite a few people.
This remark hardly sounded like a compliment. Last time, to investigate Ma Chang's case, I hired a hacker. Since this matter falls within the hacker's purview, I decided to enlist his help as well.
Did you already know it was amass.li behind this?
Noticing Si Jue's lack of surprise, his attention fixated on her, it was evident he had known for some time.
Yes. With that, she chose to say no more.
She trusted his word that he would manage things properly. A sigh escaped her lips internally. This man, who clearly cared for her, always pushed her away with his cold demeanor. His disposition was indeed rather perplexing. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Wen Qingqing, not wearing a seatbelt and having not steadied herself, lunged forward. Si Jue acted swiftly, pulling her into his embrace, but in doing so, he collided with the seat, letting out a muffled grunt. Sir, madam, I apologize, the driver hastily said, as a nearby electric bike sped away. Had the driver not braked in time, they would have collided with the oncoming vehicle. It's fine, Si Jue replied tersely. The car resumed its journey, albeit at a slower pace. Wen Qingqing lifted her head from his embrace, and Si Jue looked down, stunned. A tear was rolling down Wen Qingqing's cheek. His body tensed instantly, unsure where to place his hands, eventually resting them on his legs, fingers curling.
Did it hurt just now? Wen Qingqing asked, her voice thick with.
Every time she was in danger, he rushed to her side, disregarding his own well-being. That impact, even without wounds, would surely have caused pain, let alone with his numerous injuries. Just take care of yourself. Si Jue averted his gaze, refusing to meet her eyes. Chapter 41, tearing apart Si Jue's clothes. Wen Qingqing could only catch a glimpse of his profile, the nearly perfect jawline taut with tension, as though he were suppressing something within. She raised her hand, placing her palm gently on the back of his hand. He flinched slightly, clearly taken aback by her unexpected gesture. The coolness of her palm contrasted sharply with the warmth of his hand, which she had not anticipated to be so heated. As Si Jue turned his face to withdraw his hand, Wen Qingqing firmly grasped it. Just as he seemed poised to erupt, she quickly interjected, "It feels safer this way, so I shall borrow your hand." Having wiped away her tears, her eyes remained reddened, yet she smiled, akin to a timid fawn cautiously approaching, yearning to touch him but fearful of being shooed away. Si Jue chose not to utter another word, allowing her to hold his hand. The warmth radiating from his hand gradually warmed Wen Qingqing's own. Upon arriving home, the two children rushed out. Just as Sisi was about to dash towards Wen Qingqing, Yuyo caught her. "Brother, let go, I want to find Mummy." "Mummy is tired, let her rest with Daddy," Yuyo replied.
"Daddy and Mummy have resolved matters.
You two can play, call us when it's time for dinner," Si Jue instructed Yuyo.
"Mummy, are you hurt?"
Sisi looked at Wen Qingqing, concern etched on her face as she noted her pale lips.
"Yes, Mummy is hurt, so she needs to rest. Tomorrow, Mummy will accompany Sisi, alright?"
Wen Qingqing said with a smile, not concealing her plight. "And Daddy is also hurt, he was injured alongside Mummy. We just endured a tough time together."
Her words left Si Jue momentarily taken aback. "Then Mummy and Daddy should rest quickly. We'll call you for dinner soon."
"Alright, you two are wonderful." Returning to her room, it wasn't long before Si Jue followed her in. Upon seeing him enter, she was somewhat surprised to notice he held a bottle of medicinal oil. "Take off your clothes," he stated bluntly. She hesitated for a moment before unbuttoning and removing her garment. This particular outfit had been given to her by Li Xinyuan, as her own clothes were rendered unwearable, stained with blood and torn. Seeing her comply, a flicker of surprise crossed Si Jue's eyes, as if he hadn't expected her to acquiesce so readily. In truth, he was unfamiliar with her body. Their only intimate contact had occurred when she was not fully conscious, and since their marriage, she had consistently resisted his advances, allowing him no further intimacy. Her slender form was soon wrapped in bandages, revealing only the pronounced collarbone and smooth shoulders. Si Jue leaned in closer. "What happened to your arm?" "Oh, I bumped into something accidentally," Wen Qingqing replied casually.
"When?" "This afternoon."
Where? At Yu-Yo's school. Caught off guard by his detailed questioning, she faltered slightly in her response. Ah. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her arm as Si Jue pressed down on the bruised area.
Do you enjoy lying so much?
Si Jue smirked, his smile chilling. His features were not naturally soft, and combined with his demeanor, they exuded an icy aura that rendered his smile all the more unsettling. It hurts, she winced as he pressed down firmly.
Does it hurt that much, more than being whipped with a rattan stick?
It wasn't quite that severe. Why did she feel as though Si Jue was mocking her? She fell silent. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to speak the truth.
Your mother hit me. Ah, Si Jue.
Having spoken the truth, why did he increase the pressure? She was suddenly infuriated. Si Jue, meeting her fiery glare, swiftly averted his gaze, and the grip on her arm loosened slightly. Was it her imagination, or did she detect a hint of guilt in his eyes? No, she must be mistaken. After applying the medicine, Si Jue prepared to leave.
Wait.
The wheelchair halted.
Show me your back.
After the earlier collision, she was worried. Si Jue did not even acknowledge her request, continuing to maneuver the wheelchair towards the door, when Qingqing immediately stood up and blocked his path. Si Jue's brow furrowed, for she had not properly donned her clothing. Her anxiety made her breathing heavy and rapid, causing her chest to rise and fall, which made his pupils constrict slightly. Move aside, he commanded, his voice taut.
If you won't let me see, then I won't let you pass. When Qingqing declared defiantly, standing her ground, arms outstretched.
As she did so, pain shot through her back, yet she fought to suppress it.
And what of it?
Si Jue's tone dripped with mockery, when Qingqing hesitated momentarily but quickly regained her resolve. We need to assess if you need to reapply the medicine and change. Since you do not wish to part ways, I will not pursue a divorce for the time being. You need not go to such lengths. His words were like a heavy stone pressing against her throat, rendering her momentarily speechless, gasping for breath.
So, what you imply is that all my efforts are merely a performance to avoid divorce.
When Qingqing retorted, her gaze fixed on Si Jue, filled with anger, astonishment, and hurt. What else could it be? The simplicity of his three-word retort stripped Qingqing of her composure, and in a fit of rage, she lunged forward, seizing Si Jue's shirt and yanking it violently, causing all the buttons to pop off in an instant. Si Jue swiftly grasped her wrist, his grip tight enough to cause her pain, yet she persisted, using her other hand to claw at his clothing, akin to a frenzied beast, relentlessly pushing forward.
Qingqing, what are you doing? Calm down.
He held her hands firmly, but she continued to push forward like a bull, heedless and unrestrained, even unsure of her own intentions, merely seeking to vent the fury building within her chest. The wheelchair, unbraked, was pushed backward by her force until it collided with the edge of the bed, finally coming to a halt.
Calm down, I've been more than accommodating during this time.
When Qingqing shouted, her eyes reddened yet devoid of tears, the arteries in her neck bulging from exertion, her once fair skin now flushed crimson.
Did you not say I was pretending?
Well, I shan't pretend any longer. Are you satisfied now? She sneered, her lips splitting further from her fierce tugging, blood seeping out and staining her smile, rendering it both eerie and frenzied. Her hands bound, she could not break free. In a moment of desperation, she headbutted Si Jue with all her might. The pain caused her vision to blur, yet to Si Jue's astonishment, it appeared that Qingqing was prepared to strike once more. Chapter 42. Stop crying, endure it. This woman has lost her mind. This was the sole thought occupying Si Jue's mind at that moment. He relinquished his hold and instead embraced Qingqing, pressing her firmly against his chest to prevent any movement. Si Jue distinctly felt her blink, her long eyelashes brushing against his chest, causing a tickling sensation. Moreover, the warm breath escaping her lips was moist against his skin. Her shirt had been torn open, leaving her face directly pressed against his chest, devoid of any fabric barrier.
Please, let me go.
Qingqing's voice had calmed considerably, losing the earlier frenzy.
Not going to act crazy anymore?
Si Jue did not immediately release her but sought confirmation first.
Who is acting crazy? Certainly not me.
As she moved, Si Jue instinctively tightened his embrace, resulting in her lips fully pressing against his skin. The soft contact made his body tense, causing him to instinctively arch his back slightly. Given that she was not wearing a top, his hand rested against her slender waist, which felt delicate enough to be encircled by his fingers. Si Jue's gaze darkened, shadowed by a hint of somberness. At last, he let her go, finally freed. Qingqing gasped for air, her face glistening with sweat and flushed with color. She glared at Si Jue, who, however, did not meet her gaze but turned his head away. If one looked closely, they would notice his breathing had quickened, and his ears had taken on a rosy hue.
If only you had acted like this from the start. Must we resort to fighting?
She noticed her wrist was quite red and painful. Li Si Jue had gripped it with considerable force. Raising her hand to touch her forehead, she winced. Ouch, that hurts. Seeing her in such a state softened Li Si Jue's expression. She moved to inspect his back, and indeed, blood was seeping through the bandages, a significant amount that necessitated changing the dressing. Jilin and the nurse had already explained how to manage the treatment at home, especially since the warm weather made prolonged bandaging detrimental to healing. I'll reapply the medicine and bandage you, she said to Li Si Jue. He remained silent, still grappling with the events that had transpired. The transformation in Wenqingqing was so profound that he found himself at a loss regarding how to interact with her. In the preceding years, they hardly ever interacted. She would keep her distance, provoking him in various ways, never allowing for closeness, let alone intimacy as they had just shared. Hey, could you please stand up? Wenqingqing kicked the wheelchair lightly, forgetting she was wearing slippers, which resulted in a painful stubbed toe. She bit back the urge to rub it, curling her toes instead, her face betraying her discomfort. Noticing her struggle, Li Si Jue complied and moved from the wheelchair to sit on the bed. Seizing the opportunity, Wenqingqing observed him. Indeed, he could walk but did so awkwardly, favoring his left leg, indicating a more serious injury to his right. How could such an exceptional individual accept walking in such a manner, preferring instead to remain in a wheelchair? This was why many assumed his legs were utterly incapacitated. He hardly ever walked in public. Wenqingqing removed his blood-stained shirt, rendering it unwearable in accordance with Li Si Jue's character. Carefully, she unwrapped the bandages, revealing the injuries on his back. Upon seeing his wounds, her eyes reddened. His strong back was marred with numerous small cuts, most of which were oozing blood that trickled down along his spine. As her fingers made contact with his skin, Li Si Jue's back tensed, and he experienced a fleeting shiver. It might sting a bit, bear with me, she said apologetically. However, stop saying such nonsense, hurry up. Wenqingqing pressed an alcohol swab against his wound, the sudden sting causing him to press his lips together tightly. Could you not speak so harshly? It was a pity that such a well-formed individual was so ungracious with words. Subsequently, Wenqingqing softened her approach, wiping away the blood and reapplying the medicine. With his back turned, Li Si Jue could only feel her fingers gliding across his back. The gentle caresses alleviated some of the pain, replaced by an itch that he had to suppress to avoid shivering involuntarily. The inability to see her magnified the sensation. Memories of that night 5 years ago surfacing unbidden. Though he had been devoid of reason then, he recalled the details of that night vividly, including the tears at the corners of her eyes and her softness in moments of. Ask Zhou to fetch them for you. Come here, Li Si Jue commanded. She approached, standing before him. Turn around and sit down. Wenqingqing's eyebrows arched in surprise, a slight smile gracing her lips. Li Si Jue remained silent, already reaching for the medicine and bandages. She sighed, exasperated. It was always the wrong time for him to speak and the wrong time for him to be silent. A perfect example of contradiction. Li Si Jue began to unwrap the bandages from her body. Although she had only sustained 6 wounds, her delicate and fair skin made the injuries all the more distressing. Ouch, Li Si Jue, that hurts, be gentle. Ah. It hurts. Li Si Jue halted his movements, his fingers curling tightly, his eyes narrowing. Wenqingqing's cries were soft, whether intentional or not, carrying a hint of plea and softness, coupled with her trembling form, deepening the shadows in Li Si Jue's gaze. His throat constricted as he struggled to focus on her injuries. Stop crying, endure it. His tone was impatient, yet his voice was noticeably hoarse. How can I endure this? It truly hurts. Wenqingqing felt immensely wronged. Why didn't he? Li Si Jue, you did that on purpose. Yet unbeknownst to her, the corners of Li Si Jue's mouth curled upwards, his previously chiseled features softening, akin to an icebound lake suddenly melting, revealing the vibrancy of spring. Be gentler, it truly hurts. I am not a tough doll. If you spoke less, it wouldn't hurt as much. Talking helps distract me. Li Si Jue fell silent once more, resuming his task. Wenqingqing, desperate to alleviate her pain, clutched his other arm. Although her nails were not long, the tight grip inevitably pressed them into his flesh, yet he showed no sign of discomfort. Suddenly, she pulled his arm closer, enveloping him in an embrace, the hardness of his arm contrasting with her softness. Chapter 43. Do not touch. Li Si Jue recoiled as if struck by lightning, yearning to withdraw his hand, yet it remained firmly embraced by Wenqingqing. Let go, she implored. It hurts, and if you won't let me cry out, allow me to hold your arm. He couldn't shake the feeling. Fortunately, he finally finished applying the ointment. Wenqingqing released his hand. He flexed his fingers, which had grown stiff and unresponsive. Li Si Jue, your hand is so warm. Her words halted his movements. Indeed, his fingertips felt as though they burned with an inner flame, igniting a restless heat within him with each brush against her porcelain skin. Why do you have so many demands? He replied, striving to maintain a cold and detached tone. I'm merely speaking.
If you don't want to hear it, then why be so fierce?
After a quiet mutter, she fell silent once more. At last, Si Jue managed to complete the bandaging of her back, exhaling a sigh of relief, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He swiftly turned to sit in his wheelchair, concealing any signs of his discomfort from Wenqingqing. She rose to find a garment to wear, wishing to tease Si Jue further, but dinner was approaching, and they had lingered in the room for far too long.
Here's the medicine.
Wipe your forehead. He tossed the ointment to her, recalling the forceful collision that had left a bump on her head.
Your head is too hard. I ended up with a bump, yet you seem unscathed? Wenqingqing, feeling indignant, extended her wrist.
Look, my wrist is bruised. The implication was clear, you forced me into this.
Help me apply the ointment, I cannot reach.
Si Jue disregarded her.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Cece's voice. Daddy, Mommy, dinner is ready.
Si Jue opened the door to find only Cece standing outside.
Daddy bullies me.
Have you forgotten? I still have that written reprimand.
A caring little cotton-padded jacket, more like a drafty vest.
Daddy, if you continue to bully Mommy, you will have to read your
She approached Cece.
Cece, let us give Daddy a chance to make amends by helping Mommy with the ointment. Is that alright?
Okay.
Cece nodded earnestly, then turned to Wenqingqing stifled her laughter observing Si Jue's increasingly grim demeanor. She swiftly intervened. Cece, you go eat first, Daddy and Mommy will be there shortly.
Alright, classmate, you must not bully Mommy any further.
Mommy, you shall report back to me on classmate's behavior later. No more spy thrillers in this household. After closing the door, Wenqingqing placed the ointment in Si Jue's hand.
Classmate, apply the ointment.
The cool ointment glided across her forehead, accompanied by a slight dull ache. Her gaze fell upon his lips, thin yet tinged with a hint of red, albeit slightly chapped. A subtle lift of her eyes revealed the tip of his nose. She lowered her gaze again, contemplating his lips. It was said that those with thin lips lack affection, yet Si Jue seemed an exception, at least in her eyes, where he appeared profoundly devoted.
Is your head alright?
It's fine. In a moment of impulse, Wenqingqing reached out to touch his throat. A sharp sound echoed, smack, as Si Jue instinctively swatted her hand away. She cradled her hand, gazing at him, while he appeared momentarily bewildered, having acted on pure instinct.
Enough.
You hit too hard.
It's red now.
She feigned a pitiful expression.
Who told you to touch recklessly? What's wrong with touching my man?
Si Jue walked out the door without another word. Wenqingqing followed him. Since they had not yet arrived, the others had yet to begin dinner. Daddy, Mommy, dinner is served. They sat down to eat, the meal prepared by the household chef. Now that Wenqingqing was not cooking, during the meal, a heavy silence enveloped the table. Wenqingqing, nursing her injuries, felt little inclination to converse, her mind focused on finishing her meal and later discussing matters with Yu before retreating to her room to rest. The fiery sting on her back left her devoid of motivation. Once Yu finished bathing, she made her way to the children's bedroom. To her surprise, upon seeing her, Yu pulled the blanket over himself, unwilling to engage. If you do not wish to see Mommy, then I shall speak to you from beneath.
I am truly sorry.
At this, Yu peeked out from under the blanket, looking at Wenqingqing.
Are you truly not divorcing Daddy?
Yes, it's true, she replied earnestly to his inquiry.
Then, do you still like Si Jue?
Hearing that name spring from Yu's lips took her aback, yet she responded firmly, I have never liked Si Jue, neither in the past, nor now, nor will I in the future.
You're lying.
When you and Daddy used to argue, you always said how wonderful Si Jue was and how awful Daddy was. Yu pouted, his small face etched with frustration. Previously, misunderstandings between Daddy and Mommy led to frequent arguments and cold wars, but now we have clarified everything.
Don't you think our relationship has changed?
Yu lowered his gaze, evidently reflecting on the recent events. His long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow, the tips slightly curling, reminiscent of a doll, his fair complexion and cherubic cheeks lending him an air of innocence. How had she not noticed how adorably exquisite her son was before? Though he bore a striking resemblance to Si Jue, there were still traces of her within him. With a bit more growth, he would undoubtedly become a charming. When Yu raised his eyes, they met a pair of gentle ones, rendering him momentarily speechless, unprepared for the warmth of Wenqingqing's affectionate gaze. His lips parted as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 44 Suing without a lawyer's letter. So, from now on, let us express our thoughts openly. Keeping things bottled up can easily lead to misunderstandings, for if we do not articulate our feelings, others may remain oblivious to our thoughts.
Over time, silence breeds distance, making it impossible to coexist. Don't you think so, Yu? She gently caressed Yu's hair, exuding a motherly tenderness that he had never experienced before. He vividly recalled how, whenever he yearned for a hug, he was met with indifference, sometimes even pushed away. Gradually, he stopped longing for his mother's embrace, yet witnessing Cece being held only made him turn away, concealing the desire in his eyes. Do you have any further questions for Mommy? Wen Qingqing inquired, gazing into his eyes. No. In an instant, Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her, instinctively gripping the blanket tighter. Could it be that Mommy truly loved him now? Was it not just a facade? Was he not being used? Upon entering, Cece caught sight of Yu's dazed expression. Brother, what is wrong with you? Nothing. He pulled the blanket over his head again, but suddenly recalled. Cece, unsuspecting, climbed onto Yu's bed, observing him closely. Brother, why were you so angry earlier? You even ignored Cece and slammed the door, which scared me. She pouted, critiquing his previous behavior. I was just really upset at that moment, but I promise it won't happen again, he softly reassured his sister. Cece lay down on Yu, muttering, from now on, brother mustn't be so fierce with Cece. Alright, I understand. Now, go to sleep, he said, gently ruffling her soft hair. I want to sleep with you tonight, she declared, diving under the covers, flashing him a sweet smile before closing her eyes. Yu felt a twinge of helplessness, yet he reached out to adjust the blanket for her. When Qingqing had returned to her room, lying on her stomach while browsing her phone. She checked another device for updates on the day's trending topics. A glance at the hot searches instantly revived her spirits. Report on the Longshui Park toddler drowning incident explodes. She clicked on it immediately. The top trending post was the police's statement regarding the incident, featuring 2 suspects' photographs, albeit pixelated. The announcement detailed the events clearly, even outlining the sequence of occurrences, yet it made no mention of Lin Xuxia, stating only that the investigation was ongoing. Another trending topic indicated that Si Jue had initiated legal action against the marketing accounts and media that first reported the incident. Will those who previously mocked apologize now? What does this current information prove? Can it confirm that Si Jue was not cuckolded? There isn't even a single photo of the two together. While there were individual photos of Si Jue and Wen Qingqing, they had never taken a photo together, not even a wedding picture. However, netizens had combined their images, and purely based on looks, they were indeed a striking match. I sincerely ask, not to mock, how did Si Jue father? Quite a feat, isn't it? Looks like it should be, get on top and do it yourself. The online comments spiraled further into absurdity, veering into suggestive territory. When Qingqing pondered this matter carefully, she genuinely could not recall how their first encounter had transpired, only hazy memories of an atmosphere that had made her heart race with embarrassment. How exactly did Si Jue manage it? Unless she were to experience it again, she truly had no idea how it had happened. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile crept onto her lips, contemplating when she might finally entice him. His composure was remarkably steadfast. She turned off her phone, choosing to ignore the online comments, for the situation had already clarified itself. She would simply wait for the fervor to die down. As for the instigator of this incident, Li Bin's wife, Cui Qifeng, she believed Si Jue would handle it on his own, leaving her free of concern. The following morning at 8:30, the police arrived at Li Bin's residence, startling the entire family. Officer, what is the meaning of this? Is Cui Qifeng present? This is an arrest warrant. We need to take her in for questioning. With a loud crash, Li Bin turned to see Cui Qifeng standing behind him, her face pale, the dishes she had been holding crashing to the floor, shards scattering everywhere. What has my wife done? The recent rumors circulating online about Wen Qingqing allegedly attempting to murder her son to marry her brother-in-law stemmed from your wife, Cui Qifeng, who provided this information to the media and colluded with marketing accounts, causing significant harm to. Please cooperate. What? Li Bin looked at the police in disbelief, then whirled to face his wife. He saw her eyes wide with terror, her face drained of color, her leg. Let me go, I didn't do it, husband, save me, save me. She attempted to flee, but with such a confined space, where could she escape? Her legs weakened, rendering her unable to move, and she was swiftly taken away. As she struggled, tears and snot streaming down her face, she cried, Husband, help me, I don't want to go to jail, you must save me.
Li Bin stood frozen, his face ashen, making no move to stop the police from taking Cui Chifeng. At that moment, he wished he could strangle her. He had finally secured a collaboration with Li Si Jue, enduring so much hardship, only to be betrayed by his own wife. If Li Si Jue terminated the contract, once the police had escorted her away, he immediately left, heading straight for the headquarters of the Li Corporation. This time, he faced little resistance and soon found himself in front of Li Si Jue. Mr. Li, I had no knowledge of this matter. It was entirely her doing. Had I known, I would never have allowed her to act so recklessly. He spoke urgently, sweat beading on his forehead, his throat parched. Li Si Jue raised his gaze to him. I believe you truly were unaware. I genuinely did not know, but I must accept my share of the responsibility for her actions. I sincerely apologize for the negative impact this has caused you, and I will do my— Chapter 45. There will always be men enchanted by my beauty. Li Bin lifted his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, disregarding the dirtiness of it. He could not allow the beads of perspiration on his face to fall upon the floor of Li Si Jue's office. Rest assured, Mr. Li, once this matter reaches its conclusion, I shall proceed with my divorce. This is your personal affair, Li Si Jue replied coolly. My inability to manage my personal issues has led to— Thus, this is no longer merely my private concern. I assure you, I will provide an explanation to you, Mr. In that case, would you mind if I were to post online the footage of your wife bullying my wife and children? Li Bin was taken aback, recalling that the root of all these troubles stemmed from the events that transpired during the Lin family patriarch's birthday celebration. If such footage were to be made public, how many would vilify their family? Yet, to refuse would be, as long as you don't mind, I have no objections. He had no other recourse. He could not afford to offend Li Si Jue, who currently held the lifeblood of their company in his hands. Should the collaboration falter, he would bear the blame. However, should this matter gain traction online, and the netizens learn she is my wife, the repercussions on our company as products would be inevitable. Given that we are in a partnership, you too would be affected. Li Si Jue merely smirked, his smile casual. Oh, I don't mind. Li Bin realized that Li Si Jue was indeed genuinely angry. Even if the company's interests were at stake, he was intent on retribution. When the incident first erupted, when Xingqing had been mercilessly lambasted online, and Li Si Jue had also faced ridicule across the internet. Given his temperament, it was clear he would not let this matter slide. With his head hanging low, he departed, the only consolation being that the collaboration between their companies was still ongoing. For now, he could only await the resolution of this predicament. President, Lin Xuxia and Su Zheyu have arrived at your residence, Assistant Zhou reported to Li Si Jue. Li Si Jue glanced at his schedule. Move the meeting up by an hour. Zhou paused for a moment but asked no further questions, promptly attending to the matter. Meanwhile, at home, when Xingqing received Lin Xuxia and Su Zheyu with a weary demeanor. Xingqing, you frightened me, why have you been unreachable? Lin Xuxia exclaimed upon entering, her words tumbling out. What's wrong with your complexion? Given the circumstances, how could I possibly look well? When Xingqing's tone seemed to imply. Are you a fool? Lin Xuxia felt a pang of unease at Wen Xingqing's attitude. Would Ma Chong speak recklessly? Yet, if Wen Xingqing were aware of her connection to this matter, she ought not to exhibit such a demeanor. Has that incident been clarified? I read online that the investigation is still ongoing. Yes, the police are still looking into it. I'm not fully informed of the specifics. It's all being handled by Li Si Jue. At this moment, Wen Xingqing felt utterly fatigued. She hadn't slept well the previous night due to pain, and today's discomfort persisted, making it arduous to muster the energy to engage with her guests. Sister, brother-in-law, what brings you both here together? Lin Xuxia and Su Zheyu exchanged glances, taken aback, for Su Zheyu rarely visited the Li residence. Had it not been for the concern over Ma Chang's potential loose tongue, he wouldn't have accompanied Lin Xuxia. Xingqing, you look unwell, and what happened to your forehead? Li Si Jue hasn't harmed you, has he? No, I accidentally bumped into something, Wen Xingqing replied, shaking her head. However, Lin Xuxia clearly had no intention of letting this go. Xingqing, don't be afraid. Speak the truth. If Li Si Jue struck you, we could take legal action. That constitutes domestic violence. It is domestic violence, indeed, but the perpetrator is Li Si Jue. I assure you, I am fine. I am genuinely glad you both came to see me. These past few days have been quite challenging. In a few days, I will treat you to a meal. I simply cannot host you properly today. We merely came to check on you.
There is no need for talk of hosting, Qingqing. Why do I feel like we've grown distant?
Lin Xuxia remarked, sensing an unfamiliarity in Wen Qingqing that she couldn't quite articulate, leaving her unsettled.
Sister, are you blaming me?
Wen Qingqing suddenly questioned Lin Xuxia with disbelief.
So much has transpired, and you come to criticize me? I am already overwhelmed, how can you possibly blame me?
As she spoke, tears welled in Wen Qingqing's eyes, leaving Lin Xuxia utterly stunned. No, I did not mean to, I was merely a sister. You are fortunate to have a husband as exceptional as mine by your side.
Could you not afford me a little understanding?
Lin Xuxia's face was a picture of confusion. What had she said? Turning, she caught sight of Su Ziyu looking at her with reproachful eyes.
Xia, you should not speak to Qingqing like that.
She is already struggling and exhausted. We ought to refrain from disturbing her. Let us go. Lin Xuxia felt a lump in her throat, trapped between frustration and indignation. She was utterly exasperated. She had said nothing, yet was being reprimanded by both Wen Qingqing and Su Ziyu.
Madam, the sir has returned, a servant announced to Wen Qingqing.
Soon after, Li Siju appeared in the house, seated in his wheelchair, his face a mask of frost. His handsome features bore an undeniable intensity that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze.
Mr.
Li, Su Ziyu greeted, stepping forward.
Please, take a seat.
We were just about to leave, Su Ziyu replied. Will you not stay for lunch before departing? It's nearly mealtime, Li Siju urged, a hint of insistence in his voice. Lin Xuxia and Su Ziyu were momentarily taken aback. Even Wen Qingqing could hardly believe Li Siju would extend such an invitation, something that had never occurred before.
What is this? Are you unwilling?
The pitch of his voice rose slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, lending him an unexpected warmth. Yet this warmth only served to intimidate Lin Xuxia and Su Ziyu. They would have preferred if he did not smile. A man known for his icy demeanor suddenly flashing a smile was hardly a reassuring sign.
Qingqing is not feeling well.
I fear our presence might disturb you, Lin Xuxia explained.
Not at all. I would be delighted for you to stay for lunch. I was merely concerned about entertaining you poorly on my own.
Now that Li Siju is back, I have no such worries. Come, let us proceed to the dining room. Wen Qingqing swiftly donned a bright smile, banishing her earlier pallor. Lin Xuxia and Su Ziyu exchanged glances, both questioning what had transpired between this couple. Once seated in the dining room, the chef began to serve the dishes. I've heard that Miss Lin has opened a restaurant, suggesting you possess considerable culinary knowledge. I wonder if today's fare will suit your palate. Li Siju initiated the conversation again. His voice, typically cool and commanding, exuded a pressure that made it difficult for others to feel at ease. Yet today, his willingness to engage and the quantity of his words diminished the chill, making him seem less formidable. Lin Xuxia sensed a subtle shift in Li Siju's demeanor towards her. He had never before cast her a second glance, yet today, he was not only inviting them to lunch but also mentioning her restaurant. Could it be that she appeared particularly attractive today? Chapter 46, The Iceberg Handsome Man is actually quite desirable. Upon contemplating this, she smiled and spoke, although I have opened a restaurant, to be honest, I am not particularly skilled in cooking. The dishes prepared by your chef must be delectable. I recall that Qingqing has quite a discerning palate, ordinary dishes simply cannot satisfy her. Indeed, she is quite particular and rather difficult to please. Li Siju nodded in agreement. When Qingqing was taken aback, as she had not anticipated Li Siju would respond in such a manner. What was his intention today? The impact of this statement varied greatly depending on the listener.
Su Ziyu thought, is he showing off his affection? Lin Xuxia thought, is he disparaging Wen Qingqing?
I may have a discerning taste, but I can cook for myself, Wen Qingqing mused, realizing she needed to maintain the facade of discord with Li Siju in front of Lin Xuxia. True, you can cook, but let us not forget the time you prepared a meal that made a guest ill, causing our restaurant to incur considerable losses, Lin Xuxia said with a smile, seemingly devoid of reproach. While others charge for their culinary creations, yours could very well cost lives. With a resounding thud, Wen Qingqing placed her chopsticks heavily on the table, her expression darkening as she glared at Lin Xuxia. Sister, how can you say such a thing? That guest fell ill, and I requested a thorough investigation, but you chose to appease the situation with monetary compensation. How could we know if he was attempting to frame me? Before Lin Xuxia could respond, Wen Qingqing continued, it's one thing for you not to stand by me, but to continually mock me over this incident. Do you not regard me as your sister? Lin Xuxia was left speechless. She sensed something was amiss. The earlier sensation returned, leaving her at a loss for words, while Su Ziyu cast a reproachful glance her way. Just as she was at a loss for words in her indignation, Li Siju interjected, a mistake is a mistake. Do not attempt to justify it. If someone were to suffer serious consequences, it would be far more than a matter of mere financial compensation. Li Siju, how can you say that about me? Wen Qingqing retorted angrily, her eyes wide with grievance as she stared at him. Yet, she was met with nothing but Li Siju's frigid gaze, which dismissed her fury.
Mr.Li, thank you for speaking on my behalf, but this matter cannot solely be attributed to Qingqing.
It was my failure to explain things clearly. My only intention was to protect her from harm, yet it inadvertently led to her misunderstanding. Lin Shuxiao looked at Li Siju with soft eyes, as though imbued with tender affection.
Su Ziyu thought, but it seems I am superfluous. Brother-in-law, do you also believe it was my fault?
Su Ziyu, feeling like an outsider, was suddenly addressed. He glanced at Lin Shuxia and Li Siju before turning to Wen Qingqing with a gentle smile. I recall that Qingqing's cooking was quite delicious. The guest was indeed uncertain whether it was the restaurant's food that caused his discomfort or if he was simply unwell, or perhaps he was intentionally causing trouble. However, Shuxia was merely considering the restaurant as a whole, so you must forgive her. He then cast a slightly reproachful glance at Lin Shuxia, saying, Shuxia, you should not bring this up again. I merely mentioned it in passing.
Is it necessary to escalate it to such proportions?
Lin Shuxia retorted, clearly irked, likely emboldened by Li Siju's support. Please, let us not quarrel. I apologize, I will refrain from mentioning it again, Wen Qingqing quickly interjected. Lin Shuxia stared in astonishment, her eyes wide as if gazing at a stranger. This was not the Wen Qingqing she knew. How could she display such a dispassionate demeanor?
Mr.Li, I apologize for the spectacle. Su Ziyu raised his glass towards Li Siju. Li Siju's lips curved slightly. It is indeed rather amusing.
Li Siju, are you being polite? In an instant, it was unclear whether Li Siju was jesting or mocking. The dinner for the four was marked by emotional fluctuations. Su Ziyu shifted the topic, discussing a recent bidding event, expressing joy over their company's success, clearly infused with an element of boasting. Dealing with the government can be quite troublesome.
To be honest, I somewhat regret entering the competition, Su Ziyu remarked.
Then you could consider terminating the contract, Li Siju replied nonchalantly. The cost of termination is too great, it would not be worthwhile. Li Siju swirled the brandy in his glass, his gaze cast downwards, contemplating the liquid within. He did not respond immediately but took a sip, the clear liquid sliding smoothly down his throat, exuding a tantalizing allure. His demeanor, initially cold and composed, belied the seductive charm of his well-defined neck and the glistening lips dampened by the liquor, creating an invisible hook that ensnared one's gaze, rendering it impossible to look away.
A light laugh further intensified the atmosphere. It appears Mr. Su is not a particularly astute decision-maker.
The mocking tone, coupled with the slight curl of his lips, revealed a hint of arrogance beneath his stern exterior. His gaze swept over Lin Shuxia, who felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, extinguishing the flames of her earlier excitement. Eventually, his gaze settled on Su Ziyu's face, the mockery still evident in his expression. Su Ziyu's countenance stiffened, darkening subtly when he spoke again. His tone was laced with sarcasm. Indeed, I am still young and cannot claim to be a good decision-maker, therefore, I must learn and improve. I would still like the opportunity to seek your guidance, Mr.Li, as we are, after all, related by marriage. I hope you will be generous with your advice.
Not at this time. Wen Qingqing was taken aback by Li Siju's bluntness towards Su Ziyu.
This was not merely withholding assistance but outright shattering any pretense of support in front of others. She pinched her thigh to suppress a laugh. Though she had always thought of Li Siju as unyielding and sharp-tongued, hearing him speak so mercilessly to another brought her unexpected delight, even prompting her to want to applaud in shocked bravo. However, Lin Shuxia misinterpreted Li Siju's words, her cheeks flushing slightly as she pondered whether he was hinting at something. Despite Li Siju's striking appearance and impressive capabilities, he was still, after all, physically challenged. It seems we have been slow to act. Your children are already this grown, and we have yet to marry. We must hasten, as Mr.Li is urging us.
Can it be understood in that way?
In a few days, several developers will be visiting. I plan to take them golfing. Mr.Li, would you be interested? As soon as he uttered these words, the atmosphere thickened palpably. Wen Qingqing immediately glanced at Li Siju's face, and indeed, his expression darkened considerably. I apologize, I forgot it. Please do not be angry, Mr. Li, I will drink a cup in penance. Su Ziyu quickly raised his glass and drank, but Wen Qingqing noticed the subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that his words were intended to provoke Li Siju.
Forgot?
I assumed it was deliberate, Li Siju stated bluntly, leaving Su Ziyu uncertain how to respond. He could only awkwardly smile in apology. How could I have done so intentionally? I truly forgot. After all, Mr. Li, you seem so exceptional that it is easy to overlook your shortcomings. Another jab, chapter 47. She is deliberately teasing him. Though you have your flaws, they cannot overshadow your excellence.
Is he back again?
While you may not excel at golf, you can still join us for dinner. Su Ziyu's enthusiasm grew with each word, as if he were bestowing upon Li Si Jue a rare opportunity.
That is unnecessary. I am quite busy.
Li Si Jue did not conceal his displeasure in the slightest. That is unfortunate. Perhaps we shall reschedule for when Mr.Li has more time. Li Si Jue's gaze, neither heavy nor light, settled on Su Ziyu. Perhaps when I am free, Mr.
Su will be rather occupied. What do you mean, Mr.Li? Su Ziyu was somewhat perplexed.
You will come to understand in due time. Once dinner is concluded, I will not impose any further. Li Si Jue's demeanor was truly inscrutable, appearing at times to be amiable, yet at other moments, he wielded sharp sarcasm. This left Su Ziyu rather irritated, yet he reminded himself that no matter how formidable Li Si Jue was, he remained disabled. As long as Li Si Jue could not stand, he was but a waste. Then we shall take our leave.
Thank you for your hospitality. I shall see you out.
When Qingqing rose to escort the two of them, however, as she passed by Li Si Jue, he suddenly reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her closer, her body brushing against the hard surface of the wheelchair, his grip firmly securing her.
Did you not say you were feeling unwell? Let Chen Bo escort you instead.
His voice was soft, laced with concern, contrasting sharply with the strength of his hold when Qingqing was taken aback. What was going on with Li Si Jue today? He seemed to possess an overwhelming desire to perform. Lin Xuxia and Su Ziyu stood there, stunned, particularly focused on the grip around Wen Qingqing's waist, before shifting their gaze to her. I have indeed been feeling unwell these past couple of days. Once they had exited, Li Si Jue finally released his hold when Qingqing turned to face him, their eyes locking. Li Si Jue's gaze was now frigid, like an endless glacier, devoid of warmth. She pouted slightly, placing a hand on her waist, and complained, "Your grip was far too strong. It hurts. I already have an injury. Was it necessary to exert such force?" Li Si Jue, however, was momentarily taken aback, his surprise evident in his expression, which did not escape Wen Qingqing's notice. He had anticipated that she would turn and scold him, glaring fiercely. Indeed, she did scold him, but it was for the excessive force that caused her pain, her eyes filled with playful reproach.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Although when Qingqing sensed something amiss, she did not dwell on it. She did ask. I told her the police were investigating and that I was unclear on the details.
I am so tired.
I think I will lie down for a bit. My back hurts terribly, doesn't yours? Despite his more severe injury, Li Si Jue appeared unfazed. He merely glanced at her without responding, however, when Qingqing noted that his eyes no longer held the same icy demeanor. Rather, they seemed to possess a hint of human warmth. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to crouch beside Li Si Jue's wheelchair.
How was my acting just now?
She raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with delight, a smile gracing her lips, exuding pride. Li Si Jue frowned, pressing his back against the wheelchair's backrest, as if this distance could somehow create space between them.
What acting? He feigned ignorance.
You know, when you were assisting Lin Xuxia in criticizing me. I found it quite curious that you would help her. Ju, I never would have guessed. Your acting skills are impressive, but I am quick on the uptake, so I immediately played along.
Self-righteous.
Li Si Jue uttered those two words with a tone that was peculiar, not quite the cold reproach one would expect, but rather a stubbornness akin to being called out by Wen Qingqing. Her expression shifted dramatically.
Was it not acting? Are you genuinely assisting Lin Xuxia? So, do you still harbor feelings for her? Was your earlier desire to divorce me to marry her? When you mentioned that Su Ziyu and you are not yet in-laws, was that merely paving the way for your future with Lin Xuxia?
As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, staring intently at Li Si Jue. In that instant, he felt somewhat dazzled, yet he found himself unwilling to divert his gaze. He noticed that the amusement in her eyes had intensified. Li Si Jue promptly adopted a colder demeanor. Wen Qingqing, your acting is indeed quite remarkable. Wen Qingqing suddenly stood upright, her hands pressing down on the armrests of the wheelchair as she leaned closer. Li Si Jue found himself cornered, unable to retreat. The distance between their lips dwindled to merely a centimeter, their exhaled breaths mingling. With the slightest advance, their lips would meet, yet, when Qingqing turned her head, leaning closer to his ear, her soft lips grazing his ear, and though he reached for her waist, it was too late. The moment her lips brushed against his ear, an electric current surged through him. He clearly heard the 7 words, Li Si Jue, it goes both ways. She retreated swiftly, casting a charming smile over her shoulder, captivatingly enchanting, reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. Li Si Jue's heart raced as if it had suddenly come alive, pounding like thunder when Qingqing returned to her bedroom and collapsed onto her bed, her earlier exuberance utterly drained. She was genuinely in pain, simply lying still was already excruciating, let alone moving. After Si Jue had gripped her waist earlier, she lifted her shirt to reveal a red mark, likely to soon turn purple. She was baffled by Si Jue's behavior today, yet felt too weary to speculate. This man was exceedingly difficult to read. Initially, she intended to catch up on the news and plan her upcoming tasks, for she had countless matters to attend to, yet as she began to browse, she succumbed to sleep. When Cici and Yu returned from school and did not find Qingqing, they were quite surprised.
"Aunt Lu, where is Mommy?" Cici inquired.
"Madam is resting in her room, please do not disturb her just yet.
Wait until dinner to call her."
Although Cici and Yu were unaware of what Qingqing had experienced the previous day, they sensed it was likely not a pleasant matter and chose not to intrude. When dinner time arrived, Cici entered to call her, but after several attempts, she remained unresponsive. Reaching out to touch Qingqing's face, she was startled.
Daddy, Mommy is burning up." Chapter 48.
Awakening to a world of pain, Si Jue entered Qingqing's room and reached out to touch her forehead, finding it indeed feverishly hot. He called Jilin to discuss Qingqing's condition.
"Daddy, what is wrong with Mommy? Is she running a fever?" Cici inquired.
"Yes, she has a fever," he replied. "How could Mommy have a fever? We will only know when the doctor arrives." Si Jue had a notion of why she was feverish but found it difficult to explain to the two children. "You two should go out and have something to eat. No, we must stay here with Mommy," Cici protested, while Yu, though silent, showed no inclination to leave either. "You won't be able to help her here. If Mommy wakes up and finds you haven't tea eaten, she'll be upset." He cast a glance at Yu, silently urging her not to indulge Cici's stubbornness. Understanding his unspoken message, Yu tugged at Cici, saying, "Let us eat first. We can come back to see Mommy afterward." "Alright." Once the children left, silence enveloped the bedroom. He felt a certain discomfort lingering in this space. It had once been their master bedroom, but they had only shared it during the first month of their marriage before he moved out to create a separate bedroom, and since then, they had each slept alone. Qingqing's cheeks were flushed with an unhealthy hue due to the fever, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. He reached out once more to touch her forehead.
"Aju?"
she murmured, her voice raspy, struggling to lift her heavy eyelids. She squinted at Si Jue seated beside her, confusion evident in her gaze. "Am I still dreaming?" Just as Si Jue intended to retract his hand, Qingqing grasped it, her palm radiating heat while his remained cool and soothing. "I feel so hot, let me hold on for a moment," she mumbled. "It feels so good." Her satisfied sigh tightened the muscles in Si Jue's arm, and soon, the coolness in his hand dissipated, warmth replacing it. Why is it no longer cool?" Qingqing furrowed her brow, seemingly doubting her own judgment, even pressing his palm against her cheek. "It really isn't cool anymore." Observing her pouting and pressing her lips together in a vulnerable manner, he realized he had never seen this. He should have shattered the tranquility of the moment, yet he remained silent, content to linger in the stillness. Gradually, Qingqing, still in a dazed state, sensed that something was amiss. This dream was uncharacteristically serene. She glanced around the room, recognizing it as her own. But the dim lighting obscured Si Jue's features behind a veil of shadow. Why was the temperature of Si Jue's hand rising?
Suddenly, she pinched his arm, prompting him to pull back with a frown. "This isn't a dream?"
Was she questioning whether the pinch was real? "You have a fever," Si Jue said calmly.
"What, I have a fever?"
She shot up, but the sudden movement caused her head to spin violently, eliciting a pained frown. "My head hurts so much, and my back aches too." Her predominant sensation was pain, her entire body ached. "Jilin will be here shortly. Oh." After a brief nod, she suddenly realized something and quickly rose, suppressing her headache as she opened the wardrobe and retrieved some clothes. "I'll change first." Without regard for Si Jue's presence, she stripped off her dress. Despite the bandages wrapped around her back and the fitted pants she wore, her long, slender legs were now visible to him, along with delicate ankles that seemed to invite his touch. As his gaze wandered from her feet to her face, Si Jue averted his eyes, his ears flushing pink. He was acutely aware of Qingqing's beauty. Though she appeared slender, her figure was perfectly proportioned, flesh where it should be, and none where it shouldn't. Her curves smooth and alluring.
In his moment of distraction, Qingqing had changed into long pants and a loose top. "Do I look decent now?"
she asked playfully, turning to face Si Jue, evidently still holding a grudge regarding their previous encounter. Si Jue pressed his lips together, choosing silence. Qingqing's fever had painted her cheeks a vivid red, her lips the color of blood, and her arched brow accompanied by a smile only accentuated her captivating beauty. He had always known she was stunning, but she rarely revealed such a side to him, resembling a bewitching enchantress exuding an irresistible allure. One would leap into the abyss without hesitation, yearning for but a fleeting moment of oblivion. A knock at the door interrupted the rising temperature in the room. "Sir, Dr. G has arrived," the butler, Chen Bo, announced from outside. "Please show him to the living room." Shortly after, Li Siju and Wen Qingqing made their way to the living room. The children had wished to join, but the nanny had stopped them, deeming it unwise for them to witness the gruesome injury on Wen Qingqing's back. Jilin took Wen Qingqing's temperature. It is quite high, at 39.2 degrees. However, it's normal to run a fever with a back injury. I'll perform a checkup. Jilin listened to Wen Qingqing's heartbeat and examined her tonsils, while the nurse inspected the wounds on her back. The injury on her back has not worsened, there is no sign of infection, the nurse reported. Her tonsils are swollen. It's likely because I dozed off while resting on my stomach, she deduced, realizing she hadn't covered herself and had caught a chill. It's not a major issue. Take some medicine and see if the fever subsides. If it persists, we'll need to take her to the hospital for further examination, Jilin advised. After assessing Wen Qingqing, he turned to Li Siju. "And you, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Jilin, well aware of Li Siju's tendency to endure quietly, still conducted a checkup, confirming he was indeed unharmed. "You're fine, but not everyone possesses your resilience. Madame Li is in a weakened state and must take extra care." His words were clearly directed at Li Siju, who merely darkened his gaze without responding. "However, the rate of recovery for your injuries seems unusually slow. Although they haven't worsened, they should have improved by now." They appeared as if they had only recently sustained their injuries. The nurse bluntly interjected, "They both had their dressings changed." Jilin looked at Li Siju, who met his gaze with an expression that conveyed, "I'm not aware of it." "It is not my fault. Your medication must be ineffective. Your injuries aren't severe, but if they continue to deteriorate, there is a risk of infection. If significant skin necrosis occurs, don't say I didn't warn you." His tone was icy, clearly irritated with Li Siju. It was one thing for him to endure pain, but dragging his wife into such reckless behavior was unacceptable. Jilin was well aware of the depth of Li Siju's concern for Wen Qingqing. If Li Siju truly didn't care for Wen Qingqing, he would have been indifferent. "Eat, take your medicine, then go to bed and cover yourself well, and by tomorrow, your fever should subside," Jilin instructed before preparing to leave with the nurse, but Li Siju insisted they stay for dinner. After dinner, Wen Qingqing took her medicine and soon succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the bed. A few hours later, thunder roared outside, and torrential rain lashed against the windows, creating a cacophony of sound. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the night, causing Wen Qingqing, who had been with her eyes closed, to suddenly open them wide, only to see someone standing at her bedside, prompting her to let out a piercing scream. Chapter 49. Will you stay with me tonight? The blinding flash of lightning suddenly cleaved through the darkness, illuminating the frozen visage of Li Siju. A look of concern flickered across his face. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. It's all my fault, I have harmed you all. I apologize, Li Siju, I truly regret it. I now understand my mistakes. I have already paid with my life for you." As he beheld Wen Qingqing, who was retreating in terror, her face pale as a ghost, Li Siju's brow furrowed in confusion at her sudden distress. She clutched her knees, shaking her head while weeping bitterly, her eyes wide yet seemingly unfocused. "It hurts so much, my face hurts," she cried, her hands covering her face in agony. "Lin Shuxia, do not come any closer, stay away." How could her face hurt? Lin Shuxia, there were only the two of them in the bedroom, where could Lin Shuxia possibly be? Wen Qingqing. He called her name, but she seemed oblivious, trapped in a whirlwind of torment and agitation. She alternated between covering her face, tugging at her hair, and striking herself. Li Siju's pupils constricted as he recognized her symptoms. He felt a heavy weight in his heart that seemed like a manifestation of post-traumatic stress. Could the incident of near drowning have left such a profound scar upon her psyche? He needed to soothe her turmoil, or else. He swiftly rose from his wheelchair and climbed onto the bed. "Stay away," she exclaimed, startled, and recoiled. Yet, Li Siju was quicker, reaching out to pull her into his embrace, holding her tightly to prevent her from inflicting further harm upon herself. However, Wen Qingqing struggled fiercely. "Let me go, let me go. If you don't release me, I will kill you, I swear." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, sounding almost dreamlike. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, causing Li Siju to grunt in discomfort. Still, he held on to Wen Qingqing, refusing to loosen his grip. "Wen Qingqing, it's me, Li Siju," he spoke each word softly in her ear. "You are safe now, you are at home, no one will harm you, and nothing has happened. Everyone is well. Feeling her teeth release their grip, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to comfort her gently. Though his voice was typically cold and deep, at that moment, it was as tender as the spring waters of March, imbued with warmth that seeped into Wenqingqing's very being. As the pressure on his shoulder eased, Li Siju sensed a heaviness in his right arm. Turning his head, he discovered Wenqingqing had her eyes tightly shut, her eyelashes damp, with tears glistening at the corner. For a fleeting moment, he was unsure whether she had fainted or simply fallen asleep, but he gently laid her on the bed, wiping away the traces of tears on her face and tucking the strands of hair behind her ear. Placing his fingers at her neck to feel the pulse, he deduced that she had merely drifted into slumber, and that she was likely fine outside. The rain continued to pour, heavy and relentless, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, while another flash of lightning illuminated the window. Li Siju observed her face contort slightly, noting her pale lips and trembling eyelashes. After covering her with a blanket, he intended to leave, but as he turned, his hand was suddenly grasped. He looked back to find Wenqingqing hadn't opened her eyes, yet her grip was firm. Attempting to free himself, he found her hold only tightening. Reluctantly, he lay down beside her, noticing her breathing gradually stabilize as she leaned closer, seeking warmth. Like the shoulder she had bitten earlier ached slightly that he had bitten her last time. This was merely a tit-for-tat, balancing the scales. Both were in a state of semi-consciousness, and he resolved to find time to take her to see a psychologist. He turned on the bedside lamp, dimming it to the lowest setting. Clad only in a camisole, Wenqingqing's skin glowed softly under the warm yellow light. Seemingly flawless, his gaze fell upon the area near her collarbone, where the bite mark had nearly faded from view, yet he could still feel the uneven texture beneath his fingertips. His touch elicited a slight tickle, prompting her to roll over and burrow into his embrace. Locking herself in, her cheek pressed against his chest, with her right hand gripping the fabric at his waist and her left hand clutching his, it was clear that this contact provided her with comfort. Initially, Li Siju believed he would be unable to sleep in such a position, yet gradually, his eyelids grew heavy. In the middle of the night, Wenqingqing stirred and coughed lightly before moving. Groggy, she reached out for the water cup on the bedside, only to inadvertently brush against Li Siju's face. He gently took her hand away and handed her the cup. "Drink," he said, his voice hoarse from. After taking a sip, her throat felt better, and she continued to drink several more gulps. The water not only soothed her throat but also cleared her mind a bit. Glancing at the cup, then at Li Siju, she froze. "Li Siju, why are you here?" Upon hearing her question, Wenqingqing began to recall the events that had transpired. Noticing that the rain had lessened to a gentle patter, she remembered falling asleep and dreaming. The mere thought of the scenes from her dreams made her involuntary. Despite having been reborn for some time now, she still worried that it could all be a dream. Li Siju noted her gesture and recalled her earlier claim of facial pain, his gaze contemplative. "I just had a nightmare. It felt so real that I couldn't distinguish between reality and the dream. Did I lose control?" Her memories were somewhat muddled, leaving her unable to discern what had truly occurred from what had been mere figments of her imagination. "Yes, you held onto my hand, refusing to let go," Li Siju replied, his tone ambiguous, neither dismissive nor pleased. With the bedside lamp casting a soft glow upon him, he appeared solemn, his expression inscrutable. With the strong line of his nose casting a shadow. Though he lacked warmth, the light rendered him almost tender. "Oh, then let us continue." However, he ruthlessly declined. "You should sleep. I will return to my room." As he turned to leave, Wenqingqing lunged forward, grasping his arm. "Don't go. If you leave, I will be afraid." Her warmth pressed against. If her fear had been genuine before, it was now an act, and Li Siju was acutely aware of it. His body stiffened, his jaw tightened, her soft form brushed against him, igniting a fire within. "Will you stay with me tonight?" Her pleading voice carried a hint of coaxing, a softness that could melt even the hardest of men. He suddenly turned, gripping her chin teasingly. "You should know what I would do if you asked me to stay. Do you really want me to remain, Chapter 50. Is there a baby in mommy's tummy? Li Siju's voice rose at the end, magnetic and alluring, like a feather brushing against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. An electric current coursed through Suma's body. When Wenqingqing met his gaze, there was no fear in her eyes. Rather, a hint of shyness blossomed slowly within them. Li Siju felt a tightening in his throat, swiftly extinguished the bedside lamp, and said in a low voice, "Sleep. All right, good night." At first, Wenqingqing did not move closer to Li Siju. She understood him well enough to know that at such a moment, approaching would likely earn her disdain. However, she recalled that she had gotten up from his embrace earlier when she felt thirsty. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed outside, shaking the very heavens. She quickly nestled against him, exclaiming, "I'm scared." Had she not been afraid during those 5 years, fully aware of her antics? He lay flat, while Wen Qingqing cuddled against his waist. Noticing that he did not push her away, she boldly draped her leg over him. "Don't go overboard." His warning resonated. Nevertheless, considering his leg injury, she eventually lowered her leg. The two ceased their conversation, but the rhythm of their heartbeats and shallow breaths filled the silence. Before long, they both drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Cici burst into Wen Qingqing's bedroom. Mommy, hello." Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted Wen Qingqing and Si Jue entwined together in slumber. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Wen Qingqing and Si Jue awoke. "Good morning, Cici." Wen Qingqing still appeared somewhat drowsy. Brother, Daddy and Mommy are sleeping together," Cici exclaimed loudly, prompting Yu, who... The two children were utterly shocked. After all, as far back as they could remember, Wen Qingqing and Si Jue had never shared a bed and now fully awake. Wen Qingqing quickly clarified, "Mommy wasn't feeling well last night, so Daddy came to take care of her." "Daddy, Mommy, will you rest a little longer?" Yu swiftly said this before pulling Cici out of the room. Si Jue rose from the bed and returned to his wheelchair. Wen Qingqing felt a pang of regret. Had she woken up earlier, she could have stolen a glance at Si Jue's leg, at least to ascertain its condition. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to see his leg. Without knowing the state of his leg, devising a treatment plan would be challenging. Once Si Jue settled in his wheelchair, he noticed Wen Qingqing frowning as she tapped her head. "Come here." Wen Qingqing, somewhat puzzled, he raised his hand and placed his palm against her forehead to gauge her temperature. It was no longer as feverish as the night before, indicating that her fever had subsided somewhat. "Continue taking your medicine today and get plenty of rest." "And you? Will you still go to the company to handle matters?" Are you made of iron? Don't you ever get tired or feel pain?" Si Jue's fingertips trembled slightly. He chose not. Upon exiting, he found the two little ones huddled together, seemingly engaged in a conversation. When they turned to look at him, their faces instantly transformed into expressions of mischief. "Good morning, Daddy. We won't separate either." Yu furrowed her brow. "Why would we separate? If Daddy and Mommy divorce, wouldn't each have one child, then we would be separated." "Absolutely not." "Brother, you're scaring me." Cici pouted, her lower lip jutting out, looking utterly wronged. "Cici need not fear. No matter what happens, I will protect you, and we will not be separated." I believe in you, brother." "You are the best brother in the world." Cici extended her small hand to embrace Yu, declaring, "Cici will protect brother too." As the two children comforted each other, Si Jue had already returned to his own bedroom. He entered the bathroom, standing up from his wheelchair and steadying himself against the sink. He pulled open his shirt, revealing his shoulder, where clear bite marks lingered. His fingers brushed against them, still stinging. He even recalled the tremor of his carotid artery when her tongue grazed it. He had not anticipated that after Wen Qingqing nearly drowned, both of them would frequently end up injured, especially her. In the past, she had merely avoided him, delivering cold retorts, rarely engaging in direct conflict. Yet now, she seemed to provoke him at every turn, almost eager for confrontation. Unconsciously, he recalled how Wen Qingqing had nestled against him like a docile lamb. It was their first intimate and tranquil slumber together. "Daddy, breakfast is ready." Yu's voice interrupted his reverie. I'll be there shortly." Wen Qingqing, having finished washing up, sat at the dining table with the two children. As Cici ate, her gaze frequently drifted toward Wen Qingqing. "Cici, do you have something to say to Mommy?" The child's cleverness was both impressive and a little troublesome. "Mommy, will I and brother soon have a little brother or sister?" Cici's question left Wen Qingqing momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. Si Jue, who had just entered the dining room, overheard her words. "Mommy, is that not true?" "Not so soon." Wen Qingqing could only respond thus. After speaking, she caught Si Jue's gaze and quickly averted her eyes, tucking a stray hair behind her ear before lowering her head to eat. Si Jue seized upon the fleeting hint of shyness that crossed her face, pondering the implications of her words. Was she considering having another child with him? "Brother, do you hope Mommy's tummy has a little brother or sister?" Cici was already bubbling with excitement, engaging Yu in discussion about the matter. Yu glanced at Wen Qingqing and then at Si Jue. "Either one is fine." "Wow, if that's the case, will we have another brother and sister, making 4 children in our family?" "That would be amazing." "Cici, Mommy's tummy doesn't have a baby." When Xingxing felt it imperative to clarify, otherwise, it would be even more difficult to explain later. We're not in a hurry. When brother and I grow up a bit, we can take better care of our little brother or sister.
Thank you. Daddy, Mommy, will you sleep together again tonight?
Although when Xingxing understood that Cici meant merely to sleep in the same bed, the blush that had been so painstakingly suppressed flared back to life. Suddenly, she recalled the day Si Jue had pinned her against the desk in the study, in such a humiliating position. Chapter 51, uttering harsh words with the most beautiful face. Mommy, your face is so red. Are you still burning with fever? Little Cici stretched out her small hand to touch Wen Xingxing's face and was immediately startled. Mommy, your face is so hot. Daddy, Mommy isn't better yet. We need to take her to the hospital. It's nothing, I'm fine, I'm already feeling much better than yesterday. You needn't worry, Cici, Wen Xingxing hastily reassured, quickly finishing her breakfast. Once I'm done eating, I'll rest, and by the time you return from school, I'll surely be well again. Her words were filled with conviction, yet Cici remained somewhat skeptical. Mommy, if you're not feeling well, please don't lie. Lying is not what a good child does. If Daddy bullies you, just tell me. And brother. After saying this, Cici cast a warning glance at Si Jue, her round eyes brimming with a hint of admonition. Puffing her cheeks and scrunching her little nose, she tried to appear fierce, yet the effect was undeniably adorable. If Daddy ever bullies me, I will definitely tell you both. Have you eaten well? We need to get to school now. Yes, we've eaten. Has anyone been bullying you at school? No, they wouldn't dare bully us. Brother and I are quite formidable, Cici declared proudly, clearly speaking the truth. Ordinary children indeed could not bully them, as long as the adults did not intervene. Once they left for school, only Wen Xingxing and Si Jue remained, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. I am heading to the office, Si Jue announced, after he departed. Wen Xingxing exhaled a sigh of relief. His presence always stirred some inappropriate thoughts within her, even she was astonished by how she had transformed. She had never been one to be captivated by a man's beauty, yet the sight of Si Jue left her feeling somewhat flustered and embarrassed. After taking her medication, she began to feel drowsy and was about to rest when she heard the police had arrived. Amass.li, Chui Chifeng has requested to see you, so we kindly ask you to accompany us. Alright, let me change my clothes first. Wen Xingxing donned a floral long dress that reached her ankles, her long hair cascading smoothly behind her, exuding an aura of gentleness. Though she was already breathtakingly beautiful, the simple floral dress subdued her allure, making her resemble a woman emerging from a misty rain, her features soft and captivating. Apologies for keeping you waiting, let us go, she said, her voice bringing the two officers back to their senses, leaving them somewhat embarrassed. Upon arrival, Wen Xingxing sat in the reception room, and soon Chui Chifeng was brought in. Seeing Wen Xingxing, Chui Chifeng appeared extremely agitated, almost rushing towards her, but was restrained by the nearby officer. Calm down, Wen Xingxing, can we settle this privately? I can offer you a substantial amount of money as compensation, and I'll apologize. I don't want to be detained, I beg you. Do you think I lack money? She replied, pushing her hair behind her ear, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. I know you aren't short on money, but how about this? You state your demands, and I will fulfill whatever I can, as long as we can settle this privately. As long as I am willing to settle it privately, you are willing to do anything? Her tone was nonchalant, her back lazily resting against the chair. At that moment, sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow upon her, making her deep brown hair shine and accentuating her delicate features, which appeared even more radiant. Today, she wore no makeup, yet her cheeks were flushed, exuding a pure beauty. However, the next moment, this pure beauty uttered chilling and ruthless words. Initially, your son said my husband was a cripple, which I found quite displeasing. Her speech was slow, creating a rhythm that was undeniably soothing, yet her words tightened the hearts of her listeners. A child who lacks compassion and resorts to mockery can only imply that he has never encountered anyone with a flaw, or perhaps, he himself is unblemished. Chui Chifeng was taken aback, fear flashing across her face. She remained silent, her jaw trembling slightly. Does Amass.li have anything else to say? If not, I shall take my leave. Wen Xingxing stood up, preparing to depart. Chui Chifeng did not respond, her hands tightly clutched her trousers, understanding Wen Xingxing's implications, yet how could she allow her son to become a cripple? Oh, by the way, there is some news you might not know. You may soon no longer be Mrs. Li. This seemingly casual remark detonated like a bomb in Chui Chifeng's ears. She abruptly stood up, attempting once more to lunge at Wen Xingxing. What did you say? Clarify yourself, what do you mean? She shouted desperately at Wen Xingxing's retreating figure. Wen Xingxing turned back, a gentle smile still gracing her lips, just the literal meaning. With that, she walked out, her posture straight and unwavering, radiating an air of inviolable resolve despite her slender frame. In this life, she would show no mercy to anyone who had harmed her. Away, take me for a stroll down Changming Street. Wen Xingxing thought that since she was already out, she might as well visit Lin Shusha's restaurant. Madam, your health. The husband had instructed that she should rest well at home. I am well aware of my own health, and I will inform my husband. In truth, the servants and drivers of the Li family were all keeping an eye on her for Si Jue, still not fully trusting her. However, she did not mind, as she was indeed not trustworthy in the past. With some time left before lunch, she did not head straight to Lin Shusha's restaurant but began to wander around Changming Street, the driver trailing behind her at a distance of about 1.5 meters. He noted when Qingqing saw rental signs and would take pictures, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with shopkeepers. So wait, what do you think of this shop? When Qingqing suddenly addressed him, causing him to appear somewhat flustered. I am not very knowledgeable about these matters. What if a restaurant were to open here? The driver was taken aback. Did Madam intend to open a restaurant here? The foot traffic here is indeed considerable, but there are also many restaurants. The competition is too fierce. That makes sense. When Qingqing nodded, yet the smile on her face puzzled the driver. However, he felt there was no need for him to understand, as he only needed to report truthfully to his husband. Let us go, it's time for us to eat. When Qingqing took the driver to the restaurant run by Lin Shusha, standing at the entrance, she gazed at the restaurant sign, feeling as though she had stepped into another world. The restaurant was originally named Qingqing Enters Summer, a thematic restaurant where Qingqing sounded similar to Qingqing. Now, the restaurant was called Seeking Summer, a name changed after the incident. Welcome, how many of you? 2. Upon entering, when Qingqing sat down, the restaurant's business was rather average, with less than half of the tables occupied. She scanned the menu. The prices were steep, with no particularly special dishes. However, being located on this street, it was inevitable that people would come to dine, provided the food wasn't particularly bad, and with Lin Shusha being a socialite, many would come to show their support, allowing it to sustain for so many years. Just as she was perusing the menu, she heard someone loudly complaining, "Are they robbing us, selling such poor quality food and ingredients at such high prices?" Chapter 52. When Qingqing to the rescue. Good day, do you find the dishes unsatisfactory? The waiter inquired as he approached.
Is there any other explanation?
The taste is hardly worth 30 or 40 yuan, yet you charge 180-8. Do you not think that is excessive? Sir, we adhere to a uniform pricing policy. We sincerely apologize if the dishes do not meet your expectations.
Is mere apology sufficient?
We demand a refund for these dishes. Sir, that is against our policy. If there were an issue with the ingredients, we would certainly provide a refund, but regarding the taste, we are unable to accommodate that.
Unpalatable and yet no refund? I came here to enjoy a meal, and now I am faced with such inedible fare. Is it unreasonable for me to be displeased?
The commotion attracted the attention of other patrons, prompting additional waitstaff to gather. When Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, observing the unfolding drama, the young man expressing his dissatisfaction was rather striking, with a head of chestnut-colored hair, short yet stylish, complementing his chiseled features beautifully. Sir, your stance makes it difficult for us.
Tastes vary widely, and other patrons have not voiced any complaints regarding these dishes. Should I conform to the preferences of other patrons?
The young man's retort left the waiter at a loss for words, making him appear to be the unreasonable one. When Qingqing, in no hurry to place her order, decided to enjoy the spectacle. I do not care, I demand a refund. The standoff continued, with one party resolute in their demand for a refund while the other remained firm in denial.
What is going on here? Mr.
Son, this patron claims our dishes do not suit his palate and is requesting a refund, the waiter explained.
Is this an attempt to dine and dash? He queried, his tone unfriendly as he glanced at the young man.
When Qingqing found the arrival of Lin Shusha's suitor, Sun Ling, to be quite entertaining, she had discreetly instructed her driver to record the entire scene, the usefulness of which remained to be determined.
Dine and dash?
Ha, the young man scoffed. I merely believe that your restaurant's pricing is exorbitant, and the quality of ingredients and flavor does not align.
Sun Ling, however, sneered,
I warn you, go back to where you came from, this establishment is not meant for you, there will be no refunds today. Sun Ling's domineering demeanor suggested he believed the restaurant belonged to him. At that moment, another man accompanying the young man stood up, his face a mask of anger.
What kind of attitude is this? It is your prices and the quality of your offerings that are mismatched, yet you act so arrogantly. A heated argument ensued.
The restaurant owner, Lin Shusha, arrived late, eager to mediate the situation, unaware of Wen Qingqing's presence. To both of you, I sincerely apologize. I regret that the dishes did not meet your expectations.
How about a discount today? We will strive to improve.
Shasha, why are you even engaging with them? They are clearly here to cause trouble, probably because they cannot afford the bill.
Are you the owner of the restaurant?
And who might you be? The young man questioned Sun Ling. What I am is of no concern to you, Sun Ling retorted, his tone dismissive.
Are you two married? Pay the bill and leave, stop pretending.
I can pay, but this restaurant is destined for failure. What did you say? Enraged, Sun Ling lunged forward and threw a punch. The strike was so sudden that the young man was caught off guard, and the nature of the situation escalated dramatically.
Sun Ling, what are you doing? Lin Xuxia exclaimed angrily, rushing to check on the young man. Are you all right?
I am so sorry. You hit me, he said, lightly touching the corner of his lip. Very well, I will settle the bill. Sir, you need not pay, we shall waive the charges.
That is unnecessary.
Sir, Lin Xuxia attempted to grasp his arm but was brushed aside.
What are you pushing me for? Ungrateful wretch.
Sun Ling, far from remorseful for his actions, became even more arrogant, believing the man before him to be nothing to fear. Suddenly, the young man made a move, seizing Sun Ling and shoving him against the cash register, his hand tightening around Sun Ling's neck, causing the latter's face to flush with fear.
Onlookers drew closer, apprehensive that a fight might break out. One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Dare to utter another disrespectful word? Sir, please remain calm.
Lin Xuxia had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point.
Sister, are you all right?
When Qingqing appeared suddenly, like a breath of fresh air, her porcelain face etched with concern as she approached Lin Xuxia.
Qingqing, what are you doing here?
Lin Xuxia was taken aback by Wen Qingqing's arrival. I came here to dine today.
Let us set this aside for now and resolve this matter.
She stepped in front of the red-haired young man. Sir, I understand that you do not intend to trouble the staff, but rather feel disappointed by the chef.
If you would allow it, I would be happy to prepare these dishes anew as an apology. What do you think?
He seemed skeptical of Wen Qingqing's abilities. Wen Qingqing smiled and nodded, exuding calm confidence, her serene smile possessing an enchanting quality. If you can, he began, but was interrupted by Lin Xuxia.
Qingqing, I will handle this matter.
Do not involve yourself, as it may lead to trouble for you. Sister, it is no trouble at all, I do not mind exerting myself if it means helping you. Her radiant smile conveyed her intent to assist Lin Xuxia, making it inappropriate for her to refuse further. The crowd's presence added to the pressure, yet only when Qingqing understood that Lin Xuxia genuinely wished to spare her from the trouble of showcasing her culinary skills.
Please wait a moment while I go to the kitchen and prepare the dishes for you.
Very well, but should the flavors I receive be unsatisfactory, he smirked, his gaze sweeping over Sun Ling and Lin Xuxia. Let us see how this unfolds.
Lin Xuxia clenched her fists, unable to restrain herself from asking Wen Qingqing, Qingqing, you have not cooked in many years. What if he finds your dishes unsatisfactory? The implication was clear. If Wen Qingqing's efforts resulted in a greater crisis for the restaurant, the blame would fall squarely on her shoulders. Sister, do not worry. I will handle this matter responsibly. If I cannot satisfy him, he may take his grievances out on me, but I will not let it reflect poorly on the restaurant's chef. Her words evoked admiration from the onlookers, who regarded her as a model sister, contrasting sharply with Lin Xuxia's seeming insincerity. The two men resumed their seats. Nan Lu, you have certainly gone a bit too far today, the older gentleman addressed the red-haired youth. He pouted in response. You were the one who got punched. How can you still blame me? Nan Lu, do you even have any manners?
Chapter 53. I don't mind you having a fiancé. Lin Xuxia first ventured into the kitchen to check on Wen Qingqing.
Sister, rest assured, it will be handled well, she said with a smile.
I appreciate it, but don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Regardless of the outcome, I will not blame you, she reassured.
Does she believe I won't be able to manage it? Is this a form of emotional manipulation? Seeing Wen Qingqing was determined to take on the task, Lin Xuxia chose not to press further. She was indeed concerned that Wen Qingqing, having not cooked for years, might struggle, yet she also feared that if she excelled, her success might inspire others to praise her and possibly open a restaurant of her own. She then sought out Sun Ling, leading him to a secluded spot where she reprimanded him in hushed tones. Sun Ling, look at the trouble you've caused. You've brought me so much inconvenience. The mere sight of she was still haunted by the incident where Su Zheyu had witnessed their kiss, while she had only caught her secretary leaning against Su Zheyu, a situation far less intimate in comparison. Witnessing Lin Xuxia's fury, Sun Ling immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Xuxia, I just couldn't stand him picking on you. It's clearly intentional, and I couldn't let them bully you.
This is my affair. It's none of your concern. Xuxia, I know you don't have feelings for me, but I genuinely care for you, deeply. I am willing to do anything for you. I have a fiancé.
In a moment of desperation, he embraced her tightly.
Xuxia, grant me a chance. I will protect you well, and no matter what happens, I will support you unconditionally.
Lin Xuxia struggled. Let go of me. Upon releasing her, Sun Ling anticipated a slap but was met only with a glare from Lin Xuxia.
Do not create any more trouble for me. Otherwise, you will be unwelcome at my restaurant. I understand, I promise I won't cause any more issues.
Lin Shusha went to greet Xian Nanlu and his companions. Would you like me to bring you some staple dishes to start? She inquired with a smile.
No, we can wait for the dishes, they replied.
The dishes will take some time, I appreciate your patience. As long as the taste is satisfactory, we don't mind waiting a little longer, Xian Nanlu replied nonchalantly. Lin Shusha had not encountered these two individuals before and was unaware of their backgrounds, but she observed their exceptional demeanor and fine attire, suggesting they were not lacking in wealth.
Yet, she pondered, if they were truly affluent, would they be concerned about a dish priced at 188?
I apologize for the wait, here is the first dish, beef pie.
Please give it a try.
Xian Nanlu glanced at her. At that moment, she was clad in an apron and chef's hat, appearing entirely transformed, yet her smile remained unchanged. After exchanging glances with another man, he took a bite of the pie. The pie was crispy, the beef tender, and the well-seasoned meat enveloped in a rich sauce filled his mouth with a delightful flavor, leaving him wide-eyed as he unknowingly finished the entire piece.
It seems you are pleased with this dish.
I shall proceed to prepare the second one. Please enjoy at your leisure. Once when Xingxing departed, Lin Shusha's expression soured, yet when Xian Nanlu
if this is the flavor, 288 would be justified.
Xian Nanlu exclaimed, immediately reaching for another piece. Other diners frequently glanced over, intrigued by the enticing aroma wafting from their direction.
Would you like to try?
There is one piece left, see if I speak the truth, he offered. Though it pained him to part with it, he felt compelled to prove he was not being unreasonable. One diner could not resist standing up and walking over.
With the first, came the second. Xian Nanlu expertly divided the pie into 3 pieces with a clean knife and fork, offering them a taste.
Delicious, this is truly delightful. They suddenly realized how lackluster their previous dish had been. Lin Shusha clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. This commotion could significantly impact the restaurant's reputation. That wretched Wen Xingxing, why was she here today? Was she deliberately stirring trouble? The more she contemplated, how coincidental was it that Wen Xingxing was present just as trouble brewed, and that she had taken to cooking. As she mulled over these thoughts, Wen Xingxing completed the second dish. Seafood fried rice and mushroom soup, please enjoy.
Xian Nanlu, upon seeing it served, was eager to eat.
The previous pie had merely been a filler, especially since he had given away a piece. He eagerly took a bite of the seafood fried rice, but his expression changed. Lin Shusha's heart skipped a beat.
Xian Nanlu took another bite, this time savoring it carefully. Can we have a taste too? Other diners chimed in, drawn by the enticing aroma, certain it must taste excellent.
Sure, go ahead, Lin Shusha. After tasting, they could not stop praising. Delicious, truly delicious. Boss Lin, your sister cooks so well, why not let her continue in the restaurant? Someone asked while eating, awkwardly trying to catch the rice with their hands to prevent it from falling. Such a humble manner was rare in a restaurant with Lin Shusha's pricing, which typically attracted a more affluent clientele.
Did you not notice anything wrong? Xian Nanlu inquired, his brow furrowing.
Ha!
Is there a problem? It's delicious.
The flavor is indeed commendable, but the ingredients are not fresh. His gaze shifted from Wen Xingxing to Lin Shusha, whose complexion instantly darkened. Sir, even a clay figurine has its limits, do not push us too far. Our ingredients have always been fresh.
Is that so? Xian Nanlu retorted with a cold smirk.
If this seafood fried rice were made with fresh ingredients, the flavor would be twice as good. This shrimp is not fresh, but frozen. Before Lin Shusha could respond, Xian Nanlu's piercing gaze locked onto Wen Xingxing.
Am I right?
A restaurant might survive with mediocre taste, but poor quality ingredients represented a grave issue. Thus, Lin Shusha could never admit to such a failure. You persistently create trouble for us. It is regrettable that we cannot serve a patron like you. However, we have our principles and standards. We would rather forego your business than endure your unreasonable demands.
Oh, is that so? Xian Nanlu scoffed. Then do you dare let us into the kitchen to take a look? Chapter 54. Sister, your perspective is rather limited.
This statement undoubtedly detonated like a bomb, leaving Lin Shusha's ears ringing. Her expression soured significantly. She was somewhat aware of the situation in the kitchen, and entering it could lead to unforeseen troubles. When Xingxing stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Shusha, casting a cold gaze at Xian Nanlu. Sir, you are pushing your luck. If you are unwilling to pay, I shall cover this meal. You claim the seafood in the fried rice is not fresh, then why not sample the mushroom soup?
Nanlu, enough, another man interjected, patting his shoulder.
Try. I shall not make things difficult for you. You may settle the bill for both previous and current orders. Lin Shuxiao was incensed. She had never endured such indignity, even if she were to forego the items you just sampled are my treat. While I understand your discerning palate, there is no need for such aggressive demands.
Wen Qingqing maintained a composed demeanor, recognizing that Xian Nanlu was merely venting his frustrations. In truth, the restaurant had committed no overt wrongdoing, yet the incident involving Sun Ling's punch was another matter entirely.
Alright, I shall overlook this today, considering your presence, Xian Nanlu remarked, his tongue brushing against the corner of his lips as if issuing a silent warning. Another individual proceeded to settle the payment.
What is your name? Wen Qingqing.
After responding, she smiled sweetly.
What, are you planning to take revenge on me?
In that instant, her smile rendered the surroundings dim. Even Xian Nanlu, accustomed to the presence of beauty, found himself momentarily entranced.
Have you considered opening a restaurant? I would gladly support you.
Please, I fear such endeavors.
As long as the food is excellent and the ingredients fresh, I assure you there will be no disturbances.
He could not help but reminisce about the exquisite beef pie. She glared at Wen Qingqing, her gaze scrutinizing. Sister, I have yet to eat, I am quite famished. Wen Qingqing reached out to tug at Lin Shuxia's hand, feigning innocence. However, Lin Shuxia abruptly shook her hand away, causing her to stumble back 2 steps.
Are you blaming me for asking? It may seem unkind to dismiss you for the dish that upset the patrons, yet I endeavored to compensate you. Do you intend to ruin this establishment now?
Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Wen Qingqing, a picture of heartache. Sun Ling positioned himself beside her, his brows furrowing in disbelief. I wondered how it could be so coincidental. Our restaurant has never encountered such issues, and now, suddenly, 2 individuals appear, and you just happen to be here? They ceased their commotion after you spoke a few words. How can this be mere coincidence? Do not speak so harshly to Qingqing, she certainly did not intend any malice. Lin Shuxia defended Wen Qingqing. That I summoned those 2 to disrupt the proceedings? Wen Qingqing recoiled in disbelief, her complexion paling, the contrast stark against her unadorned face, revealing every subtle expression of hurt. How could you think so of me? Have we grown so estranged? What have I done to warrant such a misunderstanding? Tears welled in her eyes, her brows knitted in distress, as though she bore an immense grievance. Witnessing her plight, others instinctively sided with her. I merely find this situation too coincidental. It has been ages since you last cooked. It is curious that you would perform so adeptly today. I am not blaming you, truly, I understand. With those words, what more could I possibly say? Enough, let us not dwell. It is best forgotten. Lin Shuxia wished to shield Wen Qingqing from appearing so wronged, fully aware that if both of them exhibited such expressions, it would inevitably draw more sympathy towards Wen Qingqing. Your words shape how others perceive me. A single tear fell with a soft plop, echoing in the hearts of those present, as if their own hearts had been seared. I recognize that this matter does not pertain to you. It was my frustration that clouded my judgment. I apologize. However, Lin Shuxia's words could easily be interpreted as mere attempts to soothe Wen Qingqing, indicating her lack of desire to pursue the matter further. Sister, do you know why I appear? Afterward, I thought it had been ages since I visited the restaurant, so I decided to come for a meal, never anticipating that you would think of me this way. It was my mistake to come. I shall not return again. With that, when Qingqing turned and fled the restaurant, the driver hastily following her, Lin Shuxia chased after her, only to find that Wen Qingqing was running rather swiftly. She felt that pursuing her would create an awkward scene, so she resolved to explain later, believing that a little coaxing would quell Wen Qingqing's anger. Returning to the restaurant, Lin Shuxia sensed the peculiar glances directed at her from the staff, but she chose to ignore them and went to the kitchen to inspect the ingredients. She could not allow anyone to seize upon any weaknesses in the days to come. Meanwhile, Wen Qingqing settled into the car, retrieving a tissue to wipe away the traces of her tears. The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, contemplating how best to report the day's events. He could not ascertain whether Wen Qingqing had conspired with the 2 men, so he opted to relay the facts without offering any judgments. Did you manage to capture any photographs just now? When Qingqing glanced at it, satisfaction blooming within her, she had anticipated their embrace, confident that Sun Ling would not disappoint her. She recalled that in her past life, Lin Shuxia and Sun Ling had indeed grown quite close, but at the time, she had. In retrospect, it was evident they had likely become entangled. By keeping a watchful eye, she might uncover even more explosive revelations. Please send me that photograph. Certainly, madam. Just as she returned the device to the driver, when Qingqing's own phone chimed. It was a WeChat call from Lin Shuxia. After a moment of steeling herself, she answered. Hello.
Her voice trembled, startling the driver. Had she not been fine moments ago?
Ching, I did not mean to misunderstand you. It was all Sun Ling's reckless words that led to this confusion. I am truly sorry.
I understand. It is all right, sister. Tomorrow, I will treat you and Li Si Jue to dinner as an apology. Why invite Li Si Jue?
Chapter 55. Shall we sleep together tonight? As when Qingqing pondered, had Li Si Jue really charmed Lin Xuxia last time? Hadn't Lin Xuxia always expressed disdain for Li Si Jue's injured leg? I am merely concerned that dining out with you might provoke Li Si Jue's ire. If I invite you both, you shall not be bullied by him, Lin Xuxia explained.
Did he bully you after we dined at your home last time?
Sister, when Qingqing could only utter a single word, her voice catching in her throat.
The driver was perplexed.
All right, I shan't inquire further. Please ask Li Si Jue if he would be willing to join us for dinner. If he declines, then so be it.
Very well, I shall ask him when I return. Tomorrow, I shall gift you a handbag. Thank you, sister.
After hanging up, when Qingqing once more retrieved a tissue to dab at her tears. I shall discuss the matter of The driver was taken aback again. How had her voice returned to normal? Hadn't she just been sobbing so hard she could barely speak? What a performance this lady was putting on. Upon arriving home, when Qingqing felt quite fatigued, however, she first consumed a little food and took her medicine before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, the driver had already recounted the day's events to Li Si Jue.
You say she was acting in front of Lin Xuxia?
She cried before Miss Lin, only to wipe away her tears and appear unperturbed the moment she turned away. Very well, look into the shop she was interested in and compile a list of suitable options for me.
Jiang Lan and inquire when she might be available for me. Zhou's heart leapt with joy. Was the CEO finally willing to consult a psychologist?
I shall make the appointment. Jiang said she is available whenever you are. Li Si Jue raised his gaze to him, his expression icy. Zhou felt a chill run down his spine and quickly added, I told her you would be free on the afternoon of the 23rd, and she agreed.
Very well, Madam is unwilling to settle privately.
Then we shall proceed with litigation, handling it through official channels.
Understood, I will make the arrangements.
Li Si Jue had ceased to. During this period, Li Bin had not approached him regarding her either. To Li Bin, Cui Chifeng had become a discarded pawn, and once the judicial process concluded, he would undoubtedly divorce her. Reflecting on the driver's earlier comment about Wen Qingqing's acting skills, he wondered if she might also be performing at home. After attending to matters at the company, he returned home. Due to Wen Qingqing's recent back injury, he had not prepared any meals, and though Cici had not openly expressed a desire for her mother's cooking, her furtive glances toward Wen Qingqing during mealtime spoke volumes.
Mommy, are you feeling better?
Do not exert yourself or cook for us. We will behave and eat properly for the next few days. Listening to Cici's words, Wen Qingqing felt both amused and exasperated. Such a small child. Is Mommy going to open a restaurant? With how delicious her cooking is, it would surely be a hit. I'm Mommy's #1 fan. Cici exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After a moment of astonishment, Yuyo watched Cici, worried she might accidentally topple the dishes. With Cici, in her previous life, she had been led astray, ultimately failing to realize any of her potential and suffering greatly as a result. It was, in hindsight, a result of her own foolishness. In this lifetime, she was determined to establish her career and accumulate wealth, setting a modest goal of earning 100 million. To see how it went. After dinner, she played with her 2 children for a while and then assisted them with their cognitive training and reading comprehension before seeking. Li Si Jue was not in his study, so she ventured to the bedroom in search of him. It was no exaggeration to say this was her first time entering Li Si Jue's bedroom. Since they began sleeping apart, she had not set foot in his personal space, which she once regarded as a den of danger, and had no desire to experience again. This time, as she entered the room, rather than fear, she felt a twinge of nervousness.
Aju, I need to discuss something with you.
She initiated the conversation. The faint scent in the bedroom mirrored that of Li Si Jue, cool and aloof like bamboo and pine after rain, exuding an air of detachment.
Speak. His reticence was a perfect, simply answer.
His demeanor darkened, and his voice grew considerably more somber. Such a proud and petulant creature, she succinctly relayed the details.
Why would you not?
Lin Xuxia relished the attention of others. If she had a favorite, it was none other than herself, reveling in the thrill of being pursued by men. Very well, I shall go, but speak, what is your condition?
Accompany me on the 23rd.
Agreed. When had she begun to trust him so? Previously, she had always approached him with utmost caution. The driver's words echoed in his mind. The lady's acting skills are remarkable.
Then we shall go together tomorrow. Li Si Jue nodded. Yet, when Qingqing showed no signs of leaving, Li Si Jue regarded her. Is there something else? Shall we sleep together? Upon uttering this sentence, when Qingqing awaited Li Si Jue's reaction, only to witness his expression darken abruptly, a storm cloud overshadowing his face. When Qingqing, what are you scheming? I merely wish to share a bed with you, she replied, bewildered by his extreme reaction. Li Si Jue, however, erupted in anger. Get out. When Qingqing was taken aback. What are you doing? I believe it is detrimental for the children if we continue to sleep apart. I am simply discussing this with you. Is such a reaction necessary? She retorted, her voice rising in indignation. Is it necessary? If you have forgotten what you once did to me, I can remind you. His eyes flared with fury, reminiscent of a demon bearing its fangs, poised to pierce her neck. Chapter 56. He wanted to kiss her when Qingqing felt a thunderous jolt in her mind as memories surged back to her. These events had lingered in the recesses of her mind for so long that she had nearly forgotten. His brows were furrowed, brimming with anger. Had it not been for his physical limitations, she suspected he might have lunged at her, intent on throttling her. Stepping outside, she paused at the threshold, leaning against the wall. The chasm that had formed between her and Li Si Jue was irreparable in the short term. The wounds she had inflicted upon him in the past were exceedingly difficult to mend. Hugging her knees and burying her face, as she closed her eyes, the once fuzzy memories sharpened into clarity. She recalled the moment he had fallen helplessly to the ground, and instead of offering assistance, she had mocked him. There was even a time she pretended to reconcile with him, only to strike his leg with a heavy object. It was no wonder his reaction had been so intense earlier. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret, guilt, and powerlessness. After a moment of composure, she lifted her head, intending to rise, only to find Yu standing before her, momentarily taken aback. Yu, are you here to find Daddy? She asked, a gentle yet. Yu extended a hand, her fingertip brushing against Wen Qingqing's face. Why are you crying? Startled, Wen Qingqing realized she had indeed been weeping and quickly. I regret it deeply, and I didn't expect I would cry. She answered Yu sincerely, mindful of her child's intelligence and emotional acuity, knowing she could not afford to be dismissive. Go away. If you stay here, Daddy will only grow angrier. Observing the resemblance of Yu's face to Li Si Jue's, even in her mannerisms and tone, when Qingqing's heart tightened, Yu still held on to her grievances. All right, I'll leave for now. Good night. She walked past Yu, striving to suppress the urge to cry, quickening her pace as if it would ease her heart. Yu knocked on the door. Is there something? Li Si Jue's voice was hoarse. Daddy, it's me. Li Si Jue's expression softened slightly. What do you want? Instead of replying immediately, Yu approached and leaned on the wheelchair. She placed her small hand on the back of Li Si Jue's hand, and the moment her soft palm met, Yu shook her head. No, I saw her crying while she was crouched at the door. Li Si Jue fell silent. Daddy, do you still hate Mummy? After a moment, do you still dislike her? Yu shook her head. I don't dislike her anymore. It seems she's starting to be nicer to me. Hearing Yu's words and observing his expression, Li Si Jue felt a sharp pang in his heart. He recalled Yu's nighttime murmurs, her soft inquiries. Why doesn't Mummy like me? Does Mummy like me? Mummy, what did I do wrong? Please tell me, and I will change. Mummy, please don't hate me. Yet, in public, Yu always remained stubbornly silent. These thoughts ignited a tempest of emotions within him, boiling with rage. Daddy, please don't divorce Mummy, okay? The innocent voice carried a cautious plea. Meeting those clear, longing eyes, Li Si Jue felt a tightening in his chest. He bent down to lift Yu onto his lap. If Mummy no longer harms you, then Daddy won't she would only trample on his affections. The teacher says that acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them makes a good child. Children make mistakes, and adults do too. Li Si Jue suppressed the anger boiling within him and met Yu's gaze. Then let us give Mummy a chance to be on probation. Probation means observing her future behavior. If she doesn't tear again, we will forgive her, alright? I'll keep a little notebook to record everything and report back to you. That task is entrusted to you. I believe Yu will do splendidly, and now, go to bed. Good night, Daddy. After hopping off Li Si Jue's lap, Yu joyfully dashed out, her demeanor transformed. Li Si Jue pinched the bridge of his nose, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. He opened the drawer and spotted the medication inside, carbamazepine. He picked it up, reading the words "stabilize emotions" on the label. His grip tightened. He was increasingly unable to control his emotions, and to do so required immense willpower. After a moment of contemplation, he finally unscrewed the cap and took the medication.
The bottle still contained a significant amount of pills, clearly indicating he hadn't taken them often. Leaning back in his wheelchair, he closed his eyes, his mind flooded with various images. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If that night they had not slept together, would there have been no current entanglements and heartaches? That night, both Wen Qingqing and Li Si Jue found themselves unable to sleep. When Wen Qingqing awakened the following morning, it was already quite late. Having only fallen asleep around 4 or 5 in the morning, she bore the marks of her sleepless night, dark circles under her eyes. Lin Xuxia had arranged to meet her for dinner at 6. She informed Li Si Jue of the time and place, adding a note, "Please come to pick me up." No response, she refrained from sending. A lack of rest had left her looking somewhat haggard. She needed to enhance her appearance. Once her makeup was complete, she used a curling iron to add a few waves to her hair, then chose a black spaghetti strap dress paired with black high-heeled shoes. Standing before the mirror, she felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing Lin Xuxia would favor a look that was not overly extravagant. She aimed for a refined elegance today, which she deemed the best approach. Before 5, Li Si Jue returned home. "You're back," Wen Qingqing greeted, the enticing fragrance wafting around her, the delicate scent of roses, as if freshly plucked from the soil, mingled with earthy tones and the crispness of green leaves, exuding an air of aloofness. Li Si Jue's gaze fell upon her collarbone, where the slender black straps clung, resembling an irregular cross. The stark black contrasted against her porcelain-like skin, imbuing an air of solemnity while inadvertently revealing an undertone of allure, a suppressed desire. His gaze traveled along her collarbone, cascading down her long hair that flowed like a waterfall as she tilted her head, obscuring one shoulder while exposing the other, slender and delicate. The rounded shoulder seamlessly connected to her collarbone, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to take flight. He suddenly wondered how enchanting it would be to tattoo a black butterfly on her shoulder. Instantly, he felt parched, his thoughts clamoring for one command: kiss her. Chapter 57. The man who flirts with her in front of her. Li Si Jue suppressed his restlessness and spoke coldly, "I shall change my attire." Yet, there was an unmistakable tension in his voice. "All right, I will wait for you." After a brief moment, Li Si Jue emerged, dressed simply in a shirt and suit, yet this simplicity exuded an extraordinary elegance when donned by him. Despite being seated in a wheelchair, he remained an embodiment of icy nobility, impervious to intrusion. His sharp features, accentuated by the suit, rendered him even more austere and unapproachable, yet his exquisitely refined visage could provoke. Remarkably, they shared an unspoken understanding, both harboring unacknowledged grievances yet refraining from revealing them. They arrived at Lin Xuxia's pre-arranged restaurant. Upon seeing the pair approach, Lin Xuxia was momentarily taken aback. Despite her reluctance to admit it, the couple stood together, their demeanor distinctly cool. Yet, when Wen Qingqing smiled, a hint of sweetness illuminated her features, instantly bringing her to life, while Li Si Jue, seated in his wheelchair, equally matched her charm. "Please, come and sit. I have already ordered a few dishes, do see if there is anything you desire." The waiter discreetly removed the original chair to accommodate Li Si Jue's wheelchair, blushing slightly as their eyes met. "Miss Li, allow me to explain the reason for this meal. Yesterday, due to a misunderstanding, things became rather unpleasant. The more I ponder it, the more guilty I feel. That I am truly sorry." "Qingqing, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" "Sister, it is all in the past. I am not one to hold grudges." Wen Qingqing gently patted Lin Xuxia's hand in reassurance. "Your words only deepen my remorse. I confess, regarding you, I have felt a pang of jealousy ever since your involvement with Li, for he is my fiancé. Yet now, at this," she cast a lingering, melancholic glance at Li Si Jue, her eyes. Forgive me, I deserve a punishment." Lin Xuxia promptly raised her glass. "I shall drink to atone." With that, she tilted her head back and downed a glass of wine hastily, causing some to spill from the corner of her mouth as she coughed slightly, her cheeks and neck tinged a delicate crimson. Wen Qingqing instinctively glanced at Li Si Jue, only to find his gaze clear and unperturbed. Even his Adam's apple remained still, indicating he was truly unaffected. She began to comprehend why Lin Xuxia had invited Li Si Jue today. It was evidently an attempt to flirt with him before her eyes. "Sister, are you truly considering annulling your engagement with Su Ziyu?" Wen Qingqing inquired after taking a sip of water. Upon posing her question, both Lin Xuxia and Li Si Jue regarded her thoughtfully. Without waiting for Lin Xuxia's response, she urged, "Your relationship is so strong, surely this recent distance is merely due to busyness. You ought to think it over, as good men are easily missed and may lead to regret." The final words were spoken softly, their meaning shifting as they danced upon her lips. Lin Xuxia felt a surge of anger. She now regretted her earlier refusal to marry Li Si Jue, as it had allowed Wen Qingqing to take his hand. Now that the Li family had regained its former glory, the Su family remained stagnant. "Yes, I will give it serious thought. Regardless, my spirits have greatly improved. Let me toast to you." As she continued to raise her glass in salute, Li Si Jue did not decline and drank again, leading Lin Shusha to feel an illusion of his willing compliance. Her phone rang. It was Su Ziyu inquiring about her whereabouts. She relayed her situation.
"Ah, you are coming over, we are almost done eating."
"Very well, then do come." She had no choice but to acquiesce. Turning to Li Si Jue, she expressed a hint of apology. "He is merely nearby and hasn't eaten, so he intends to join us. You don't mind, do you?"
"Not at all." Wen Qingqing remained silent as Li Si Jue responded.
Sure enough, it was not long before Su Ziyu arrived.
"I hope I am not interrupting."
"Qingqing, you look stunning today." Su Ziyu's gaze upon Wen Qingqing was unmasked in its admiration. However, Li Si Jue's voice fell like a bucket of cold water.
"You are indeed interrupting."
Su Ziyu paused, quickly realizing Li Si Jue was referring to his earlier pleasantries.
"Well, it cannot be helped.
Since we are gathered, I must join, lest you be surrounded by two beautiful women alone, and I fear you might struggle to manage. Sister, see how concerned your brother-in-law is for you, he is even a bit jealous." Wen Qingqing quickly diffused the situation, worried that Li Si Jue might retort with something more scathing. "Brother-in-law, your jealousy seems excessive.
Sister just mentioned you have been neglecting her."
"I have been a bit preoccupied lately, my energy is indeed limited." Su Ziyu sighed, intending to boast, yet Li Si Jue interjected unexpectedly, "If you are feeling fatigued, do replenish yourself. Our company has recently launched a new supplement that surpasses the effects of Shinbao. Mr. Su might wish to try it."
"You are the one who is fatigued, your entire family is."
Wen Qingqing bowed her head, pretending to eat, yet she was stifling laughter, her lips twitching. Li Si Jue's remarks were rather cutting. Su Ziyu's countenance darkened slightly as he replied irritably, "Didn't you just secure a significant order?" "I am quite busy, but things should improve soon nonetheless. The supplements from your company are undoubtedly commendable. Have you tried them yourself, Li?" Chapter 58. Is he jealous? Li Si Jue's expression suddenly betrayed a profound sense of frustration as he sighed. "Supplements are of no use to me.
I have reached my limit."
Cough, cough. Wen Qingqing was abruptly choked by a sip of water, coughing violently, her face flushed. "Qingqing, are you alright? You're coughing so fiercely." Lin Shusha, seated across from her, was unable to assist in patting her back in time. In an effort to avoid disturbing others, Wen Qingqing leaned against Li Si Jue's arm as she coughed, her hands gripping his clothing. He remained still, allowing her to hold on, yet his body tensed ever so slightly. After a while, Wen Qingqing's coughing subsided, and she leaned against him, breathing steadily, while also wrapping her arms around his, pressing her body against him. Li Si Jue's ears turned instantly red, and he became even more hesitant to move, fearful of any contact.
"I apologize.
I choked just now," she said, readjusting her posture, smoothing out her clothes and hair, her face still quite rosy, resembling a ripe peach, white with a hint of red, tender enough to seem as if a single bite would release its juices. Su Ziyu's gaze occasionally flickered toward Wen Qingqing, sweeping over her collarbone, neck, and finally settling on her face. Logically, her coughing had interrupted the conversation, and any person with normal emotional intelligence would have recognized that the topic could not continue. Yet, Su Ziyu would not let this opportunity slip by and brought it up once more. "Li, did you just say, you've reached your limit? Surely, you're jesting?"
Li Si Jue did not respond immediately.
Instead, he removed his jacket and handed it to Wen Qingqing, saying, "Here, take this." Wen Qingqing paused momentarily, wondering why he wanted her to hold it. A server approached, saying, "Madam, allow me to take your coat."
"I will hang it up."
"No need," was the response, voiced by Li Si Jue. When Qingqing could only shake her head at the server, she found herself somewhat perplexed by Li Si Jue's intentions, yet she soon heard him answering Su Ziyu's question.
"Not at all.
I sustained injuries in a car accident previously, and somehow, my condition has been deteriorating." As he spoke, his expression remained calm, casting doubt on the veracity of his words. After all, which man would broach such a subject? However, his tone was earnest, suggesting genuine decline, and given the severity of the earlier accident, it was entirely plausible that he had been confined to a wheelchair since. At that moment, Su Ziyu's gaze shifted toward her, fixating on her collarbone. She froze, then glanced down at the suit jacket she held, as if comprehending Li Si Jue's unspoken feelings. Could it be that he was jealous? As coincidentally, the restaurant's air conditioning was a bit chilly, prompting her to don Li Si Jue's jacket. As she slipped it on, her lovely collarbone and rounded shoulders were concealed, revealing only her slender, delicate neck. Lin Shusha and Su Ziyu were utterly bewildered, first shocked by Li Si Jue's words, then taken aback by his insistence that Wen Qingqing wear his jacket, which she indeed did. They felt their minds buzzing, struggling to keep pace with the couple's dynamics. What is the matter? Do you pity me? There is no need. I have 2 children. Si Jue raised his glass. Mr. Su, may you be blessed with many offspring. That first statement seemed rather unfortunate, didn't it? Infertility, yet wishing for progeny? As a man, it is only natural to express sympathy for Mr. Li. You are still so young, Su Ziyu remarked, his gaze drifting toward Wen Qingqing once more. Especially since Qingqing is so young and beautiful. Wouldn't he admit, the implications of his words were clear to all present. If she finds someone more suitable in the future, I will let her go. Wen Qingqing looked at Si Jue in shock. What was this? Was he playing a dangerous game? How would this end? However, having been with Si Jue for so many years, she truly had no knowledge of his condition. Could it be? No, surely not, given his intense reaction to his leg injury. If he were truly incapable, he would never broach the subject so lightly. Yet, a voice deep within her whispered, what if he really is? Perhaps I should find an opportunity to test this. Si Jue and Su Ziyu continued to toast one another, both consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, while Lin Shusha pondered thoughtfully. If Si Jue were indeed incapable, she certainly wouldn't remain with him. She needed to find a way to probe Wen Qingqing. You two have had enough to drink. It's time to stop, Lin Shusha stated, not wishing to take a drunken companion home, as she would struggle to manage him. Alright, I won't drink anymore. Mr.Li, my apologies, my fiancée has spoken, so I can't continue drinking with you, Su Ziyu said, reaching to wrap his arm around Lin Shusha. She didn't want to appear overly intimate in front of Si Jue, yet found it difficult to push him away, thus remaining stiff in her posture, allowing him to embrace her. Yes, it's getting late. Both parties stood to leave. Wen Qingqing still wore Si Jue's jacket as she pushed his wheelchair out. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they each went their separate ways. I am the car, Su Ziyu asked Lin Shusha. What prompted you to invite them to dinner today? Why does it concern you? Lin Shusha replied coldly. A flicker of anger crossed Su Ziyu's face but was quickly suppressed as he resumed his hold on her shoulder. He sighed, I have been quite busy lately, it was not my intention to neglect you. All this busyness is for our future, isn't it? Yet, I cannot let my preoccupations overshadow you. I was wrong, so please don't be angry. Are you seeing someone else? Lin Shusha pressed. Su Ziyu's gaze flickered momentarily, though this subtle movement went unnoticed by Lin Shusha. How could I possibly have another woman? Why would I seek someone else when I have such a beautiful and exceptional fiancée? Am I mad? Who could compare to you? Is that true? Lin Shusha, upon hearing his words, felt her anger dissipate, yet she remained resolute. Of course it's true, do you not believe me? Su Ziyu caressed her cheek, gazing at her with deep affection, the corners of his mouth curling upward. His inherently charming eyes, when directed at Lin Shusha, made her cheeks flush, and she found herself shyly admitting, I know you're just saying sweet words to appease me. I speak the truth. You are indeed extraordinary. After all these years together, do you still not know me? Previously, Lin Shusha recalled her kiss with Sunling, feeling a pang of guilt, but Su Ziyu stepped forward to seal her lips with his. Let us not revisit the past. Let us focus on our future. I trust you. When Qingqing felt herself becoming utterly dizzy from Su Ziyu's kiss, her body turning soft and pliable. Then you must promise not to neglect me again. Agreed, I won't. Su Ziyu continued to kiss Lin Shusha, breathless, while the driver could only drive with his eyes steadfastly focused on the road. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Wen Qingqing and Si Jue was markedly quiet. The two sat in the back seat without exchanging a word. Wen Qingqing still wore his jacket, despite the warmth of the car. She had no intention of removing it, occasionally stealing glances at Si Jue, contemplating his earlier remarks. The scent of alcohol emanated from Si Jue. He had consumed quite a bit that evening, yet his complexion remained normal, showing no signs of intoxication. They arrived home in silence, each retreating to their respective rooms. As Wen Qingqing prepared to change clothes, she suddenly remembered she had not returned Si Jue's jacket. She hurriedly went over. I came to return the jacket, she said, pushing open the door, only to find Si Jue in the midst of loosening his tie, his movements wild, yet his usually icy demeanor was now tinged with a hint of crimson. His gaze burned into her, as if it could sear 2 holes through her. Chapter 59. Si Jue, are you joking with me? Wen Qingqing felt a sudden flutter in her heart. At this moment, Si Jue appeared entirely different from his usual self, resembling a block of ice that had unexpectedly ignited into flames, exquisite and utterly captivating. I'll take my leave now. You should rest early. After her previous experience, Wen Qingqing dared not linger in his room, fearing she might provoke his ire once more. Come back. Wen Qingqing was momentarily stunned, turning back in surprise. She remained rooted to the spot, unable to move. Come here.
Help me take off my clothes. When Xingqing was taken aback, she had never anticipated that Li Si Jue would request her assistance in removing his garments. Was he truly intoxicated? Recalling his injured leg, she considered that he might genuinely need help, so she approached him. "Shall I assist you to the bed?" she asked tentatively. With her support, Li Si Jue rose to his feet, and she found it quite taxing as he leaned heavily against her, almost entirely relying on her strength. Gritting her teeth, she steadied him to prevent him from falling. After helping him to the bed, when Xingqing exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on her brow, the effort had left her skin flushed, a rosy hue spreading to her neck and collarbone. She reached out to loosen his tie and unbutton the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Her warm fingers grazed his chest, a fleeting touch, while the subtle scent of roses wafted into his senses, as if he were surrounded by a profusion of dew-kissed blooms, each one delicate and vibrant, dripping with life. Li Si Jue observed Wen Xingqing, who was intently unfastening his buttons, her crimson lips still untouched, slightly parted, then pressed together again. The barely there contact of her fingertips stirred something deep within him, darkening his gaze and intensifying his intoxication. Abruptly, he lifted her chin, and Wen Xingqing, taken aback, looked at him with wide eyes, her lips parting once more in surprise. Before she could react, his scorching lips descended upon hers, tightening around her waist. She stared in shock, her hands resting on his chest without resistance, lost in the moment as he kissed her. The kiss, laced with the scent of alcohol, was surprisingly sweet. Li Si Jue had expected her to resist, but when she wrapped her arms around his waist, he froze momentarily, only to be swept away in a tempest of fervor. Just as Wen Xingqing anticipated an enchanting evening of shared passion, Li Si Jue abruptly halted. Breathing heavily, his eyes churned with dark waves of desire, his hand gripping her waist tightened as if to break her in 2. She stifled a pained whimper, the sound soft and melodious, only serving to further excite him. "Aju, it hurts." Her gentle voice carried a note of pleading. When Xingqing could feel the hardness of his arm muscles, as if they would burst at any moment. He gazed at her swollen lips for what felt like an eternity, his eyes tempestuous and tumultuous with longing. "Get out!" He released her, his voice hoarse and strained. When Xingqing stood frozen, as if unable to comprehend his command. "Get out," he repeated, his tone more urgent, giving her a slight push. "Is this really happening? Li Si Jue, show some humanity. After everything, you want me to leave? Are you tormenting me or yourself? Are you truly telling me to leave?" Her retort caught Li Si Jue off guard. He had assumed she would exit immediately upon his command. Hesitation flickered within him, but recalling past events, he coldly reiterated, "Leave." When Xingqing rose, smoothing her attire and hair before casting him a sultry smile. "I'm leaving now." Li Si Jue watched her retreating figure, her slip dress accentuating her slender waist and the graceful curve of her silhouette, her delicate ankles peeking out, luminescent as if they could shine. Images flooded his mind, and he felt the heat of his breath intensify. With a resounding bang, the door closed, severing his line of sight. He lowered his gaze to his legs, his right hand clenched into a fist, crashing down onto the bed. Gradually, he steadied his breathing and dialed Jilin. "Is there still any hope for my leg?" Jilin was astonished that Li Si Jue would proactively inquire about his leg injury. Despite his excitement, he responded with utmost seriousness, "I'm still exploring options. However, one prerequisite remains: you must maintain the condition of your leg. The muscle cannot atrophy significantly, otherwise, even if a treatment emerges, it would be futile." Previously, Li Si Jue had been quite cooperative, yet progress had stagnated, leading to his increasing frustration and subsequent withdrawal from treatment. Why was he bringing it up again? After hanging up, he rolled up his pant leg to inspect his injury, his expression dark and foreboding. He could hardly bear to see such a sight. What would Wen Xingqing think if she saw it? Meanwhile, when Xingqing was lost in her own thoughts, grappling with confusion, she had distinctly perceived a fierce desire in Li Si Jue's gaze, his kiss fervent and possessive, his hand on her waist exuding an alarming heat. Why had he suddenly stopped? Could it be that he truly could not proceed? Stopping now was preferable to halting later due to incapacity, which would be far too embarrassing. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she gradually calmed the heat within her, while Li Si Jue took an extended. The following morning, during breakfast, when Xingqing noticed something amiss with Li Si Jue. "You don't look well." She observed his lips, red and chapped, and his sunken eyes, which seemed even. When Xingqing reached out to touch his forehead, causing him to startle and grasp her wrist, and she could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his palm. "You have a fever." He hadn't run a fever when he was injured. "Why now?" "It's nothing, just a cold. A little medicine will suffice." His tone was dismissive, clearly not taking it seriously. He had awoken feeling unwell, with a sore throat and a heavy head, likely the result of a prolonged shower combined with the alcohol he had consumed, leading to a fever. "Daddy, Mommy, are you two competing to see who can? How could Mommy have a fever, and now Daddy too?"
Daddy and Mommy were careless and didn't take care of themselves, hence the fevers. You both need to look after yourselves, she advised, glancing between Li Si Jue and Wen Qingqing, her eyes sparkling like grapes, before breaking into a mischievous smile. When Mommy was sick, Daddy took care of her, so now that Daddy is, if you don't, you'll face criticism and have to write a reflection. That would only happen if Li Si Jue was willing. When the new year comes, we'll. Chapter 60, Do not touch me. After finishing breakfast, Li Si Jue proceeded to the office. He contemplated returning home late tonight and, if necessary, would simply spend the night at the office. These two appear promising, I inquired further, and this one is willing to sell, albeit at a rather steep price, reported the driver as he approached Li Si Jue. Li Si Jue examined the two shops. Their locations were indeed advantageous, but further consideration of the surrounding circumstances was warranted. Let us purchase this one, it has a larger area. Inquire if the entire building is up for sale. If so, acquire the whole property, he instructed. The driver was taken aback. Purchase the entire building, what a considerable sum that would entail. Real estate on this street was indeed a treasure. I shall inquire and provide you with a response as swiftly as possible, President. By afternoon, the driver returned with an update for Li Si Jue. Initially, the landlord was only willing to sell the shop and had no intention of parting with the second and third floors. However, upon the driver's suggestion of offering a price above market value, the landlord became intrigued, although they still needed time to deliberate. The price proposed by Li Si Jue was undeniably enticing, leaving them puzzled as to why he wished to make such a purchase, which seemed somewhat extravagant. President, you should take some cold medicine, Zhou Zhe remarked, observing Li Si Jue's deteriorating condition, clearly putting on a brave face. After taking the medication, Zhou Zhe advised him to rest for half an hour to an hour, but Li Si Jue deemed it unnecessary, dismissing it as merely a cold. However, as the end of the workday approached, his head grew increasingly heavy, his nose became congested, breathing became labored, and his limbs felt achy. Yet, the moment Li Si Jue recalled his daughter Cece's words, the notion of heading home dissipated. It was far better to stay at the office tonight, especially with numerous matters still requiring his attention. Working late was of little consequence as Zhou Zhe was well aware of Li Si Jue's temperament and understood that he could not be swayed, so he remained by his side instead. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, Li Si Jue, his eyes felt dry and swollen, his throat throbbed painfully with each swallow, and he struggled to concentrate. Organizing the documents in his hands, he intended to rest, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. Both Zhou Zhe and Li Si Jue were momentarily stunned. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Madam? Zhou Zhe exclaimed upon opening the door and finding Wen Qingqing standing there, while Li Si Jue, hearing the commotion, felt his head throb even more painfully. I came to check on you, sir, Wen Qingqing said with a smile. Upon entering, she beheld Li Si Jue's sickly appearance, listless, his eyes slightly reddened, and his nose dry and peeling. Why haven't you returned home despite being unwell? She gently inquired. There are still matters that require my attention, he replied, but his voice emerged hoarse and nasal, lacking It is easy to make mistakes when one's mind is clouded, Wen Qingqing admonished. Li Si Jue raised his gaze to meet hers. Despite his illness, the intensity in his eyes remained undiminished. What brings you here? The implication was clear. He wished for her to leave. However, Wen Qingqing sighed, her expression a mix of frustration and determination. Your daughter asked me to keep an eye on you, insisting I urge you to return home and rest. Otherwise, I would have to pen a letter of reflection. Regardless, I shall remain here to care for you, she declared, taking a seat beside the sofa, propping her chin on her hand as she looked at Li Si Jue, her resolve unwavering. Li Si Jue had originally sought refuge in the office to avoid Wen Qingqing's care, but now that she had arrived, he found himself trapped. It is unfortunate that there is no kitchen here. Otherwise, I could prepare you a midnight snack, Wen Qingqing remarked, completely disregarding the frown and impatience etched on Li Si Jue's face, her words laced with a playful cheerfulness that brightened. Zhou Zhe handed Li Si Jue his coat. Allow me, Wen Qingqing offered, taking the coat and assisting him into it. Li Si Jue maintained a stoic expression, sliding his arms into the sleeves. Wen Qingqing adjusted his collar, her fingers brushing against his neck, causing a subtle reaction in him. Let us depart. It is time to go home, she urged, pushing his wheelchair. Zhou Zhe observed, increasingly perplexed. Was the madam genuinely changing her ways? Was she treating the president with newfound kindness? Yet, he remained vigilant, wary of Wen Qingqing, fearing she might seize the opportunity to create mischief, as had occurred in the past. Once in the car, the wheelchair was stowed in the trunk, and when Qingqing took her seat beside Li Si Jue, she casually reached out to touch his forehead, but he grasped her hand, moving it away. What are you doing? Is your forehead so precious that it cannot be touched? It's burning hot. Do you think you're made of gold, needing to be smelted? Zhou Zhe nearly burst into laughter but stifled it. He must not laugh.
With a fever like this, do you plan to usurp his position?
No, I have no such intentions, Jue stammered, startled by the accusation.
Have you measured the president's temperature? Is that your definition of courtesy?
Madam, please stop. I would rather tie the president up and take him to the hospital than let this continue. Enough, I am well aware of my own health, Si Jue retorted coldly.
Yet, when Xingxing scoffed lightly, you are aware of your health, poppycock.
Suddenly, the car swerved sharply, causing Wen Qingqing to tumble into Si Jue's embrace, the impact of his rigid chest causing her nose to sting.
President, I apologize. Jue quickly steadied the vehicle, mentally repeating. I hear nothing, I see nothing. Drive carefully.
Si Jue repositioned himself, his expression darkening. When Xingxing rubbed her nose. Jue, do you truly wish to usurp his position? But
I do not, I am not, do not speak such nonsense.
Upon arriving at the Li residence, Jue exhaled in relief, finally feeling a sense of safety. The journey had been nerve-wracking. Observing the figures of Wen Qingqing and Si Jue, Jue pondered whether the madam intended to remove him from the president's side. With him gone, the president would lack a confidant, thus putting him under the madam's thumb. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He resolved to conduct himself more cautiously in the future to avoid making mistakes. Otherwise, the president could find himself in peril. When Xingxing took Si Jue's temperature. It has reached 39 degrees, we must go to the hospital.
I will not go, he coldly refused. What if your mind becomes impaired? What will happen to such a large company? Yoyo is still young, she cannot inherit it. What was with this woman today? Then summon Jilin. I will not.
What was? Si Jue deftly maneuvered his wheelchair toward his room, with Wen Qingqing hastily following. Just as he was about to close the door, she pressed against it, blocking his exit. Their eyes met, and seeing the bloodshot veins in his eyes, along with his evident fatigue yet stubborn resilience, Wen Qingqing's heart softened.
She crouched down and gently coaxed, if we're not going to the hospital and you want to call Jilin, then at least you should take some fever-reducing medication, yes? Let us take some fever medicine, shall we?
Chapter 61. You go take a shower, I will wait for you. Wen Qingqing's voice, soothing as if coaxing a child, enveloped Si Jue like a warm blanket, the soft sensation wrapping around him, inducing an involuntary relaxation throughout his body. Coupled with her eyes, clear as water, gazing at him, it felt like a gentle breeze caressing his cheek, making each breath feel remarkably easier. He found himself staring at Wen Qingqing for an extended period. With patience, she continued to inquire, is it all right? The slight rise in her tone sent a shiver down his spine, an indescribable sensation that left him yearning for more. In an inexplicable moment, he found himself agreeing.
When Qingqing retrieved some antipyretic medication, you haven't taken any at the office, have you? What about cold medicine?
I took the cold medicine in the afternoon, but not in the evening, he replied, his voice already hoarse. Yet, there was an undeniable allure in his voice, laced with nasal tones, giving him an almost tender quality. Then take this antipyretic, and afterward, drink a sachet of the effervescent powder to see how you fare. If you feel better by tomorrow, there will be no need for a hospital visit. She prepared the powder, shaking the cup gently before blowing on it, the ethereal steam giving her an almost dreamlike appearance.
Sweating it out should help.
After saying this, she suddenly remembered, let me check the wound on your back. His injury had been significantly more severe than hers. She wondered if showering would affect it.
It's fine, no need to check. The wound is on your back. You cannot see it, how do you know it's fine?
He was at it again, like a child throwing a tantrum. When Qingqing dismissed his protests and proceeded to remove his shirt.
I can do it myself.
Was there a hint of shyness in that hoarse voice? Was it merely her imagination? She handed Si Jue a softer garment. Observing him remove his shirt, she moved behind him to inspect his back, frowning as she reached out to touch it. Si Jue flinched at her cool fingers meeting his feverish skin, a jolt of electricity coursing down his spine. It still hurts, doesn't it? Your injury hasn't healed properly.
You're burning up and still want a shower? Absolutely not. I want to shower.
Si Jue's tone bore a hint of petulance. Let me help you with a quick wipe instead, don't shower, it could worsen. He had been so obedient just moments ago, and now he was being stubborn again. Si Jue had already maneuvered his wheelchair towards the bathroom.
Do you even care about getting better? If you shower now, not only will your cold worsen, but your back injury could also become infected.
When Qingqing's urgency made her tone less than pleasant. Si Jue's expression darkened instantly, his gaze turning cold.
Leave.
He was angry again, her temper flared as well, and she momentarily considered ignoring him, but then she thought about the potential consequences if his condition worsened. His immune system was already compromised, and the risk of infection was high. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her angers, grasping Li Siju's hand. He immediately attempted to pull away, but she held on tightly, using all her strength to maintain her grip. She even had to force a smile as she spoke to him. I was wrong earlier, I shouldn't have been harsh with you. Not showering must feel uncomfortable, right? So how about you take a quick rinse? I'll wait for you outside, alright? She knew her smile must have looked rather odd, biting her cheek while trying to smile, and her voice sounded strangely rigid, but Li Siju ceased his struggles. Just wait a moment. She quickly gathered a set of clothes for him. Off you go, be careful, and don't take too long. She almost reached out to pat his head but hesitated, fearing he might retaliate by throwing him. Li Siju cast her a glance before taking the clothes into the bathroom. She let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The experience was utterly exhausting. Coaxing Li Siju was far more challenging than. Yet, she came to realize that he was one to respond better to gentleness than forcefulness. The more one tried to confront him, the more stubborn he became, capable of driving one to the brink of frustration. A knock sounded at the bedroom door, and Joja pushed the door open, momentarily startled not to see Li Siju. Madam, has the sir gone to shower? Upon returning home, he had grown accustomed to addressing him as sir. Yes. Joja showed no intention of leaving, remaining in the bedroom. He sensed Wen Qingqing's gaze resting on his head, but he paid it no mind, lowering his head to count sheep. After all, he had to stay here to protect the sir, ensuring he remained unharmed. Wen Qingqing glanced at the time, anxious that Li Siju might encounter trouble inside. However, it was barely 10 minutes before he emerged. Seeing her and Joja waiting outside, he was momentarily taken aback. He had even washed his hair, which left Wen Qingqing speechless, yet, witnessing his damp hair tousled across his forehead softened his sharp features, rendering him undeniably alluring. She took a towel and continued to dry his hair. Joja. Li Siju's hair, neither particularly long nor short, dried relatively quickly after a few moments under the dryer. Let us get some sleep, she said, gazing into his eyes as Joja assisted Li Siju onto the bed, and he lay down, pulling the covers over himself. Wen Qingqing tucked him in again, pouring a glass of water and placing it on the bedside table. I'll go take a shower now, I'll come back to keep you company shortly. With that, she stepped outside. Joja, what was happening? Why was the sir so compliant as well? Sir, do you have any further instructions? Feel free to leave work for the day. Understood, sir, please rest well. Li Siju's throat was painfully sore, making it difficult to speak. He lay on his side, closing his eyes, but sleep eluded him. His mind was filled with Wen Qingqing's soft, dulcet tones, particularly the phrase, "Is it all right?" which left him utterly defenseless. Each time she uttered those words, he felt an overwhelming urge to respond, yes. Suddenly, he struggled to sit up, laboriously making his way to the door to lock it. Afterward, he returned to bed, lying down once more. Wen Qingqing, having finished her shower, approached the door only to find it locked. She tried to open it but to no avail. It was indeed locked. A surge of frustration washed over her. She rapped on the door. Li Siju, open the door. This was intentional. He was deliberately playing games. No response. Separated by the door, she refused to soothe him, her anger flaring at the thought of his intentional act. Get ready to write a reflection paper, 800 words. The sound of grinding teeth echoed through the night. Chapter 62. Li Siju, please refrain from being adorable. Wen Qingqing pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear the commotion within. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing the dark and displeased countenance of Li Siju. She hurried inside and promptly shut the door behind her. What are you staring at? Sleep, she exclaimed, tossing the. Climbing onto the bed first, she lay down. However, Li Siju remained unmoving, opting instead to recline on the nearby sofa, which infuriated Wen Qingqing to no end. She took out her phone and began recording him. Cece, mommy is currently in daddy's room, trying to take care of him, but daddy. That wretched woman, Wen Qingqing, clutching her blanket, made her way to the sofa. Since little Li Siju enjoys sleeping on the sofa, then tonight, he shall sleep here. With a smile, she nestled against him. The throbbing in his temples intensified. The once spacious sofa became cramped with two people, and any slightest movement threatened to topple them off. Si Jue, with a sullen expression, returned to the bed, though he was reluctant to walk in front of Wenqingqing, feeling awkward about his own gait. Anger propelled Wenqingqing, giggling, returned to the bed, as if she had figured out how to interact with Si Jue. He lay on his side with his back to her, and after pulling up the blanket, she gently patted his arm. "Good night, little Si Jue." "Little? What are you implying?" Si Jue was burning up, alternating between chills and warmth, wanting to throw off the blanket when hot, yet curling up when cold, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Although Wenqingqing recognized his discomfort, she dared not embrace him, opting instead to watch his back from a distance. Drowsily, she drifted off to sleep, only to be jolted awake by a soft cough. She opened her eyes to see the man beside her still lying on his side with his back turned. After a moment of silence, another cough echoed. Upon closer inspection, she noticed his body was tense, as if he was suppressing something. Another faint cough followed. Something was amiss. She quietly straightened up to peek over, observing Si Jue covering his mouth, though faint sounds still slipped through his fingers. At that moment, her heart felt as if it were being seized tightly, only to be released, leaving behind a painful ache. Anger and concern intertwined within her. "Hey, what are you doing? Can you really suppress a cough?" Si Jue's eyes flew open, meeting Wenqingqing's gaze. Though the room was shrouded in darkness, he could clearly make out her fair face and the fury glimmering in her eyes. Wenqingqing turned on the bedside lamp. Under the warm yellow glow, the man's weary visage appeared even more haggard. He seemed to have lost weight, the contours of his cheeks more pronounced. "Drink some water," she said, rising to pour him a glass of warm water. He hesitated, and then, as if in retaliation, a fit of coughing erupted violently, each spasm causing his back to arch painfully. The sound fragmented. Wenqingqing quickly set the water aside and gently patted his back. The bout of coughing finally subsided, leaving his face and neck flushed, veins prominent, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, a sight that made Wenqingqing's heart ache, one she had never witnessed before. "Drink up." Si Jue accepted the water, finding some relief for his sore throat. "If you're going to cough, then just let it out. Don't hold it in." "It's too loud," he replied, his voice hoarse and nasal, sounding oddly soft to his own ears. "It's fine, I'm not afraid of noise." Had she not been reborn, unaware of his past affections, she would have assumed this man simply detested her, but she understood he was just being awkward, having been rejected by her too many times to express his feelings openly anymore. "Little Si Jue, did your teachers ever say that parents are the best teachers for children, leading by example?" Before Si Jue could respond, Wenqingqing continued, "When Cici and Yu fall ill, shouldn't we tell them that they can't cough because it's too noisy and might disturb themselves? And they shouldn't have a runny nose, it's so dirty." Si Jue lay down, pulling the blanket over himself, ignoring her. Wenqingqing nearly burst into laughter. She found the sickly Si Jue endearingly cute, resembling a pouting little puppy, eager to be petted yet stubbornly aloof. She turned off the lamp. In the darkness, intermittent coughs filled the air, yet she found them soothing, gently stroking Si Jue's back. Unable to fall asleep for a while, Si Jue, congested and coughing, was restless. "Hey, Si Jue, you know that recovering from a cold takes time, but there is a way to speed up the process. Do you know what it is?" Wenqingqing's light, melodic voice drifted into his ears, washing over his muddled mind like a gentle mountain spring. He listened but remained silent. She turned his body to lay him flat. Before he could react, Wenqingqing suddenly leaned in and kissed him. His eyes widened in shock. She even gave a playful lick. The kiss was fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, like raindrops on banana leaves, ephemeral yet lingering. She smiled, her voice bright and joyful, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten. "It's about transmitting the cold to someone else." She leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "Then you'll recover." His ears flushed crimson in an instant. That blush spread like wildfire, igniting passion throughout his body. Suddenly, he regained his composure, his eyes aflame, and with a surge of energy, he flipped over, pinning the playful kitten beneath him. Like a tempest, like a volcano erupting, their heated bodies intertwined, whether from fever or desire was unclear, yet a sliver of remaining rationality allowed them both to pause, breaths uneven, hearts racing. Si Jue embraced her, motionless, and she too dared not move, refraining from provoking him further. Swallowing hard, she began to ponder. Si Jue was not incapable, yet she could not conclude definitively. Perhaps, that while her mind wandered, Si Jue rolled off, lightening her burden. Unable to resist teasing him, she thought such an opportunity was rare. Once he recovered, he would no longer be so easily provoked. "So, kissing can cure a cough. Did you notice?" she chuckled softly. "Who still cares about that coughing business?" He yanked the blanket over himself, covering even his head. This action left Wenqingqing both amused and exasperated. She never expected the ailing Si Jue to unwittingly display such adorableness. "Hey, if you do that, you'll have trouble breathing and feel worse." She reached out, poking his waist through the blanket. He abruptly flung the blanket aside and turned to face her, his eyes glinting like a ravenous wolf's.
Try touching me again, and see what happens?
His voice was hoarse, akin to a wolf's growl, a warning. Chapter 63 Mommy, please give me a little brother to play with. A ferocious aura emanated from Li Si Jue, enveloping Wenqingqing entirely, causing her to instinctively swallow hard and promptly concede.
Good night,
Li, she exclaimed before swiftly turning to the other side, presenting her back to him. Li Si Jue glared at her retreating figure, his jaw clenched tightly, a muscle twitching in his cheek, cursing the woman silently. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, his body aching intensely, and with the occasional cough, he was powerless to act against her, yet he could not allow his dominance to wane. The night passed uneventfully, and the sounds of coughing diminished when Wenqingqing, assured that Li Si Jue had succumbed to slumber, allowed herself to drift off to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, two little ones stealthily opened Li Si Jue's bedroom door and crept inside. Upon witnessing Li Si Jue and Wenqingqing entwined in slumber, they erupted into laughter, quickly stifling their giggles. Fearful of making a sound, Yuyo gestured to Cici to exit, and Cici nodded in agreement as they tiptoed away. However, as the door clicked shut behind them, the sound startled them, and they exchanged glances before hastily fleeing. The two slumbering figures stirred at the noise, their eyes fluttering open to find each other's faces mere inches apart, both momentarily taken aback.
Good morning,
Li, Wenqingqing greeted. Li Si Jue sprang back, a look of embarrassment and vexation crossing his face. How could they have ended up in such a position? Wenqingqing reached out to touch his forehead, deftly grasping his hand with her left, preventing him from fidgeting, and successfully checked his temperature for 2 seconds.
It doesn't seem as feverish now.
The temperature should be coming down. However, upon measuring, she found it still at 38 degrees. A slight fever remained. You shouldn't go to the office today. Rest at home. Recovering from a cold requires ample hydration and sleep. Li Si Jue said nothing as he rose to sit in his wheelchair and headed for the bathroom. Wenqingqing hesitated to follow. She understood that for him, the bathroom was a taboo, a place he would never allow her to witness him in a vulnerable state. Once a paragon of vigor and the envy of countless girls, Li Si Jue had once been hailed as a national heartthrob, even earning the title of national husband. Lin Shuxia had basked in pride due to their engagement, often flaunting it. Yet, in a single night, he had plummeted from grace, his halo shattered and engulfed by darkness. Lin Shuxia sought to annul their engagement but did not wish to be the villain. Thus, she arranged for them to share a bed, making Wenqingqing his wife. In her moment of confusion, Li Si Jue emerged from the bathroom, freshly groomed and dressed.
As I mentioned earlier, we need to go out today.
Could it be a surprise? Unlikely. They ventured out for breakfast, during which Cici occasionally glanced at them with a beaming smile.
Cici, what are you laughing about?
Mommy, you worked hard taking care of Daddy last night. Eat more, she said, placing a poached egg onto Wenqingqing's plate. Wenqingqing shot a sidelong glance at Li Si Jue, nodding in agreement. It was indeed quite taxing. Daddy was not as obedient as Cici is when he's unwell.
He wouldn't even take his medicine or rest properly. I did take my medicine. Mommy, when will I have a little brother or sister?
You should ask your daddy.
Cici pouted in confusion. Daddy?
Li Si Jue felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to respond? Yuyo, why don't you take a guess? He tossed the question to Yuyo.
Yuyo looked utterly perplexed. How would I know?
Honestly, it's just fine with Cici and me. We don't need a little brother or sister, he said, feigning maturity.
But I want a little brother. I want a little brother. Cici exclaimed. Why do you want a little brother? Because he can fight with me.
The unborn brother? No, thank you. After breakfast, Li Si Jue attended to matters in his office while Wenqingqing delved into researching recipes, as she intended to open a restaurant. She had also registered a short video account, aspiring to become a food blogger. In her previous life, she had lost much of her compensation to the Lin family estate, and the thought of it gnawed at her. Fortunately, in this life, she had secured her finances well. She intended to use this money to build her own career, ensuring that if Li Si Jue ever cast her aside, she could still provide for herself and the children. She also checked the stock market and fund trends, recalling vividly that the market was due for a shakeup soon. With many investors poised to be trapped, she aimed to enter at the opportune moment. Time flew by as she engaged in these matters, and before she knew it, it was afternoon. Let's go, Li Si Jue called to her, dressed casually in a white t-shirt and loose-fitting trousers, paired with canvas shoes. His attire was a refreshing sight for Wenqingqing, as he rarely dressed so informally. His hair was tousled rather than meticulously styled, lending him a soft, gentle appearance. This only deepened her curiosity about their destination. However, upon arrival, she was taken aback. A psychologist? Si Jue, you finally decided to show up. I've been waiting with bated breath for your arrival. A striking woman greeted them, her long hair partially tied back and dressed in a smart yet approachable outfit of light gray and white, exuding a warm and inviting aura.
Allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, Wen Qingqing.
The woman immediately noticed Wen Qingqing and, upon hearing Li Si Jue's introduction, smiled warmly at her.
Hello, I'm Jiang.
Li, this is. Jiang Lan seemed at a loss for words before directing. Please, have a seat. Wen Qingqing felt somewhat disoriented. Why had he brought her to see a psychologist? Had he discovered something? Her mind raced as she recalled recent events, but she couldn't pinpoint any abnormal behavior. No, rather, there were too many irregularities. Could that have raised Li Si Jue's suspicions? Could you? Yet, when Qingqing found herself at a loss for words, it was Li Si Jue who spoke up. She nearly drowned in the lake, resulting in a concussion, and since then, she's been somewhat off-kilter. During thunderstorms, she becomes excessively frightened, to the point of losing her grasp on reality.
Wen Qingqing?
Was I like that too? She recalled that night vividly. She had dreamt of events from her past life, caught in a haze where reality and dreams blurred. It had just so happened that Li Si Jue had witnessed her in that state. What a predicament. Chapter 64 is this arrival in love. Upon hearing Li Si Jue's words, Jiang Lan perceived it as a rather ordinary stress response following a provocation.
Allow me to conduct a test on Mrs.
Li first.
Wen Qingqing followed Jiang Lan into another room for the assessment.
Amass.li, you have been quite cooperative. According to the test results, you appear to have no issues, Jiang Lan remarked with a smile.
Yes, my husband tends to exaggerate things.
I apologize for the trouble, Wen Qingqing replied, shaking her head with a smile.
You have no problems, but are you aware that your husband has significant concerns? What is wrong with him?
Although Wen Qingqing suspected that Li Si Jue harbored psychological troubles, she only had her conjectures and lacked a deeper understanding. She had no prior impression of Jiang Lan, having had little to no interaction with her in her previous life.
I admit I may be somewhat remiss, hence I kindly request Dr. Jiang to enlighten me on his condition.
His emotions are exceedingly unstable. He suffers from bipolar disorder and severe insomnia. Before Wen Qingqing could respond, Jiang Lan lowered her voice and asked, Mrs. Li, are you aware that all of this is related to you? It is you who has brought him to this state.
Being with you makes him unhappy.
The initially affable Jiang Lan now displayed a sharp and caustic demeanor, her eyes betraying disdain and loathing for Wen Qingqing. The stark contrast left Wen Qingqing astounded.
What does this mean? Is it customary for psychologists to advise others to divorce?
Wen Qingqing leaned back in her chair, feigning indifference as she scrutinized Jiang Lan, her own demeanor having shifted from earlier.
My duty is to assist patients in regaining their health. I believe that Li Si Jue must part ways with you to achieve that.
That is merely your opinion, Wen Qingqing retorted coolly, her gaze icy. I am his attending physician, and my words carry significant weight. Wen Qingqing snorted derisively, if your words are indeed so authoritative, you should convey that to him, not to me.
Jiang Lan's expression faltered, evidently taken aback by Wen Qingqing's composed rebuttal.
His reluctance to divorce you stems from his sense of responsibility, not from your shameless reasoning.
Are you so agitated because you harbor feelings for him? Do you wish to take my place?
I merely desire for him to recover. Oh, how noble of you, I shall counsel him to divorce me shortly. When Qingqing rose, I believe my assessment is complete. I shall seek him out now. Her nonchalant remark left Jiang Lan's face pale, but she quickly composed herself, returning to her prior demeanor as she followed Wen Qingqing back to her office.
How did it go? Li Si Jue inquired.
Jue, doctor. Jiang said I am quite serious. When Qingqing approached him with a sorrowful expression, grasping his hand, he did not withdraw, noticing how cold her hand felt. Was it truly that severe? Jiang Lan frowned and explained, Si Jue, Mrs.
Li is not in any distress. I am unsure why she. When Qingqing turned back, blinking innocently, did you not say I was in a serious condition? Jiang Lan?
Li Si Jue, a Jew, doctor. Jiang shared many things about you. I apologize for not adequately attending to your emotions. My mistakes are indeed grave, but I shall amend my ways, for divorce is merely a superficial remedy.
Divorce?
Doctor.
Jiang suggested that our separation would be beneficial for you.
Li Si Jue turned to Jiang Lan, who smiled, seemingly unfazed. I had an extensive conversation with amass.li earlier. It was all within the scope of the assessment. You know, my testing methods differ from others. She then turned to Wen Qingqing, apologizing, Mrs. Li, I hope I did not offend you earlier. If I caused any displeasure, I humbly ask for your forgiveness.
Little vixen, you have 3 other One must admit, this tactic is quite formidable. When Qingqing felt somewhat bewildered, unable to discern whether their prior dialogue resulted from the assessment or if Jianglan was probing her. Immersive testing, quite impressive. In truth, Mrs. Li's issues are minor, yours, however, are significant. Since you are here today, why not join me for a discussion? I have been wanting you to come for a follow-up, but you have always made excuses of being busy. Now that you are here, you cannot refuse, can you? Li Siju pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Following Jianglan out, in the office remained Zhou and Wen Qingqing. Zhou, does Li Siju frequent this place? She inquired. Forgive me, madam, but I cannot divulge that information. Indeed, you are quite arrogant. She now regarded Jianglan as quite extraordinary. If Jianglan truly harbored feelings for Li Siju, her standing was rather elevated. Unlike Lin Shusha, given Jianglan's skill at fabricating tales, she felt a twinge of admiration. Furthermore, she could not ascertain whether Jianglan genuinely liked Li Siju. Perhaps her earlier remarks were merely for testing purposes. Seated on the sofa, she bit her nails, wishing to eavesdrop on Jianglan and Li Siju's conversation, but that seemed unlikely with Zhou, the blockhead, stationed there. Li Siju and Jianglan entered a room. Seated opposite each other, Jianglan played soothing music to promote relaxation. Had Wen Qingqing been present, she would surely have been incensed, for she had not been afforded such treatment earlier. Are you feeling better or reluctant to confront the matter? Much improved, he replied succinctly, his throat still sore, disinclined to engage in lengthy conversation. Fortunately, his nasal voice had diminished considerably. Otherwise, he would have been even less inclined to speak. According to Wen Qingqing, when he spoke with a nasal tone, it sounded rather childish, though he did not share that sentiment. Your claim of improvement is difficult for me to accept. We must conduct a test to rely on the data. After a series of assessments, Jianglan's brows furrowed. Siju, you are not being truthful. Your condition remains quite dire, even worse than before. What is going on? It is nothing. I believe the issue is minimal. While the data may suggest otherwise, I personally feel better. He appeared unconcerned. This infuriated Jianglan. This is not a trivial matter. Psychological issues can erupt with consequences far worse than physical ailments. Not to that extent. Today's visit was primarily to bring my wife. Jianglan sighed. You still care deeply for your wife. Li Siju merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. I shall take my leave. He turned his wheelchair to depart, but Jianglan immediately rose, interjecting to prevent his exit. There are only 2 factors contributing to your current deplorable state. Your leg injury and your wife. Jianglan summoned her courage to state, and as Li Siju's cold gaze fell upon her, her heart tightened, a chill running through her, yet, he did not erupt, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She knew that had it been anyone else, Li Siju's emotions would have surely spiraled out of control. The leg injury is beyond my capacity to remedy. You are more aware of that than I. However, your wife offers you no benefits. Being with her only exacerbates your condition. Are you certain you wish to continue this? Li Siju's expression shifted. Did you speak of this to her today? Chapter 65. Kiss me to silence me. Jianglan's expression shifted, unexpectedly realizing that Li Siju's focus lay here. My conversation with her was a mix of truth and deception, and I informed her it was all part of the testing process. She endeavored to steady her voice, masking her. However, Li Siju scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, then rose silently and exited the room. Upon returning to Jianglan's office, he found Wen Qingqing seated on the sofa, nibbling her fingers. As if sensing his gaze, she looked up, her eyes sparkling like stars. You're back, she said, her tone lingering softly, akin to the gentle spring rain nourishing all it touches. Li Siju felt a swell in his chest. The voice that should have echoed in his mind now rippled through his heart, unsettling his heartbeat. I'm leaving, he replied, his words unexpectedly softening. Wen Qingqing pushed his wheelchair as Zhou trailed behind, only to encounter Jianglan approaching them. Are you leaving already? It's getting late. How about we have lunch together, she suggested with a smile. No, doctor. Jiang is busy with work. I wouldn't want to intrude. He declined politely. Jianglan's expression stiffened. She sensed Li Siju's irritation, blaming her for meddling, yet she was merely concerned for him. Being with Wen Qingqing seemed to do him no good, only harm. Why was he so stubborn? What was it about Wen Qingqing that was so appealing? When she glanced at Wen Qingqing again, her gaze transformed, resembling that of a benevolent angel. Very well, then you both take care. Amass.li, do encourage Siju to come in for follow-up consultations. It would greatly benefit his recovery. Alright, Wen Qingqing responded casually, though internally she grumbled. Why was she referred to as Amass.li while he was simply called Siju?
This disparity was perplexing. She increasingly felt that Jiang Lan was no ordinary person. Upon reaching the parking lot, Josha took his place in the driver's seat, preparing to drive. Before setting off, he inhaled deeply, reminding himself to maintain composure and not let the conversation in the back seat distract him.
Did I frighten you the other day?
When Qingqing initiated the conversation,
I am quite attractive, even when disoriented.
Li Siju shot her a sidelong glance, as if to say, are you truly lucid now? Despite my frightening demeanor that day, you still chose to stay by my side, and today you've brought me to see a psychologist.
Ah Ju, you are so kind to me.
She leaned in, attempting to wrap her arms around his, but he swiftly tightened his grip, preventing her from succeeding. She struggled in vain, I am not clever enough to decipher your hints.
Ah!
Another abrupt halt, when Qingqing collided into Li Sijue's embrace, fortunate that she had previously held onto his waist, otherwise, the outcome might have been disastrous.
Josha, if you can't drive properly, get out. It won't happen again.
Josha was drenched in cold sweat, feeling wronged. He only wished to drive well, but please manage your wife and prevent her from distracting me. Taking advantage of the moment, when Qingqing clung to Li Siju, refusing to let go. When he attempted to dislodge her, she feigned innocence.
Ah Ju, I feel dizzy. I need a hug.
Li Sijue's temples throbbed with irritation, wishing he could toss both Wen Qingqing and Josha out of the vehicle.
Are you scolding me? Are you angry with me because of Jiang Lan, so you have feelings for her? Is that why you wanted to divorce me?
The barrage of questions left Li Siju momentarily stunned before his expression darkened. Josha thought to himself, I am merely a tool, a soulless driver. Hearing nothing at all. Li Siju abruptly lifted Wen Qingqing and tossed her aside.
Sit properly, silence. If you want me to be silent, then kiss me.
Seal my lips, and I shall remain quiet, she challenged, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Josha internally roared, what scandalous words are you two exchanging? Can't you allow me to drive in peace? Li Siju dismissed her, having never realized that Wen Qingqing could be so shameless. Yet, every now and then, a sigh slipped into his ears. Indeed, Wen Qingqing had ceased her chatter, only occasionally sighing and casting him forlorn glances before sighing once more. Observing her demeanor, Li Siju felt an undeniable urge to silence her. This woman needed to be taught a lesson to curb her incessant provocations, yet, he failed to recognize that his emotions were now entirely swayed by her, losing the cool detachment he once possessed. Upon arriving home, Josha wheeled Li Siju inside. When Qingqing refrained from provoking him further, retreating to wash up and change. By the time she emerged, refreshed, it was already time for dinner.
Mommy, Daddy, Cici promptly leapt from Wen Qingqing's arms and ran to Li Siju. Daddy, you must be well. If something happens to you, what shall we do? There's a saying, what is it again?
Her little face scrunched in concentration, stammering out a few words, orphan something, and then mother, I can't remember, brother, do you know? Or, that is it, Daddy, you must not let us become orphans and widows, it would be so pitiful, we would be hungry and bullied. Li Siju was at a loss for words, as if he were about to perish.
He gathered Cici into his lap.
Daddy will be fine, you both won't become orphans and widows. Then Daddy must let Mommy take care of you, for you are husband and wife, and must look after one another. Li Siju felt a headache coming on, regretting that he had allowed the children to learn so much. Chapter 66, The little treasure eavesdrops on her parents' secrets during dinner. Cici fervently insisted that when Qingqing and Li Siju continue to sleep together due to their commendable performance the previous night, Cici placed a heart-shaped stamp on the backs of their hands. Observing the stamp, both individuals found themselves in a state of bemusement, yet they yielded to Cici's wishes. After all, who could resist the charm of a sweet little girl with bright eyes, resembling a princess, showering them with innocent praise? After dinner, when Qingqing took the time to research Jiang Lan's background, she discovered that Jiang Lan was a prominent figure in the field of psychology, adorned with numerous accolades, and her appointment schedule was perpetually full. When Qingqing surmised that Jiang Lan likely harbored an interest in Li Siju, after all, amidst her busy schedule, she had invited them to dinner and made suggestive comments about divorce, something to be wary of. At that moment, Jiang Lan was on the phone with Li Siju. Siju, I apologize, I should not have interfered in your life, I am truly sorry. I assure you, I will not act this way again. If you ever feel unhappy or troubled, you can confide in me. I promise to keep your secrets and be a good listener, alright? You are my doctor, I have no doubts about your professional capabilities. Li Siju replied, his tone steady and devoid of emotion. Jiang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. That essay relief, I feared you might get angry and stop seeking my counsel. Since mrs.li is not an issue, I shall refrain from contacting her in the future.
Alright, I must attend to other matters now.
Goodbye. Jianglan ended the call. Li Si Jue, however, found himself gazing out the window, musing over Wen Qingqing's words. Could Jianglan possibly be interested in him? How could that be, with his appearance? Who could have? A shadow of gloom enveloped his visage, but he quickly recalled that he would be sleeping alongside Wen Qingqing again that night, dispelling the gloom and replacing it with a sense of agitation. Yet, this agitation felt different from the turmoil he experienced during his episodes. He was surprisingly nervous. Meanwhile, the two little ones were engaged in a secret discussion within their room.
Brother, Daddy and Mummy's relationship is.
Cici loves you.
Brother will also protect Cici.
Yu chuckled, ruffling Cici's soft hair. Though he had lacked Mummy's love in the past, he had always received affection from others. Now, it seemed that Mummy was beginning to love him too. Although he was uncertain of the authenticity or longevity of that love, it still brought him joy. Brother, if you and Mummy fell into the water at the same time, I would definitely save you first.
Yu, who would save whom?
I'll. Cici pouted, clutching her forehead. I was expressing my protection for you.
Woo, brother is bullying me, it hurts.
Seeing Cici's antics, Yu, fully aware of her, they are surely not in their room yet. Cici shot Yu a disdainful look. Silly, brother, we can hide in Daddy's room first, then, when Daddy and Mummy come back, we can listen.
When Mummy comes to check on us, we'll pretend to be asleep.
Yu regarded his mischievous sister with a sense of resignation. He knew he couldn't oppose her even if he tried. Cici would go on her own regardless. At 9:30, when Qingqing entered Cici and Yu's room. My little treasures, it's time for bed. Mummy, we're already quite sleepy. No need for a story, Cici replied when Qingqing found this strange but thought little of it. Alright, then be good and sleep. She set 5 minutes of soothing music before turning off the lights and stepping out. Once she left, the two little ones immediately opened their eyes. After waiting a moment, Cici quietly slipped outside to check, then greeted Yu inside. Brother, come out, no one is. Upon entering and confirming the absence of anyone, they sighed in relief, knowing that Si Jue and Wen Qingqing would not retire for the night so early. Brother, let us hide in the closet. They climbed in. Time slipped by, and both children began to doze off, their little heads bobbing. Suddenly, they heard voices. Take his temperature.
It's no longer a fever. We can't be certain it won't return.
I can take it myself. There's no need for you to fuss over me. Just go to bed and wake up early tomorrow. Wen Qingqing, you're deceiving yourself. You're leading by example. How will you teach Cici and Yu not to lie in the future? Wen Qingqing stated sternly. Li Si Jue genuinely couldn't comprehend Wen Qingqing's thoughts. If she clearly didn't wish to be with him, why was she so clingy lately? I've already showered. I'll wait for you in bed. Otherwise, tonight. Wen Qingqing leaned against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. She recalled the shop she intended to rent and retrieved the landlord's phone number from her album to add on WeChat. The other party accepted the request shortly. Hello, I would like to rent your shop. If you wish to rent the shop, please contact this WeChat. I will send you the number, and you can add it. After sending the same message, she received a response. Are you sincerely interested in renting? If so, please come for a discussion tomorrow.
Yes, I am very sincere. I want to rent it to open a restaurant.
When would you be available for a meeting tomorrow? The other party provided a time and meeting location, leaving Wen Qingqing elated. When Si Jue emerged from his shower, he was greeted by the sight of Wen Qingqing beaming with joy, and a shadow crossed his eye. Remember how I mentioned wanting to open a restaurant? I plan to do it without needing your financial support. I will handle everything myself. I'll be going out tomorrow to discuss the rental.
The darkness in Si Jue's gaze dissipated.
It was merely about the restaurant. He replied without much reaction. Wen Qingqing didn't require any particular response, as long as he didn't. Si Jue lay down, maintaining a significant distance from Wen Qingqing, yet, she inched closer, prompting him to shift away.
If you move any closer, you might fall off. Am I not your wife, or are you preoccupied with someone else?
Her gaze was provocatively challenging, as if to say, what will you do about it? Si Jue's veins throbbed with irritation as he Chapter 67. A missed opportunity would be a loss. Wen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with a triumphant smile. She raised a hand to caress her lips, her fingers stained with blood.
Si Jue, are you a dog? Did he bite her again? Li Si Jue cast a glance at the blood oozing from Wen Qingqing's lips and reclined silently, his heart heavy. Did this woman truly think he would remain passive after her repeated provocations? However, Wen Qingqing straightened her posture, placing her hands on either side of him to gaze down at him, her long hair cascaded down, some strands brushing against his face, tickling him with a fragrant scent that tantalized his senses. I didn't deceive you, did I? Aren't you feeling much better today? Li Si Jue's expression stiffened, his ears rapidly flushing red. He had not considered this, yet as she pointed out, his cold had indeed improved significantly. Is that so? How can you prove whether it was the medicine or my kiss that helped? As she uttered the word kiss, she made a playful pouting gesture. Li Si Jue felt a sudden explosion in his mind, his gaze fixed intently on the blood droplet on her lips, swaying, especially with her movements as she spoke. The droplet trembled even more violently. Today, you took medicine and received a kiss, it seems. As she trailed off, the blood droplet plummeted, landing squarely on Li Si Jue's lips, spreading along the contours of his mouth. Both were momentarily stunned. Li Si Jue had witnessed the droplet fall, yet he did not expect it would land on his own lips. Wen Qingqing, on the other hand, was mesmerized by the sight of him. The vibrant red droplet transformed his lips from a pale, sickly hue to something alluringly devilish. She could hear her heartbeat thundering in her chest, leaving her breathless. At that moment, her mind went blank, and she acted purely on instinct, leaning down to. The taste of iron filled her mouth, unmistakably her own blood, yet she savored it. He grasped the nape of her neck, deepening the kiss, coaxing more blood droplets from her lips. The temperature in the room soared, their breaths growing heavier. Suddenly, a loud crash startled them, and they turned, bewildered, towards the source of the noise. They saw Sisi, bleary-eyed and confused, sitting on the floor. Wen Qingqing quickly disentangled herself from Li Si Jue, adjusting her nightgown before jumping off the bed. Sisi, what are you doing here? She then noticed Yu peering out from the wardrobe, an awkward expression on his face as he waved. In an instant, the four exchanged glances, each feeling the weight of an embarrassing situation, while Sisi remained in a state of confusion. Silence enveloped the room, a suffocating silence. Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Wen Qingqing pressed, determined to deflect the awkwardness onto others. Sisi glanced at Yu, then back at Wen Qingqing, finally recollecting the events they had been discovered. Mommy, we wanted to sleep with you. We never slept with you before. After finishing, she winked at Yu, proud of her cleverness. Wen Qingqing instinctively turned to look at Li Si Jue, who wore an expression of utter despair yet had to maintain a stern demeanor. Sleeping in the wardrobe means we're still sleeping with you and Daddy. Should she thank them for their thoughtfulness? Yu remained silent, unable to fabricate tales like Sisi. Hurry, get in. Sisi was overjoyed, immediately climbing onto the bed and bouncing a couple of times before settling down, swinging her little legs. Yu followed suit. You two sleep in the middle. The bed was spacious, but with four of them together, it felt smaller, though still manageable. Now, be good and go to sleep, no more mischief, Wen Qingqing warned. Good night, Mommy and Daddy. Silence reclaimed the room. Wen Qingqing reflected on her earlier words, hoping the children hadn't overheard anything inappropriate. Oh, how embarrassing. At that moment, Li Si Jue was equally preoccupied, trying to recall every detail of what had just transpired, fearful that Sisi and Yu might have heard something unspeakable. His brow furrowed, sleep eluding him. The fiery moment from before had been doused, leaving him feeling frigid. Before long, the two children drifted off to sleep, leaving Wen Qingqing and Li Si Jue in a silent standoff. Wen Qingqing was uncertain if Li Si Jue had fallen asleep, but she certainly could not, and her stomach grumbled in protest. She quietly slipped out of bed, glancing back to ensure no one was watching before opening the door and stepping out. Barefoot, she made her way to the hallway to retrieve another pair of slippers before heading to the kitchen. Surveying the available ingredients, she decided to whip up some cauliflower fried rice. Although referred to as fried rice, it did not actually contain any rice. Instead, finely blended cauliflower served as a nutritious substitute, resembling rice while being filling and low in calories. Once the cauliflower was prepared, she began chopping vegetables and cracking eggs. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from above. What are you doing? Ah! Today was indeed a day of misfortune. Just as she was about to rinse her finger under water, Li Si Jue seized her hand and brought it to his mouth, enveloping her injured digit in his warm mouth. His soft tongue brushed against her finger, sending shivers down her spine. The sharp pain and tingling sensation overwhelmed her senses, rendering her entire arm numb. What are you cooking? Li Si Jue had released her hand, but she could hardly comprehend his words, only aware of his mouth moving as if still licking her finger. Her face flushed crimson, heart racing. It's fried rice, cauliflower fried rice. Witnessing her stammering, Li Si Jue felt a wave of amusement. He couldn't let her tease him without experience.
When Qingqing attempted to reach for the knife but found her hands lacked strength, however, Li Si Jue had already stepped away, and the tension in the air began to dissipate, allowing her to breathe a little easier.
Bring your hand here.
When his voice rang out again, she felt fortunate she'd already finished chopping. Otherwise, her fingers would have suffered further harm.
No, it's fine, my hand is okay now.
Why was she so nervous? How embarrassing.
Don't you need a band-aid? When Qingqing was left speechless, a band-aid?
Chapter 68, What to do if the child is too clever. When Qingqing extended her finger, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her fingertip awkwardly curling. Li Si Jue applied a band-aid for her, the slight sting causing her heart to flutter, as an almost tangible air of ambiguity enveloped the two of them. It was only then that she noticed Li Si Jue was standing, but after applying the band-aid, he sat back down and subsequently left the kitchen. Although she sensed a subtle shift in Li Si Jue's demeanor that evening, she resolved to prepare a midnight snack first. Last night, when she served the snack, Li Si Jue was already at the dining table.
Eat up.
Each had a small plate of stir-fried broccoli rice. Li Si Jue took a bite. He had to concede one point: when Qingqing's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, even simple dishes could exhibit a rich layering of flavors, and more complex dishes were beyond compare.
How is it?
It's all. However, Li Si Jue merely glanced at her without a word. When Qingqing inwardly scoffed, "What a stubborn man!" After finishing their meal, they each went to freshen up before returning to their rooms. Gazing at the two children peacefully asleep, their soft and adorable forms instantly melted when Qingqing's heart, prompting her to lie down beside Cici. In her recollection, following the birth of the twins, she had struggled with insufficient milk and a touch of postpartum depression, resulting in the twins being cared for by a nanny, leaving her little opportunity to tend to them herself. Even sleeping alongside them had been a rare occurrence. Now, lying beside her children brought an immensely warm and reassuring feeling. The next morning, the two children awoke first upon opening her eyes, when Qingqing was met with a pair of sparkling,
"You two can linger in bed a bit longer."
After she left, only Li Si Jue and the two children remained in the room. Li Si Jue's demeanor shifted from the morning's languor to one of seriousness.
You, what happened?
He understood that when his father spoke in such a tone, it was imperative not to lie or be evasive.
Daddy, it was Cici's idea, it has nothing to do with my brother.
Cici took the initiative to admit her mistake. My brother only came. Am I a dictionary? Yet he still replied. Daddy, I didn't take advantage, I just wanted to know if you and Mommy would argue, if you would bully Mommy. Just because you reflected on your actions last time doesn't mean you've changed, does it? Observation is still necessary.
Cici's reasoning was sound and left little room for rebuttal.
Yu timely added, Cici observes Daddy, and I observe Mommy. Li Si Jue was exasperated, trapped without a counterargument. How clever these children are, what should I do? Just bear with it, they are your own. What have you observed? Li Si Jue asked, maintaining his composure. Cici and Yu exchanged glances, and Cici shyly scratched her head. Daddy, I fell asleep and heard Mommy talking about opening a restaurant. Li Si Jue's gaze shifted to Yu. Yu unconsciously clutched at his shirt, contemplating before responding.
Daddy, is your relationship with Mommy still not very good? Do you like someone else?
That's not the case. Then you should discuss this with Mommy, Yu replied disapprovingly, casting a glance at Li Si Jue. Has Yu been swayed? After they got up, washed up, and changed into their clothes, Li Si Jue took them for some morning exercises. He was quite attentive to the physical fitness of the two children, resulting in them being taller and more vigorous than their peers. Yu, this Saturday, I'll take you swimming. Upon hearing this, Yu's expression froze, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Yet, he said nothing and simply nodded in agreement. However, Li Si Jue noticed his hesitation and unease following the previous incident with near drowning. Yu had developed a fear of water, but Li Si Jue wanted him to overcome this challenge, so he planned to take him swimming this Saturday to assess the extent of his fear.
Breakfast is ready. When Qingqing called out to them.
She first went to change her clothes, as her attire had absorbed the unpleasant scent of cooking oil. When she returned, having changed, and passed by Li Si Jue, a waft of cool fragrance drifted by, unintentionally reminding Li Si Jue of the events from the previous night, causing a slight flush to rise on his face and his throat to tighten, prompting him to clear it twice. Drink some orange juice to soothe your throat and replenish your vitamin C, when Qingqing quickly offered the juice, oblivious to his unusual demeanor.
Li Si Jue lowered his head to drink the orange juice, the blush on his face gradually fading.
I'll be heading out shortly to discuss the store rental, she informed Li Si Jue.
When
Qingqing thought Li Si Jue would surely send someone to accompany her, yet when she left, no one followed her. She was all alone. Although puzzled, she had no time to ponder further and simply drove to her destination.
Sorry to keep you waiting. No worries, you're not late.
The young man receiving Wen Qingqing was,
Feng, are you authorized to represent the rental agreement? Wen Qingqing inquired.
Yes, I can. You're interested in my family's shop, and you must be aware of its prime location and spaciousness. The rent isn't cheap, he replied, somewhat sheepishly, as he was merely representing the CEO to receive the CEO's wife, unsure why the CEO opted for this arrangement but too intimidated to ask or question, simply complying.
I understand well.
It is precisely these advantages that have led me to choose your shop for rent. Please, make your offer for the rent. Why don't you propose a figure first, he suggested nervously, fearing he might set the price too high or too low, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Caught in the amusing predicament between the CEO and his wife, he felt quite torn when Qingqing had conducted market research and was aware that rents in this area would not be modest. 35,000. I did my homework before coming out. If you think no problem, it's 35,000, he hastily agreed, leaving Wen Qingqing momentarily bewildered. She had prepared for a lengthy negotiation, only to find the process so unexpectedly swift. Did she perhaps offer too high a price? Otherwise, why would he be so agreeable? Meanwhile, Mr. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He feared that should the CEO's wife choose not to rent, his position would be jeopardized. Just as he felt he was about to fulfill his task, Wen Qingqing's words detonated in his ears.
Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Chapter 69.
Discovering the hidden circumstances surrounding her parents' accident, Feng Gang was taken aback. Had he truly been recognized, this was improbable, for he had never laid eyes on the president's wife.
Do I seem familiar?
Perhaps I have a rather common face, he chuckled awkwardly, his facial muscles tensing from the effort. When Qingqing pondered for a moment, unable to recall, and concluded it might indeed be just a case of a ubiquitous visage.
Was it the contract signed today?
Yes, I have brought the contract with me.
Feng Gang retrieved the document.
It appears you are genuinely eager to rent out the shop.
Had he perhaps been overly enthusiastic? With a shop like yours, I am certain there are many interested parties. Why has it remained unrented for so long?
The primary reason is the high price of the location. Everyone is biding their time. However, the price you offered today is quite reasonable, and I thought it best not to delay any further. He was merely fabricating a response, as he himself was uncertain of the true reason. When Qingqing signed the contract, and upon receiving it, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Accompanying Feng Gang, she visited the shop, which was cluttered with numerous items left behind by the previous owner, requiring thorough cleaning and some renovation.
Ms.
1. We will tidy these items up and notify you once they are ready, allowing you to commence with the renovations.
Thank you very much.
She was pleasantly surprised by the assistance. Since she was already out, she decided to return to her ancestral home for a visit. Upon her arrival at the old house, she found it shrouded in dust. Unable to resist, she began to clean. This house was filled with countless memories. Surrounded by love from childhood, she had always believed herself to be strong, only to realize how fragile she truly was after losing her parents, devoid of even the ability to discern right from wrong. Cleaning the old home gradually calmed her heart, as she meticulously organized the belongings left by her parents. Meanwhile, Feng Gang had gone to report the situation to Si Jue. He returned to the company and entered the president's office.
President, here is the contract signed with Madam.
Please take a look.
He stood before Si Jue, trembling, feeling an aura of chill envelop him the moment he entered the office, for the president was notoriously known as an unyielding iceberg. 35,000? The ambiguous tone made Feng Gang's scalp prickle. Was this expensive or reasonable?
Madam proposed the price of 35,000, and after some contemplation, I deemed it suitable, thus finalizing the arrangement. After speaking, he lowered his head, awaiting Si Jue's response.
Very well.
From now on, oversee matters there, ensure the tenants upstairs are dealt with promptly, and vacate the premises as soon as possible.
Understood, I will handle it. As he exited the office, he couldn't help but marvel at the president's financial prowess. Having spent such a considerable sum on the property, he even subsidized the rent for the tenants upstairs, who happily vacated. However, why hadn't the president informed his wife? He pondered and sent a message to Wen Qingqing. Frowny face. Ms. Wen, please let me know when you plan to start the renovations. All right.
She replied and set her phone aside, continuing to sort through her belongings. Each item held precious memories. Once the exterior was nearly tidied, she returned to her room, which was relatively organized. As she casually flipped through the books on her shelf, a slip of paper fell from one of them, leaving her puzzled about when she had tucked a note inside a book. However, upon reading the contents of the note, her nose tinged with sadness. Ching, today, Dad was very happy at the parent-teacher meeting. The teachers all said you are a good child, and your classmates like you very much. No matter where you are our little princess and the pride of your father and mother. However, the teachers also mentioned that you tend to be overly competitive and cannot tolerate others speaking ill of your parents, which is not right. You must take care of yourself and not be too proud. If anything were to happen to you, your father and mother would be heartbroken. Our greatest wish is for you to live healthily and safely. Alright, I won't say more about this, or else you'll get upset again. When the holidays come, I'll take you to Uncle Si's house to play. Given our little princess's outstanding performance, Dad has decided to reward you with a gift, which is hidden in your wardrobe. Go find it quickly, Daddy loves you. With a soft plop, when Xing's tears fell upon the paper, quickly spreading, and within moments, the note was half-soaked, some words becoming indistinct. Clutching the note, she sank to the floor. Initially, she merely shed tears, but soon, muffled sobs escaped her, culminating in heart-wrenching cries that seemed to purge a lifetime of grievances. Her head throbbed painfully, breath escaping her as she struggled to regain composure, the sensation of oxygen deprivation prompting her to steady her breathing, which gradually became easier, though the tears continued to flow unabated. Mom and Dad, how I miss you, how deeply I long for you. She curled up on the floor, her mind flooded with memories. She had been so well protected throughout her life, raised in affection, never having faced adversity, only to find that the greatest setback had obliterated everything, including her very existence. As her emotions gradually stabilized, she reread her father's words, her gaze filled with longing and reluctance, yet something felt amiss. When had this parent-teacher meeting occurred? When had she ever clashed with others over her parents' reputation? And what of the hidden gift? Something was not right, everything felt off. This was the first time she had seen this note in her recollection. Why would her father choose such a method to give her a gift? Moreover, she had never seen the note before, nor had her father ever mentioned it. This defied logic. The wardrobe, yes, the wardrobe. She hurried to search within. The wardrobe was vast, filled with numerous garments, but her search yielded nothing, leading her to question her own memory. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. With a click, she opened a hidden compartment in the wardrobe, a secret only she and her father had known. The compartment had been designed during her infatuation with martial arts novels, prompting its creation. She had even forgotten about this compartment, having only found it intriguing for a few days after it was made. Before it faded from her mind. Upon opening the hidden compartment, she was astounded to discover a box inside, and she was certain it was not something she had placed there. Her heart raced, accompanied by a ringing in her ears, as a strong premonition surged within her. The box contained something of great significance. She retrieved the box and opened it. Ching, if you come across these items while still young, simply close the box. Be a good girl and heed your father's words. If you have grown older and possess the courage and capability to face everything, then continue to look further. When you were younger, I kept many things from you to protect you, not wanting you to be tainted by the filth of the world. Thus, I endeavored to lay a foundation for you. Everything I have done is to ensure you can live well. The contents of this box can either protect you or harm you. The choice is yours to make. The letter was lengthy, detailing numerous matters, and the influx of information overwhelmed her already throbbing mind. She set the letter down and noticed a bank card, a USB drive, and a ledger inside the box. Chapter 70, Is Si Jue really incapable? She quickly flipped through the account books and notebooks, realizing their significance. Otherwise, her father would not have taken pride in leaving them behind, nor concealed them in her room. Her chamber was the safest haven, and these items were discreetly tucked away, evading the notice of prying eyes. The most perilous places are often the most secure. It is unlikely that anyone would think to rummage through the wardrobe of a teenage girl, and even if they did, they would not suspect the presence of a hidden compartment. When had her father placed this box there? Had he foreseen his impending misfortune, or was he merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances? She recalled the fateful day her parents met with tragedy. She had been at school, and everything had seemed mundane until the afternoon when calamity struck, a devastating car accident that left her parents lifeless, with no time to utter a single word. Just then, her phone rang abruptly, startling her. It was Si Jue calling her for reasons unknown. A surge of emotion overwhelmed her, rendering her unable to contain it. Tears, which had previously ceased, began to flow anew. Hello, her voice was hoarse, laced with the remnants of sorrow. Where are you? Si Jue sensed something was amiss. In a desperate attempt to mask her voice, when Xing replied, I'm at the old residence. There was a moment of silence on Si Jue's end. I've discovered some things here, I'll bring them back to show you later. Her voice trembled, struggling to convey her thoughts clearly. I'll come pick you up. Don't come for me just yet. I'm planning to visit the Lin family. No sooner had she spoken than Si Jue hung up, leaving her bewildered. What was the matter? Was he angry about her going to the Lin family? Ignoring her confusion, when Xingqing gathered her belongings and placed them in the trunk of her car, once she had re-established her composure, she drove to the Lin residence. At that hour, Mr. Lin was still occupied at the company, while Mrs. Lin had gone out to play mahjong. "Miss, you're back," the housekeeper greeted her. "Yes, I'm home for a meal. You may continue with your duties, no need to attend to me." When Xingqing retreated to her room, and when the coast was clear, she discreetly retrieved the spare key from the storage room and made her way to Mr. Lin's study. She had learned about the spare key in her previous life by mere chance. Upon entering the expansive study, she found herself at a loss, so she began taking photographs to capture the details before commencing her search. To be honest, she had no idea what she was looking for. In her past life, she had been oblivious to the hidden truths surrounding her parents' demise. From her father's note, perhaps it was linked to the Lin family? There were 2 locked drawers and a safe. Unable to unlock them, she decided to explore other items instead, hoping to uncover something of value. Meanwhile, Lin Xuxia received a call from the housekeeper and hurried home. "Where is Xingqing?" she inquired upon arrival. She went to her room. Lin Xuxia proceeded to search for Wen Xingqing, only to find her absence puzzling. "Aunt Lin, she is not in her room. Where could she have gone?" "I'm not sure. She said she didn't want to be disturbed and returned to her room. Perhaps she is in the bathroom?" "No, I checked everywhere." It was strange. After returning home, where else could she possibly be? She scoured the house in search of Wen Xingqing. Hearing commotion outside, Wen Xingqing cautiously opened the study door a crack, only to be startled by the sight of Lin Xuxia's back. Yet, she recognized this as an opportunity and quickly slipped out of the study, feigning a sneeze as she closed the door behind her. Achoo! The sound conveniently masked the noise of the door locking. Lin Xuxia turned at the sound, spotting Wen Xingqing standing behind her. "Xingqing, where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere." "Oh, I was looking for something in the storage room," Wen Xingqing replied, sneezing again. It was rather dusty in there. Noticing her state, Lin Xuxia suspected nothing of her entry into the study, for everyone in the Lin family was well aware that Mr. Lin's study was always locked. Without a key, entry was impossible. "What were you looking for in the storage room?" You could have asked the housekeeper to help. "I was searching for old recipes, but strangely, I couldn't find them." "Couldn't find them? Then it's not worth worrying about. But why the sudden interest in recipes?" Lin Xuxia felt a twinge of guilt. She had long taken those recipes away. "Oh, I just wanted to cook some dishes at home. Otherwise, I'd be terribly bored." At this, Lin Xuxia immediately took Wen Xingqing by the hand and led her back to her own room. "Xingqing, tell me, is it true that Si Jue said he is incapable?" She had been pondering this question for days. How could he possibly lack confidence? After all, he and Wen Xingqing had conceived twins after just one encounter. Had he become impotent since then? "Sister, have you forgotten, you gave me that medication, right? I've been adding it to his coffee, so according to your theory, even if he once had the ability, it would be rendered ineffective," Wen Xingqing kindly reminded her. Oh, you mean that medication? I remember now, so you've been giving it to him all along?" Lin Xuxia fell into a spiral of self-doubt. She had deceived Wen Xingqing about the medicine's effects, which wouldn't cause impotence but merely lead to chronic poisoning. Could it truly have had such an effect? "Did you two stop having relations?" she hesitated to ask. Wen Xingqing shook her head. "No. Sister, thanks to the medication you provided, I wouldn't have known how much I would be bullied otherwise." Her face radiated gratitude, causing Lin Xuxia to feel as though Wen Xingqing had not changed at all, and that perhaps she had been overthinking. Lin Xuxia smiled, holding Wen Xingqing's hand. "So from now on, Xingqing must listen to her sister. I would never harm you. I will help you escape from your misery." Understood. Ever since my parents' accident, you have been the kindest person to me." The bitterness within her heart contrasted sharply with the radiant smile on her face. For the time being, she had no intention of confronting Lin Xuxia. "Sister, how are things going between you and brother-in-law?" "We've reconciled," Lin Xuxia replied sweetly. "He has been treating me wonderfully. We've cleared up our misunderstandings." "When are you two getting married? You should arrange the wedding soon. A good man like brother-in-law must be cherished, or else he might be snatched away." "I still want to test him a bit. You know how men can change after marriage." Yet, while Lin Xuxia spoke these words, her heart was set on marrying Su Ziyu as soon as possible. Su Ziyu was successful in his career, handsome, and capable of making her happy. She had no room in her heart for Si Jue. What was the use of his good looks? Earning a fortune would not change his disability or restore his lost dignity. Qingqing, I have a plan that could make Li Si Jue the target of public scorn. Lin Xuxia leaned in close to Wen Qingqing, whispering her scheme for an extended period. When Qingqing stared at her in shock, is that really feasible? Li Si Jue would go mad. Chapter 71. She is a money tree. Lin Xuxia smiled and nodded. It's precisely to drive him mad, only then can you divorce him, and you will finally escape from this torment. Sister, you're truly remarkable. If in the future, brother-in-law betrays you, I'm certain you won't let him off easily. Humph, as if he dares to betray me, I will definitely make him pay. Lin Xuxia declared with unwavering confidence. Let's not talk about him for now. You just take action and inform me, and I will arrange everything. Alright, understood. When Qingqing had to admit that Lin Xuxia was indeed quite clever and ruthless. Sister, I can see that Sun Ling genuinely cares for you. Is he pursuing you? Lin Xuxia sighed and replied, yes, I've told him I have a fiancé, yet he refuses to listen. He insists that his feelings for me are his own affair, claiming he only wishes to silently protect me. What should I do? I cannot allow Zheyu to misunderstand. Given how popular you are now, there's no rush to marry, you can take your time to choose, who knows, there might be someone even better? She did not miss the pride in Lin Xuxia's eyes. Lin Xuxia relished the feeling of being adored, which was also the reason why she had yet to marry Su Ziyu. She always felt that Su Ziyu had not yet reached her ideal of a perfect husband and believed that there would be even more outstanding men who would admire her. Originally, Li Si Jue was the best choice, but a car accident had rendered him inferior to an ordinary person. The two had not engaged in such a conversation for quite some time, and when Qingqing was quite skilled at navigating their dialogue, attempting to draw her out. Before long, Lin's parents returned, and the four of them sat down to dine together. Qingqing, when will you bring the two children home to stay for a couple of days? I've missed them dearly, Lin's mother said. Well, Li Si Jue isn't comfortable with me taking the children out, when Qingqing replied awkwardly. Have you ever tested Li Si Jue? If you were to divorce, would the children be split between you, or would you receive none? Lin's father inquired. At the mention of this, when Qingqing bit her lip, revealing a sorrowful expression, her eyes instantly reddening. He wouldn't give me a single one. Lin Xuxia immediately. If he refuses to give them to you, so be it. What matters most now is for you to extricate yourself from this predicament. You are still young, children can be born again. Indeed, Li Si Jue will not mistreat the children, but you can't allow him to have it easy. You've given him two children, you must claim your share of the assets, nothing less. When Qingqing paused slightly in her actions of serving food, after all this discussion, it still revolved around Li Si Jue's money. Was she truly the Lin family's cash cow? Qingqing, money is of utmost importance, holding it in your hands ensures a future, do you understand? Don't let Li Si Jue deceive you. Yes, I understand. How about this? Have Li Si Jue bring the two children to our home, and your father will subtly gauge Li Si Jue's attitude. You can play along from the side. Okay. In the eyes of the Lin family, Wen Qingqing was exceedingly obedient, which pleased them greatly. After Wen Qingqing departed, the Lin family gathered to discuss matters. Shasha, do you know how much money she currently possesses? She used to spend quite lavishly, withdrawing a significant amount, but I have no idea how much she has now. After her parents passed away, she received half of the compensation, along with her share from the company. She must have a considerable sum on hand, although she's withdrawn a lot, I'm certain there is still plenty left. I refuse to believe that Wen Hechao didn't leave money for his precious daughter. He is fully aware of the character of his family and in-laws, it is impossible for him to leave nothing for Wen Qingqing. Lin's father felt something was amiss. Wen Hechao was worth billions. How could he not secure a future for his daughter? Could it be that Li Si Jue has taken the money? Li Si Jue isn't a fool, he knows very well Wen Qingqing's worth, Lin's mother speculated. Lin Xuxia shook her head. Given how much Qingqing despises Li Si Jue, it doesn't seem likely she would give him any money, she probably just saved it for herself. Let's discuss these matters after she divorces and divides the. As long as she remains, her money will not vanish. Shasha, you must keep a close watch on her, we can't afford to let a cooked duck fly away. I know, it won't happen. She is entirely under my control. Before long, Li Si Jue will face utter disgrace. Father, be prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his company when the. It is your own inadequacy. When Qingqing returned home. Mommy, you're back. Cici trotted over with his little legs to greet her. Yes, Mommy wouldn't overlook him anymore while caring for Cici, she would always think of him as well. I've been very good, I didn't bully my brother. We love each other. She sent him a message frowny face, when will you be home? No reply. Recalling how Si Jue had hung up on her earlier, could he still be angry? She called Joja.
Hello, entertaining guests?
Joja pondered for a moment, glancing at the closed office door.
The president is entertaining guests.
Joja, are you lying to me?
No, how could I deceive you, madam?
After hanging up, when Xingxing called Si Jue, she sensed Joja's hesitation indicated he was not being truthful, that he was neither in a meeting nor entertaining guests, he was likely handling matters in the office. The first call went unanswered, the second went unanswered as well. On the third call, he finally answered.
Hello.
His voice had returned to its usual deep timbre.
You finally answered the phone, are you that busy? Get to the point. When are you coming home? Shall I come to the office to pick you up? I'll be home in an hour.
All right then, goodbye. When Xingxing officially hung up the phone, Si Jue frowned at the phone screen. This woman. An hour later, Si Jue indeed appeared at home, but he was enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere that deterred others from approaching. When Xingxing, however, felt less intimidated, she had prepared nourishing porridge. Go wash up first. You can drink the porridge when you come out. Joja glanced at Wen Xingxing before entering the bedroom and standing by the bathroom door. Approximately 10 minutes later, when Xingxing emerged from the bedroom, and Joja felt,
it seems in your eyes, I, as the madam, hold no status. Not only did you deceive me, but now you also neglect the sir's well-being. When Xingxing's gaze darkened as she coldly fixed her eyes on him. Are you a spy lurking beside him?
Chapter 72.
She is but a little sprite. Joja's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately retorted, Madam, you cannot speak so recklessly. My loyalty to the sir is as steadfast as the sun and moon. How the sun and moon can testify to you, I know not, but your actions he has done nothing at all.
Madam, spare me your baseless accusations. It is you who harbors ulterior motives toward the sir, and now you He had always held a strong disapproval of Wen Xingxing, and now, provoked by her, he found himself voicing his innermost thoughts. Wen Xingxing, instead of being angered, smiled, her gaze scrutinizing Joja, which sent a chill down his spine. Why has Madam changed so drastically after nearly drowning? The current state of affairs leaves him at a loss. Assistant Joe, to be so easily provoked by mere words and to reveal your thoughts in such a manner is quite unbecoming. How can I trust you to remain by Si Jue's side, handling so many sensitive matters? Joja's face turned pale, then flushed crimson, his neck thickening with indignation, yet he found himself utterly speechless, rendered mute by her words. If I can discern your deception, how much easier it would be for others to see through it. When Xingxing's gaze was piercing, her aura formidable, even Joja, who had spent considerable time in Si Jue's presence, felt an uncomfortable pressure emanating. He longed to counter that this was not his usual behavior, but at that moment, any rebuttal would be futile. He could only concede defeat. What are you two arguing about? Si Jue emerged from the bathroom, his expression displeased. However, his tousled hair softened his usual sternness. We're not arguing, just raised our voices a tad. I was merely checking with Assistant Joe whether you have been eating and taking your medication on time. Given your busy work schedule, your stomach must be suffering. A bit of kanji will soothe it. Yet Si Jue coldly retorted, eating at this hour will only burden the stomach further, it is unwise. When Xingxing, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly having a small bowl of kanji won't overly tax your stomach, and it will warm you while alleviating your hunger. How delightful is that? I am not hungry, he continued to deny her. When Xingxing smiled, her expression gentle and accommodating. Earlier, given your workload, that little bit has long since digested. You must be hungry now, but if you insist on claiming you're not, I can only interpret it as you being petulant with me. She leaned forward, resting her hands on the arms of his wheelchair, drawing near. Her eyes sparkled like stars, playfully revealing an unmistakable cunning. What say you, dear President? The final word lingered on her lips, imbued with an almost. She resembled a bewitching sprite, effortlessly captivating his heart with her every gesture. Beside them, Joja felt a shiver run down his spine, his body rigid. What should he do? Should he leave, remain still, or feign a cough? What to do? Help? How does one navigate this situation? He had never learned, perhaps due to his overwhelming anxiety. He unexpectedly let out a hiccup. Startled, he quickly covered his mouth, his eyes. Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, he blurted out, President, have some kanji. One must prioritize health. After all, iron and rice are essential. Eating is not shameful, and besides, the lady's cooking is indeed quite palatable. He would take the blame for this evening's fiasco, having lost in the duel with her, though he was reluctant, it was of no consequence. Zhou's words offered Li Si Jue an escape route. He turned his gaze toward Wen Qingqing, who, sensing the shift, withdrew her hands from the wheelchair and cheerfully remarked, "It is my honor to share my kanji with you, dear President. Please, indulge. Wen Qingqing, if you wish to be knocked over by the wheelchair, do say so." Upon reaching the dining room, Li Si Jue surveyed the kanji before him, which appeared appetizing and fragrant. After taking a sip, his taste buds awakened instantly. The flavor of eggs and shredded chicken, mingled with a subtle hint of medicinal herbs, created a delightful balance that did not overwhelm but rather enhanced the richness of the rice and the delicacy of the chicken. Even Zhou, watching from the side, could not suppress a gulp of saliva. "Assistant Zhou, would you care for a bowl?" When Qingqing inquired, Zhou yearned for a taste, yet hesitated. After having clashed with Wen Qingqing earlier, asking to sample her kanji now felt like a slap in the face, but it genuinely looked delicious. He wanted to try it. Just as he was about to speak, "This matter is settled. You may return now." Zhou stood there, stunned. Surely the president did not notice my salivation. Would he truly be so cruel as to send me away? "Very well, President, I shall take my—" Wen Qingqing, head bowed, stifled a chuckle. She had not anticipated that Li Si Jue would deny Zhou the kanji, but she felt a sense of joy seeing him relish her cooking. After finishing one bowl, Li Si Jue desired another, the flavor lingering delightfully. "You cannot have more. You are correct. It is best not to burden the stomach further in the evening." Wen Qingqing, "Either is fine, mine or yours." Upon hearing the latter half of her statement, Li Si Jue could not help but press his hand to his forehead. This woman always seizes the opportunity to tease him. Is she testing his resolve or simply seeking to humiliate him? 5 years of experience had taught him that Wen Qingqing did not love him. "The study," he replied coolly when Qingqing placed the dishes in the— "This is a ledger, a journal, and a USB drive. I have yet to examine the contents of the USB." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Si Jue's eyes. He had not expected Wen Qingqing to present. Chapter 73, Are villains truly so understanding now? This remark left Wen Qingqing momentarily speechless. She realized that her actions had indeed been somewhat reckless. After all, based on past experiences, she had never truly trusted him. How could she possibly hand over these items to him at the first opportunity? She had certainly mishandled the situation. Li Si Jue, interpreting her reaction, assumed that she had begun to doubt him. "So, are you involved?" When Qingqing retorted, otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to protect her until the very end. Li Si Jue pushed the items on the table away from him, saying, "You still have time to reconsider." When Qingqing chuckled softly, "Oh, so villains still adhere to professional ethics, do they?" He could never quite anticipate her responses. "Li Si Jue, I trust you." She pushed the items toward him once more. These 6 simple words felt as heavy as 6 bricks stacked upon his heart, burdensome and coarse, evoking a sensation of rough friction that left him breathless. Her gaze, clear and bright, revealed no trace of mockery or hesitation, only unwavering resolve and trust. Li Si Jue averted his gaze, retrieving the ledger from the box. After perusing it for a while, his brow furrowed. "This ledger is crucial. Even if your father had encountered difficulties, the company shouldn't have declared bankruptcy so swiftly. Yet, within a month of your father's incident, the company announced its insolvency, as if it had been premeditated." Regarding her father, Wen Hezhang's company, Wen Qingqing had little knowledge, as she was only 15 at the time. "So, my parents' demise was perhaps not an accident?" "It's too early to say. An investigation is necessary. If I hand these over to you, please share any thoughts you may have and inform me promptly of any discoveries. I am not well versed in commercial matters." Wen Qingqing was acutely self-aware. Without connections, she could not navigate this landscape alone, and she found Li Si Jue to be a trustworthy ally. "Also, today I visited Lin Moshing's study, but time was limited, and I suspect he is not a person of good character." Li Si Jue displayed no visible reaction, yet internally he was astonished. He had already investigated the circumstances surrounding Wen Hezhang and his wife's deaths, which indeed had some Previously, when Wen Qingqing trusted the Lin family implicitly, he had chosen not to voice his concerns. Now, however, she was expressing doubts about them herself. "What makes you suspect the Lin family?" he asked. Wen Qingqing's heart skipped a beat as she met Li Si Jue's scrutinizing gaze, and she swiftly organized her thoughts. "The Lin family has been closely associated with mine since my childhood. According to my father's legacy, if Lin Moshang truly had a good rapport with my father, he should know something. Moreover, as you mentioned, the Ruifeng Group's bankruptcy occurred in such a short time frame, and he did not offer any assistance, only adopting me. They had been inquiring about compensation, warning me to be wary of you, lest you take it away. Si Jue couldn't help but chuckle, realizing why Wenqingqing had been so protective of her finances. It was as if she had been a porcupine, bristling at any inquiry he made. So, your best strategy to safeguard your money was to allow the Lin family to spend it? A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his smile laced with icy sarcasm. Wenqingqing was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter his observation. Indeed, her previous naivety was almost unbearable to witness. I plan to use the money to open a restaurant, she replied with a smile, unbothered by Si Jue's derision. This man relished in his contradictory nature, using mockery and biting wit to conceal his genuine concern for her. Suit yourself, he replied, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Wenqingqing thought to herself that once she achieved success, he would undoubtedly recognize her determination. However, she sensed a shift in his demeanor when she entrusted him with these vital items. It's late, I shall not disturb you further. Good night. With that, Wenqingqing gracefully exited his study and returned to her own room. Si Jue, meanwhile, began to examine the items left behind by Wen Hezhang. These materials were undoubtedly invaluable to him. He had often wondered how Wen Hezhang could leave behind nothing of significance. Initially, he had speculated whether Lin Mashang might have taken something, or if Wenqingqing had handed it over to him. It appeared that Wenqingqing was still naively trusting enough to pass these items to him. Had they fallen into Lin Mashang's hands, the consequences would have been dire. He had already uncovered some information and, with the evidence left by Wen Hezhang, piecing together the events of that year wouldn't prove too difficult. Wenqingqing, meanwhile, held a bank card in her hand, contemplating it for an extended period. The accompanying letter from Wen Hezhang instructed her to withdraw money from an ATM, allowing her to take as much as she wished, with someone sure to come looking for her afterward. The following afternoon, she donned sunglasses and made her way to the ATM. Although the card did not belong to her, the letter provided the password. Upon entering it, she was met with a name. Yushu, who was this person? The name was foreign to her, evoking no memories. When she saw the balance on the card, she froze momentarily. Over 10 million. While this sum might seem trivial to the wealthy, for an orphan girl like her, it was a substantial amount. What would have become of this money had she not discovered the card? Why had Yushu never withdrawn the funds? After all, it was his account. He could easily report it lost at the bank with proper identification. This was undoubtedly her father's money, the legacy he had left for her. After withdrawing 1,000 yuan, she returned the card. 5 minutes later, her phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Her heart raced. Could it be Yushu? Hello? Miss, I am Yushu. Upon hearing his voice, Wenqingqing felt an overwhelming warmth, akin to the gentle, just provide me with an address, and I will come to you. Wenqingqing glanced around and spotted a nearby CAF, relaying the address. All right, please wait a moment, I will be there shortly. Oh, she walked slowly to the CAF, found a seat, and ordered a coffee. Why Yushu? Yushu, she repeated the name in her mind, yet it remained unfamiliar. In her previous life, she had no memories of this individual. He had never appeared. In this life, having uncovered her father's belongings, she had thus encountered Yushu. Could this signify the opening of a new chapter? Half an hour later, a man entered the CAF, tall and slender, clad in a white t-shirt, black jeans, and black combat boots, the laces carelessly tied. As Wenqingqing's gaze traveled upward, she was stunned to find that, upon meeting his eyes, he had already turned to look at her. She froze, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 74 of The Mother-in-Law Comes to Cause Trouble. Mississippi. Yushu pulled out a chair and sat opposite Wenqingqing. His smile was warm, radiating the same warmth as his voice. 4 words sprang to mind. Bright eyes and white teeth, warm as the sun. It's you, little mouse? The young lady remembers me. He smiled shyly at once. Wenqingqing had never expected that Yushu was the little mouse. She had always been unaware of his name. In her childhood, she felt he was like a little mouse, lurking in the shadows, waiting for her summons or silently protecting her, hence she had given him that nickname. No, her father must have mentioned his name at the beginning, but after using the nickname so often, she forgot his real name. I'm a bit confused right now. What exactly is happening? The chairman said that if you do not, however, once you do, I shall heed your bidding from now on. No wonder Yushu had not shown up in the previous life. You must have many questions now, but there is no need to rush. In due time, you will learn everything. In fact, I don't know much either. I was sent abroad for studies before the chairman encountered his troubles. When did you return? I came back after the chairman's incident.
Seeing you settled, I took my leave.
A fragment flashed through Wen Qingqing's mind at once. She had been besieged on the road by many people, as numerous rumors circulated about her father's embezzlement. She had been cornered and injured, and in that critical moment, someone had appeared and taken her away. That person had worn a mask and a hat, revealing only a pair of eyes. Now, looking into Yushu's eyes, she recognized them as the same. So, he had been protecting her from the shadows all along. Please save my number. If you need anything, just contact me.
I am now capable of many things.
Also, the over 10 million in the card was deposited by the chairman for you. I can transfer it to your account immediately.
No need, keep it with you for now.
For the time being, it was best not to have too much money in her account, as they had been quiet these years because she had married Li Si Jue. They dared not provoke him, but it was uncertain whether they would refrain from seeking her out in the future.
All right, I will temporarily safeguard this money for you.
Wen Qingqing remained in a state of confusion and shock. Yushu's sudden appearance was too unexpected. It seemed her father had foreseen his troubles and arranged many matters for her, but he must have considered her too fragile to confront the powers behind the scenes, preferring that she remain in ignorance. She raised her eyes to Yushu, who smiled gently, his demeanor warm, easily disarming one's defenses. Miss, you need not be polite with me in the future, just command me as you wish. I can be your shield or your sword. His voice remained warm, yet it bore a resolute undertone. Why? This man could easily take the money and leave, needing not to wade through such murky waters. He appeared successful, refined, and did not require servitude to anyone. My life, my future, my career, and my beliefs are all bestowed by the chairman and you, Mississippi. Wen Qingqing furrowed her brows.
Had she truly given him anything?
Miss, you need not worry. Calm down for now, you may contact me anytime. He took a sip of coffee, his movements graceful, his features handsome, a sight to behold. The watch on his wrist was likely worth around 200,000, yet his t-shirt was an ordinary piece, not a designer brand. At least in Wen Qingqing's eyes, he appeared quite eccentric.
I shall not see you off.
Wen Qingqing surmised that he preferred to remain in the shadows, not wanting to be too visible, as it would complicate his ability to assist her. After she departed, Yushu gazed through the CAF's glass wall, sunlight streaming in and illuminating his face, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. Chairman, from now on I can protect the young lady openly. The interplay of light and shadow with his striking features formed a perfect harmony, creating an image so evocative it required no retouching to be a striking photograph. Upon returning home, Wen Qingqing searched for information about Yushu online. There was a wealth of information regarding him. He had even graced the cover of beauty magazines. His smile on the cover was indeed warm, with his upturned lips exuding a charm that drew people in. So, Yushu was in the beauty industry, producing skincare and cosmetics, owning his brand, and had rapidly risen to prominence within 3 years, becoming one of the leading domestic brands, recognized as a young entrepreneur and the pinnacle of beauty in the cosmetics industry. She scrolled through the official blog of his brand and numerous comments about Yushu caught her eye. Frowny face. When will your boss come out to do a live stream? If he does, I will definitely buy.
Honestly asking, is the light beauty boss single?
I would like to recommend myself as the boss's wife. I swear I'm not just here for the light beauty boss, I genuinely want to say that their masks are truly effective.
No need to say more, here's a picture. This looks could compete in the entertainment industry.
Wen Qingqing was utterly astonished as she perused Weibo for a while and viewed the sales performance of the light beauty flagship store. Yushu was undoubtedly worth billions. As for the exact amount, she could hardly estimate. Just as she was engrossed in her computer, the door swung open suddenly, and she looked up to see her mother-in-law walking in with a stern expression.
Mom, what brings you here?
She instinctively closed the laptop screen.
Yet her mother-in-law coldly retorted, what were you looking at that so unsightly?
I wasn't looking at anything. Wen Qingqing feigned confusion.
If you weren't, then why did you close your laptop the moment I walked in?
I just did it out of habit.
Out of habit?
Her mother-in-law narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced.
Then open it. I want to see what you were looking at.
Wen Qingqing's displeasure became evident. Her mother-in-law's unannounced entry had already unsettled her, and now she insisted on invading her privacy.
Mom, regardless of what I'm looking at, it's my personal matter.
Personal matter? Ha! Her mother-in-law scoffed. Your personal matter is about scheming against my son and grandson. Wen Qingqing felt helpless, Her mother-in-law held a significant bias against her. No matter what she did, her mother-in-law could pin a crime on her. Why had she suddenly come to the house today? Mom, what brings you here today? Did you come alone? She approached with a smile. Shall we sit in the living room? Don't try to change the subject. Open the laptop. I want to see what you're looking at. Are you intent on meddling in my privacy? Her mother-in-law sneered. Privacy? If you weren't looking at something shameful, why would you hide it? I am genuinely asking, yet you refuse to show me? Fine, I'll show you. When Xingqing, albeit reluctantly, felt she had no choice. After all, she had previously done some questionable things, and perhaps this was a form of atonement. She flipped open the laptop screen, quickly entered her password, and opened it while her mother-in-law was focused on the screen. The page displayed the homepage of the Light Beauty flagship store. Are you planning to buy skincare products again? She braced herself for criticism. Why hide it if that is the case? Are you afraid I'll scold you for buying skincare products? Do you plan to tell my son when he returns? Wen Xingqing, you're such a schemer. Wen Xingqing almost burst into laughter. Her mother-in-law actually accused her of being a schemer. Chapter 75 of The Overprotective Husband appears. What is that expression on your face? Amass. Exclaimed, her voice tinged with fury. She pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Xingqing and demanded, what kind of attitude is this? Are you so brazen just because my son has feelings for you? Do you not regard me, your mother-in-law, at all? Mother, you came today just to pick a fight with me, didn't you? Wen Xingqing replied, meeting her gaze with a calm inquiry. Pick a fight? Do you think I have nothing better to do? I merely came to see if you are up to any mischief. You may inquire with the household staff if I have been causing trouble. They certainly will not take my side, Wen Xingqing asserted boldly, putting amass.li in a rather awkward position. Amass.li had intended to conduct a surprise inspection in hopes of catching Wen Xingqing in a misstep, but having found nothing only fueled her anger further. She remained convinced that her son's relationship with Wen Xingqing would ultimately lead to disaster. Come here, we need to talk, Mrs. Li said, regaining her composure and deciding to have a serious conversation with the restless young woman. Wen Xingqing followed her into the living room, where they began their discussion. So, tell me, what exactly do you want? Amass.li leaned back on the sofa, her eyes fixed on Wen Xingqing with disdain, as if attempting to pierce through her very being. World peace, Wen Xingqing replied with a hint of sarcasm. Wen Xingqing. Mrs. Li shouted, her voice booming, startling the nearby servants. Mother, please calm down. Anger is detrimental to your health. You needn't worry about my relationship with Si Jue. We will be happy together for a long time, until we grow old together, Wen Xingqing reassured, noting the flush of anger on Mrs. Li's face and bracing herself for a potential outburst. You were previously clamoring for a divorce. What has changed? I have come to my senses. With an exceptional husband and 2 delightful children, why would I want a divorce? I was merely foolish before, but after some reflection, I feel enlightened, Wen Xingqing explained. Amass.li regarded Wen Xingqing with skepticism, sensing that she was merely spinning tales. Observing the sudden calmness in Mrs. Li's demeanor, Wen Xingqing felt a knot tighten in her stomach, instinctively aware that something unpleasant was forthcoming. Amass.li, having weathered many storms, was not easily fooled. She could handle Wen Xingqing with a mere hint of her intellect. Li's gaze deepened, her lips curving into a subtle smirk as she sipped her tea leisurely. To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is of utmost importance. Making mistakes is not to be feared, as long as one seeks to rectify them. Wouldn't you agree? Mrs. Li scoffed, mistakes undoubtedly come with consequences. Don't you think? Otherwise, the cost of error would be far too low, wouldn't it? Moreover, how can I trust that you have truly changed if you do not face any repercussions? Mother, what do you propose I do? Wen Xingqing realized she was unable to escape the predicament. Amass.li was determined to make her uncomfortable. Rather than directly answering, Amass.li instructed the butler, Chen, bring me some paper and a pen, preferably larger sheets. Madam, here is the paper and pen. Chen placed them. Though 2,000 words were daunting, she believed she could manage it. However, Mrs. Li's next instruction made her heart plummet. Kneel while you write, and do not rise until you have finished. Mother, don't you think that's a bit excessive? Wen Xingqing protested, frowning. If you find my request unreasonable, you are free to refuse to write or kneel. I have no objections, just as long as you understand the consequences. After taking a bite of a pastry from the table and sipping her tea, Amass.li appeared utterly at ease, contrasting sharply with Wen Xingqing's distressed expression. Amass.li did not force Wen Xingqing, it was entirely her own choice, leaving Wen Xingqing trapped in a dilemma. Fine, I will write, she said, taking a deep breath and kneeling down.
gritting her teeth. Move over a bit, do not press down on the carpet, Mrs. Li waved her hand dismissively when Qingqing glanced at amass.li, whose eyes sparkled with satisfaction, radiating an air of triumph. Are you unable to comprehend simple instructions? When Qingqing shifted to the side, her knees meeting the cold tiles, a wave of humiliation washing over her, yet she forced herself to endure. She owed a debt to the Li family and it was time to repay it. Wrongdoing necessitated accountability, however. She resolved that this would be her final act of submission to Mrs. Li. There would be no next time. With pen in hand, she began to write her self-critique. After kneeling for several minutes, her knees began to ache from the coldness, and she attempted to alleviate the pressure by leaning against the tea table. But suddenly, amass.li splashed her with tea. Ah! When Qingqing gasped, looking at amass.li in disbelief as the hot liquid cascaded down her neck and soaked her clothing. What kind of posture is that? If you are to kneel, do it properly, or do not kneel at all, otherwise, next time I shall douse you with scalding tea. Do not let it drip onto the paper. Mrs. Li admonished again when Qingqing clenched her fists, suppressing her frustration. The tea was warm, causing no burns but leaving her feeling soggy and uncomfortable. She knew it would be best to finish her self-critique as quickly as possible. Under Mrs. Li's watchful gaze, she knelt upright and wrote rapidly. As time passed, her knees grew numb and painful, but she bore the agony, her lips turning pale. After merely 20 minutes, she was struggling, having written less than 500 words. Write neater. Do not scrawl. If I cannot read it, you will have to rewrite it, Mrs. Li remarked when Qingqing did not meet her gaze, focusing solely on completing the task. She knew that any hint of insincerity would prompt Mrs. Li to demand a complete rewrite. Kneeling was not a new experience for her. In her past life, she had begged Lin Shusha to spare her 2 children, only to receive a knife slash across her face in return, with her children witnessing the horror. Recalling that moment brought tears to her eyes, and she quickened her writing, counting the words in her mind to avoid having to recount them later. Mother! Li Siju's voice suddenly echoed through the room. When Qingqing looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with a sense of injustice, this glance tightened Li Siju's chest, and he coldly inquired, "Is there no chair in this house?" The servants trembled, caught between the authority of their master and his mother, unsure whom to offend. However, it was clear that Li Siju intended to defend his wife. Chen quickly fetched a chair and placed it behind Wen Qingqing, remaining silent. Amass.li shot a glance at Chen, her expression darkening. She realized Chen must have tipped Li Siju off, as he would not have returned at this moment otherwise. What is going on here? Even if there are no chairs available, you should have gone out to borrow one for your lady, considering her delicate constitution. If anything were to happen to her, you would all face the consequences. Mrs. Li chastised the servants directly. The servants exchanged glances, feeling helpless and unable to retort. Why are you still kneeling? There is a chair now, why not sit? Amass.li scolded softly when Qingqing turned to Li Siju, feeling a bit embarrassed as she confessed, "A Jew, I cannot rise." Chapter 76 Apologies. I am not a mama's boy. Li Siju maneuvered his wheelchair over, bending down to wrap his arms around her waist and assist her in standing. She leaned against him, emitting a hissing sound, her knees refusing to straighten, causing her immense pain. You all should take better care of your wives. Look at her delicate state. It's clear your husband has much to worry about, Li's mother remarked with evident displeasure at Wen Qingqing's condition. Is it just because she knelt for a little while that she is now unable to rise from Siju's side? It seems rather intentional. What are you still standing there for? Go help your wife up. The servants hurried over to assist Wen Qingqing, who managed to stand, though her long pants concealed the state of her knees, which she could only imagine were far from presentable. Li Siju cast a glance at the self-reflection letter on the coffee table. Mother, did Cici learn this from you, always making me write self-reflections? What, Cici made you write a self-reflection? Li's mother exclaimed in surprise. Sometimes when I scold her or fail to fulfill a promise, she insists that I write one. Li's mother was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to chuckle. Well, children are not easily deceived. They must be taken seriously. You just learn from this and refrain from writing any more. Isn't it your fault for teaching Cici about self-reflections? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to write them. Next time, Cici won't make me kneel to write, will she? My legs simply cannot endure that. Li's mother's expression darkened instantly, her anger palpable as the muscles in her face twitched slightly. For a time, she remained silent, the ire simmering within her like a burning ember, threatening to erupt if she could not contain it. The sudden spike in her blood pressure made her head throb, her vision dimming momentarily. Yet, she managed to suppress her fury. Cici is a considerate child, just like you. Wen Qingqing, seated, felt a sharp pang. Li's mother forced a smile as she turned her gaze to Wen Qingqing. Didn't you say you could cook and that your skills were commendable?
Let me sample your culinary creations today. When Xingqing met her gaze, aware that this was a contest between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, however, just as she was about to respond, Si Jue interjected, I don't wish to eat her cooking. Li's mother was furious, wanting nothing more than to strike Si Jue for his blatant defense of Wen Xingqing. Had he forgotten the pain Wen Xingqing had caused him previously? Then you can eat what the chef prepares while I'll have what she makes. She was determined to make Wen Xingqing cook this meal. Are you not concerned she might poison you? Si Jue's tone turned icy, clearly irritated by his mother's actions today. Just as Li's mother could no longer hold back her urge to reprimand him, Wen Xingqing intervened. Mother, you seldom come over. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Tell me what dishes you enjoy, and I'll see if I have the ingredients. If not, I can't make anything, and it would be too late to go out and buy now. I wouldn't want you to go hungry. She spoke rapidly, leaving no room for Li's mother to find fault. Just make whatever you have. All right, I shall do so at once. She limped toward the kitchen, her knees stiff and painful. She understood that navigating today's encounter with Li's mother was necessary to alleviate her own guilt. The living room fell silent, with neither Li's mother nor Si Jue uttering a word. However, Li's mother underestimated her son's presence. She found it hard to catch her breath. What, do you wish to blame me? I am merely admonishing her to prevent future mistakes. Li's mother was the first to speak. I have long maintained that this is between her and me. Stay out of it. I have only you as a son. If I do not intervene, who will? She treats you this way, and you endure it. Si Jue, are you ill? There are plenty of good women in this world. What difference does it make if Wen Xingqing disappears? She could not fathom why he clung so stubbornly to Wen Xingqing. Mother, this is my family. I am the head of it, and I will handle it. Your excessive interference only serves to make me a mama's boy, Si Jue replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He understood his mother's intentions were for his benefit, yet he did not require such goodwill. Li's mother was taken aback. The term mama's boy was utterly incongruous with Si Jue. She realized if he were the type to heed her words, they wouldn't be in this predicament. She sighed. If blame must be assigned, it should go to the marriage contract we set between you and Lin Xuxia. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. It was merely a casual remark on my part that the Lin family took to heart, subtly pushing for your engagement. I thought Lin Xuxia was a fine child, but who would have known that after your incident, she would realizing she had overstepped. She refrained from continuing. Enough, the past is behind us. I believe the present situation is quite satisfactory, so please refrain from meddling. Li's mother fell silent, contemplating that it would be best not to clash with her son. She knew his temperament well. If truly angered, he would heed no one. Perhaps it was best to wait for Wen Xingqing to err again. If that occurred, she would not hold back. Just then, the two children returned from school, their faces lighting up upon seeing Li's mother. Grandma, what brings you here? Cici has missed you so much. Cici eagerly ran over for a hug, exclaiming, Grandma, you smell wonderful today. I am so happy to have such a fragrant and lovely grandma. Those words filled Li's mother with joy as she embraced Cici affectionately. Despite Cici's striking resemblance to Wen Xingqing, to Li's mother, she was Li's grandchild and had little to do with Wen Xingqing. She doted on Cici, treating her as the apple of her eye. Moreover, Cici's sweet words made her all the more endearing. Observing the interaction between the three of them, Si Jue retreated to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Wen Xingqing had tied her long hair up, revealing her delicate, fair neck, with diamond studs adorning her earlobes, enhancing her graceful appearance. She bit her lip as she massaged her knee, then resumed chopping and preparing ingredients, bustling about the kitchen. Just whip up a few simple dishes. Si Jue's voice came from behind her. When Xingqing turned to look at him, his expression was cold, his thin lips set in a line, and his fair complexion, coupled with an innate aloofness, made him seem increasingly distant. Understood, she replied. When she turned back, Si Jue had already departed. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, seeking to atone for her past transgressions. Afore dinner, she prepared 4 dishes, a soup, and a main course. Garlic ribs, steamed bass, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried greens, mushroom soup, and a plate of vegetable pancakes. When she set the table, it appeared quite delightful, with color, fragrance, and taste in perfect harmony, offering a well-balanced selection of meat and vegetables. However, when Xingqing felt somewhat unsatisfied, believing the timing had been rushed and the ingredients lacking. Wow, Mommy is cooking dinner tonight, I want 2 bowls of rice. The chef exclaimed, somewhat disheartened. Although Yu said nothing, her eyes sparkled at the sight of the dishes. Let us eat, Si Jue instructed. Li's mother glanced at Wen Xingqing, whose face had turned pale, and asked with concern, Xingqing, are you feeling unwell? If so, you should rest. There is no need to stay and eat with me. When Xingqing was taken aback, did this imply she was not allowed to eat? Chapter 77. No, it hurts too much. Mommy, what is wrong? You two be good and finish your meal. Not that she felt like eating anyway, she could simply ask the chef to prepare something later. Mommy, what do you mean by unwell? Mommy, squat down, I want to feel your forehead. When Xingqing's knees could hardly bend, standing was already painful enough.
Si, I don't have a fever. I just lack an appetite. Si's eyes widened suddenly, filled with excitement. No appetite, does that mean there's a baby in mommy's tummy? The entire family was taken aback, the most shocked of all was Li Mu. Could it be pregnant? She glanced at Li Si Jue, who maintained a calm demeanor. Zhang Ma, help madam to her room to rest. When Xingqing was utterly confused, should she explain or remain silent? Zhang Ma had already come over to assist her. Si was being pulled away by Yu, who insisted she should eat properly first and only after finishing her meal could she seek out mommy. Brother, do you think the new baby is a brother or sister? Should we bet on it? I guess brother, you guess sister. Li Si Jue's expression hardened as he sternly said, Si, eat your meal first. Si promptly lowered her head, eating a bit too quickly, likely eager to finish and go see Wen Xingqing. My little ancestor, eat slowly, or you might choke. Li Si Jue cast a glance, and Si slowed down her pace. In this moment, Si feared Li Si Jue. While he was reprimanding her to write a self-reflection, she could briefly play the role of daddy. Wen Xingqing was aided by Zhang Ma to her room. Zhang Ma, please help me. Wen Xingqing requested Zhang Ma to assist in removing her pants, as she found it difficult to do so herself. Madam, Zhang Ma noticed, she had been kneeling for over half an hour. If Li Si Jue returned late, her knees would surely suffer. Madam, please bear with it. She thought she could endure, but once Zhang Ma applied the medicinal alcohol and massaged it a few times, Zhang Ma was left with no choice. After contemplating, she suggested, then I'll bring a warm towel for you to apply. Alright, thank you. Zhang Ma's attitude towards her had improved significantly, no longer as guarded as before. At least it seemed she genuinely felt sorry for her just now. During dinner, the two children ate rather quickly, and Li Si Jue finished as well, allowing them to head to Wen Xingqing's room. Once the two children left, Li Mu spoke up. This dish is just mediocre. Then eat less of it. She felt as though her son was retorting against her. She simply set down her chopsticks and dabbed at the corners of her mouth, but her gaze lingered on the muffin, that muffin was soft and chewy, infused with the fragrance of vegetables and quite delicious. However, the thought that it was made by Wen Xingqing suppressed her desire to eat. Is she pregnant? Li Mu inquired. Uncertain. You're her husband, yet you don't know? Li Mu was so exasperated with Li Si Jue that she no longer wished to speak. However, if Wen Xingqing truly was pregnant, then divorce was certainly out of the question. Wait, if she is pregnant, then kneeling like this today wouldn't cause any issues, right? Wen Xingqing could endure, but a child from the Li family must not be harmed. If she feels unwell later, take her to the hospital for a checkup. Understood. Seeing your guarded demeanor, I will take my leave. I will see you off. Li Si Jue arranged for the driver to escort Li Mu away. He returned home to inquire about the situation from Zhang Ma. Originally, I was going to apply medicinal alcohol to madam, but she refused, saying it hurt too much and wanted to wait for it to heal on its own. She had changed into a skirt to cover her knees, ensuring the children wouldn't see. Mommy, can the little baby move yet? Si extended her hand to touch Wen Xingqing's belly, who felt Mommy just lacks an appetite. She thought it best to clarify, lest the children be disappointed in the future. Mommy, are you feeling shy? It's alright, my brother and I also came from mommy's tummy. The little baby in your tummy must behave and not trouble mommy, or big sister will teach you a lesson later. When Xingqing found it amusing yet exasperating, they genuinely believed she was pregnant. Si, how do you know that not? Only then did they notice him standing at the door. Yu, take your sister to finish the homework. Si, let us go. No, I want to stay here with mommy, she is not feeling well. Once they left, only Li Si Jue and Wen Xingqing remained in the room. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. When Xingqing was unsure of what to say, she felt wrong yet recognized that it was her own fault, thus refraining from showing too much. After a moment's thought, she decided to get up and take a shower. How can you wash up like this? Li Si Jue remarked, irritated by her action. It's fine, I'll be careful. Just as Li Si Jue was about to reach out to lift her skirt, when Xingqing simply raised her legs and placed them on his lap, the height of the sofa was not greater than that of a wheelchair. Her legs and body formed a sharp angle, causing her skirt to fall and reveal the bruises on her knees. Li Si Jue was initially shocked by her action, but upon seeing the bruises, his gaze narrowed. The warmth of his palm against her icy skin felt quite comforting. Her delicate, fair legs resembled a work of art displayed before him. Even with the bruises, the beauty of her legs remained unaffected. His gaze slowly ascended, the skirt's concealment became more alluring, inviting the eye to explore the hidden rose garden. Chapter 78. He made her cry. The medicinal wine must be applied.
He forced himself to avert his gaze. The more she moved, the further her skirt slipped down, revealing delicate lace trim. "Be good, don't fuss." The sudden gentleness in his tone left Wen Qingqing momentarily stunned, causing her legs to still. In her memory, Si Jue had never spoken to her with such tenderness, especially not with words so laden with helplessness and concern. Leaning back against the chair, she gazed at him with an almost infatuated look. Si Jue met her gaze, feeling as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, a peculiar sensation rising within him. "I'll fetch the medicinal wine." He released her ankle. Before he could unleash it, Wen Qingqing swiftly explained, "I got tea splashed on my hair and clothes by my mother. I won't feel comfortable unless I wash it off. If you're worried, why not come into the bathroom with me while I wash?" "How bold of you!" Si Jue called for Zhang Ma, instructing her to assist Wen Qingqing, ensuring she wouldn't fall. Seeing Si Jue like this lifted Wen Qingqing's spirits, washing away her previous grievances. Having such a man, who was so contradictory, seemed rather amusing. Though her mother-in-law was quite detestable, Si Jue stood by her side, and for him, she could endure. "I'll just rinse off quickly, it's nothing serious." "Okay, call me if you need anything." The bathroom had been equipped with safety measures, so it was quite safe. She just needed to be a little careful. Moreover, many things in the house were semi-automated, and she simply took a quick shower and changed into her nightgown before emerging. "Madam, let me dry your hair." "Yes, thank you." After drying her hair, Wen Qingqing felt refreshed. She returned to her room to find Si Jue still there. It seemed she was unable to escape the application of the medicinal wine. "Be gentle when you apply it later," she bit her lip, feigning fear. Si Jue looked at her. She was wearing a strappy nightgown he had never seen before previously. Her nightwear had been quite conservative, often long-sleeved and full-length, or simply devoid of any sensuality. But today, this nightgown made her appear like a lotus emerging from the water, perfectly embodying the term pure desire. Her collarbone had always been lovely, and the strappy design suited her well. The delicate fabric barely covered half her thigh. Was this woman dressed like this for the sake of applying medicinal wine? Being gentle with medicinal wine is futile, he spoke in a cold, unyielding tone. "How could you say that when I'm dressed like..." Typical man, infuriated, Wen Qingqing fell silent and simply sat on the bed, adopting a posture of surrender. Si Jue took the medicinal wine and began to massage her knee, yet, Wen Qingqing still felt pain. "It hurts, Si Jue, massage slowly, don't be so fast." Si Jue raised his eyes to look at her, halting his movements. "Is it better now? Can you stop calling? Is there a problem with that name? How should I address you? Demonstrate for me." This woman must be doing this on purpose. He deliberately increased the pressure, causing Wen Qingqing even more discomfort. Her cries no longer alleviated her pain, she simply fled. No more, that's enough." However, Si Jue grabbed her back, asserting, "You don't get to decide." Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. Wen Qingqing had gone still, an unsettling calmness enveloping her. She lay on her side on the bed, her long hair obscuring her face, making it difficult to discern her expression. Si Jue furrowed his brow, using his clean hand to part her hair, only to freeze in shock at the sight of her tear-streaked face, his heart clenching painfully. She raised her hand to cover her face, avoiding his gaze. "It's done," he said hoarsely. He then prepared to leave the bed, but Wen Qingqing suddenly sprang up and embraced him from behind, wrapping her slender waist around him. Si Jue, thank you." He was incredulous. Seeing her cry moments before, he had thought it was a silent protest. He remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly, unable to see Wen Qingqing, who pressed her face against his back. Her tears soaked through his shirt. "Get some rest," he gently pried her hands away. Wen Qingqing gazed at his retreating figure with tear-filled eyes. He didn't look back as he returned to his wheelchair and left her room. Only he knew how flustered he felt escaping, fearing that lingering any longer would ensnare him in the tender web she had woven, afraid he might find himself unable to extricate himself. His palms remained fervent, exuding a potent scent of medicinal wine, yet from it, he caught a whiff of her unique fragrance. He could no longer discern whether her feelings were genuine or feigned. If they were indeed feigned, he had to admit that her tactic was devastatingly effective, akin to a lethal strike to the heart. Lying in bed, Wen Qingqing endured the pain and heat radiating from her knee, the discomfort gradually subsiding. She could not tell if the warmth on her knee was from the medicinal wine or the lingering heat of his palm, but she was certain that the sensation on her ankle was undoubtedly from his touch, as if it were branded upon her skin. Wiping away her tears, she smiled, her lips curling upwards. Li Si Jue, thank you. That night, when Xingqing slept soundly, while Li Si Jue found himself unable to rest the following day, her knee had improved significantly, thanks to. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 3 or 4 days to achieve such results. However, walking still felt somewhat awkward. The discomfort in her legs made her realize she needed to find a way to treat Li Si Jue's legs promptly. If her knee caused her this much distress, his inability to walk normally, accompanied by pain, would surely be far worse. It seemed she would need to find time to seek out Master Wu Wang at the temple. After breakfast, just before Li Si Jue was about to leave, she broached the subject. Last time I visited the Lin family, Lin Masheng expressed a desire for me to bring the 2 children home for a visit, saying they missed them. No way. Li Si Jue immediately, although when Xingqing anticipated such a reaction from him, witnessing his unwavering stance still stung. What I meant was for you to accompany us. It would be a good opportunity for you to gauge Lin Masheng's attitude. Li Si Jue, noticing the flicker of sadness in her eyes. Chapter 79. The two-faced man turned hostile. Li Si Jue and Wen Xingqing were both taken aback. This damned tacit understanding was utterly non-existent. Alright, then I'll speak with the Lin family, Wen Xingqing quickly responded. He cast a glance at her knee before adding, take good care of yourself in the next couple of days, avoid a second injury. When Xingqing, when would this man ever express his concern for her directly, saying, indeed, I care for you, and my heart aches for you. He was as proud as a solitary wolf. Due to her mobility issues, when Xingqing could not go out today. She called Zhou Zhe, who felt quite anxious upon receiving her call. Hello, madam. Assistant Zhou, I need your assistance with something. I wonder if you could spare a bit of time? Please, madam, go ahead. Do you know any reliable renovation companies? Yes, I can compile a list of some reputable firms for you. Thank you, that would be a great help. So, does that imply you bear some ill will towards me? Zhou Zhe was momentarily speechless. After regaining his composure, he said to Wen Xingqing, Madam, I admit I have reservations about you due to your past actions. Upon hearing his words, Wen Xingqing was slightly surprised but also felt a sense. She had no doubts about his loyalty to Li Si Jue. She posted a recruitment announcement online for chefs, as finding a reliable head chef was no easy task. It was the perfect opportunity to search while the renovations were underway. Having completed these tasks, she visited the flagship store of Qingyan to purchase a plethora of skincare products, eager to test the efficacy of Yushu's company offerings. Although many reviews hailed the brand as a beacon of domestic products with excellent value for money, she firmly believed that without personal experience, one could not credibly comment. After finishing her shopping, she proceeded to the kitchen. Their home boasted 3 kitchens, and she selected one that had never been used before. She had instructed the maid to clean it earlier. She decided to utilize this kitchen to film videos as a food blogger. She purchased a delightful set of kitchenware and tableware for her inaugural video. She resolved to prepare something simple yet appetizing and easy to replicate. Given the summer heat dampened her appetite, she opted for a sour and spicy noodle dish, a homemade beverage, and a serving of spicy crayfish. After filming, she began editing the video. Before she realized it, an entire day had slipped away. She planned to continue editing into the night and needed to research video editing techniques. Just as she was engrossed in her work, Li Si Jue knocked and entered. Come here, apply the medicine. Ha, I applied it yesterday, isn't that sufficient? I'm feeling much better today. Don't make me repeat myself. His piercing gaze left her with little choice but to shuffle over, lifting her skirt to reveal her knee. However, it appeared even more gruesome than before, with bruises spreading into a large patch of dark purple. Li Si Jue poured medicinal alcohol onto her knee and began to rub it in. She refrained from crying out, as it was primarily less painful now. Hey, what do you think others would think if they saw me like this? She teased him. He paused, momentarily taken aback, but then understood her implication, causing him to grip her knee with a little more force. If you keep applying pressure like that, I'll end up injuring this knee again. Do it yourself. I was wrong, please help me apply it. I can't reach. Then it shall remain as it is. Why do you turn hot? Nothing at all, I'll just apply it myself, goodbye. At that moment, Li Si Jue couldn't help but find her knee injury extremely jarring, and unsettling images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. I will be free the night after tomorrow. Ha! When Xingqing realized he was referring to dining, she regretted her impulsive words. It was a rare moment of peace between her and Li Si Jue, yet she had spoken carelessly. After all, wasn't she merely trying to flirt with him? Was his reaction so severe? After pondering, she concluded there was only one possibility. It was nothing to worry about. perhaps she could find a time to consult with Master Woan, and he might be able to. After briefly applying the medicinal alcohol, she resumed her research on video editing. Unbeknownst to her, the clock crept past 1 in the morning. Finally, she finished editing and uploaded the video, only to neglect it. She figured that with a few more uploads, it would improve. Before sleeping, she purchased several books on video editing and how to create visually appealing content, intending to delve deeper. While the content was crucial, presentation held equal importance. The next day, as when Qingqing prepared to upload her second video after editing, she opened the software and was taken aback. Her follower count had surged by over 500. Upon checking the video, she discovered it had received over 5,000 likes and hundreds of thousands of views. She was genuinely stunned. Scanning the comments, she read, "Frowny face, my focus is entirely on her hands, they are so beautiful. Is it really alright to tempt us at night? This homemade drink I'll try it once I wake up." There were roughly 100 comments, with some praising her adorable kitchenware, others admiring her hands, and many complimenting the quality of. When Qingqing was elated, her first video had attracted over 500 followers, suggesting that her second video would likely perform well too. Her account seemed poised for gradual growth. What thrilled her even more was that her second video had catapulted her follower count to over 2,000, with significant increase. "I adore them, they are simply stunning. What she prepares looks delicious and appetizing, and unlike those who follow trends, she showcases her own creativity. I declare my fondness for her." In this life, she was determined to cultivate her career gradually, showing Lin Shuxia how she could achieve both fame and fortune. Wasn't Lin Shuxia always envious of her beauty? She would prove to Lin Shuxia that she was not only beautiful but also capable of earning money. Today, she prepared 2 desserts that looked rich and creamy, with a delightful bouncy texture and appealing colors. She was confident they would attract a considerable number of online viewers. When Cici and Yu returned, when Qingqing presented the 2 desserts. "Look at what mommy has prepared for you." Over the past few days, they had returned to find when Qingqing had prepared delicious treats for them, and the children had been thinking about the food at home while at school. When Qingqing opened the paper box, delighting them immensely, they rushed to wash their hands and returned to devour the treats, their little mouths stuffed full. "Once you're done eating, go change your clothes. We need to visit Aunt Lin Shuxia shortly." Upon hearing they were going to the Lin family, the children's mood soured immediately. Yu's face fell, declaring, "I don't want to go," as he tossed aside the soft bread in his hand. Chapter 80. You witnessed Shishi's heartbreaking performance. For a second Shishi stuffed the last morsel into her mouth and mumbled, "I don't want to go either. It's not just mommy who has taken you. Daddy and mommy are both going with you," came the response. Shishi turned her gaze towards Yu, awaiting her decision. In matters of such significance, Shishi had always followed Yu's lead. "All right then," Yu said after a moment of contemplation. Very good. Now go change your clothes," when Qingqing said, reaching out to pat his head, but he turned away, leaving her hand hovering awkwardly. One perturbed, when Qingqing extended her hand again and ruffled his hair. Yu froze momentarily, but upon meeting when Qingqing's smile, he felt a touch of shyness and hurriedly dashed back to his room to change. By the time Li Si Jue returned, they had all changed into their outfits. His gaze fell upon when Qingqing, who was clad in a denim skirt paired with a puff-sleeved top. The skirt's hem rested just below her knees, a length that, if not careful, could expose the scars on her knees. He glanced once before averting his eyes, saying nothing. The family of 4 arrived at the Lin residence 5 minutes later. "You're here, finally. It seems both Shishi and Yu have grown taller." Father Lin and Lin Shuxia were also home, and their arrival brought them great delight. "Uncle and Auntie, I've brought my whole family to mooch off your meal," when Qingqing said, "There's no need to bring anything. I'm delighted just to see you all. In the future, you needn't bring gifts." Mother Lin instructed the maid to set the items aside. "Come here, Shishi. Let Grandma give you a hug." "Achoo!" Shishi sneezed, rubbing her nose and speaking in a muffled tone. "Grandma Lin, I have a cold and cannot hug you. I might infect you." Mother Lin was taken aback. She knew that Shishi was more obedient than Yu, who had always shown her hostility. Initially hoping to embrace Shishi, she was caught off guard by the revelation of Shishi's cold. Unable to discern whether it was genuine, she heard when Qingqing explain, "She kicked off her blanket a couple of days ago and hasn't quite recovered." "Is it serious?" "It's manageable, she just has a bit of a runny nose and coughs at night." Then Shishi must obediently take her medicine, and once you feel better, Grandma will hug you. However, Lin Shuxia, seemingly intent on unmasking Shishi's fib, insisted on holding her. "Shishi, Auntie isn't afraid of catching it, she really wants to hug you, my little darling." She extended her hand toward Shishi, adding, "Besides, if you pass your cold to Auntie Xia, you'll feel better." This statement caused Li Si Jue's heart to lurch, and his eyes inadvertently drifted towards when Qingqing's face. Sensing his gaze, she turned her head to meet his eyes. In that instant, she realized Li Si Jue recalled the mischief she had previously engaged in, prompting her to smile. Li Si Jue quickly averted his gaze. If I catch a cold, I'll look haggard, and that would be very unflattering. You're so beautiful, Auntie Xia. I don't want you to look unattractive, or Uncle would blame me. She pouted, speaking clearly and logically. With her argument laid out, it would have been rather odd for Lin Xuxia to persist any further. Thus, she relented, though she still reached out to pinch Xixi nose, saying, Xixi is such a little sweetheart, incredibly clever. When Qingqing, noticing that Lin Xuxia had pinched Xixi's nose until it was red, immediately scooped her up, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Xuxia. Sister, you pinched too hard. The redness of her nose betrayed her, revealing it was no mere act. This predicament left Lin Xuxia feeling embarrassed. Her earlier pinch had indeed been a bit too forceful, intended to teach Xixi a lesson, but she had not anticipated that Xixi would cry outright. Xixi, I'm sorry. Auntie Xia didn't mean to. Can Auntie apologize to you? Can I give you a gift later? Yes, she sniffled. Can I choose it myself? Her choked voice tugged at the heartstrings. Of course. Then I forgive Auntie Xia. Thank you, Xixi. After this commotion, it was time for dinner, and they all gathered around the table. The evening's feast was quite lavish, featuring several hearty dishes. Si Jue, would you like some wine? Yes, please. I'll sit over there and one tea disturb your meal, Zhou replied as he moved to the living room sofa. Father Lin smiled at Li Si Jue, saying, Your assistant appears young yet remarkably composed. Indeed. Eat to your heart's content, Xixi, and you are not to be modest either, you must eat well. Understood, thank you, Grandpa Lin, Xixi chirped sweetly. Even the cunning Father Lin couldn't help but be fond of her. The atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious, with Li Si Jue maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, a state everyone had grown accustomed to. Si Jue, how is the wine? It is rich and fragrant, with a one could drink plenty without suffering a headache. He took a sip, his amass apple bobbing as he swallowed, and even Lin Xuxia, who already knew of Li Si Jue's limitations, couldn't help but swallow hard, her cheeks flushing. Alas, what a pity. Not bad, you have a discerning palate. If you like it, take some home to enjoy. Father Lin hesitated before continuing. Si Jue, sure enough. Can your leg be treated? Will you be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life? Mo Shang, how could you? Mother Lin interjected disapprovingly, but the words had already escaped, and it seemed too late to stop now. I know my limits, Si Jue. Please don't be angry, some matters we simply must face, correct? It's alright if it cannot be treated, you have a complete family, a successful career, just enjoy life together. When Qingqing observed Li Si Jue's expression throughout, fearful he might suddenly lose his temper. She suspected Lin Mo Shang was being deliberate, playing a clever game. If Li Si Jue were to explode, it would signify his emotional instability, but if he remained composed, it would achieve an effect of humiliation. Father-in-law is right. I'll raise a glass to that. Li Si Jue lifted his glass towards Lin Mo Shang. Lin Mo Shang was now Qingqing's legal father, naturally claiming the title of father-in-law. That's the spirit. Harmony within the family is more important than anything. Qingqing, do not keep insisting on divorcing Si Jue. A man as exceptional as him is rare to encounter. I understand, uncle. Li Si Jue echoed Lin Mo Shang, and naturally, she had to agree as well. At this moment, Xixi, having eaten her fill, wanted to get down from her seat. When Qingqing lifted her down and squatted to wipe her mouth, suddenly, Lin Xuxia exclaimed, Qingqing, your knee, Chapter 81. Li Si Jue, are you abusing her? When Qingqing immediately rose to cover the bruises on her knees. Mommy? Cici called out in confusion. Yodia, how could, let me see. Lin Xuxia's brows furrowed, her expression a mix of shock and concern. It's nothing, just a little accident, she replied nonchalantly, showing no intention of revealing her injury to Lin Xuxia. Lin Xuxia shot an angry glare at Li Si Jue. Did you hit her? I'm fine, sister, please don't say anything more. She reached for Lin Xuxia, who was visibly upset. Qingqing, let us see your knee. Lin's mother approached. Really, it's nothing, you don't need to worry so much. I just bumped into something, she offered a relaxed smile, but the Lin family remained serious, clearly unconvinced by her words. Quick, show us, if you don't let us see, how can we believe it was just an accident? When Qingqing reluctantly lifted her skirt slightly, revealing the two bruised knees. Lin's mother gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Xuxia swiftly took a photo with her phone. Sister? I need to keep evidence. With Qingqing's fair skin, the injuries looked particularly severe. Li Si Jue, tell us the truth, did you hit her? Lin Mozhen glared at Li Si Jue, demanding an answer.
No, he denied.
Uncle, he really. It was just a little accident, please don't worry, I'm almost better now. But Lin's mother suddenly broke into tears, heartbroken as she repeated, you poor child, her words were laden with meaning.
Qingqing, don't be afraid.
If he did hit you, we would support you, no matter when, we will always stand by your side, Lin Shuxia said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Li Si Jue. I know you are worried about me, but he truly did not hit me. Alright, let us eat. If it were Li Si Jue, I would have told you already. She smiled, her expression showing no hint of distress, which left the Lin family with little room to continue the discussion. However, during dinner, each of them harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was far from the earlier tension.
How could you bump into something like this?
Lin Shuxia casually asked. I slipped while taking a shower and fell on both knees, when Qingqing replied.
Be more careful in the future. If something happens again, how will you manage with his leg troubles?
Li Si Jue's expression shifted slightly, though he did not reveal his feelings. After dinner, Lin Shuxia took Wen Qingqing and the two children into her room.
She asked Wen Qingqing once more. Sister, please stop asking.
Seeing Wen Qingqing's demeanor, Lin Shuxia instantly understood, concluding that this was Lin Shuxia was taken aback. It was a limited edition she had painstakingly acquired.
Sisi, that's for adults, you can't use it. Let's pick something else. Aunt Xia will buy you a toy or a pretty dress, alright?
No.
I want that handbag. Didn't Aunt Xia say anything other than cars and houses would do? Are you going back on your word?
Lin Shuxia felt a pang of frustration. How could she anticipate a child requesting a limited edition Hermes handbag?
Sisi, don't be troublesome.
That bag is very expensive, please don't put Aunt Xia in a difficult position.
When Qingqing intervened, however, Sisi pouted, oh, is it because I'm not worthy?
When Qingqing nearly burst out laughing but managed to contain herself. Such a little girl with a sense of humor, Lin Shuxia's expression was comically strained. She was clearly displeased but had to adjust her mood to appease Sisi.
How could Sisi not be worthy?
It's just that bag isn't suitable for you. Aunt Xia has other handbags, why don't you choose another one?
Why isn't it suitable? Is it because Sisi isn't pretty?
With her hands on her hips, she raised her chin. When we get home, Mommy can buy you as many as you want. Alright, Mommy earns money to buy you lots of handbags and pretty dresses.
Alright, then let's go home, but Mommy, you mustn't say one thing and mean another like Aunt Xia.
Lin Shuxia's face turned ashen. She glanced at the bag. Even if she didn't give it to Sisi today, she wouldn't be able to carry it out later. Sisi, Aunt Xia was wrong, I should have kept my word.
Here, take it. She painfully relinquished the handbag to Sisi. Aunt Xia, forget it. Honestly, what was it you said about love and things? A gentleman does not take what others cherish.
You can't let Aunt Xia be someone who breaks promises, can you? Looking at it this way, Sisi and that handbag are a perfect match.
The bag was small and exquisite, indeed quite charming.
Yet Lin Shuxia's heart was bleeding.
Thank you, Aunt Xia. Sisi exclaimed joyfully, hugging the bag tightly. Now I am the most stylish.
Little rascal. The three of them departed Lin Shuxia's room and headed to the living room. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Si Jue's family of four took their leave.
Xia, that bag, Lin's mother had certainly.
It infuriates me, that little brat only picks the expensive things. I wonder if Wen Qingqing taught her that.
Ah, do you think Qingqing taught her? Isn't she on our side? I think she's been bewitched by Li Si Jue.
Lin Shuxia said resentfully. Lin's father interjected at the right moment. Don't be upset, it's just a bag. Once we acquire Li Si Jue and Wen Qingqing's assets, how many bags do you want? It's pathetic.
His words and those two little brats too. Have the arrangements been made on the Li side? Lin's father inquired.
Yes, it's all set, soon Li Si Jue will be in the limelight. Today's incident with Wen Qingqing's knee injury was quite timely, Lin's father chuckled, appearing quite pleased.
Just wait. This time, Li Si Jue will either be ruined or stripped bare. Chapter 82, I
adore you. On the way back home, the Li family of four was in high spirits.
Mommy, I will take good care of it and carry it when I grow up.
By the time I grow up, it will be out of style, but it will suit Mommy perfectly.
You are so beautiful, and this bag will look stunning on you. Oh, you sweet-talking little one.
Wen Qingqing felt a rush of warmth in her heart, akin to savoring honey. How could anyone resist such a rosy-cheeked girl? Meanwhile, Yu, deep in thought, glanced at the bag and asked, how much does this bag cost? Let me check. Recently, when Xingqing had not kept up with luxury items, after taking a photo to look it up, she replied, 79,000. Then, she gently pinched Yuyu's cheek, adding, you did wonderfully today as well. Hearing this, Yuyu, who had initially seemed downcast, suddenly brightened, though a hint of shyness kept her gaze downward. Once home, when Xingqing tucked the two children into bed while Li Si Jue retreated to his study. Mommy, I really like you right now, Cici said, wrapping her arms around Wen Xingqing's neck and nuzzling her cheek against hers. I like you a lot too, my dear Cici. She glanced at Yuyu in his little bed, and you too, my precious son. Yuyu turned away. When Xingqing left their room and returned to her own, although she had filmed a video today, she had yet to edit it. Logging into her account, she noticed several messages urging her to update quickly. She promptly finished editing and uploaded the third video. She had been diligent in posting over the past few days to solidify her fanbase. After contemplating her next steps, she decided to get some rest, having already endured several sleepless nights. She couldn't continue this way, or she would earn money but have no life to enjoy it. When Xingqing's video account was named Si Jue, with many people named Xingqing, she was not worried about being discovered, especially since few would conceive that Li Si Jue's wife would create videos under the name Si Jue. After posting a few videos, her fans affectionately referred to her as Xingqing. Is there anyone else who wants to see Xingqing play the piano? I absolutely adore her hands. I do. I'm a hand person, those hands playing the piano are exquisite. Well, I'm different, I want to see those hands hauling bricks, it must be thrilling. I bet the owner of those hands is a beauty. That's a misconception. Beautiful hands don't guarantee a pretty face. In this day and age, beautiful faces are already well known. The name Si Jue makes me envision an enchanting beauty in ancient attire. That's precisely the effect she desires. You've all fallen for it. When Xingqing found herself both amused and bewildered by these comments, thinking how endearing these netizens were, she glanced at her own hands, suddenly realizing something. Her wedding ring, where was it? A headache struck her. She recalled that Li Si Jue had specially customized a pair of wedding rings, with hers adorned with 11 small diamonds, remarkably beautiful, yet at that time, she had despised Li Si Jue and hadn't even glanced at it twice. Where could it have gone? She immediately began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, but after a long search, she found nothing. How strange, surely, she hadn't lost it. Could it be in Li Si Jue's room? With him away, she decided to search his room. Upon opening the drawer of the nightstand, she instantly spotted the ring box. Indeed, both wedding rings were there. She took out her ring, trying it on her ring finger. It fit perfectly and was truly beautiful. Now, viewing the rings with a different mindset, she could see how thoughtfully Li Si Jue had designed them. They weren't just large diamonds but had a unique design. She recalled how Lin Xuxia had once mocked, saying, Li Si Jue was really stingy, using only these small diamonds to be dismissive. Does he think you'll stick around just because you have a child? She was even encouraged to terminate her pregnancy. Now, she felt grateful that she hadn't gone through with it. Otherwise, even if she were to be reborn, she would never forgive herself. After placing the ring back, she exited Li Si Jue's room. When Li Si Jue returned home that evening, he went straight to his study. Appearing busier than usual, she knocked and entered. Is there something you need? Li Si Jue looked up, his expression neutral. Do you know where my wedding ring is? I can't find it. Li Si Jue visibly paused. After 5 years of marriage, this was the first time when Xingqing had mentioned the wedding ring. I don't know, he replied coldly. I've searched everywhere and haven't found it. Did you throw it away? When Xingqing probed cautiously at that moment, Li Si Jue's hand tightened around the mouse, and with a sudden crack, the mouse shattered. Anger surged within him, replacing the darkness in his eyes. Yet when he spoke, his tone was laced with icy sarcasm. Yes, I threw it away. When Xingqing recognized that his temper was flaring. If she pressed him further, it could lead to an outburst. Last time, Jiang Lan had mentioned that his bipolar disorder was quite severe, and he couldn't handle too much stress. She had also researched the condition and learned that if it reached a certain point, he could lose his composure and commit irreversible actions. Let me check your room. I doubt you would have thrown it away. She softened her voice. I said I lost it, so it's lost. Do you not understand? His voice was dangerously low, as he struggled to suppress his rage. I understand, but I don't believe you. Just let me look. If I can't find it, I'll believe you. If I do find it, you're lying. Smash. Startled, when Xingqing jumped, realizing the sound came from the broken mouse at her feet. Get out. He glared at her, and memories of the past flooded back her disdainful face as she threw his custom wedding ring to the ground, declaring, Li Si Jue, I will never wear this ring in my lifetime. Now, she was bringing it up again. Did she intend to humiliate him? I want to wear the wedding ring. When Xingqing stood before him, her demeanor calm, though only she knew how fast her heart raced, she was terrified, yet, even in a fit, he wound tea.
When Xingqing, do you take my kindness for granted?
If he could rise swiftly, he would have seized her by the neck, forcing her to retract her words.
Are you brave enough to let me search?
She fixed her gaze on him, resolute. The misunderstandings between them ran too deep, she needed to apply pressure, for mere daily interactions were futile, he always retreated, and she needed to push him.
You once said you would never wear it in this lifetime.
Though only a few steps separated them, it felt as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them.
I've changed my mind.
Not so much a change of heart. This felt like a matter of another lifetime. Si Jue felt as if he had struck a wall of cotton, the feeble sensation left him choking on his words, and he yearned to strangle this woman.
I'm going to look for it right now.
When Xingqing turned to leave. You dare! Si Jue's furious roar echoed behind her, and simultaneously, an ashtray smashed against the wall. Chapter 83. You have the ability to kill me right now. When Xingqing's complexion instantly turned ashen. Just moments ago, it had been a narrow escape. Had the object struck her head, she would have surely collapsed, bloodied and unconscious. She turned around incredulously to face Si Jue. Are you trying to kill me? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating the fright she had just experienced. Go ahead, I dare you to try. He was acutely aware that there was no way he could have harmed her moments ago, yet she made her way to Si Jue's bedroom, hastily searching the bedside drawer. However, as she pulled it open, she was suddenly pinned to the bed by Si Jue. His furious visage loomed close, his heavy breath searing against her skin. In that moment, as their bodies collided, his thoughts momentarily halted, his body becoming as rigid and sluggish as his mind. Seizing the opportunity, when Xingqing wrapped one arm around his waist while stretching the other toward the wedding ring box. Gritting her teeth, she reached out with all her might. She had it. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. With a triumphant smile, she waved the box before Si Jue. Si Jue, I got it. This is it, right? His gaze swept over, and his expression shifted dramatically. He lunged to snatch it from her, but when Xingqing clung tightly to the box, refusing to let go. Indeed, it is this one, she exclaimed, her delight growing. When Xingqing, do you believe I will truly kill you? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice like a thunderstorm brewing under dark clouds, each word reverberating in her chest. His obsidian eyes seemed to harbor the power to annihilate, as if he could consume her whole. I do believe it, so go ahead, kill me now, I'm all set. She lay back on the bed, arms outstretched, resisting no longer, though her eyes remained wide open. It was as if she channeled all her strength into her gaze, piercing straight into Si Jue's very soul. Si Jue, should I perish, this wedding ring must accompany me to the grave. You cannot bestow it upon your next wife, do you understand? Her tone was steady, with a hint of mirth. Shut up, he growled. You cannot silence me this way. Her eyes sparkled brighter than noon sun, compelling Si Jue to avert his gaze. I say, Si Jue, after all the threats you've made, will you truly kill me? Or perhaps our esteemed CEO is merely all talk. In reality, he cannot bear to harm me. However, she did not have the chance to finish her thought, for Si Jue had sealed her lips with his own. He was like a feral beast, fierce and violent, as if he intended to swallow her whole.
MMM.
The sound that escaped when Xingqing's lips surged through him like a jolt of electricity, traveling down his spine to his very core. His arm muscles tensed, gripping her slender waist with enough force that it felt as though he might snap her in two. She winced in pain, yet the sound she made was not one of distress, but rather a prelude to a grand symphony. The box she held slipped from her grasp, tumbling to the floor, its faint clatter utterly incapable of interrupting the unfolding melody. She wrapped her legs around his waist, slightly arching her body in surrender. His brow furrowed, his eyes concealing a tempest that threatened to unleash a cataclysmic wave. Yet, at that moment, the sound of a phone ringing shattered the atmosphere. Both froze, still caught in the throes of passion, but the incessant ringing disrupted the symphony, rendering it fragmented. Si Jue finally regained his composure and retrieved his phone to answer the call. Hello, speak. Jojo on the other end quickly sensed his boss's foul mood. However, the matter at hand was of great importance, and he steeled himself to say, President, you've made the news. Yet, Si Jue's focus remained fixated on Wen Xingqing, who, disheveled, crouched on the floor, retrieving the box and producing her wedding ring. She glanced at him, her expression beaming as she slid the ring onto her fourth finger, even flashing him a playful wave. Si Jue, however, found her smile more radiant than diamonds, and the open collar of her attire reminded him of the full moon on the 15th night. President? Jojo called out, having waited for a response that did not come. Shut up! Si Jue snapped, his irritation palpable. Joja was left bewildered, unsure whether to continue speaking or to remain silent. Meanwhile, when Qingqing had risen, poised to depart his room with the air of a victor. "Come back," Li Siju commanded coldly, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure. When Qingqing turned, leaning against the door, one leg extended forward, her body slightly tilted, the neckline slipping from her shoulder to reveal a glimpse of her black strap. "President, I have no intention of leaving," she replied, her tone flirtatious. Joja hastily interjected, "President, I mean it." Li Siju inhaled deeply, "What is it?" "You've made the headlines, it's the top story, and it has gone viral." Joja spoke cautiously, aware that such news was rarely favorable. "We cannot afford a shortage." "Understood, everything will be prepared accordingly." Li Siju hung up. "Is there anything else, sir?" When Qingqing remained leaning against the door, her gaze and tone playfully flirtatious, as if engaging in a light-hearted banter with him. "Return the ring to me. Yours is on the floor. Pick it up yourself, I'm leaving now." She slipped away with haste. Li Siju seethed, his jaw clenched tightly. Just a moment ago, he had almost lost control. The recollection of the preceding events quickened his breath and heightened his temperature, plunging him into a state of agitation. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not merely a fit of anger, it was a manifestation of his desire for her. For years, she had resisted him, and he had maintained his composure, but at that moment, she had reciprocated, and in an instant, he had forgotten everything, consumed by the urge to possess her and teach her a lesson. Taking a deep breath to quell his turmoil, he retrieved his laptop to assess the current situation. A cursory glance at the online comments led him to the health supplement company's website, where he noted a significant spike in traffic following the release of his news, though sales had yet to show a marked increase. With no major news stories breaking recently, he firmly held the top trending spot. Li Siju can only function with medication exposed. After perusing for a while, he called Joja. At around 1 a.m., ensure Fengyang trends. Understood, President. Once he ended the call, he reached out to the head of the pharmaceutical division to relay the next steps. Most of the staff had been summoned back to work late into the night, engrossed in marketing, writing, and managing the ensuing frenzy. As when Qingqing scrolled through her phone, reading the comments from netizens, her first thought was, how would Li Siju react to this? Without hesitation, she jumped off the bed and dashed back to his room. Li Siju, engrossed in his tasks, was taken aback by her sudden return. Before she could utter a word, when Qingqing leaped onto his bed, placing a pillow beneath her head. "You handle your business, I'll take my rest." Chapter 84. Do not tease men lightly. When Qingqing cautiously observed Li Siju's expression, noting that his countenance bore more of a sense of helplessness than anger, which put her at ease. A glance at the ground revealed that the ring box had been put away. She caught sight of his hands resting on the keyboard, devoid of any rings. His fingers were long and powerful, making the laptop's keyboard appear diminutive beneath their grasp. The glow from the screen illuminated the faint veins on the back of his hands, which contrasted starkly against their pallor. When Qingqing glanced at her own wedding ring, pursing her lips in thought. This man harbored an excessive emotional burden. Was there any way to alleviate it? She had initially anticipated a moment of intimate connection with him, only to be interrupted by a troublesome phone call. Although she had felt angered at the time, she soon let it go upon learning the reason. "Go back to your own room and sleep," Li Siju said coldly, unable to concentrate on his work as he turned to her. His thin lips pressed together, revealing his impatience. "If you pretend I don't exist, I promise I won't make a sound. I can hear your breathing." How excessive. When Qingqing pulled the blanket over herself, thinking that if he... Seeing that when Qingqing was resolute in her refusal to leave, Li Siju felt a wave of irritation wash over him, but he chose not to engage with her further, as he had numerous matters requiring his attention. When he fell silent, when Qingqing exhaled a sigh of relief, had he continued to urge her to leave, she would have had no choice but to muster the audacity to remain. Their relationship had softened considerably, at least to the point where Li Siju allowed her to stay in the room, a significant improvement from the time he had barred her entry altogether. She nestled under the covers, silencing her phone before perusing online comments. As she read through them, anger surged within her. "Ladies who call Li Siju hubby, come and see, your husband is impotent. Li Siju he fathered twins in one go." Some comments were exceedingly harsh, filled with mockery directed at Li Siju, which she could only glance at before scrolling away. Unable to endure the vitriol any longer, she felt repulsed by the deluge of foul language. It was utterly nauseating. She wondered if Li Si Jue had seen these comments. At that moment, Li Si Jue glanced at the still ensconced Wenqingqing and then at the air conditioning temperature, adjusting it slightly lower with the remote. He focused intently on his work, oblivious to Wenqingqing's subtle act of peeking at him from beneath the covers. Wenqingqing, realizing he was distracted, lifted the blanket to scroll through her phone. Remaining under the covers felt stifling, as the air was stagnant and the lighting dim. She continued to read comments. To be fair, I've tried Feng Yang, and it's incredible. It's not expensive. There were numerous similar comments, with some even sharing screenshots of their orders to prove they were not shills, having purchased the product months ago, some only days prior. If he is not afraid, why should you? Are you worth billions? This was the most persuasive argument. Nothing is more convincing than a company's owner endorsing his own product, indicating it posed no side effects or harm to health. Otherwise, who would? Wenqingqing hurried to the official website to check sales figures, noticing a marked increase in sales. Was Li Si Jue leveraging this incident to market Feng Yang? Was he sacrificing his reputation for sales? The cost seemed exorbitant. She couldn't help but steal a glance at the engrossed Li Si Jue. From this angle, she could see his profile. His high, straight nose cast a delicate shadow, rendering his lips, chapped from work, nevertheless had a perfect contour, making her yearn to apply lip balm for him. She imagined that if she were to kiss him now, the sensation would start off coarse and then soften. An impulsive desire to kiss him surged within her. Despite his casual loungewear, the rigid lines of his form and his intense focus made him appear exceptionally austere. The more aloof he seemed, the more it tempted others to tease him, to uncover the layers of his faade. It was akin to the curiosity surrounding what lies beneath an iceberg, whether it remains an iceberg or conceals endless treasures. The ashtray beside him contained several cigarette butts, yet he had not smoked since her arrival. This man was always attentive to her in subtle ways, yet he never voiced it. She pondered suddenly, why was he so kind to her? Prior to that incident, their interactions had been exceedingly rare, and after their marriage, her demeanor towards him had been nothing short of atrocious. Externally, he appeared indifferent and stern, but in reality, he had quietly arranged many things for her benefit. She had been gazing too intently, which caught Li Si Jue's attention. He turned his head to meet her gaze, and in that instant, the air thickened. Wenqingqing felt an abrupt dryness in her throat, an overwhelming thirst that consumed her thoughts, intensifying the heat of her stare. The notion of kissing him surged stronger. I want some water. The strap of her slip dress slipped down her arm, revealing a delicate curve of her fair skin. Li Si Jue quickly averted his gaze, his throat tightening as he gripped the mouse. His arm flexed tautly, extending to his stark white jawline. Get it yourself. His voice, though tinged with disdain, could not mask its huskiness. She filled Li Si Jue's cup and drank slowly, tilting her head back. Li Si Jue's gaze lingered on her silhouette. She wore a white silk nightgown that accentuated her waist, its hem barely grazing her thighs. Her slender legs stood bare on the floor, her toes small and glistening, unadorned with polish, appearing pure and delicate. This woman was clearly attempting to entice him. His eyes darkened, fingers tightening on the keyboard as he struggled to suppress the tumult within him, striving to maintain composure in the. You should drink. Her gentle voice spoke what seemed ordinary yet felt inviting. Ignoring his refusal, Wenqingqing poured a glass of water and placed it beside his desk. Then she leaned against his arm, asking, May I see what you're working? Li Si Jue's gaze fell upon her, and in that moment, something exploded in his mind, causing a buzzing in his ears, while his vision was filled with her ethereal whiteness. He reached out, encircling her waist, drawing her closer to him. Chapter 85. Are you really going to put me through military training at this hour? Li Si Jue tilted his head back to look at her. The pronounced typically, his features exuded a reserved beauty, akin to a tranquil frozen lake. Although ice flowers blossomed upon its surface, an underlying chill permeated the air. Yet, at this moment, his visage possessed an arresting beauty, sharp as a. Wenqingqing's gaze dropped, tracing along his throat to his collarbone, which was not delicate but rather robust and solidly connecting his neck and shoulders, like a bridge that beckoned one to pause and admire. What am I doing? I'm bringing you water. She blinked innocently. She endeavored to maintain her composure, though only she could fathom the rapidity of her heartbeat. Fortunately, she had already set the cup on the table, or else she feared the water might spill. Li Si Jue's palm was warm, and it felt as though, through the thin fabric, he could scorch the small of her back. Stand straight. His voice regained a measure of clarity, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Wenqingqing obediently straightened up, yet the scent of the desert rose continued to invade his nostrils, entwining itself around his central nervous system. Attention! About face. In an instant, she was transported back to military training. Brother, am I in this state, and you want me to undergo military training? You, truly, are impossible.
March and step.
Are you here to amuse me? She took 2 steps and turned around, only to find Li Si Jue tidying.
Is this an escape? Just as the door was about to close, Li Si Jue's voice rang out, do not follow.
Pfft, why did she find the sight of Li Si Jue fleeing rather adorable? However, her amusement quickly, was he truly composed, or was he genuinely incapable? Otherwise, how could he consistently restrain himself? Yet, he had clearly been unable to hold back before, almost taking the next step, only to be interrupted by the ringing of his phone. She flopped onto the bed, vexedly kicking her legs. Why was it so difficult to entice her husband? It seemed tonight was not the right moment, he had matters to attend to. Sigh, did that not imply her allure was insufficient? It paled in comparison to the pressing matters at hand. How disheartening. Meanwhile, Li Si Jue, outside, yanked at his collar, which was already loose, yet he still felt somewhat stifled. He filled a cup with water, which offered slight relief. Fortunately, after receiving several calls, he swiftly regained his composure and resumed his work. Online discourse was currently split. Some mocked Li Si Jue's ineptitude, while others praised the efficacy of the Feng Yang health supplement.
He could easily use someone else for the hype. This is far too dedicated.
Given the severity of his car accident back then, with both legs severely injured, it's only natural to expect such. Thankfully, he managed to have 2 children, otherwise, it would have been the end of the line. The fact that he can take medication is proof enough. If it were truly impossible, medication would be of no use.
Li Si Jue's phone rang.
Aside from the soaring sales of the Feng Yang supplement, other products have also seen slight increases.
Is the stock sufficient?
Currently, yes, but if it continues to rise, it may not be enough. If it runs out, just indicate that it's out of stock.
Understood.
After ending that call, Li Si Jue contacted the public relations team.
Stay vigilant for any news online, and inform me immediately.
The cameras captured everything, so there are no significant issues. Good, for now, no action is needed, just monitor the online sentiment.
Understood.
Compile a list of the. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he returned to the bedroom. The soft yellow nightlight illuminated the room. His gaze immediately fell upon Wen Qingqing, who lay sleeping on the bed. One of her legs rested atop the covers, her nightgown having slid up to her waist. The bruises on her knee had yet to fully fade, spreading around the joint. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he took out his phone and captured an image of her sleeping form. In this moment, she appeared remarkably gentle. Her closed eyes betrayed no emotions, no stubbornness, disdain, pride, or cunning. Only a serene tranquility remained. Li Si Jue lay beside her, gently pulling the covers from beneath her legs to cover her. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her pink lips moved. Whether due to the cold or sensing his presence, she instinctively leaned against him, naturally wrapping her arms around his waist and up close. Her exquisitely radiant face made Li Si Jue's heart tremble. She was undeniably beautiful, a fact he had recognized for many years. Her pert nose, delicate face, and smooth, tender skin bore no resemblance to that of a woman who had borne children. He yearned to kiss her. This desire welled up within him, yet he restrained himself, lying flat to regain his composure. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of his heartbeat echoed, thump, thump, thump. The following morning, when Qingqing awoke to the blaring of her phone, although Li Si Jue had already risen to answer the call, she stirred awake nonetheless, groggy and slightly disoriented. Upon seeing Li Si Jue beside her, she instinctively scooted closer to embrace him. The softness of her body was a torment for the man awakening in the morning. Fortunately, he was still covered by the blanket, otherwise, the situation would have been exceedingly awkward. Yet, when Qingqing remained oblivious, shifting restlessly against him, her arms encircling his waist, Li Si Jue, unable to disentangle himself due to the call, allowed her to move about on him like a playful kitten. However, this only hastened his phone call. Once he hung up, gazing at her tousled hair, her dependent demeanor softened his heart. "Sir, madam, the master and mistress have arrived," Chen Bo announced from outside the door. This roused Wen Qingqing fully. Why had her in-laws come?
Wen Qingqing clutched the blanket as she looked at him. Is it about the situation online?
Most likely. I'll go freshen up. She threw off the covers and got out of bed, just as she recalled something.
You don't have any of.
Her mother-in-law would surely make her kneel. Li Si Jue remained silent as he went to freshen up, changing into his clothes before heading out. After she completed her own routine, she waited in the bedroom, realizing she needed to keep some of her clothes here in the future.
Otherwise, it would be too awkward. Before long, Li Si Jue returned, placing her clothes on the bed, eager to change and leave. She did not think twice and, right before Li Si Jue, removed her nightgown.
Li Si Jue's pupils widened in shock at the sudden display. Chapter 86. It seems her charm is effective on him. Li Si Jue felt as though he had been cast into a furnace, enduring an excruciating heat that seemed to sear through him. His entire body temperature was on the rise, particularly in his nose, as if something was about to erupt. This woman, Si Jue clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. She was relentlessly challenging his limits. When Qingqing, however, appeared perfectly composed, after quickly changing her clothes, she tossed her hair back nonchalantly.
Do I look normal? Is there anything inappropriate about me?
You may look appropriate. He glanced down at his pants, a surge of murderous intent flashing through him.
Let's go.
When Qingqing, believing all to be well, approached to push Si Jue's wheelchair.
Keep your distance from me.
Why are you in such a foul mood this early in the morning? She remarked, puzzled. Your ears are quite red. Well, he couldn't bring himself to do that. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, bring me the blanket. What do you need it for on such a hot day? Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight. He snatched it away to cover his legs, conveniently hiding something else in the process. When Qingqing, concealed behind the wheelchair, struggled to suppress her laughter, her weight resting heavily on the wheelchair. So, Si Jue was indeed capable, otherwise, why would he have such a strong reaction? Was it because she had changed clothes in front of him just moments ago? The frustrations of the previous night dissipated instantly. As she wheeled Si Jue outside, a smile graced her face, only to be met with a barrage of scolding from Li's mother.
How can you still be smiling? Are you wishing for something bad to happen to him? You are nothing but a jinx.
The morning news had sent Li's mother into a fit of rage, and seeing her son embroiled in such a scandal while when Qingqing smiled was unbearable.
She deemed when Qingqing a calamity, a harbinger of misfortune for their family. Enough, first, let us ascertain the facts.
Li's father's authoritative voice silenced Li's mother's tirade.
Li's parents were taken aback.
What did you say? You sacrificed your reputation for sales.
It's not real, so it doesn't matter.
As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at when Qingqing. He needed her to understand that he was not true. He intended to teach this woman a lesson about provoking him, lest she suffer his wrath.
How can it not matter? Do you have any idea how crucial reputation is for a man? Once enough people start believing the falsehood, it becomes reality. Utter nonsense, absolutely absurd.
Si Jue's countenance remained impassive, betraying. As of now, there was no impact, and it might even rise. This was likely something many wished to see thwarted. Currently, Si Jue was at the pinnacle of his success, with countless envious eyes upon him, yet none could harm him. Now, with such a scandal, they seized the opportunity to ridicule him, but the more they attacked Si Jue, the more they realized that the Li Group's stock price continued to climb, which was utterly baffling. The Li Group encompassed numerous enterprises, and as it stood, they should be capitalizing on the lucrative health supplement sector. Li's parents fell silent, their anger rendering them speechless. When Qingqing, glancing at the blanket draped over Si Jue's legs, noticed it had concealed whatever. I'm perfectly fine. Besides, I already have 2 children, so it truly doesn't matter. At the mention of this, Li's mother shot a piercing glare at when Qingqing. Were it not for the striking resemblance, such suspicions were only natural.
Don't attend tomorrow night's dinner gathering. Li's father instructed. I must attend, it is imperative.
Si Jue's resolve was unwavering. If he were afraid of what others might say, he would not have played into their hands.
Then you may go alone. She shall not accompany you.
Li's mother harbored significant reservations about when Qingqing, fearing that should she speak out of turn, it would embarrass Si Jue.
Very well. If he struggled to withstand their gazes, what hope did other men have? What exactly is going on?
Li's father, discerning a hint of the situation, inquired of.
Do not fret.
You should have informed us. Your mother was frightened into a hypertension episode. Mom and Dad, please spare yourselves the worry over my matters. Use your time to travel and find some joy. You have worked hard for most of your lives. Li's mother huffed. You only wish to divert us, to shield when Qingqing from our scrutiny, don't you? Si Jue's gaze turned frigid. Since you are aware, the son she had raised was now being led astray. It was a burden no one could bear. She glared at when Qingqing with renewed animosity. When Qingqing felt a pang of distress but could not voice her thoughts. The animosity between her and Li's mother could not be resolved in a day. Only time could prove the truth of their circumstances. With Li's parents present, they decided to stay for lunch. When Qingqing took the initiative to prepare the meal, the kitchen was stocked with ample ingredients, and with her time to spare, she crafted several delectable dishes, showcasing her culinary prowess, leaving both chefs yearning for more.
Madam, this is quite a generous portion. Do save some for us? Indeed, madam, the aroma is simply intoxicating.
Fear not, I shall ensure there is enough for you, Wen Qingqing replied with a smile, reserving a bit of each dish for them, which greatly touched the two chefs. In the Li household, the two chefs had become Wen Qingqing's staunch supporters. No one dared oppose the allure of exquisite cuisine, especially when crafted by skilled hands. Wen Qingqing and the two chefs, Li's father appeared astonished, while Li's mother involuntarily swallowed hard, recalling the delightful flavors from her last experience with Wen Qingqing's cooking.
Mom, Dad, Li Ju, let us start with some soup. Wen Qingqing served them each a bowl of soup.
The enticing aroma made it quite a challenge for Li's mother to resist reaching for the spoon.
Why aren't you drinking? Did you add something to it? Si Jue furrowed his brow and took the first sip. You!
Wen Qingqing quickly intervened, taking several sips herself. Mom, it tastes delightful, do give it a try. Reluctantly, she took a sip, her eyes lighting up momentarily before she masked her expression, setting the bowl down.
It's just passable.
After tasting, Li's father found it to be exquisite, a medley of flavors from various ingredients, with a hint of medicinal aroma. He couldn't resist taking a second sip. Do try the other dishes. Last time, I only had time to prepare a few homestyle meals for Mom. Wen Qingqing encouraged, her confidence in her culinary skills evident. After sampling the other dishes, Li's mother grew increasingly anxious. Her son was already infatuated with Wen Qingqing's beauty. Now, with her culinary talents, her son was surely doomed. Chapter 87 Li Si Jue's domestic violence incident trends on social media. At the Lin family dinner table, Lin Xuxia, Su Zhiyu, and the two elders of the Lin family were gathered.
Has the cleaner been sent away?
Yes, she has been dispatched, and I've instructed her not to speak recklessly. Even if Li Si Jue finds her, she can simply say that Wen Qingqing directed her to do so.
Look.
Lin Xuxia opened an album and showed a photograph to Su Zhiyu. He was taken aback. The image depicted only her back was visible, adorned with a hat, yet her figure bore a striking resemblance to Wen Qingqing, even down to the length and curve of her hair, complemented by the earrings Wen Qingqing had recently worn.
Will there be any discrepancies in the timeline? We can extend the timeline.
There's no need to specify that it was recent. Su Zhiyu nodded, finding this approach plausible. Moreover, with Wen Qingqing on their side, as long as she refrained from denying everything, matters would become significantly easier. Lin Xuxia's precautions were merely to ensure absolute certainty. Lin Mashang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The pharmaceutical business under Li's has been thriving these past few days, with sales skyrocketing.
Are you certain this isn't a form of promotion for him?
Father, rest assured. We have prepared for the aftermath. The higher he is elevated now, the harder he will fall later. Lin Xuxia declared with a confident smile. This time, she intended for Li Si Jue to be utterly disgraced, thus alleviating any regret she harbored about not marrying him. Do not underestimate him. Li Si Jue was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Mashang expressed his apprehension regarding Li Si Jue, or rather, the entire Li family. Despite the severity of past events, the Li family had weathered the storm and returned stronger, a testament to their profound resources and Li Si Jue's formidable abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he broached the subject of Wen Qingqing.
Has Wen Qingqing been distancing herself from you recently?
When she visited the last time, I sensed something amiss. She no longer seemed as averse to Li Si Jue and was, in fact, quite amiable towards him. She has merely altered her strategy, realizing that opposing Li Si Jue brings no advantages. After years in the business realm, he had encountered all types, and he questioned whether Wen Qingqing was merely playing a part for Li Si Jue. Lin Xuxia reassured him, after all these years, she has never truly loved Li Si Jue. Is it plausible that she would suddenly fall for him? She has simply come to a realization and decided to adopt a different approach. Her previous methods were rather foolish. In fact, she supported Wen Qingqing's actions, believing that confusing Li Si Jue would yield greater benefits from him.
As long as you are aware of your own intentions, that suffices. By the way, has Wen Qingqing mentioned whether Wen Haichao left her anything? She has not mentioned anything. Why do you ask?
Lin Mashang shook his head. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. He felt a nagging doubt. Where could Wen Haichao have placed those items? They seemed impossible to locate. Wen Qingqing appeared entirely uninformed, otherwise, she would not be so composed, allowing them to manipulate her. That evening, Su Zhiyu stayed over. As they were already engaged, there was no need for excessive modesty. Naturally, sharing a bed ignited a passionate fire between them, and they could hardly contain themselves. Having been preoccupied with their respective responsibilities lately, they had not been particularly intimate. After bathing, they exchanged a glance and promptly embraced, kissing fervently.
Do you think I should try that medication from Si Jue? Su Ziyu suddenly posed the question. Why, are you not confident in your own abilities? You have no need for that medication.
Lin Shuxia's words ignited a spark in Su Ziyu, who immediately demonstrated his prowess and endurance, leaving Lin Shuxia utterly exhausted. Online discussions surrounding Si Jue's inadequacies had been brewing for 2 days, and the male enhancement product, Feng had gained considerable attention. Despite Si Jue facing ridicule across the internet, it did not hinder the surge in sales and stock prices. Coincidentally, Si Jue had an evening banquet to attend. As Zhou wheeled himself into the gathering, the expressions of those present varied significantly.
President Li, please, clear some space.
The wheelchair is rather large. Si Jue took his seat, settling into his wheelchair. Once seated, his presence overshadowed the fact that he was in a wheelchair. No one possessed the same commanding aura as Si Jue.
His features were exquisite, his demeanor frosty, and his sharp gaze swept over the attendees, unperturbed by the online discourse. Before President Li's arrival, we were concerned about his condition. Now it seems our worries were unfounded.
Thank you for your... Haven't you noticed the surging sales of Feng these past few days? President Li has been raking in profits.
President Li, is the product truly that effective?
A woman, Zhu Fengping, inquired, her position also notable, presenting a sharp bob haircut that exuded competence.
President Zhu, the efficacy of such things must be experienced firsthand.
Si Jue met her gaze, a faint smile playing at his lips, both teasing and captivating. Zhu Fengping felt a rush of warmth at his glance, a mix of challenge and allure that left her momentarily breathless. She quickly regained her composure and laughed lightly. President Li is quite the joker.
As a woman, how could I test it?
Gift it to a man. Since President Zhu is interested, you need not purchase it. I shall gift it to you directly.
With that, his gaze shifted to the others, his cool voice ambiguous, neither a casual inquiry nor a taunt. And what about you all?
The men at the table exchanged varying expressions, most appearing displeased, as if Si Jue's words implied their inadequacies. While it was true that many at this age struggled, to have it stated so openly in a public setting was rather humiliating. However, a middle-aged man boldly responded to Si Jue, President Li, I was waiting for that.
Let me try it first. I've heard it also enhances performance, correct? Stronger is better?
You have discerning taste, indeed, it does. Si Jue smirked slightly, raising his glass to the man. I'll prepare a package for you later.
President Li, your considerations are truly thoughtful.
The other men exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should have asked for some as well.
Was it truly that effective?
However, I must advise, if one is genuinely inadequate, consuming this will not suffice. It is merely a supplement and cannot replace medication. Initially, they had all anticipated a spectacle at Si Jue's expense, having sought opportunities to ridicule him as they observed his growing prominence. Yet now, how could they possibly mock him? Even if Si Jue were to falter, it would be understandable given his accident, while they themselves faced their own limitations. If this medication proved effective, it could herald a second spring for them, a tantalizing prospect. Some had already discreetly messaged their assistants, instructing them to procure the product, testing its efficacy before deciding to confront Si Jue if it fell short. At this banquet, each individual harbored their own thoughts, while Si Jue remained leisurely, indulging in the meal, though he soon lost his appetite. It simply did not compare to Wenqingqing's cooking. Suddenly, a gasp broke the air. It was Zhu Fengping.
President Li!
She exclaimed in disbelief, her gaze fixed incredulously upon him, as if unable to fathom the contents she had just seen.
Si Jue's expression darkened, irritation etching his features.
You all, check the trending topics. President Li has made the headlines. They quickly opened their phones, including Zhou. The top trending topic read, Si Jue domestic violence, followed by an explosive, breaking news, Chapter 88, this woman only wishes to usurp her position. The trending topic reveals the first post accusing Si Jue of domestic violence against Wenqingqing, accompanied by a striking photograph of her bruised knee. This image is profoundly compelling, as it vividly conveys the excruciating pain evident in her knee. The accompanying text, a brief composition of approximately 300 words, details the terrifying experiences Wenqingqing endured during her 5-year marriage to Si Jue, where emotional abuse was commonplace, personal freedom was severely restricted, and physical violence was inflicted upon her. The narrative unfolds in the third person, with the blogger proclaiming to be a close friend of Wenqingqing, who, out of fear, has remained silent. However, the friend could no longer bear to witness the atrocities committed by the demon Si Jue and decided to expose him. The internet erupted, with comments and shares on the Weibo post soaring into the hundreds of thousands within a remarkably short span of time. Comment 1: Those who clamored for Si Jue to be their husband, open your eyes and take a look.
Is this what you want? Comment 2, is Li Siju's psychological distortion a result of his leg injury? Comment 3, I've heard that if one is deficient in that regard, they may derive pleasure from tormenting others. Comment 4, does slandering come without cost? Can such a small essay sway public opinion? This photo doesn't even show Wenqingqing's face, how can it be her? Comment 5, domestic violence perpetrator, shameless. Comment 28, want a husband, one who confines, controls, and strikes you? I am available. Comment 35, the rhythm of slander is so easily orchestrated, a mere essay can dictate someone's fate. Are we all in elementary school here?
After perusing the comments online, the onlookers turned their gaze toward Li Siju. Not everyone present had a Weibo account, but the news had circulated widely, capturing attention with its sensational nature, prompting various media outlets to flood the public with announcements. The veracity of online information is a chaotic blend of truth and falsehood, someone finally spoke up. Indeed, can anyone genuinely believe that such a brief essay holds any weight? How could our CEO possibly be that kind of person? Another retorted indignantly. With a wife as ethereal as Madame Li, how could he ever lay a hand on her? Li Siju's eyes narrowed slightly, and Zhou Zhe, standing behind him, quickly sensed his rising agitation.
The president was angry. What did this greasy old man intend to do? Was he fixated on his wife?
Nonetheless, CEO, a statement must be issued. In today's climate, accusations of domestic violence ignite public outrage with alarming speed. Li Siju remained impassive, taking a sip of his drink. I wonder which rival holds me in such high esteem as to cast such a hefty accusation upon me.
He paused momentarily before suddenly inquiring, is it one of you present here?
A few individuals stiffened, sensing the tension.
Please don't misunderstand, CEO. It is certainly not us. We are just as taken aback as you are, and how could we possibly obtain such a photo of Madame Li? Oh, if the image doesn't even reveal her face, how do you know it's my wife?
Li Siju's voice was low yet carried an undeniable weight. Despite being a prominent figure in the industry, they faltered under his scrutiny, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads.
Though it may be a rumor, one does not simply post such an
I suspect this photograph indeed belongs to Madame Li. Its release serves as bait for public scrutiny, and eventually, a full image will be unveiled, creating a media frenzy.
It seems President Liu is quite astute, another chimed in. People today relish in such theatrics, tantalizing their appetites. What about the collaboration we discussed previously with President Liu? Will it proceed?
This question caused President Liu's expression to shift, as the current scandal surrounding Li Siju left them uncertain. Given the internet's fierce scrutiny, if the allegations bore any truth, the stock prices of Li Corporation would likely suffer, leading to unforeseen complications. After all, this was not merely a scandal involving the upper echelons of the corporation.
It was Li Siju himself under fire, a different matter entirely.
The shareholders are still deliberating on the collaboration. We will inform CEO Li once a decision is reached. This time, Zhou Zhe was not driving. Li Siju occupied the passenger seat, perusing the online news on his phone.
Li Siju has yet to issue a statement. Could this possibly be true? Perhaps he simply doesn't care about this matter, right? Utterly fabricated.
If Li Siju truly behaved in such a manner, why wouldn't Wenqingqing leave? She has the backing of the Lin family, after all.
Lin Maxiang is Wenqingqing's adoptive father.
It is not the same. Moreover, she has 2 children. She likely can't bear to part with them. This situation calls for $1 million PR campaign. Let us anticipate how Li Siju will manage this.
To all the gentlemen purchasing medications these days, how are you faring?
Zhou Zhe scrolled through the trending topics, not finding much else, as Li Siju was not a celebrity and thus lacked a wealth of scandalous material. He generally kept his private life under wraps.
CEO, CC and Yu have appeared online once again. Remove them.
Zhou Zhe promptly contacted someone to handle the matter. Photos of CC and Yu were relatively scarce online, making the process swift.
CEO, how should we address this incident?
Zhou Zhe hesitated to make any unilateral decisions, as the situation was delicate and involved Wenqingqing.
For now, let it be.
Tomorrow, identify the individual behind that account and proceed with legal action.
What about the stock prices tomorrow?
Do not concern yourself with that. Li Siju returned home to find the house eerily quiet.
CC and Yu were absent.
Chen Bo, where are they? He inquired of the housekeeper.
Madam has taken the 2 children out to the movies, accompanied by Zhang Ma.
Li Siju called Wenqingqing. After a considerable wait, she finally answered.
Hello, Aju, have you finished your engagements? We will be back shortly.
Her voice, soft and gentle, resonated through the phone.
You, hold on to your sister tightly. Don T let her wander off. I want T keep you, we're heading down the elevator now.
After hanging up, Li Si Jue found himself lingering on Wen Qingqing's words, as he had just sensed a warmth he had never before experienced in their household. The prevailing emotions within their family had always been indifference, disdain, irritation, and resistance. Wen Qingqing, if this is not merely an act, but rather genuine, that at that moment, Wen Qingqing was waiting for the elevator with the two children. As the elevator doors opened, a number of people stepped out.
Madam Li? Wen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer, quickly recovering to greet, Dr. Jiang, what a coincidence. Yes, I'm here with friends. You re-out with the children, where is Mr.Li?
He is preoccupied with some matters.
However, at that moment, Jiang Lan's friend expressed surprise, you are Li Si Jue's wife? Yes, why? Wen Qingqing found her reaction somewhat peculiar. Weren't you just online accused?
Chapter 89 Do you desire a new mommy? Wen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, then her expression shifted to one of annoyance.
These people are truly incorrigible with their rumors, may I see it?
Jiang Lan gestured for a friend to pass her phone to Wen Qingqing.
After glancing at it, Wen Qingqing's anger intensified. Is it possible that anyone could believe such a trivial piece of writing? It's absurd. So, does this mean that Li Si Jue did not strike you?
Of course not, she replied.
But does biting count? Is this photograph of you?
Wen Qingqing immediately recognized the image, understanding who was behind this incident. Indeed, it is me, but the injury was incurred when I accidentally slipped and fell while bathing.
Jiang Lan's gaze sharpened. Such a photograph is not something an ordinary person could capture, wouldn't you agree?
Wen Qingqing met her eyes. Their heights were comparable, yet Jiang Lan's high heels accentuated Wen Qingqing's slight stature. Nonetheless, her icy demeanor was undiminished by the height disparity.
Dr. Jiang, are you casting doubt upon me? I am merely inquiring reasonably. Wen Qingqing scoffed lightly, on what grounds does Dr. Jiang question me? Do you wish for me to step aside?
Their conversation drew numerous glances from people entering and exiting the elevator, captivated by the striking beauty of both women, not to mention the two adorable children accompanying them, prompting some to surreptitiously take pictures.
I am simply asking as a friend. Lady Li's reaction seems rather excessive. Could it be that she feels guilty?
Perhaps I do feel a tinge of guilt, Wen Qingqing admitted with a nod. This reaction was unexpected for Jiang Lan. You worry that someone may sow discord and take advantage of the situation. Wen Qingqing smiled, her makeup accentuating her vibrant red lips, rendering Jiang Lan, who was already considered beautiful, somewhat overshadowed.
Dr. Jiang, I must take the children home now. A Jew is waiting for us.
As the elevator doors opened, Wen Qingqing led the two children inside, with Zhang Ma following closely behind. Jiang Lan turned to meet Wen Qingqing's gaze. A silent clash of wills ensued, neither willing to yield.
Mommy, who is that auntie? She inquired. She is a doctor.
Mommy felt a bit frightened after the incident with the water, so she went to see her. That is the doctor, Wen Qingqing explained. She fell silent, extending her arms instead.
Mommy, hug me. I'm sleepy.
Wen Qingqing bent down and lifted Shishi, who nestled her head against her shoulder, rubbing her eyes.
Yo-Yo, are you sleepy? I'm not sleepy, Yo-Yo shook his head. You can hold sister. I don't need you to hold my hand.
Carrying his sister in one arm while holding her hand was rather tiring. Then hold Zhang Ma's hand, it can be a bit dangerous in the underground parking lot.
Yo-Yo took hold of Zhang Ma's hand.
Upon reaching the parking lot, they found their car and drove back home, unable to check her phone while driving. Wen Qingqing only saw Li Si Jue upon arriving home.
She has fallen asleep. I will take her to her room.
However, Yo-Yo did not follow. Instead, he ran up to Li Si Jue, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him.
Speak if you have something to say. Who is Dr. Jiang? Li Si Jue frowned. Why do you ask about her? I just encountered her at the mall. Does she, by any chance, harbor feelings for you? Is this child too precocious? Why do you ask? Answer my question.
Yo-Yo insisted, his small brow furrowing, his cherubic face surprisingly serious, exuding a sense of authority reminiscent of Li Si Jue.
Have you taken it upon yourself to involve yourself in my affairs? I am a part of this family. Anything relating to family matters is within my purview.
Yo-Yo asserted with conviction, sounding far from a mere child. As for whether she likes me, I cannot say, but I certainly do not like her.
Why would you assume she has affections for me? Upon hearing Lee Si Jue's denial of any liking, Yo-Yo visibly relaxed.
Just now, her demeanor while speaking with Mommy was quite unpleasant. It was evident that she dislikes Mommy, and Mommy also perceived her feelings for you.
Thus, it was not merely his imagination. Very well, I understand.
You should go take a shower and sleep now.
Yo-Yo nodded and dashed back to his room when Qingqing was about to seek him out when she saw him entering, and she asked, "Shall I run a bath for you?"
No need, you may go.
Yo-Yo declined.
Daddy is waiting for you. When Qingqing felt a pang in her heart, Yo-Yo remained resistant towards her. How could she possibly amend the past hurt she inflicted upon him to earn his affection as a mother?
Might it be that Yo-Yo longs for a new mommy?
I shall take my leave then, be careful. Yo-Yo had been capable of bathing himself for quite some time, able to accomplish many tasks independently. Having felt unloved by Wen Qingqing since childhood, he endeavored to excel and be understanding, believing that such efforts would earn her affection. The more Wen Qingqing pondered, the more heartbroken she felt. Yo-Yo was still so young yet so impressively mature, a stark contrast to the playful, carefree nature typical of his age. Unlike Xixi, upon exiting the room, she encountered Lee Si Jue.
To the study.
They proceeded to the study, one following the other.
I have yet to review the content online.
It was Jian Lan who informed me that your domestic violence incident has become a trending topic. She still had not checked her phone. You must be aware that wearing such a short skirt to the Lin residence would certainly attract their attention, Lee Si Jue remarked, his expression grave, his gaze.
You knew I wouldn't intervene?
When Qingqing stepped closer, leaning slightly against the desk, her hands supporting her weight. Though her neckline was modest, even leaning forward did not reveal anything inappropriate. However, Lee Si Jue's mind was flooded with images of the full moon on the 15th, radiant and sinful, drawing him into its orbit. She gazed intently at Lee Si Jue, a smile playing at her lips. I know you are testing me, she declared, her eyes sparkling with understanding, which only intensified Lee Si Jue's unease.
Therefore, esteemed President, how do you intend to resolve this?
She shifted her posture, transitioning from resting her hands on the desk to pressing her forearms against it, leaning in closer to Lee Si Jue, narrowing the distance between them. The scent of proud roses enveloped him once more. He noticed she had been favoring the fragrance of the desert rose lately, sweet yet haughty. If you plan to conspire with the Lin family against me, I must confess that I would find it impossible to salvage the situation. He leaned back. If you were unprepared, how could you allow such a situation to unfold before Lin Shusha, correct, Mr.Li? The last three words, seemingly ordinary and uttered by countless others, carried an intimate lilt when spoken by her, as if they had been entwined within her lips before being gently released. Battles without confidence, the only such battle he had ever fought was marrying her.
Lin Shusha will soon come seeking me. Would you care to take this opportunity to contest for me?
She licked her lips lightly, her smile enchanting, the diamond ring on her ring finger gleaming brightly. Chapter 90. She is the queen. Mastering all his emotions, Lee Si Jue toyed with the lighter in his hand, a cold and sharp smile gracing his face.
Since I have made my considerations, I have not taken yours into account.
But if I were on your side, things would be much easier for you.
Not necessary.
Why must they let their differences escalate to such an extent? She was disinclined to flatter him any further. Encountering Jian Lan today had already put her in a foul mood, and managing 2 children had left her quite exhausted. Whatever, she was weary. Let it all crumble, and swiftly. Then you can resolve it yourself. I'm leaving. She turned and strode towards the door. Lee Si Jue could distinctly sense that her mood was askew, yet he remained silent. When Qingqing placed her hand on the doorknob, silently counting 3, 2, 1, she opened the door and stepped outside. The door slammed shut with a loud thud, causing the items on Lee Si Jue's desk to tremble. A flicker of annoyance crossed Lee Si Jue's eyes as he rubbed his temples. Back in her bedroom, when Qingqing was seething, on the verge of breaking something, she picked up an object, scrutinized it, and then set it down, feeling even more irate. Ultimately, she resorted to pummeling her pillow on the bed to vent her frustrations. Her phone, discarded on the bed, rang. A glance revealed it was a WeChat call from Lin Shusha. She quickly hit record before answering. Hello, sister. What's wrong with you? Your tone seems off.
Lee Si Jue has irritated me.
What did he do?
Did he bully you again? That man is simply a beast.
No,
sister, did you instigate that online rumor about him abusing you?
Lin Shusha paused before responding. Qingqing, I will seek justice for you. Sister, the injury on my knee wasn't caused by him.
Really? Absolutely. It doesn't matter. He often bullies you, so this one incident is inconsequential. Sister, what are you planning?
Silly girl, now that he is accused of domestic violence,
do as I say, don't speak out of turn. Would I ever harm you?
The person who has harmed me the most is you. From now on, turn off your phone and refrain from contacting anyone.
This time, we'll make Si Jue pay dear. I am scared.
Her voice quivered with emotion.
Don't be afraid, I'm here. Let us leave it at this. I'll hang up.
Lin Shuxia swiftly ended the call when Qingqing replayed the recorded audio, realizing she needed to share it with Si Jue. However, the thought of returning after storming out left her feeling quite displeased. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to go back, yet, as she reached the doorway, a brilliant idea struck her. She could present the audio to Si Jue while simultaneously making him uncomfortable. She promptly entered the bathroom for a shower, then retrieved a red nightgown from her wardrobe. Nowadays, her more conventional sleepwear had fallen by the wayside, replaced by these alluring gowns. Glancing at her array of perfumes, her icy white fingertips landed on a bottle of reddish-brown fragrance. The glass bottle was clear and pristine, yet the liquid inside mirrored the hue of her gown. Berlin girl. After spritzing her wrists and dabbing some behind her ears, she also applied a touch to her gown. Rather than seeking out Si Jue immediately, she allowed the initial notes of the perfume to dissipate. When the time felt right, she made her way to his study, entering without knocking. However, the room was empty. Approaching his desk, she noted the scattered documents, aware that he would return. She possessed a fair understanding of Si Jue. If he had finished his work and wasn't coming back, he wouldn't leave the papers in disarray. He was quite the perfectionist, unable to tolerate disorder. Given that he would return, then, Si Jue, having showered, returned to his study, intent on completing his tasks. Upon opening the door, he froze. A chair had been added to his desk, occupied by a stunning woman in a red gown. The deep V-neckline and high slit revealed swaths of alabaster skin. She perched with her legs crossed, high heels precariously hanging on her feet, her gaze languidly directed at him, a queen awaiting his homage. You're back. When Qingqing rose from the chair and approached Si Jue, who hastily shut the door, desperate to conceal even the slightest hint of her beauty.
Why did you take so long?
I've been waiting for you, she murmured, leaning in against his neck, her right hand brushing against his heart.
Keep your distance, he replied, his voice hoarse and lacking conviction. This contradictory man, Si Jue yearned to push her away, striving to steady his heartbeat, yet it felt as though his heart belonged to another, beating uncontrollably faster the more he tried to suppress it. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. What do you want? Hadn't she just stormed out? Of course, I have something important to discuss with you. Do you think I missed you?
She remained close. She had changed her perfume. The moment he stepped through the door, he sensed an alluring aroma. Berlin girl, sweet with a hint of spice, the obsessive queen, whose affections and disdain could shift in an instant. She could love you recklessly or ignore you entirely, even to the point of destruction. When she approached, her enchanting essence enveloped you, leaving no escape.
Speak of the matter at hand. Don't tease me.
His tone was laced with urgency. Lin Shuxia called me earlier. I recorded our conversation and will now send you the audio file. When Qingqing circled around to face Si Jue, adopting her aloof queen persona, one hand held her phone while the other rested on her hip, propping up her arm. That if she were to hold a cigarette at that moment, exhaling smoke from her crimson lips, she would undoubtedly be the most dangerous woman. A phrase inexplicably surfaced in Si Jue's mind: drink the strongest liquor, engage with the most perilous woman. I've sent it to you, how you choose to use it is entirely up to you. She sidled up to Si Jue, lowering her voice as she leaned closely. I must take my leave. With that, her red lips swiftly pressed against his cheek. In the next instant, Si Jue seized her wrist. Chapter 91. Let us take a photo to slap our online critics. When Qingqing gasped in surprise and collapsed onto Si Jue, settling herself upon his lap. The latter part of her exclamation was swallowed by his mouth as he breathed heavily, their kisses fervent and passionate. In a fleeting moment, when Qingqing found herself struggling for breath, her mind clouded with dizziness. He was the aloof and enigmatic man, while she embodied the carefree spirit of youth, devoid of suspicion or hesitation, only the ardor they shared. Breathless from the kisses, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes shimmering like, do you think if our online followers knew how intense we are, it would be quite a slap in the face? Observing the woman who smiled like a cunning fox, Si Jue felt a tightening in his throat, his entire being tensed with restraint. Shall we take a photo right now and send it out? If they were to capture a picture at that moment, words would be unnecessary, their gazes, lips, and postures all radiated an unmistakable desire. No, Li Si Jue rejected emphatically. The thought of another man seeing Wen Qingqing in such a state would drive him to madness. Fine, then we won't take any. Wen Qingqing rose from his lap, adjusting her nightgown.
Sweet dreams, good night, Mr.Li.
Sweet dreams, are you certain? Wen Qingqing departed with a carefree demeanor, leaving behind the restless Li Si Jue, who could not believe her intentions were innocent. She had just been sitting on his lap, teasing him relentlessly. Damn that woman. After several deep breaths, he still could not quell the heat surging within him. Her fragrance lingered on his skin. Li Si Jue had no choice but to take another shower day after day. It was nothing but bathing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, splashing water in frustration, silently grinding his teeth. Next time, he would not let this woman off so easily. Meanwhile, when Qingqing returned to her room, laughing joyfully, she picked up the custom-made pillow from her bed and poked at the face of Li Si Jue depicted on it. You made me angry, so now I'll make you uncomfortable. Uncomfortable, huh, humph, I'll make you unable to stand me while still yearning for me. Take that, take that. She hit the pillow repeatedly. This pillow was a cartoon rendition of Li Si Jue that she had drawn herself, and she was quite satisfied with the seller's finished product. However, she could not let Li Si Jue see this pillow. The depiction of him was far too provocative. In the cartoon version, Li Si Jue was biting his tie, his shirt unbuttoned at 3 points, showcasing a smooth muscular outline, his trousers loosely hanging at his hips with the belt half undone. If the real Li Si Jue ever revealed such a side of himself, Wen Qingqing believed she would be blissfully overwhelmed. The following day, new revelations surfaced online. Previously, many had doubted that the injured knee in the photo belonged to Wen Qingqing, but now complete images were released, undeniably showing it was indeed her, with no traces of editing.
The public outcry escalated, each wave more vehement than the last, condemning Li Si Jue. First floor, indeed, no man is worth a dime. Second floor, being a wealthy wife isn't as glamorous as it seems. Third floor. Just because her knee was injured doesn't mean it's domestic violence. Could it not be the result of other actions? Fourth floor, Huasheng, you've unearthed a blind spot.
Wen Qingqing has no other injuries. Shortly thereafter, a segment of audio was leaked, featuring Wen Qingqing's voice. It was from her phone call with Lin Shuxia the previous night, but the audio had been edited to only include snippets. I am so angry at Li Si Jue, sister, I'm so scared. Even though the audio was brief, it was evident that Wen Qingqing was expressing her fear. Li Si Jue instantly became the target of collective ire, the stock price of Li Corporation plummeting, and its products receiving. The outcry against Li Si Jue was relentless and harsh. Moreover, a narrative began circulating online, claiming that the true reason behind Li Si Jue marrying Wen Qingqing was that he had employed despicable means to seduce her. The online community was incensed. I wondered how someone as beautiful as Wen Qingqing could marry a cripple. Now it all makes sense. Disgusting, that scoundrel, just die. So, was Wen Qingqing's son's death also orchestrated by that vile man? It's chilling to think about. A wave of sympathy for Wen Qingqing emerged from the very same people who had previously criticized her. Wen Qingqing did not delve deeply into the comments. She merely skimmed through the current news. Her focus was on the stock price of Li Corporation, which had hit its limit down today, prompting even more vitriol directed at Li Si Jue. In just a day, Li Corporation had evaporated tens of billions. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Many began to cut their losses, believing Li Corporation was doomed, and hastily sold off their stocks. In stark contrast, Wen Qingqing took a different approach. She directly purchased 1 million worth of Li Corporation's shares and selected several other stocks that had recently plummeted, as well as some funds. In total, she invested 2 million in the stock market and funds that day. She even registered an account to share her investment journey. Her first post read, "A colossal entity like Li Corporation will not collapse. I firmly believe it will not continue to decline, so I bought the dip." In response, someone commented, "Frowny face, are you a fool with too much money? With the current state of Li Corporation, it will continue to fall. If it doesn't, I'll eat my hat." Agreed. Wen Qingqing paid no mind to the remarks. She recalled that she hadn't updated her short video account in several days, so she hurriedly prepared a dish. Zhajiangmian, noodles with fried bean sauce, accompanied by a refreshing fruit beverage. She had her own interpretation of Zhajiangmian, which turned out slightly different but undeniably delicious. After editing and uploading the video, her fans were ecstatic. The top comment read, "Qingqing, you finally showed up. If you hadn't, I would have reported you as a missing person." Numerous replies echoed the sentiment, all eagerly awaiting her updates. "I must say, I'm addicted to your hands. That statement is way too ambiguous. When Xingqing genuinely hadn't anticipated that in her quest. Currently, she had over 2,000 followers, and her video views were decent. Though she was still far from stardom, she wasn't in a rush. She would cultivate her audience slowly, especially. After watching a few short videos, she stumbled upon the trending topic of Si Jue's alleged domestic violence, which had become a hot-button issue with considerable media coverage. Naturally, when Xingqing had no intention of capitalizing on this Soon, an audio clip began trending. Frowny face mysterious audio when Xingqing denies domestic violence. Upon listening, when Xingqing recognized it was a conversation released by Jiang Lan. However, others were incensed. Frowny face, why is it that videos from marketing accounts are deemed true while the audio denying domestic violence is dismissed as false? The majority of netizens continue to believe in Si Jue's domestic violence allegation. As predicted, the stock price of Li Corporation plummeted once more, and public outrage intensified when Xingqing promptly doubled down, investing an additional 2 million, bringing her total holdings to 3 million, while also diversifying her portfolio. She titled her post, "Investing in Stocks to Support a Man." A flurry of men eagerly responded, "Sugar mama, take care of me, I can cook, clean, and care for the baby."